Chapter 1. I plan to dig a hole and bury you. Splash. Splash, splash, dot. On an unknown island, a man lay on the sandy beach, his body floating with the waves, looking like a corpse. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the man began to cough violently, seawater being expelled from his mouth, as if he had been rescued from drowning. After coughing out the seawater that had entered his body, the man struggled to turn over, looking at the boundless sky with a smile of survival on his face. I've finally survived. The man, Zhao Qian, was a freelancer but also an enthusiast of wilderness survival. He had originally planned to take a plane to another city to participate in an offline wilderness survival event. But unexpectedly, the plane entered an unknown sea area midway. And after enduring storms and thunderclouds, the plane predictably crashed. Due to the storm and thunderstorm, before it fell into the sea, the plane broke into two parts, and he was thrown out of the aircraft, landing in the sea next to this unknown island. Thanks to his physical fitness developed from regular exercise, he swam towards an island, but just as he was about to reach the shore, his strength reached its limit, and he sank into the sea. Fortunately, he was washed up onto the beach by the waves instead of being pulled back into the ocean. The first rule of wilderness survival is safety, food, and water. Zhao Qian stood up from the beach, scanned his surroundings, and said, "This island is quite a bit of vegetation. Food shouldn't be a problem. The biggest issues are safety and water." At this moment, Zhao Qian's knowledge as a wilderness survival enthusiast came into play. Aside from his nervousness, he felt a strange excitement, as if all the wilderness survival knowledge he had learned was finally going to be useful. After assessing the current situation, Zhao Qian planned to collect the items that had fallen from the plane and then return to the seaside before dark to start a campfire too. Defend against potential unknown dangers at night. Now let's see if I can find some containers to collect water in the coming days, Zhao Qian said as he began to act. Since the plane had crashed not far from the island, many items from the aircraft had been washed up on the shore, and Zhao Qian didn't miss any debris, picking everything up. These items might seem useless under normal circumstances, but on a deserted island, they would certainly have their uses. However, what puzzled Zhao Qian was that all the items washed up on the shore were from the plane, yet there was no ocean debris. And to be clear, based on the current level of ocean debris on Earth, almost every island would have some marine litter bear grills, can almost always find plenty of plastic containers on his survival shows. But now, he hadn't found even a bit of ocean garbage. Nonetheless, Zhao Qian still managed to collect quite a few items. A few airplane seat belts, over a dozen partially consumed bottles of mineral water, and some passenger suitcases, most of which contained clothes, with very few usable items. With the collected mineral water, the water issue is resolved, but I should gather some more items. The sea rises twice a day, and it was nearing evening, as the tide was about to come in, and with signs of the water rising, if he didn't gather the items from the plane before the tide came in, they might be washed back out to sea. When the tide receded, at the same time, he also wanted to find his suitcase. For this wilderness survival event, he had brought many useful items. If he could find his suitcase, it would greatly increase his chances of survival. Just then, Zhao Qian's pupils suddenly constricted as he saw a woman being washed up onto the shore not far away. Zhao Qian hurried over to see if the woman was alive or dead. The most terrifying aspect of survival on a deserted island is loneliness. If he could save the woman, at least he would have someone to talk to. Zhao Qian reached the woman, but didn't immediately turn her over. Instead, he knelt beside her and cleared her mouth and nasal passages of obstructions to ensure her airway was clear. After doing this, he turned her over, intending to perform artificial respiration and chest compressions to see if he could revive her. Wang Qianqian. But as soon as he turned the woman over, Zhao Qian's eyes widened in shock. He realized he actually knew the woman in front of him. Of course, she wasn't his friend. He recognized her because she was very famous in Huagua. To put it simply, Wang Qianqian was a big star. Unlike other young and beautiful internet celebrities, Wang Qianqian was not only pretty, but also a talented actress, reportedly winning a significant award not long ago. She's even more beautiful than on TV. Zhao Qian evaluated Wang Qianqian as he looked her up and down. Wang Qianqian's beauty was vastly different from the plastic faces of internet celebrities. She had the charm of a neighborly girl, with exquisite and pure features that radiated natural beauty. That I hope you don't have a tragic fate, Zhao Qian said, pinching Wang Qianqian's nose, covering her lips with his mouth, and performing 2 rescue breaths. Then he pressed his hands on Wang Qianqian's chest and forcefully pushed down 30 times. 30 chest compressions, and 2 rescue breaths. Zhao Qian continued to repeat this process. However, after a long effort, Wang Qianqian's body still showed no signs of response. Ah, such a beauty, what a shame. Zhao Qian sighed as he looked at the alluring Wang Qianqian. But as he looked, he felt a stirring in his heart. Although he didn't keep a diary, he considered himself not a serious person. When he was bored at night, he would draw the curtains, take some tissues, and secretly watch some adult films. Now such a beautiful big star was right next to him, and he was alone for the moment, inevitably giving rise to some impure thoughts. Should I take advantage of the situation while it's still warm? Slap! Just as Zhao Qian had this thought, he quickly slapped himself and cursed, "What am I thinking? Even if I'm not a serious person, I can't do something so shameless that's too immoral." Clearly, in the end, Zhao Qian upheld his moral bottom line. "I can't just watch you become a corpse on this deserted island. I might as well bury you." Zhao Qian took another look at Wang Qianqian, sighed, picked her up, and planned to find a place to dig a hole and bury her. Cough, cough, cough. But after taking just 2 steps, Wang Qianqian suddenly coughed violently in his arms, spitting out seawater. The woman, who had seemingly lost her breath, came back to life. "Who are you? What do you want? Let go of me, you pervert." Wang Qianqian, upon waking, found a man holding her and screamed in fear, struggling to break free. Hey, don't move, I'm losing my balance." "Damn it, I won't hold you anymore." Although Wang Qianqian was small and light, her slapping and scratching angered Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian thought to himself, "I saved you with good intentions and planned to bury you. Yet you not only don't appreciate it, but think I'm a pervert, truly ungrateful. If you're unhappy, then I won't serve you anymore." In a fit of anger, he let go of his hands and released Wang Qianqian. Fortunately, they were on the beach by the coast, so Wang Qianqian fell onto the sand and wasn't hurt too badly. "You bastard, you're not a man, you're bullying a woman." Wang Qianqian, a big star, had never suffered such indignity and began to curse Zhao Qian. "Shut up." Zhao Qian snapped back, saying, "First of all, the reason I was going to dig a hole to bury you is because our plane crashed and we ended up on this island. I thought you were dead, which is why I planned to bury you. Secondly, my name is Zhao Qian, not a thug, and I never intended to rape you. Thirdly, given the current situation, even if I were to assault and then kill you, do you think anyone would find out? So think for yourself and don't provoke me." After saying that, Zhao Qian ignored Wang Qianqian and continued to search for supplies before it got dark. As for Wang Qianqian, after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she stood there in a daze, the images of the plane crash flashing through her mind. After a moment, she realized she had misunderstood Zhao Qian. If Zhao Qian truly wanted to assault and kill her, he wouldn't have left her after scaring her a little. After all, fresh is better than dead, right? Even if I misunderstood him, just based on him shouting at me, he's not a man. Ugh. Wang Qianqian wanted to stand up and move to the shade of a tree to avoid direct sunlight. But as she tried to get up, she felt a sharp pain in one of her feet and looked down too. See, she had sprained it. This must have happened during the plane crash. She didn't feel it when Zhao Qian was carrying her, but now she realized it as she tried to walk. Just then, Zhao Qian found 2 suitcases and was carrying them to his makeshift shelter. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian could only plead, "Hey, I sprained my ankle, can you help me?" In response to her plea, Zhao Qian merely glanced at her indifferently and ignored her, walking past as if he didn't see her at all. "Hey, don't go. I'll pay you." When Wang Qianqian saw Zhao Qian ignoring her, she immediately planned to offer him money to help her. Given our current situation, does having $1 billion make a difference? Zhao Qian stopped and looked at her expressionlessly. This star is quite clever on screen. How can she be so brainless in real life? Her chest isn't even that big. Wang Qianqian stood there stunned for a moment, glancing at the desolate island, suddenly realizing that Zhao Qian was right. No matter how glamorous a person is outside, once they are on a deserted island, they are nothing. The money that everyone chases after outside is worth less than a bottle of water here. What do I have to do for you to help me? Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian with pleading eyes, her large eyes glistening with tears on the verge of crying. She wasn't acting now, she truly felt isolated and helpless. Seeing Wang Qianqian almost in tears, Zhao Qian's heart softened a bit. After all, he wasn't a steel-hearted man, and he couldn't just disregard her. I'll say it again, my name is not Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian squatted down in front of Wang Qianqian, signaling her to climb onto his back. Get on. You better not have any ulterior motives. Wang Qianqian said warily. Your chest isn't that big. You're thinking too highly of yourself. Zhao Qian replied bluntly. You, get on, or I will leave. Zhao Qian wasn't willing to waste time talking to Wang Qianqian. He needed to use his remaining energy to build a safe shelter for himself. Otherwise, once he exhausted himself and couldn't solve the issues of food, water, and shelter, it would be hard for him to survive in the wild. Fine, I'll get on. If it were someone else, Wang Qianqian might have been a bit willful. But she had seen Zhao Qian's steel-hearted personality. If he said he would leave her, he would definitely do it, so she couldn't afford to be willful. Wang Qianqian struggled to climb onto Zhao Qian's back, and since he still had 2 suitcases to carry, she could only wrap her arms around his neck to tee that moment. Zhao Qian's well-trained body came into play as he exerted himself, standing up from the beach with both suitcases in hand, heading toward his makeshift shelter. In fact, Zhao Qian's so-called shelter was just 2 trees a bit farther from beach. These 2 trees were about 3 meters apart, with trunks roughly the size of a thigh. Zhao Qian took out clothes from the suitcases and fashioned them into a hammock to sleep on at night. He set Wang Qianqian down and noticed that it was almost completely dark, so he stood up to find some dry twigs to start fire. However, as soon as he stood up, Wang Qianqian quickly grabbed him and asked, What are you doing? This was a deserted island, surrounded by darkness with no light. If Zhao Qian left again, she would be very scared alone in the dark. I'm going to find firewood to start fire. Just don't go too far, I'm scared. Okay, Zhao Qian replied coldly and walked into the woods. He first gathered some dry twigs and then found a palm tree, collecting some soft, fibrous material from the trunk to use as kindling before returning. Wang Qianqian, who stayed behind, suddenly felt an itch on her face after Zhao Qian left. She touched her face and discovered there were some tiny particles on it. When she pinched one and put it in her mouth, she found it was salty. It's seawater. I must have been submerged in it when I was unconscious. Wang Qianqian said in a panic. I've heard that seawater can be very harmful to the skin. I need to wash my face immediately, otherwise. Nowadays, male stars are overly concerned with their appearance, let alone female stars. Some female stars wouldn't hesitate to go under the knife for beauty. So for others, getting soaked in seawater might be a minor issue. But for Wang Qianqian, it was as if her life was at stake. Fortunately, she soon found more than 10 bottles of half-drunk mineral water, along with a few unopened ones. Without hesitation, she opened one of the unopened bottles and started washing her face. Splash. As the clean water washed away the salt grains from her face, Wang Qianqian felt a wave of relief. However, at that moment, a figure quickly approached and snatched the mineral water bottle from her hand. Chapter 3. The Steel Straight Man. The person approaching was none other than Zhao Qian, who had just gone out to look for firewood and kindling. He had just started to head back when he heard the sound of running water, taking advantage of the last remaining light before dark. He saw that Wang Qianqian was actually using the precious fresh water he had painstakingly collected to wash her face, using up nearly a whole bottle. Immediately, a surge of anger arose in him. What a brainless big star, wasting pure water even on a deserted island. Didn't she realize that fresh water was the most important thing on a deserted island? Thus, he strode back to the campsite, snatched the mineral water bottle from Wang Qianqian's hand, drank the remaining water down to the bottom, and then glared at her, saying, You're not welcome here. Please leave. What's wrong with me? Wang Qianqian looked confused, thinking to herself that she was just washing her face. How could she provoke this steel straight man? Do you understand that we are stranded on a deserted island now? Zhao Qian asked. Yes. Wang Qianqian nodded. Then do you know what is most important on a deserted island? Zhao Qian asked again. I don't know. Wang Qianqian shook her head. She had a rough idea, but felt embarrassed to admit it given her recent actions. It's fresh water. Zhao Qian was not going to coddle her. You just wasted a whole bottle of water without understanding the situation on this island. If we can't find fresh water, that bottle would have been enough for both of us for 2 days. Zhao Qian's words were not alarmist. Freshwater resources on deserted islands are scarce, and some islands don't have any fresh water at all. Without fresh water, they would have to rely on distilling seawater, but with the containers they currently had, they could only distill a small amount of fresh water each day, far from sufficient for 2 people. Of course, if they were lucky enough to encounter rain, they could collect quite a bit of fresh water. However, Zhao Qian did not want to place their hopes for survival on chance. Got it, why are you so fierce? I'm a girl. Can't you be a bit gentler with me? Wang Qianqian knew she was wrong, but was unwilling to back down verbally. Zhao Qian gave her a sideways glance and sneered. Aren't you women always talking about feminism? You shout every day that what men can do, women can do too. If that's the case, why should I give in to you? You won't really leave me without water tomorrow, will you? Zhao Qian was too lazy to argue with Wang Qianqian. After saying that, he brought the firewood and kindling back to the campsite. He didn't start the fire immediately. Instead, he found some stones to form a circle before beginning to drill wood for fire. When watching survival shows on deserted islands, it seemed easy to drill wood for fire. But the reality was that even Bear Grylls and other survival experts sometimes found it quite difficult. Zhao Qian only had a few experiences with this, all under well-prepared conditions where nothing was lacking. The current situation was far from being well-prepared, thus the difficulty was much greater. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhao Qian began to rotate the stick rapidly, using friction to create sparks at the bottom. However, manually drilling wood for fire was incredibly difficult. The stick began to smell burnt and smoke rose, but there were no sparks. After struggling for half an hour, feeling the pain in his hands, he finally saw a tiny spark appear. He quickly transferred the spark onto the kindling, carefully cradling it in his hands, and began to blow gently. A large amount of thick smoke billowed from the kindling, and as the smoke reached a certain point, a small flame flickered to life. Zhao Qian barely had time to feel happy before he hurriedly placed the kindling onto the collected firewood. Once the firewood began to burn, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Wow, you're amazing. You actually succeeded in drilling wood for fire. Wang Qianqian exclaimed, looking at the flames with excitement. The darkness was frightening, but the flames could drive away the darkness. A fire could provide a sense of security. However, Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, thinking how carefree this star was. He had just told her that there would be no water to drink tomorrow, yet she didn't seem worried at all. You should be more concerned about what you're going to drink tomorrow. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and decided to remind her kindly. You really aren't planning to give me water, are you? Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian with a pitiful expression, saying, I heard there are coconut trees on deserted islands. We could just pick some coconuts later. Do you know how tall coconut trees are? Zhao Qian asked while rummaging through the luggage. I don't know. Wang Qianqian shook her head. Coconut trees are usually about 7 to 8 meters tall, equivalent to 3 stories high. Can you climb that high by yourself? Zhao Qian asked. I can't. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian and said, But you're so capable. Can't you climb? I can climb that high, but it's also very dangerous. What if I fall and get injured? If both of us get hurt, we won't be able to survive, Zhao Qian replied honestly. The premise of survival on a deserted island is first ensuring fresh water and food to meet the basic needs for survival. If the issues of fresh water and food are not resolved while in peak physical condition, it becomes even more impossible when weak. However, there's a prerequisite. One must not put oneself in danger. There may be coconut trees on the island, but not everyone can climb a 7 or 8 meter tall coconut tree. Unless coconuts fall naturally, it's best to avoid taking risks. Because once injured, surviving alone on a deserted island becomes even more difficult. All right, Wang Qianqian pouted, her eyes reddening, feeling wronged and wanting to cry. However, before her tears could fall, she saw Zhao Qian throw her some clothes and say, the temperature on the deserted island drops at night. Cover yourself up a bit so you don't catch a cold. Thank you. Wang Qianqian suddenly felt that Zhao Qian wasn't such a steel straight man after all. However, Zhao Qian's thought was that she was already a burden with her injured ankle, and if she caught a cold, she would be an even bigger burden. He didn't want to be in a situation where he had to survive on a deserted island while also taking care of a sick person. No need for thanks. Just keep an eye on the fire and make sure it doesn't go out, Zhao Qian said as he covered himself with some clothes and added, if the fire goes out, you'll have to drill wood for fire tomorrow. You want to stand guard? Wang Qianqian asked in disbelief. She was a big star, a woman, and an injured person. It seemed impossible for her to stand guard. Zhao Qian nodded naturally and said, there are a lot of things to do tomorrow. I need to conserve my energy, and watching the fire is the only thing you can do right now. After saying that, Zhao Qian ignored Wang Qianqian and closed his eyes to rest. Although they were stranded on a deserted island, Zhao Qian quickly fell asleep. knowing that the most important thing for him was to rest well. However, just as he fell into a deep sleep, he suddenly heard Wang Qianqian's cry for help. Zhao Qian, help. Chapter 4. I won't waste my energy on you. Zhao Qian, who was fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly got up from the ground, running towards the source of the sound. In the darkness, he saw Wang Qianqian terrified and sitting on the ground, her handsome face filled with fear. Zhao Qian asked, "What's going on?" "Corpse, corpse," Wang Qianqian stammered, pointing towards the grass. "Corpse?" Zhao Qian was taken aback, looking in the direction Wang Qianqian indicated. Sure enough, he saw a person lying motionless in the grass. However, Zhao Qian was not afraid. On the contrary, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. In a situation of being stranded on a deserted island, the more people there were, the greater the chance of survival. When he reached the so-called corpse, Zhao Qian began to check it and found that the corpse was still alive, with faint breathing. To his surprise, it was a woman. Zhao Qian carefully turned the woman over, checking her mouth and nose, and found no signs of drowning. She must have fainted for some other reason. How is she? Wang Qianqian, a few meters behind Zhao Qian, asked with a tense expression. She's not dead, still alive, but very weak, Zhao Qian replied briefly. After a moment of thought, he said, "Let's take her back. Whether she can survive depends on fate. What if she suddenly dies? That would be scary. How about?" Wang Qianqian hesitated, unwilling to bring the woman back, fearing the psychological burden if she suddenly died. However, Zhao Qian interrupted her before she could finish, saying, "In order to survive on a deserted island, having one more person means more strength, making it easier to survive." Oh, Wang Qianqian could only step forward to lend a hand. But as she approached and saw the woman's appearance, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan." "Who is Xiaoyan?" Zhao Qian frowned, listening to Wang Qianqian's exclamations. "Her name is Lu Yun, my personal assistant," Wang Qianqian explained. "Let's carry her back." Zhao Qian, upon hearing the woman's identity, was not very interested. Next, the two of them exerted a lot of effort to carry Lu Yun back to the camp, arranging her near the fire. Perhaps feeling the warmth of the flames, Lu Yun's breathing gradually became stronger, but she remained unconscious. "I didn't know she was so heavy. I'm exhausted," Wang Qianqian complained, stretching her arms. Zhao Qian frowned at her words, feeling a bit displeased. In reality, Lu Yun wasn't very heavy. She was about 1.6 meters tall and weighed around 90 pounds, which was quite slim. Wang Qianqian's sense of being a big star made her feel a disparity in caring for her assistant. "Carrying Xiaoyan back has worn me out. Can I take a break?" Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian with a pitiful expression. "Are you asking me to keep watch for you?" Zhao Qian asked indifferently. "Well, you're a man." Wang Qianqian nodded. "No." As soon as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, Zhao Qian firmly refused her, saying, "We've gone a whole day without any food. Our strength is already declining. If I keep watch, how will you find food tomorrow?" Wang Qianqian looked down at her sprained ankle, unable to say anything. "Don't let the fire go out. Otherwise, even if we find food tomorrow, we'll have to eat it raw," Zhao Qian said, lying down to rest again. "Steel straight man, destined to be single for a lifetime," Wang Qianqian said angrily, pouting. In fact, Zhao Qian was not as steel straight as Wang Qianqian imagined. He appeared so indifferent because he understood what was most important for survival on the deserted island. Take their current situation, for example. Although there were 3 of them, Wang Qianqian had sprained her ankle, and Lu Yun was unconscious, leaving only him with full mobility. However, even he was starting to feel his strength decline after a day of hunger. If he didn't rest well, how would he find food tomorrow? Without food to replenish his strength, his energy would only continue to decrease, making it difficult to search for food in the future. Therefore, he couldn't afford to be overly compassionate. This was the only way to survive on the deserted island. The next day, Zhao Qian had a good night's rest. His stomach was still very hungry, but he had about 80 of his full strength. Taking advantage of his relatively good condition, he had to find food today, or even if he rested well tomorrow, he would only have about 50 to 60 of his full strength. After getting up, the first thing Zhao Qian did was check the fire. He didn't want to waste energy trying to make fire by drilling wood. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian had taken good care of the fire. After a night, it had not gone out. Next to the fire, Wang Qianqian leaned against a tree, one hand supporting her head, drowsy. I've rested well. You can take a break? Zhao Qian said softly as he walked up to Wang Qianqian. Oh, Wang Qianqian responded. But just as she was about to lie down, she suddenly looked at Zhao Qian warily and asked, You won't do anything bad to me while I sleep, will you? At that moment, Zhao Qian was tearing some clothes into strips, planning to weave a rope to catch prey. Hearing Wang Qianqian's question, Zhao Qian was slightly taken aback, pausing his actions for a moment before continuing to work. You're overthinking it. I won't waste my energy and strength on you. That's good. Wang Qianqian sighed in relief. But after saying that, she felt something was off. If Zhao Qian's words were true, didn't that mean she had no appeal? What do you mean by that? Am I not pretty? Am I not attractive? You are pretty and quite attractive to men, Zhao Qian replied honestly. Then why would you say such a thing? Wang Qianqian asked. What do you think I should say? That I wanted to sleep with you is the only way to respect you? Zhao Qian retorted and continued, Of course, if you insist on me doing something to you, that's not out of the question, but you have to do it yourself. I need to conserve my strength. You. Wang Qianqian was so angry that she couldn't speak. She simply said, Shameless, I'm going to sleep. Faced with the angry Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian didn't try to placate her. With the energy to comfort her, he might as well go hunt and ensure his own survival. After some time, Zhao Qian finished weaving the strips of cloth into a rope and stood up, saying, Take good care of your assistant. I'm going to find something to eat. Chapter 5. When being a star means not needing a brain, Zhao Qian entered the forest of the deserted island with the rope he had woven himself. Generally speaking, there are no large animals on deserted islands, and certainly no large carnivores. The simplest reason is that the ecosystem on an island cannot support the survival of large animals. For instance, a tiger needs about 30 square kilometers of territory if food is abundant. But if food is scarce, a northeast tiger's territory can extend up to 1,000 square kilometers. And how big can an island be? Even if the island's space is sufficient for a tiger to survive, one must not forget that tigers need to breed. If the living space on the deserted island cannot support the reproduction of a population, they will also face extinction. Of course, the absence of large animals on a deserted island does not mean there are no dangers. Venomous snakes, poisonous spiders, and some toxic animals are still quite dangerous. Russell. Zhao Qian struggled through the forest, finding it much more difficult than he had imagined. With each step, he had to clear the way, and despite being very careful, he still ended up with many small cuts on his hands. However, considering that food was more important in the moment and he wasn't a top star, he didn't need to worry about the small wounds on his hands. Zhao Qian searched the forest for a long time, and what he wanted to find most was a water source. Fresh water on a deserted island is particularly precious. A water source can attract many small animals, and he could set traps near it. Unfortunately, finding a water source on a deserted island is very difficult. After searching for a long time without success, he had to abandon his initial idea and change his approach. He found some paths that might have been crossed by small animals and set up simple traps along them. As long as small animals passed through, the traps would be triggered. However, Zhao Qian understood that relying solely on these traps would result in a low probability of catching prey. To avoid going hungry, he needed to think of other ways to find food. He could go to the seaside, but first, he needed to find some branches to weave fishing tools. Zhao Qian frowned and said, Indeed, there's a lot of food in the ocean, but that food cannot be caught barehanded. Some tools are necessary. However, given the current situation, he didn't even have a dagger, so making a harpoon was out of the question. He could only rely on branches and strips of cloth to make a few simple nets. Just then, while Zhao Qian was searching for branches, he saw a type of plant that caught his eye, and a smile appeared on his face. Palm trees, one of the plants that are easy to find on deserted islands, have edible hearts that can provide carbohydrates. Zhao Qian chanted to himself as he walked towards the palm trees. Meanwhile, in the camp, Wang Qianqian was sound asleep when a faint calling sound suddenly reached her ears. Water. I want water. Wang Qianqian woke up abruptly and quickly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see her assistant Lu Yun calling out weakly. Water is here. Wang Qianqian hurriedly found the water stored by Zhao Qian, took out half a bottle, and brought it to Lu Yun. She twisted off the cap, placed the bottle's mouth by Lu Yun's lips, and carefully fed her the water. Glug, glug, glug. The originally weak, Lu Yun felt the flow of water. Like someone who had been thirsty for a long time, grabbed the mineral water bottle and drank it eagerly. The half bottle of water disappeared at a visible speed, and before long, it was completely gone. After drinking the water, Lu Yun fell back into a coma. Oh no, take it slow. Leave some for me. Wang Qianqian looked at the now empty mineral water bottle, tipped it upside down, and stuck out her pink tongue to lick the droplets that dripped out, saying with a hint of resentment, because she wasted water yesterday, she was forbidden to drink today as a punishment. She initially wanted to sneak a drink, but when she saw Zhao Qian leave, counting the water like it was a treasure, she gave up on the idea of stealing some. Dying of thirst, dying of hunger. I don't know what Zhao Qian will bring back to eat. Wang Qianqian rubbed her stomach. She hadn't eaten all day, and her stomach began to growl uncontrollably. It was only at this moment that she could fully realize that she was now in a wilderness survival situation, no longer living in a big city. In the city, she had to resist the temptation of delicious food, while on the deserted island, just being able to eat something was already a blessing. Just when Wang Qianqian felt both thirsty and hungry, she saw Zhao Qian emerge from the forest, carrying a lot of things in his arms. She wanted to rush over quickly, but her sprained ankle still hurt, so she could only wait for Zhao Qian to return at the camp. Did you find something to eat? Wang Qianqian asked eagerly when Zhao Qian came back. Just these. Zhao Qian handed the palm tree hearts to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian looked at the white palm tree hearts, which he had never seen before, and asked, "What are these?" The heart of a plant that can provide carbohydrates and can be used to fill your stomach in an emergency. Zhao Qian explained, taking a piece of the palm tree heart and taking a big bite, chewing it vigorously. In fact, the taste of the palm tree heart is not good. It's very bland, and if he weren't so hungry, he definitely wouldn't eat this. Seeing Zhao Qian eating it with gusto, Wang Qianqian thought it must taste good too, so she grabbed a piece and took a big bite. However, after chewing a few times, she spat it out with a disgusted expression, saying, "What is this taste? It's too terrible. That's just how the palm tree heart tastes," Zhao Qian said. "I don't want to eat this. Is there anything else?" Wang Qianqian asked. "You need to understand the situation. We are on a deserted island now. Having something to eat is already great, and you still want to be picky?" Zhao Qian said, somewhat speechless. If he weren't considering that Wang Qianqian might help out in the future, and that a group has a better chance of surviving on the deserted island, he really wouldn't want to bother with this pampered star. "What's wrong with the deserted island?" Wang Qianqian said, "When I was scrolling through short videos before, I saw some survival on deserted islands where people casually caught lobsters, groupers, and king crabs by the seaside. We're on the sea. Catching a fish shouldn't be difficult, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Qian suddenly recalled those so-called deserted island survival videos he had scoffed at before. He thought, how could anyone believe such fake videos? But he never expected that such a person would appear right in front of him. And she was a star? Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, is being a star not requiring a brain? Chapter 6. You're so clever at first. Wang Qianqian didn't understand Zhao Qian's words. When she finally grasped their meaning, she asked angrily, "What do you mean by that? Who are you calling brainless?" Zhao Qian looked around and asked Wang Qianqian, "Do you feel like there are any other people around, apart from you, the unconscious assistant? In other words, besides you, who else is there?" Wang Qianqian understood this part and retorted angrily, "You say I'm brainless. Do you have any evidence? If not, are you planning to send me a lawyer's letter for defamation?" Zhao Qian interrupted her, continuing, "But before sending a lawyer's letter, you better find a lawyer first." Just a moment ago, Wang Qianqian was full of bravado, but upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, she deflated immediately. On this deserted island, let alone sending a lawyer's letter, it would be difficult to even find a fourth person. How could one send a lawyer's letter? Moreover, it might be because celebrities send lawyers' letters too frequently that netizens no longer take them seriously, especially recently when a male star committed a crime. At the beginning of the incident, he also claimed he would send a lawyer's letter and vowed that if he made a mistake, he would go to prison himself. The result, he ended up in prison. Although he was a bit of a scumbag, his integrity was still quite admirable. "Anyway, I'm not brainless," Wang Qianqian protested weakly. "Why don't you try going to the beach and see if you can catch some lobsters and king crabs?" Zhao Qian teased. "Don't be so smug. If it weren't for my foot injury, I could definitely catch lobsters and king crabs. Wang Qianqian clenched her fists and said. Zhao Qian was left speechless upon hearing Wang Qianqian still thinking about catching lobsters and king crabs. After all he had said, this brainless celebrity still didn't understand that the short videos she watched were fake. Sigh. Zhao Qian sighed and said, king crabs are deep-sea crabs, typically living at a depth of about 850 meters. Even during high tide, they wouldn't be washed ashore. Besides, if king crabs are that easy to find, would you still think they would be so expensive? 850 meters deep. Wang Qianqian might have been lacking in some knowledge, but she wasn't stupid. She still had some common sense. Therefore, when she heard that king crabs lived at a depth of 850 meters, she realized those short videos were fake. Wang Qianqian stammered for a moment and then shyly said, thank you. Otherwise, I would have still been kept in the dark. No need to thank me. I have my own selfish reasons for helping you. Zhao Qian waved his hand lightly and said, in survival on a deserted island, having one more person means one more chance. I'm worried that if you watch those brainless short videos, you might end up getting yourself killed. And then there would be one less person. Come on, we've shared hardships. Do we need to say it so harshly? Wang Qianqian pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Do you want me to tell the truth or lie? If your truth only serves to put me down, I'd rather you lie. Lie? Zhao Qian was taken aback and said seriously, you're really clever. Wang Qianqian was so angry she couldn't speak, grabbing a piece of palm heart and biting down hard. Although the taste of the palm heart was very bland, it was enough to fill her stomach. After finishing 2 pieces, Wang Qianqian felt less hungry. At that moment, Lu Yun, who had been unconscious, suddenly started coughing violently and slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoyan, great. You're finally awake. Wang Qianqian rushed forward to help Lu Yun sit up. Lu Yun was still in a daze. Her head was a mess, and she held her head asking, Qianqian, where is this place? Our plane had an accident, and we ended up on a deserted island. Wang Qianqian's expression dimmed as she continued, but fortunately, both of us are okay. Plane crash, deserted island. Lu Yun was stunned after hearing Wang Qianqian's words and took a long time to react. What surprised Zhao Qian was that he thought Lu Yun, who looked timid, would panic, but instead, she just stayed dazed for a moment before accepting the reality. It seemed this seemingly timid girl was very strong inside. Xiaoyan, do you think someone will come to rescue us? Wang Qianqian asked. Normally, if a plane is missing for a few hours, the airline will arrange for a rescue. Lu Yun had much more basic knowledge than Wang Qianqian. Today is already the 2nd day since the plane crash, so the rescue team should find us soon. Wang Qianqian counted on her fingers, her face full of joy. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun were left speechless. Lu Yun was just stating the airline's operational procedures, but that didn't necessarily mean the airline could find them within a week. Many crashed planes are found years later, and even those that don't take that long still take dozens of days. Wang Qianqian was actually fantasizing about the rescue team finding them soon. Zhao Qian was too lazy to explain and looked at Lu Yun, saying, since you're awake, you also need to work now. What kind of person are you? Xiaoyan just woke up, and you're making her work? Wang Qianqian interjected before Lu Yun could speak. We only have this much fresh water left, and now we need to supply 3 people. How long do you think it can last? Zhao Qian replied without arguing, asking calmly. The rescue team will be here soon. We won't need to hold out for too long to be rescued. Wang Qianqian said confidently. Are you absolutely sure the rescue team can find us before we die of thirst? Zhao Qian asked again. Aye. Wang Qianqian suddenly lost her confidence because she wasn't sure when the rescue team would find them. This gentleman, Qianqian, doesn't mean that. Whatever work you have, just assign it to us, Lu Yun quickly said when she saw Wang Qianqian speechless. Zhao Qian was not polite and said directly, before the rescue team arrives. We need to think about how to survive on this deserted island. Your tasks are twofold. One is to find fresh water, and the second is to look for materials to build shelter. If time allows, you can also form an SOS pattern on the beach where there's no cover. We have so much work to do. Wang Qianqian began to complain again. While we do all this work, what are you doing? My job is just one, to ensure we don't starve, Zhao Qian said, looking at Wang Qianqian with interest and added, of course, if you can catch lobsters and king crabs, I can do your work. Damn it, that's so annoying. Wang Qianqian realized Zhao Qian was mocking her and said impatiently. Chapter 7, A Hearty Dinner. Zhao Qian replenished a bit of energy, avoiding the hottest midday sun. and began to search for food again in the afternoon when the sun was not so scorching. Although the heart of the palm tree could stave off hunger, it was only a temporary solution. Humans would lack protein if they did not eat meat for a long time, leading to fatigue and body swelling. Once the situation arose, it would undoubtedly be disastrous, so his task for the afternoon was to obtain something that could supplement protein. Don't forget the task I assigned to you. Zhao Qian reminded Wang Qianqian as he was leaving, worried that she might not take it seriously. Got it. Wang Qianqian pouted, her face full of grievance, muttering softly. He's not really a man. There are two of us women, one injured and the other just waking up from the brink of death. How can he bear to make us work? Zhao Qian naturally heard Wang Qianqian's complaints, but he did not pay attention to the pampered star. In the current situation, survival was the top priority. Whether his actions were appropriate was no longer important. After all, if they did not survive, they would only be discovered as 3 skeletons, and no one would care whether they were male or female in life. After leaving the campsite, Zhao Qian re-entered the forest. He first went to check the traps he had set up. After inspecting all of them, he found that not only were there no prey, but the traps hadn't even been triggered. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to proceed with his backup plan, to find branches and vines to weave fishing tools. Compared to other wilderness environments, one of the advantages of a deserted island is that it is somewhat easier to obtain food. Soon, Zhao Qian found some branches and vines, which are the basic materials for making fishing tools. With these, he just needed to weave them together. Weaving fishing tools was not a simple task. He first had to envision the structure of the tool in his mind, and he also needed some weaving skills. Fortunately, as a wilderness survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian had both of these abilities. Let's weave a tool based on the fish trap structure, he thought, drawing a simple diagram on the ground and then starting to weave step by step. The fish trap structure was very suitable for catching fish. It consisted of a funnel-like passage and a tightly enclosed cage, with a large entrance and a narrow exit. Once fish, shrimp, or crabs entered, it was almost impossible for them to escape. The entire weaving process was quite troublesome, even though Zhao Qian had this knowledge. It took him several hours to complete the fishing tool. Gurgle. Just after finishing the fishing tool, Zhao Qian's stomach growled. It had been 2 days, and apart from the heart of the palm tree, he had hardly eaten anything. He was too hungry. I really need to eat something, Zhao Qian said, rubbing his belly with a wry smile. He understood that if he didn't eat something soon, his physical strength would significantly decline, making survival even more difficult. Although the fishing tool is ready, it's getting dark, so I can only fish tomorrow. Right now, the most important thing is to replenish my energy. I should check the traps to see if there is any prey. If there isn't, I'll have to rely on the heart of the palm tree again. Thinking this, he tossed the completed fishing tool on the ground and went to check the traps he had set up. The first one had no prey. The second one had no prey. The third one still had no prey. He had set up 4 traps in total, and after checking the first 3, he had nothing to show for it. Just when he had little hope and arrived at the 4th trap, he suddenly heard a chirp-chirp sound nearby. There was prey. Zhao Qian's frustration disappeared in an instant as he quickly walked over to check, seeing a gray figure caught in the trap he had set. It was a mouse about 10 centimeters long. Perhaps Zhao Qian's arrival made it feel threatened, as it kept squeaking and struggling wildly. However, its strength was too small to break free. Hey, don't be afraid. I'll be eating you tonight. Zhao Qian chuckled to himself, then stepped forward and stomped on the mouse to knock it out. He didn't grab it directly because he was worried it might bite him in its struggle. He couldn't guarantee whether the mouse carried any viruses, so the safest method was to use his foot. Zhao Qian picked up the mouse, weighed it in his hand, and sighed, this is too small. Even if there are 3 of us, it wouldn't be enough, even if it were just for me. After removing the internal organs and fur, the edible portion was less than a chicken leg. Relying on this mouse to fill his stomach was simply impossible. While it was still not completely dark, he decided to gather some more palm heart. As he said this, he headed towards the area where the palm trees were located. However, halfway there, he spotted a fallen dead tree. Stunned for a few seconds, his eyes sparkled. For others, this dead tree was just a dead tree, but for him, it was a rich source of protein. With this in mind, he picked up a stone from the ground and quickly walked to the dead tree, striking it hard. With a loud thud, the decayed bark was smashed away. Zhao Qian quickly reached out to feel, and soon a smile appeared on his face as he found a plump larvae. The larvae, known as popping larvae, wasn't its scientific name. It became famous because Bear Grylls had eaten it raw in one of his shows. The memorable scene was when Bear Grylls bit into the larvae, causing its insides to burst out. In fact, the popping larvae is the larva of a longhorn beetle, and it is edible, containing rich protein, making a good food source in the wild. In the past, he had even bought these larvae to train his wilderness survival skills. Of course, he didn't eat them raw. He cleaned them and fried them in oil. They were crispy and tasted quite good. Gurgle. Thinking of this, his stomach growled again as he looked at the white, plump, wriggling larvae in his hand. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to eat it. However, just as the larvae were about to enter his mouth, he stopped, feeling guilty. How can I be so selfish? Good things should be shared with everyone. I can't eat them all by myself. Saying this, he put the larvae away and continued searching for more popping larvae on the dead tree. Perhaps because there had been no human interference, there were many popping larvae on the dead tree. In a short while, he had dug out dozens of popping larvae. Looking at the dozens of popping larvae, Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile. He felt that tonight would be a hearty dinner. Chapter 8 Crunchy, how come you're not back yet? E.M. starving. In the camp, Wang Qianqian was guarding the fire, her stomach grumbling uncontrollably, feeling weak all over. She was thirsty and hungry, not wanting to move at all. Now she finally understood why Zhao Qian always emphasized conserving energy. Finding food on a deserted island was indeed very difficult. When she was looking for water sources and building materials in the afternoon, she had specifically paid attention to whether there was anything edible, but ended up finding nothing. Qianqian, drink some water. Luyan unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian stared at the mineral water, swallowing repeatedly, and hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Forget it, that guy's tightly guarding the water. He would notice even if I drink a little. Luyan said, it's okay. I figured out how to get fresh water. I can ensure that the three of us have drinking water. Xiaoyan, you're amazing. Hearing this, Wang Qianqian excitedly took the mineral water and drank it heartily. Perhaps due to being thirsty all day, she finished the whole bottle in one go, not leaving a single drop. After drinking, she said, I really enjoyed this water. That's because you were thirsty. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice came from the darkness. Wang Qianqian was startled and instinctively hid the empty mineral water bottle behind her, fearing Zhao Qian would discover it. Don't hide it, I just saw everything. Zhao Qian stepped out of the darkness and glanced at Wang Qianqian, saying, I'm punishing you by not allowing you to drink water for a day. The aim is to make you cherish fresh water, and it seems to have worked, so I'll allow you to drink water now. Oomph. Wang Qianqian snorted in dissatisfaction. Zhao Qian smiled and said nothing, throwing a bundle made of clothes on the ground, and said, You're all hungry, right? There's food inside that we found today. Just prepare it and you can eat. Food. Wang Qianqian was already starving, her stomach touching her back, and upon hearing there was food, she quickly ran over to open the bundle. At this moment, even if it was the heart of a palm tree, she would eat it without hesitation. What is this? It's soft and it's moving. Due to the dim light from the fire, Wang Qianqian couldn't see what was inside the bundle clearly, so she reached in and pulled it out. The next second, when she saw that what she was holding was a plump, white, wriggling worm, her excited expression visibly turned to fear. Wang Qianqian screamed in terror, throwing the exploding worm away and retreating far. Zhao Qian, you jerk, is this the food you found? What else could it be? Zhao Qian walked over, picked up the exploding worm, and said, This is a longhorn beetle larva, rich in protein several times that of beef. Wang Qianqian interrupted Zhao Qian's explanation, firmly stating, Even if I starve to death, I will never eat a worm. Hearing this, Zhao Qian took out the mouse he had caught and said, If you don't eat worms, then this is all you can eat. Its nutritional value is also quite good. Upon seeing the mouse, Wang Qianqian's eyes were filled not only with fear, but also disgust. She shouted at Zhao Qian, Can't you find something more normal to eat? It's either worms or mice. How can we eat this? If you don't eat, then go hungry. Zhao Qian frowned in dissatisfaction. He had thought about sharing good food with Wang Qianqian, but didn't he expect her to be so ungrateful, saying that the food he found was abnormal. Since that's the case, then go hungry. I want to indulge you. Saying this, he began to process the mouse and the exploding worms. In fact, only the mouse needed processing. The exploding worms ate wood and were very clean inside, not needing to be washed, just skewered with sticks and roasted over the fire. Let me help you. At this moment, Lu Yun stepped forward, voluntarily taking on the task of skewering the exploding worms. Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Yes." Lu Yun's hands were trembling as she held the exploding worms, trying to steady her emotions. But given our current situation, having this food is already quite good. If we don't eat, we'll just go hungry. You're much better than some people. She still doesn't recognize the situation we're in. Zhao Qian said this while deliberately looking at Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian glared back fiercely, wanting to retort, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Under normal circumstances, most people wouldn't be able to eat these things, so it was normal for Qianqian not to eat. Lu Yun spoke a word for Wang Qianqian, then curiously looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "But you, surprisingly, know so many wilderness survival skills and knowledge. That is quite unexpected. I'm a wilderness survival enthusiast." Zhao Qian explained with a smile. Compared to Wang Qianqian's cluelessness, he preferred chatting with Lu Yun. Thus, the two of them processed the ingredients while chatting. During this process, the first roasted exploding worm was already cooked, giving off an enticing aroma, which was a fatal temptation for the three hungry individuals. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, and for once showed a gentlemanly demeanor, picking up the roasted exploding worm and handing it to Lu Yun. "This one is cooked. You can have it first." "Thank you." Lu Yun hesitated, thanked Zhao Qian, and took the roasted exploding worm. However, she didn't eat it herself. Instead, she walked over to Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you eat first. I want to eat." Wang Qianqian shook her head. Although she was very hungry and somewhat attracted by the aroma of the exploding worm, when she looked at the roasted exploding worm, she just couldn't get over her mental barrier. Just thinking about eating a worm made her skin crawl, gurgle. Just as she refused, her stomach uncontrollably growled. No matter how much she resisted internally, she couldn't control her body's instincts. Lu Yun saw this and wanted to persuade her again, but after thinking about it, she swallowed her words. Based on her understanding of Wang Qianqian, her persuasion would likely be ineffective and might even provoke a rebellious response. After hesitating for a moment, she placed the roasted exploding worm on the ground in front of Wang Qianqian and returned to the fire. "Here's another one for you." Zhao Qian was about to say, "Why do you care about her? Let her be picky and she'll get hungry." But considering it was someone else's matter, he didn't express his opinion and instead handed another exploding worm over. "Thank you." Lu Yun thanked him and took the exploding worm, but didn't eat it directly. Zhao Qian understood that even if the other party acted nonchalant, she still couldn't adapt to eating worms all at once. Therefore, he picked up a roasted exploding worm and unhesitatingly stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The exploding worm made a crunchy sound as it was chewed, the sound of its skin being roasted. "Crunchy and quite tasty. You guys hurry up and eat," Zhao Qian said, showing a delicious expression to the two. Chapter 9. My education is higher than yours. In fact, Zhao Qian lied. The exploding worms are not delicious at all. It's easy to understand that without any seasoning, not even salt, the exploding worms could not possibly taste good. However, to avoid making Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun feel repulsed, he had to say so. Crack. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yun overcame her psychological fear and stuffed the exploding worm into her mouth. After chewing a few bites, she said to Wang Qianqian, "Qianqian, it actually tastes pretty good. You should give it a try." Watching the two of them eat with such enjoyment, Wang Qianqian felt an increasing hunger in her stomach, as if a voice in her mind was constantly telling her to eat the exploding worm in front of her. Finally, after much hesitation, she gathered her courage and picked up the exploding worm. She wanted to continue being stubborn, but after 2 days, she had only eaten the inedible core of the palm tree, and she was just too hungry. Crack! Wang Qianqian closed her eyes and stuffed the exploding worm into her mouth, biting down hard. Because it was cooked, there was no explosion, just a crispy outer skin and the soft, glutinous insides of the worm. How should she put it? It wasn't as delicious as Zhao Qian and Lu Yun made it out to be, but it wasn't tea as bad as she had imagined. She could just about accept it. Seeing this, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun both smiled. After Wang Qianqian finished one exploding worm, they handed her another one. This time, Wang Qianqian did not refuse again. She grabbed the exploding worm and ate it, looking quite starved. Noticing that Wang Qianqian had not escaped the truth is fragrant law, Zhao Qian did not mock her, but instead asked, "How did your search for water sources and building materials go today?" Hearing the question, Wang Qianqian pretended not to hear and just lowered her head to eat. Because of Zhao Qian's arranged tasks, they had not completed any of them. They hadn't found a water source, nor had they found materials to build a house. "We didn't find a water source, but I have a way to obtain fresh water from seawater, enough for the three of us to drink," Lu Yun replied. "Not only that, I can also extract sea salt. Although it can't compare to the table salt we use to eat, it's still fine for long-term consumption." "How do you obtain fresh water from seawater?" "By relying on the principle of distillation?" Zhao Qian asked. "Yes, but relying solely on distillation won't provide enough fresh water for the three of us," Lu Yun explained. As a wilderness survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian knew the method of evaporating seawater to obtain fresh water, but this method was too inefficient. Obtaining just 1 cup of fresh water in a day would be quite good, which was completely insufficient for their needs. Using traditional distillation methods, the fresh water obtained is naturally not enough, but the method I mentioned involves boiling water to produce water vapor. Lu Yun shared her idea. After listening, Zhao Qian understood Lu Yun's method. The traditional way to obtain fresh water from seawater is to let the seawater evaporate under sunlight, and then collect the water vapor to obtain fresh water. Lu Yun's method involved artificial intervention to speed up the evaporation process, which could greatly increase the speed of obtaining fresh water. "This is a good method. It can indeed solve our drinking water problem," Zhao Qian agreed with Lu Yun's approach. Lu Yun continued, "After the seawater evaporates, what's left is sea salt." Zhao Qian reminded her, "Boiling seawater directly yields coarse salt. It's fine for short-term use, but not good for long-term health. Although seawater is rich in salt, it also contains many harmful elements for the human body. For this reason, almost no one directly consumes coarse salt made from boiled seawater. Edible sea salt is usually refined industrially to remove harmful elements. Moreover, ever since a certain country, which has been doing well lately, dumped nuclear waste into the ocean, whether sea salt is safe to eat is another matter. Don't worry about that. I have a way to purify sea salt," Lu Yun said confidently. "You can purify sea salt?" Zhao Qian was quite surprised, as even he could not do that. After all, an uninhabited island is just one of many wilderness environments. He mainly wanted to survive in snow-capped mountains, deserts, and forests, and didn't study island survival much. Lu Yun, however, was a top graduate from Peking University, and purifying coarse salt was a trivial matter for her. Seeing Zhao Qian surprised by her assistant, Wang Qianqian immediately boasted. "Peking University?" Zhao Qian couldn't help but glance at Lu Yun again. Anyone who could get into Peking University was definitely an academic elite. "Impressive, right?" Wang Qianqian asked smugly. "Impressive," Zhao Qian nodded, looking at the smug Wang Qianqian and asking, "Since your assistant is a top graduate from Peking University, your education level must also be quite high. Go ahead, tell me, so I can admire you." "Me?" The previously smug Wang Qianqian suddenly wilted, stammering and unable to speak. It was Lu Yun who explained, "Qianqian has dreamed of becoming a star since she was young, and she has worked hard for it. So her academic performance hasn't been that great." Hearing such an official statement, Zhao Qian was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood, playfully asking, "Undergraduate?" Wang Qianqian didn't reply. "Junior college?" Wang Qianqian still didn't respond. "High school?" Wang Qianqian remained silent. "You're not like Xiao Ye, are you?" Zhao Qian suddenly thought of a possibility. "Uh-huh." Wang Qianqian finally nodded. "Sure enough, being a star doesn't require brains," Zhao Qian sighed. In fact, he had always looked down on today as internet celebrities, feeling that most of them were just packaged products with no real skills or knowledge. Because of this, many internet celebrities face scandals, whether it was tax evasion, surrogacy, or drug use. Anyway, there's nothing their fans wouldn't think of that they wouldn't do. Even Wang Qianqian, who had previously left a good impression on him, turned out to be just a pretty face with pitifully little common sense. Wang Qianqian wanted to retort, but considering her education was indeed not high, she could only unwillingly counter, from your tone, your education must be quite high. Go ahead, tell me so I can admire you. Zhao Qian disdainfully glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, comparing yourself to me is just humiliating. I have received higher education. Wang Qianqian's heart sank, and she asked, you're not from a 985 or 211 university, are you? Zhao Qian shook his head and said, I graduated from the 3rd high school of Jinghai City. 3rd high school? Wang Qianqian was puzzled, not understanding for a moment. Seeing this, Lu Yun reminded her. The 3rd high school is a high school. Wang Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. You're just a high school student. How dare you look down on me? Zhao Qian replied, I'm a high school student and you're a middle school student. My education is higher than yours. Wang Qianqian wanted to retort, but found no excuse. She never imagined that one day, as a big star, she would be looked down upon by a high school student. Chapter 10. The Evil of Human Nature. When Zhao Qian saw Wang Qianqian stop talking, he didn't press further. He turned his gaze to Lu Yun and asked, have you found any materials for building shelter now that the drinking water issue is resolved? Lu Yun shook her head and said, no. We searched a large area, but didn't find any suitable materials for building shelter. Xiaoyan, are you mistaken? Wang Qianqian, who had just been sulking, spoke up after hearing Lu Yun's words. Didn't we see a lot of trees while searching this afternoon? Those trees can be used to build shelters. Those trees can't be used as materials. Lu Yun shook her head. Why not? Wang Qianqian was initially confused, then suddenly realized, are you worried about harming the environment? That is indeed a problem. Last time a film crew was shooting, they forgot to clean up their trash and got criticized online for half a month. If I harm the environment, I'd be scolded to death. The more Wang Qianqian spoke, the more she felt she was right, confidently saying, exactly. A brain is a good thing, but unfortunately, you don't have one. Zhao Qian tossed a burst bug into his mouth and said while eating, we are stranded on a deserted island. Whether we can survive or not is one thing. Do you really think anyone will care about us harming the environment? Wang Qianqian angrily asked, if it's not about the environment, then what is the reason? Zhao Qian replied, the fundamental reason is that we don't have the tools to cut down trees. If we were in the city, it would be too easy to cut down trees. We could just go to the store and buy an axe or a chainsaw. There are plenty of tools to choose from. But now we are on a deserted island. Not to mention an axe or a chainsaw. We don't even have a fruit knife. It's almost impossible to cut down trees in such a situation. That is why he asked Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to look for materials to build a shelter instead of directly cutting down trees. Is there really no way at all? After understanding the reason, Wang Qianqian looked at Lu Yun. I don't know much about wilderness survival, so I can't help in this situation. Lu Yun shook her head slightly. What about you? Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian. I can think of 3 methods. Zhao Qian's furrowed brow slowly relaxed as he explained in detail. The first method is to use fire to burn those trees. Turning them into sections, this method we can do right now. But the only problem is controlling the flames, which could cause a forest fire. The second method is to find stones suitable for making stone tools to cut down trees. However, stone tools are easily damaged, so we need to make many stone tools, which will take a long time to build a shelter. The third method is to find the wreckage of the plane. There must be metal in the wreckage. And if we find this metal, we can make cutting tools. The problem is we don't know where the wreckage is, and we might end up wasting a long time with no results. Among the 3 methods he thought of, the first method was the most dangerous. Any slight misoperation could lead to an irreparable disaster. He wouldn't consider it unless absolutely necessary. As for the other 2 methods, he leaned towards finding stones to make stone tools. Although stone tools are inferior to metal in every aspect, the materials are easy to obtain. And as long as they find one suitable stone, there will be a whole area of such stones, providing a continuous supply. Finding the plane wreckage, however, depended on luck. If the wreckage is on the deserted island, they still have a chance to find it. If it's in the ocean, they might never find it in their lifetime. Which one do you want to choose? Lu Yun asked. The second method, making stone tools, Zhao Qian explained. The first method is too dangerous, and the third method is based on luck. Okay, I also agree with the second method. Lu Yun nodded. Ha ha at that moment. Wang Qianqian suddenly burst into laughter and said, I think we shouldn't complicate things. Didn't you say that rescue would come in a couple of days? We could just wait quietly for rescue. Even though they had been on the deserted island for 2 days, Wang Qianqian still believed that rescue would come soon. Looking at the Na'vi Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian didn't tell her the truth because he knew that once he revealed the reality, Wang Qianqian might collapse. In desperate situations, it's best to maintain an optimistic attitude. It helps one survive longer. I'm full. Feeling a bit tired. Zhao Qian stood up from beside the fire, picked out some clothes to use as bedding for the night, and found a quiet place to sleep. Seeing Zhao Qian leave, Wang Qianqian made a face of disgust, then looked at Lu Yun with a face full of resentment and asked Zhao Yun, why didn't you help me when Zhao Qian looked down on my education earlier? Lu Yun replied softly, Qianqian, it's not that I didn't want to help you, but that I couldn't. Why not? Wang Qianqian asked in confusion. Lu Yun didn't answer immediately. She glanced in Zhao Qian's direction and said, right now, we are lost on a deserted island. We can't survive relying solely on the two of us. We can only stay close to Zhao Qian if we want to have a chance to survive. Wang Qianqian, unconvinced, asked, he's just a straight man. Why can't we survive without him? Lu Yun asked, putting everything else aside, without him, could we find food? Wang Qianqian hesitated for a moment and slowly shook her head, although she was unwilling in her heart. She had to admit that she and Lu Yun didn't know how to find food on the deserted island. There are also other dangers on the deserted island. With him around, he will protect us in dangerous situations, Lu Yun said. But I don't like him. He always argues with me. I've never felt so wronged, Wang Qianqian said, clenching her fists and pouting. He is already quite good, Lu Yun said. Where is he good? We are in the wilderness, with no order whatsoever. The evil in human nature will be magnified here, and even small evil thoughts will be enlarged. What do you mean? You're so beautiful and a big star. Don't you think men might have thoughts about you? As soon as she said this, Wang Qianqian's expression changed drastically as she understood Lu Yun's meaning. She had to be clear that even in human society, some despicable people would approach her with various excuses, and some would even openly offer money for her company. Fortunately, there are laws to restrain them, so those people wouldn't dare to act too boldly, allowing her to escape danger each time. But on a deserted island, there are no constraints. If Zhao Qian has even a slight evil thought, it would be infinitely magnified and could ultimately lead to action. Thinking of this, Wang Qianqian was terrified and asked Zhao Yun, am I in danger because I'm so beautiful? You're overthinking it. Lu Yun comforted her, saying, from my observation, Zhao Qian is not interested in women who are not smart. Then I can relax. Wang Qianqian first breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized, wait, Zhao Yun, are you saying I'm not smart? Watch me catch you with my dragon claw hand. Accept my punishment. Chapter 11. Lack of self-awareness in the early morning. The sun slowly rises from the sea, its dazzling light spreading across the land and shining on Zhao Qian's face. Feeling the piercing sunlight, Zhao Qian instinctively raises his hand to shield his eyes, and with sleepy eyes, he sits up and stretches. After a night of rest, he has returned to his best state, marking the first step toward survival on the deserted island. In survival situations, the most daunting part is the first few days. As long as they get through the initial days, they should be able to survive on the island for a long time, as long as no accidents occur. Wow. At that moment, Zhao Qian hears Wang Qianqian's surprised voice. Zhao Yun, you are amazing. You actually managed to get fresh water from seawater. Fresh water. Zhao Qian, who is still somewhat sleepy, instantly wakes up and climbs out of his bed, running towards the sound. Fresh water is the most crucial element for survival on a deserted island. Being able to solve the fresh water problem is equivalent to resolving the biggest issue of survival. Zhao Qian arrives behind the two of them and sees Lu Yun using a straw to connect 2 empty water bottles, creating a makeshift distiller. The principle of the distiller is simple. 1 empty water bottle is responsible for evaporating seawater into water vapor, which then travels through the straw into the other empty bottle. After condensation, the water vapor turns into droplets, which continuously collect at the bottom of the bottle, yielding drinkable fresh water. This is just a simple principle, and there is no need to make a fuss about it. Lu Yun pauses for a moment and continues, moreover, this distiller is just a temporary solution. We can't rely on it for fresh water indefinitely. Why? Wang Qianqian tilts her head and asks. Zhao Qian explains, when plastic is heated above 90 degrees, it produces toxic substances. A couple of times won't harm you, but long-term use is not advisable. Wang Qianqian is startled by the sudden voice. When she turns around to look at Zhao Qian, she rolls her eyes but chooses not to respond to him. However, Zhao Qian's focus is not on Wang Qianqian. His gaze remains fixed on the distiller, increasingly feeling that saving Lu Yun was a wise decision. Although he possesses extensive wilderness survival knowledge, he lacks in other areas. And if it were him, he might not have thought of this method to obtain fresh water. Knowledge is indeed power, and that saying is often true. How much fresh water can we get in a day? Zhao Qian asks, voicing his most pressing concern. I'm not sure. Lu Yun shakes her head and explains. This is the first time I made something like this, so I don't know how much fresh water we can get each day, but it should be enough for us to drink. That's enough. Zhao Qian says his expectations not high. As long as they can ensure drinking water for the three of them, he will be satisfied. Moreover, they still need to look for a fresh water source. Obtaining fresh water from seawater is only a transitional solution. After appreciating the distiller, Zhao Qian looks at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun and says, a new day has begun. I'll assign some tasks. Lu Yun, you'll be responsible for fresh water and salt. Okay. Lu Yun nods lightly. Zhao Qian tells Wang Qianqian, your task is the same as yesterday, to find a water source and materials for building shelter. Wang Qianqian protests, this kind of task is not suitable for me. My leg is not fully healed yet. She is reluctant to continue with yesterday's task. There are no paths on the island. She has to cut through thorns to move around, and her body is covered in scratches from branches. Furthermore, she doesn't have sunscreen, and direct sunlight will worsen her skin condition, affecting her future in the entertainment industry. What else can you do besides finding a water source and materials for shelter? Zhao Qian asks. Well, Wang Qianqian points at the distiller and smiles. I feel this suits me. I can do this. Zhao Qian bluntly replies. You might as well save your breath. Fresh water and salt are essential for our survival on the island. Do you think I would assign such an important task to you? To be honest, he would rather believe that the national football team could become #1 in the world than trust Wang Qianqian to do this job well. This task is very important. If something goes wrong, they could lose both fresh water and salt, directly impacting their survival. Wang Qianqian shows a complete lack of self-awareness and instead complains about Zhao Qian. You just have a bias against me, and I'm still more reliable than you. Yesterday, you were responsible for finding food, and what you brought back was either bugs or rats. Does that count as food? I didn't let you starve, so that's already good enough. Zhao Qian mutters to himself, and then says, if I'm not mistaken, you ate quite a bit of those bugs and rats yesterday. You've eaten them, so they count as food, right? Wang Qianqian's face turns red, and she stammers, I was just hungry. Anyway, what you brought back was food. Seeing Wang Qianqian being unreasonable, Zhao Qian doesn't want to argue with her, but he can't let her sit idle either. After thinking for a moment, he says, how about this? If you complete your task well today, I'll bring back some fish for you. Wang Qianqian looks skeptical and asks, can you catch fish? Zhao Qian nods, I made a fishing tool yesterday. I should be able to catch some fish. Wang Qianqian retorts, are you treating me like a fool? When you came back yesterday, you had no fishing tool on you. Zhao Qian replies, the fishing tool is heavy. Of course, I left it behind. Bringing it back would be exhausting. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's eyes dart around, and then, as if energized, she says, you keep telling me and Xiao Yun to be careful, but the one who is most careless is you. Such an important thing as a fishing tool. How could you leave it outside? What if it gets stolen? Previously, I was punished for wasting fresh water to wash my face. And you said fresh water is crucial for our survival. Now, because of your carelessness, our fishing tool might get stolen, which also relates to our survival. Shouldn't you also face punishment? Zhao Qian understands Wang Qianqian's point and is stunned for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, only stopping after a while. What are you laughing at? Wang Qianqian is very displeased, feeling that Zhao Qian is trying to play tricks. Before, I suspected that being a star doesn't require brains. But now your words have completely confirmed that being a star truly doesn't require brains. Zhao Qian laughs until he is in tears. You're saying I have no brains. Did I say something wrong? Wang Qianqian clenches her fists, wishing she could punch Zhao Qian. Qianqian. Lu Yun, who had been silent, gently pulls Wang Qianqian and quietly reminds her, we are on a deserted island right now, and there are only the three of us. Even if the fishing tool is left outside, it's unlikely to be stolen. As soon as she says this, Wang Qianqian's expression freezes, and she feels like she wishes she could find a hole to hide in. Chapter 12. Fishing slow down, wait for me. In the woods of the deserted island, Wang Qianqian shouted in dissatisfaction at Zhao Qian, who was 10 meters ahead of her. Zhao Qian, walking in front, was observing the surroundings while saying, our task is heavy. We need to find food, water sources, and materials for shelter. We can't slow down. Since he disagreed with Wang Qianqian staying at the camp, she insisted on him accompanying her, using the excuse that it was too dangerous for a girl on a deserted island. As a result, Zhao Qian, who was originally only responsible for finding food, now had the additional tasks of finding water sources and building materials. I got it, Wang Qianqian said with a hint of grievance, quickening her pace to catch up with Zhao Qian. What are we going to do next? Zhao Qian replied, first, let's check if the traps I set have caught anything, and then we'll catch some exploding bugs. Wang Qianqian immediately asked, didn't you say we wouldn't eat exploding bugs at night? She had been too hungry last night and couldn't resist eating them, but after being full, she felt nauseous and regretted it all night. This time, we're not catching exploding bugs to eat, Zhao Qian explained. We'll use them as bait when we go fishing later. That is more like it, Wang Qianqian sighed in relief. Zhao Qian then led her to check the traps he had set. All 4 traps had been triggered, but unfortunately, they hadn't caught any prey. After resetting the traps, the two found a fallen dead tree in the forest, smashed open its hard shell, and began searching for exploding bugs. Due to the lack of human intervention, the number of exploding bugs was abundant. In no time, Zhao Qian found more than 10 of them in the dead tree. Looking at the fat, wriggling, exploding bugs, Wang Qianqian felt her stomach churn and regretted eating them again. Zhao Qian noticed her discomfort, but didn't offer any comfort. Survival was the priority on the deserted island. If she couldn't even overcome eating bugs, she wouldn't survive. He needed to make her realize the reality quickly. Besides, compared to Bear Grylls shows, their current situation was already quite good. He remembered one episode where Bear Grylls got water from elephant dung, and in another, he performed an enema on himself. Not making her drink urine or eat maggots was already quite decent. After collecting enough exploding bugs, Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to where they had made fishing tools yesterday. Can this thing catch fish? Wang Qianqian looked at the oddly shaped fishing tool, doubting its effectiveness. I'm not sure if it can catch fish, but it's definitely more reliable than picking up king crabs by the seaside, don't you think? Zhao Qian replied. I think you'll drown while trying to catch fish, Wang Qianqian said loudly in dissatisfaction, feeling mocked by Zhao Qian. Now that you say that, I am scared to go fishing. Forget it, I'll just dig for exploding bugs to eat. Zhao Qian threw down the fishing tool and turned to leave. This made Wang Qianqian anxious. Zhao Qian might not care about what they ate, but she did. Just the thought of having to eat exploding bugs made her stomach uncomfortable. If she had to continue eating them, she would rather starve. Thinking this, she grabbed Zhao Qian and said, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Let's go catch some fish. Zhao Qian deliberately said, have you heard of Murphy's Law? It's that good things don't work out while bad things do. Just in case, I'd rather not take the risk. Wang Qianqian asked, what would make you willing to go catch fish? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, you have to make a vow. Fine. Wang Qianqian gritted her teeth, raised 3 fingers and said, I vow that Zhao Qian won't drown while catching fish, or else I'll die with him. Don't say that. Zhao Qian hurriedly stopped her, saying, you're already annoying enough alive. Do you have to say you'll die with me? That means even in death, I won't find peace. No one can torture me like you. Zhao Qian, you bastard. Wang Qianqian shouted angrily. She was a top celebrity in the country and had always been the one to look down on others. No one had ever looked down on her. Let's go catch fish. Zhao Qian firmly controlled the situation. And just that sentence made Wang Qianqian quiet down for a moment. Then, with a good mood, Zhao Qian carried the fishing tools and headed to the seaside. However, instead of throwing the fishing tools into the sea right away, He searched along the coastline for half an hour, finding a place filled with rocks. The rocks formed an oval shape with an opening facing the sea, allowing the fish from the ocean to enter the oval. Over time, many fish gathered inside. After confirming the location, Zhao Qian found a rock the size of a head, took out the exploding bugs he had caught, and squeezed them one by one. In an instant, the dark green innards of the exploding bug sprayed out, creating a somewhat disgusting scene, making Wang Qianqian retreat far away. Zhao Qian, however, didn't mind at all. He smeared the innards of the smashed, exploding bugs on the rock, placed the rock into the fishing tool, and then slowly lowered it into the seawater. The moment the fishing tool entered the seawater, the innards of the exploding bugs spread out, immediately attracting many fish. These fish surrounded the fishing tool, opening and closing their mouths to swallow the innards. However, those spreading innards were only a small portion. There were more exploding bugs inside the fishing tool, and those fish instinctively began looking for an entrance, wanting to enter the fishing tool. Look, a fish went in, Wang Qianqian exclaimed excitedly as she saw a fish dive into the fishing tool, waving her arms. Quick, pull it up. We'll have fish to eat today. Zhao Qian, however, remained calm and said, Don't be anxious. Let us leave the fishing tool here for now. We'll come back to collect it when we return to the camp. We still have other things to do. Wang Qianqian asked, What if the fish get full and leave by the time we come back? Zhao Qian replied, You can rest assured about that. Once a fish enters the fishing tool I made, it can't get out unless someone steals it. But that is unlikely, don't you think? Wang Qianqian glared at Zhao Qian, realizing he was mocking her again. Zhao Qian looked at the sulking Wang Qianqian and suddenly thought that this big star had a pretty good mentality. Despite him teasing her back and forth so many times, she hadn't exploded in anger. Plus, she didn't hold grudges. Every time she got angry for a while, she would calm down and actively talk to him again. Chapter 13, Don't Act Cute. It's disgusting. How do you manage to survive in the entertainment industry with a temper like that? Zhao Qian summarized Wang Qianqian's temperament in 3 words: silly, innocent, and sweet. Such a personality is indeed an anomaly in the entertainment industry. Of course, it's also possible that all of this is just an act by Wang Qianqian, but Zhao Qian believes that's unlikely. Others pretend to be naive. Wang Qianqian is genuinely naive. What temper do I have? Why can't I survive in the entertainment industry? Wang Qianqian looked completely puzzled. Well, this left Zhao Qian at a loss for words. He couldn't just say, You're so silly, you have no scheming, you hold no grudges, and you have no temper, so it's impossible to survive in the entertainment industry. That would be insulting. Zhao Qian had to rephrase his question and asked, I heard there are many unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Have you ever encountered such situations? Wang Qianqian didn't shy away from it and was eager to share, nodding vigorously. Of course, I've encountered such situations. Some people approached my agent and clearly offered to pay for me to accompany them. Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with gossip, and he quickly asked, And then what? Wang Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. Inside, Zhao Qian felt like he was being tickled and exclaimed, You're the person involved. How could you not know? Wang Qianqian explained, Every time I encountered such situations, I let Xiaoyan handle it. She's very adept at dealing with these matters. Zhao Qian curiously asked, How does she handle it? Wang Qianqian replied, She never tells me about these things. She just tells me to focus on acting well. But one thing is for sure, those people haven't bothered me since. Hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't wait to return to the camp and ask Lu Yun how she handled it. It's important to note that Lu Yun is just Wang Qianqian's assistant, not even her manager, so, theoretically, she shouldn't have much influence. Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, Do you completely trust her? Wang Qianqian countered, Why wouldn't I trust her? Zhao Qian was left speechless, forcing a bitter smile, realizing he shouldn't have asked that question. With Wang Qianqian's personality, even a stranger smiling at her would make her think the person is trustworthy, let alone her assistant who she interacts with daily. Zhao Qian, how about this? You pull up the fishing gear, take out the fish inside, and I'll tell you more entertainment industry gossip. Wang Qianqian was still thinking about the fish. One fish is enough for you to betray the entertainment industry? Zhao Qian shook his head. It's impossible to pull up the fishing gear right now, but don't worry. I'll make sure you eat fish to your heart's content today. After saying that, he suppressed his curiosity and turned to walk away, saying, Let's go. Continue with the next task. Wang Qianqian pouted and followed up with a question. Are we still looking for a water source? Zhao Qian replied. Finding a water source is just one of the tasks. We also need to make stone tools and build a shelter as soon as possible. The 4 elements of survival in the wilderness are water, fire, food, and shelter. As of now, they have 3 of the 4 elements: water, fire, and food. The only thing they have no clue about is shelter. The role of shelter may seem minor, but it can protect them from rain, snow, strong winds, wild animals, and insects, alleviating their fear of the wilderness. The reason they haven't felt the importance of shelter yet is that they haven't encountered bad weather. To build a good shelter, tools are essential, which is why people who survive in the wilderness carry knives and flint with them. These tasks can't be completed in a day, right? Wang Qianqian asked with a pained expression. Zhao Qian nodded and didn't hide anything from Wang Qianqian, saying, even if everything goes smoothly, it will take several days. Upon hearing that it would take several days, Wang Qianqian panicked. I'm a star. If I'm exposed to the sun every day, my skin will worsen. Zhao Qian, can you help me? After panicking, Wang Qianqian's voice instantly turned soft and pleading, her big eyes filled with admiration and desperation, looking at Zhao Qian. If it were any other man, faced with Wang Qianqian's delicate demeanor, he would surely act like a lovesick fool and take on all the work. However, after 2 days of interaction, Zhao Qian had gained some understanding of Wang Qianqian and developed a certain degree of resistance. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Qianqian didn't make him feel pity. Instead, it gave him goosebumps, and he couldn't help but shiver. This feeling was similar to when Molly acted cute towards him. He preferred her to pat him on the shoulder and loudly say, "Brother, help me out. I'll leave all the work to you." Zhao Qian looked at her with a face full of disdain and said, "Don't act cute. It's disgusting." Wang Qianqian wanted to get angry. But thinking about her request from Zhao Qian, she could only suppress her anger and said, "Brother Zhao Qian, saying that will hurt my feelings. Please help me." Damn, get lost. Zhao Qian resisted the urge to curse and said sternly, "We're already stranded on a deserted island, and survival is a problem. You should stop worrying about your skin." After saying that, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to respond and quickly walked away. Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian flee like he was escaping, standing there in a daze for a moment, then reached up to touch her face, starting to doubt her appearance for the first time. Why does he look so disgusted with me? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? No. How could I not be pretty? If it's not my problem, then it must be his. Could it be that he doesn't like women? That's right. He likes men. Wang Qianqian was very confident in her looks, and after some careful deduction, she concluded that Zhao Qian likes men. Upon reaching this conclusion, a peculiar expression appeared on Wang Qianqian's face, and she chased after him, shouting, "Sister. No, Zhao Qian, wait for me. I want to have a good talk with you. I suddenly want to know more about you." However, as a weak woman, she could hardly catch up to Zhao Qian, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters between them. This was not because Zhao Qian was trying to keep his distance. He was mainly worried that Wang Qianqian would get lost, so if she sped up, he would too, and if she slowed down, he would slow down as well. However, their chase didn't last long before Zhao Qian suddenly stopped. "Finally caught up with you. Could you slow down a bit?" Wang Qianqian, panting, caught up to him and saw Zhao Qian standing still and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhao Qian turned around, his face filled with excitement, pointing ahead and said, "Coconut trees. We found coconut trees." Chapter 14. There's a monster, a coconut tree. Wang Qianqian followed the direction Zhao Qian was pointing and spotted a few tall coconut trees scattered about, with coconuts hanging from them. For someone stranded on a deserted island, coconuts are perfect. Coconut water can quench thirst, and the flesh is rich in protein and fatty acids, providing high nutritional value to fill one's stomach. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as you can find a few coconut trees on a deserted island, you basically don't have to worry about dying of thirst or hunger before the coconuts are gone. However, Wang Qianqian wasn't very happy and said in a resentful tone, "What is the point of having coconut trees? You said before that you wouldn't take the risk of climbing trees to pick coconuts." Zhao Qian was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Previously, when Wang Qianqian wasted water and was punished by him with a day without water, she suggested picking some coconuts to quench her thirst, but he had refused, saying it was too high and very dangerous. In fact, that reason wasn't the main one. He was initially unwilling to pick coconuts mainly because he hadn't seen any coconut trees. He also didn't want to waste energy looking for coconut trees. As they had just arrived on the deserted island and had many things to do, it was impossible to expend energy searching for coconut trees. He never expected that they would accidentally find coconut trees now, which made him quite embarrassed. I did say I wouldn't take the risk to pick coconuts, but coconuts that are ripe will fall from the tree by themselves. We could just pick up the ones that have fallen. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and made an excuse for himself. Upon hearing that there might be fallen coconuts, Wang Qianqian couldn't wait and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry up and pick coconuts." Without waiting for Zhao Qian, she ran towards the coconut trees. Seeing this, Zhao Qian hurried to catch up. Before they reached the base of the coconut trees, they saw coconuts lying on the ground. There weren't many coconuts under each tree, only 2 or 3, but altogether there were more than 10 coconuts under all the trees. "This one is mine. This one is mine too." Wang Qianqian picked up one coconut, not bothering to examine it, and went to pick another. However, the weight of the coconuts was not light, and with their considerable size, after picking up 3, she couldn't hold any more and stamped her feet anxiously. In comparison, Zhao Qian was much more relaxed. He found a good-looking coconut, walked over to a nearby rock, and smashed it down with force. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the coconut hit the rock solidly, instantly cracking open and releasing its juice. Zhao Qian quickly picked up the coconut, aimed at the crack, and sucked vigorously. The fragrant coconut water flowed into his mouth, and in one go, he drank all the juice from one coconut. At that moment, Wang Qianqian also noticed Zhao Qian's actions and complained, "Zhao Qian, is now the time to eat? Hurry up and pick coconuts." Zhao Qian smiled and asked back, "What? Are you worried that someone else will pick them up?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's anxious expression froze for a moment. Her fair face turned red, and she felt so embarrassed she could scratch the ground with her toes. Immediately after, she picked out a coconut of her own and, imitating Zhao Qian, smashed it hard against the rock. However, her strength was not as great as Zhao Qian's, and after trying 6 or 7 times, she barely cracked it open and quickly started to suck at it. "This is delicious." Wang Qianqian took a few big gulps, her face filled with satisfaction. "Don't throw away the coconut after drinking. The meat inside is still useful," Zhao Qian said, taking the empty coconut from his hand and smashing it hard against the rock again. Since he needed to completely break open the coconut, he smashed it 3 times this time before it split in half, revealing the snowy, white coconut meat inside. However, he didn't eat the coconut meat. Instead, he smeared it on his face and exposed arms. "What are you doing?" Wang Qianqian, who was drinking the coconut water, asked in confusion. Zhao Qian explained, "Coconut oil is a great natural sunscreen. As long as you apply it to your skin, you won't have to worry about getting sunburned." Wang Qianqian expressed skepticism and asked, "Really? I've never heard of that." Zhao Qian, upon hearing this, stopped his movements and retorted, "What have you heard?" Wang Qianqian fell silent. She used to think she knew quite a bit, but after coming to the deserted island, she realized her common knowledge was severely lacking. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I believe you." Saying this, she tried to crack open the coconut in her hand using Zhao Qian's method. Unfortunately, her strength was too small, and after more than 10 attempts, her arms began to ache, yet the coconut still had not split. "Let me do it." Zhao Qian couldn't bear to see the coconut endure such torture. He took the coconut from Wang Qianqian's hand and smashed it hard against the rock. Bang! The moment the coconut hit the rock, it cracked open with a large split, and Zhao Qian forcefully pried it apart, splitting it into 2 halves. "You're so strong." Wang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Men are naturally a bit stronger than women. Zhao Qian didn't think much of it, handed the coconut back to Wang Qianqian, and said, "You women have a lot of areas to apply it to, so it's not convenient for me to be here. I'll go collect the coconuts together." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the coconut trees. Watching Zhao Qian walk away, a smile appeared on Wang Qianqian's face as she whispered, "Don't think I don't know you like men, just because you're putting on a virtuous act. I see through you, pretending to be what you're not. In fact, driven by the curiosity of whether a homosexual would react to a woman. She felt an impulse to call Zhao Qian back, but after thinking it over, she suppressed that urge. It would be fine if there was no reaction. If there was, that would be a big problem. Picking up a coconut, she went behind some bushes and began to apply coconut oil to herself. Zhao Qian was unaware that Wang Qianqian viewed him as a homosexual. He moved away mainly to avoid suspicion. After all, he was also a vigorous man, and if Wang Qianqian revealed anything in front of him, he genuinely feared he might lose control and do something inappropriate. Even stranded on a deserted island, he wouldn't allow himself to lose his humanity. However, just as Zhao Qian was gathering the coconuts together, he suddenly heard Wang Qianqian's terrified cries from afar. "Zhao Qian, come quick, help me, there's a monster here." A monster? Zhao Qian's mind was filled with countless question marks, thinking how could there be a monster on a deserted island? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and picked up a stone from the ground, running towards Wang Qianqian's direction. Chapter 15 Coconut Crab. Zhao Qian was quick. In just a few seconds, he found the panicked Wang Qianqian behind the bushes. However, he didn't see any monster, only Wang Qianqian alone. "Where's the monster?" Zhao Qian's heart raced as he kept an eye on his surroundings and asked. Wang Qianqian pointed at the bushes and said, "The monster went into the bushes and stole my coconut." "The monster stole your coconut?" Zhao Qian was taken aback, almost thinking he had misheard. He had only heard of monsters eating people. This was the first time he heard of a monster stealing coconuts. Could it be that monsters have turned vegetarian now? "What did the monster look like?" Zhao Qian asked. "I didn't see it clearly. I only saw a very large claw. It was terrifying," Wang Qianqian said, still shaken. "A giant claw?" Upon hearing Wang Qianqian's description, a creature suddenly came to Zhao Qian's mind. Without saying a word to Wang Qianqian, he rushed in the direction the monster had run. "What are you doing?" Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's action and quickly shouted, "Don't provoke the monster. Let's hurry back to the camp." After all, the normal reaction to encountering a monster should be to run for your life. Chasing after was simply courting death. Just when Wang Qianqian was at a loss, Zhao Qian's figure returned, but unlike when he left, he was now holding a half-meter-long creature in his hand. This creature had a pair of giant claws, and one of them was clutching half a coconut. "Was that what you saw?" Zhao Qian asked. "Yes, that's it." Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously upon seeing the familiar claw. "This isn't a monster. It's an animal called a coconut crab," Zhao Qian explained. Coconut crabs are a type of hermit crab that can grow up to a meter long. They're not only the largest terrestrial crabs, but also the largest terrestrial arthropods, with powerful claws that can easily crack open the hard shell of a coconut. Coconut crab. Wang Qianqian was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "I've heard of them before, but I've never seen one. I didn't expect it to look like this. It's kind of scary. By the way, why did you catch it?" Zhao Qian said, "Of course, I'm going to eat it." Wang Qianqian looked at the somewhat odd coconut crab in disbelief and said, "Can this thing be eaten?" Zhao Qian replied, "Not only can it be eaten, but it's also very delicious. Coconut crab meat is exquisite, and because they are eaten so much, they are protected animals in many countries." Well, Wang Qianqian had something to say. "Don't say anything disheartening." Zhao Qian seemed to know what Wang Qianqian was going to say and interrupted, saying, "Right now, we're stranded on a deserted island, and the most important thing is to survive. So no matter if the coconut crab is a protected animal, to me, it's just food." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian fell silent for a while, nodded, and didn't say anything more. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really afraid that Wang Qianqian would suddenly turn into a saint and not let him eat the coconut crab. That would be a huge loss. Next, Zhao Qian tore the clothes he brought into strips, learned to tie the crab, and securely bound the coconut crab. After finishing all this, he smiled at Wang Qianqian and said, "All right, let's." However, as soon as he spoke, Zhao Qian suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on Wang Qianqian. At first, Wang Qianqian didn't understand what was going on, but when she looked down, she suddenly realized that she had taken off her t-shirt to apply coconut oil, leaving her only in her underwear, exposing large areas of her fair skin. "Ah!" Wang Qianqian screamed, covering herself with her hands, and shouted at Zhao Qian, "Pervert! Turn around right now. TCH, so small, who want to look?" Zhao Qian pretended to be indifferent. but his gaze lingered on the mountain peak for a few more seconds before reluctantly turning around. Hiss! Who? After turning around, Zhao Qian took deep breaths to suppress the fire within him. He had to admit that Wang Qianqian had a nice figure, and with her delicate features, he was almost about to cross the line. However, Wang Qianqian didn't know this. When she heard Zhao Qian say she wasn't big enough, she looked down deliberately and felt very unconvinced. Although she wasn't very big, she certainly wasn't small. Wang Qianqian thought to herself, besides, many women nowadays have implants. Their size is fake, mine is all natural. Oh dear, I almost forgot. He doesn't like women. I really shouldn't care about a gay person's opinion. When she thought of this, her mood improved a lot. The only thing that still bothered her was Zhao Qian questioning her size. Even if mine isn't big, it's definitely bigger than other men's. How could you say such disingenuous things? I'm dressed, Wang Qianqian said as she adjusted her clothes. Oh, Zhao Qian turned around, trying to maintain his composure, and said, let's go. We need to go collect fishing gear and then head back to the camp. Wang Qianqian asked, we're going back now? Aren't we continuing the mission? Zhao Qian shook his head and said, it's almost noon. The temperature on the island will rise a lot then. It's easy to get heat stroke. The temperature on the deserted island is somewhat similar to that of a desert. At night, the temperature on the deserted island drops very low, reaching below zero. If he hadn't collected a lot of suitcases and found many clothes from them, they would have frozen at night. But during the day, the temperature on the deserted island becomes very high. Even he wouldn't dare to do strenuous exercise at noon, as it could easily lead to heat stroke. After saying that, he continued, also, we've expended a lot of energy and need to eat something to recover our strength to ensure we're in optimal condition. Since arriving on the deserted island, the only meal that resembled anything was last night's, but we still didn't eat enough. We haven't eaten anything this morning, and after walking such a long distance in the morning, I'm already starving and need to eat something to replenish. All right, let's go back then. Wang Qianqian thought Zhao Qian was explaining to her and wanted to interrupt. She didn't care about any reasons. She never wanted to come out in the first place. And now that they could go back to the camp, she couldn't ask for more. Next, Zhao Qian led Wang Qianqian to the coast to collect fishing gear. They were lucky and caught 5 fish in total. Although none were very large, each was about the size of a palm, enough for them to have a feast. After collecting the fish, Zhao Qian replenished the bait, put the fishing gear back in the seawater, and then the two of them returned to the camp together. During the time they were gone, Lu Yun had been busy managing to gather 3 bottles of fresh water and was now seemingly making salt. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian hurried over to see how salt was made. Chapter 16. Purifying raw salt. In fact, Lu Yun had already obtained a considerable amount of raw salt by distilling seawater. This raw salt was not in granules, but in chunks, which Lu Yun collected in an empty bottle. Zhao Yun, this salt is strange, Wang Qianqian said, looking at the salt that was completely different from what she was used to. Curious, she pinched a bit and put in her mouth. Phew, phew, phew. As soon as Wang Qianqian put in her mouth and hadn't really tasted it yet, she spat it out forcefully, her face twisting in disgust. Why does the salt taste like this? Wang Qianqian continued, it's salty, but why is it also bitter? It's so unpalatable. That's how raw salt is, Zhao Qian said, pinching a bit to taste it himself. The flavor was indeed not great. Seawater contains not only salt, but also many other impurities, and distilling seawater only removes water, leaving those impurities behind. Lu Yun took over Zhao Qian's words and said, long-term consumption of such raw salt is not good for the body. It needs to be purified. Wang Qianqian asked, how do you purify it? Although asking questions without understanding is a good learning quality, you're just a middle school student. Even if I tell you the method, would you understand it? Zhao Qian, seeing Wang Qianqian's incessant questioning delaying Lu Yun's work, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. You're just a high school student. What's so great about that? Wang Qianqian retorted. My education level is higher than yours. Zhao Qian puffed out his chest, exuding the unique aura of a high school student, then immediately bent down and looked at Lu Yun, saying, let's ignore the middle school student. You properly demonstrate how to purify sea salt for me. A certain top student from Peking University watched the arguing high school and middle school students, slowly nodding. Lu Yun took a bottle of fresh water she had purified crushed the raw salt into granules and started adding it to the fresh water continuously until the added raw salt granules no longer dissolved, at which point she stopped. Seeing this scene, both the high school student and the middle school student had puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why the Peking University student was adding salt to the freshly purified fresh water. Wouldn't that turn the fresh water back into seawater? Just as they were confused, Lu Yun found some clothes to use as a filter, layering them on the bottle's mouth. After covering it with 3 layers, she added some black powder in the 4th layer. The middle school student didn't know what the black powder was, but the high school student recognized it as charcoal powder. In wilderness survival, charcoal powder has many uses, one of which is to absorb harmful substances in water or air. It should be used here to absorb impurities from the seawater. Of course, this method can only remove insoluble impurities. It has no effect on impurities dissolved in water. Lu Yun added 3 more layers of clothing, then inverted the bottle, and soon water began to drip through the layers of clothing and charcoal. The entire process was very lengthy, taking a considerable amount of time to filter out all the salt water. When she uncovered the clothes from the bottle's mouth, she found many impurities left on the cloth, with the innermost layer having the most, decreasing layer by layer, and the outermost layer having almost no impurities left. This step removes the insoluble impurities from salt water. If conditions permit, it can be done several more times, Lu Yun explained, seeing the middle school student with a questioning look who seemed hesitant to ask. After finishing her explanation, Lu Yun took another empty bottle and poured half of the recently filtered salt water out. Then she placed the remaining half of the salt water on the fire to distill and heat it. As the water in the salt water evaporated, crystals began to form at the bottom of the bottle. This time, both the high school student and the middle school student understood that these were salt crystals. Compared to the initial raw salt, this salt was much finer and whiter. Zhao Qian, is this salt the one that can be consumed directly after purification? Wang Qianqian asked. This is just the first purification. Although it's better than the beginning, it's still best not to consume it directly. Lu Yun shook her head. Still not edible. What a hassle, Wang Qianqian said. Don't worry, it's already quite fast, Lu Yun replied. After saying that, Lu Yun crushed the salt from this purification and took the remaining half bottle of salt water. Under the astonished gazes of the high school and middle school students, the top student from Peking University poured the once purified raw salt into the half bottle of salt water and stirred it continuously. However, a miraculous scene occurred. This time, the raw salt did not dissolve in the water and remained in crystal form at the bottom of the bottle. After stirring for a sufficient amount of time, Lu Yun poured out the salt water and proceeded to heat the crystals left at the bottom of the bottle. Because there was not much moisture left this time, the distillation step was completed quickly and salt was obtained again. Just whether it was a problem with their eyes or if this purification really worked. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were shocked to discover that the salt from this purification was even whiter. Give a taste. Lu Yun placed the salt that had undergone 2 purifications in front of Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. I'll go first. Wang Qianqian pinched a tiny bit, hesitated, and then put it in her mouth. After savoring it, she exclaimed in disbelief, "This is amazing. The bitterness in this salt is almost gone." Zhao Qian, how did you do it? Zhao Qian also looked over in confusion. He couldn't understand what was going on either. Lu Yun, not keeping it to herself, smiled and explained. The first step of purification is to remove the insoluble impurities. The second step of purification is to remove the soluble impurities. However, because our current conditions are not sufficient, I use the saturation purification method. Do you understand what saturation is? Wang Qianqian shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Zhao Qian frowned in thought and said, "Isn't it the maximum limit of how much a substance can dissolve in water? If you continue to add that substance, it can no longer dissolve." That's about right. Lu Yun said, "At first, I kept adding raw salt to the fresh water to make the salt water reach saturation. At this point, if I continue to add salt, what will happen? Saturated, so it naturally won't dissolve." Zhao Qian answered, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized, each substance has a different saturation point. The salt water just now only reached the maximum saturation for salt, but the other soluble substances in the raw salt hadn't reached saturation. Therefore, when I added raw salt again, the salt didn't dissolve in the water, and the other impurities dissolved in the water, resulting in even finer salt. After hearing Zhao Qian's words, Lu Yun smiled and said, "That's right, that's the principle. You're really impressive." Receiving Lu Yun's praise, Zhao Qian felt a sense of superiority, as if he had been commended by a teacher, glancing sideways at the middle school student with his head held high. His expression seemed to say, "Middle school student, do you feel the pressure of academic superiority now?" "Childish." Wang Qianqian snorted coldly and turned her head away, her expression showing that she didn't want to stoop to the same level as a fool. But her tightly clenched fists indicated that she was quite unhappy at the moment. Chapter 17. Your hands are faster than your brain. When Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian returned to the camp, it was still before noon, but after finishing salt production, it was already afternoon. It must be said that making salt is a very tedious process. Filtering the brine and evaporating the salt water took a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the amount of salt extracted was very little, only enough to fill 2 bottle caps. However, even so, Zhao Qian insisted on having Lu Yun make salt, because once a person goes without salt for more than 10 days, the sodium levels in their body will decrease, leading to symptoms like loss of appetite, weakness in limbs, dizziness, and in severe cases it can cause increased heart rate, muscle cramps, blurred vision, and weakened reflexes. Just imagine, experiencing these symptoms on a deserted island would basically mean a dead end. This was the first time making salt, and they were not yet skilled at it. So the speed of salt production would increase in the future. Lu Yun handed the extracted salt to Zhao Qian. "Xiaoyan, you've done a great job. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to produce this little salt." Wang Qianqian interrupted Zhao Qian before he could say anything, licking her pink tongue over her lips, and said, "With this salt, we won't have to eat food without any flavor anymore." Lu Yun smiled and asked, "What did you catch to eat?" Wang Qianqian immediately replied, "We caught 5 fish and picked up more than 10 coconuts, but they were too heavy, so we only brought back 3, and there was also a coconut crab. With these, we won't have to eat rats and exploding bugs anymore." Then, Wang Qianqian animatedly recounted the events of the morning, embellishing her story. At first, Zhao Qian didn't think much of it, but after a while, he suddenly realized that it seemed like he had little to do with the entire process. Whether it was fishing or catching the coconut crab, it all seemed to be Wang Qianqian's achievement, and he was just a bystander. If this had happened when he first met Wang Qianqian, he would have certainly shot back a few words without hesitation. But after 2 days of interaction, he understood that Wang Qianqian meant no harm and was merely showing off, so he ignored her and went to clean the fish. Soon, the 5 fish were gutted and cleaned. Then, Zhao Qian found 5 twigs, threaded the fish onto them, and placed them over the fire to roast. In just a little while, the roasted fish began to emit a fragrant aroma, which wafted over to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Wang Qianqian, who was chatting away, immediately paused, sniffed the air, and realized it was Zhao Qian roasting fish. She grabbed Lu Yun and ran over, unable to resist reaching out for the fragrant fish. Smack! Just as Wang Qianqian's hand was about to touch the fish, Zhao Qian slapped her hand away, hitting the back of her fair hand. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Wang Qianqian pulled her hand back in pain, asking angrily. "The fish is just being roasted. It's not done yet," Zhao Qian explained. "Even if the fish isn't done, you can't hit me. Can't you just talk to me nicely?" Wang Qianqian asked. "No." Zhao Qian shook his head, and before Wang Qianqian could ask why, he took the initiative to explain, "Your hands are faster than your brain. Even if I start talking to you, your brain hasn't processed my words yet, and your hands have already taken the fish." Wang Qianqian thought for a moment, then happily asked, "Are you praising my quick hands? Why would you think that?" Zhao Qian shook his head again, looking at Wang Qianqian and saying slowly, "I'm scolding you for being foolish and doing things without thinking." "You actually called me foolish? I'm going to fight you," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, baring her teeth. "If you want to eat the delicious roasted fish, go play over there, and I'll call you when it's done." Zhao Qian completely ignored Wang Qianqian's show of force, tempting her with the roasted fish. "Oomph, what do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who would bow to food?" Wang Qianqian thought Zhao Qian was being ridiculous. She was a top-tier celebrity in the country. How could she be bought off by a roasted fish? However, it seemed that, just as Zhao Qian said, her mouth was faster than her brain. "Okay, call me when it's done." As soon as she said this, Wang Qianqian froze in place, wishing she could give herself a huge slap. So embarrassing. Fortunately, Lu Yun spoke up to change the topic, asking, "Are we eating this coconut crab today?" Zhao Qian looked at the coconut crab, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "Right now, these 5 roasted fish are enough for us to have a meal, so there's no need to eat the coconut crab. Besides, the coconut crab is alive. We can keep it for now as a reserve food source. Food on a deserted island is not guaranteed. They might be eating roasted fish now, but they could catch nothing for the next meal and end up starving. To prevent starvation, they needed to prepare some reserve food. And this live coconut crab was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, this coconut crab was quite large, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, which could last them a day or 2 if they rationed it. I think so too." Lu Yun continued. "Let me help you roast the fish." "All right, let us roast together. It will cook faster," Zhao Qian said, handing 2 fish to Lu Yun to help him roast. Seeing that Lu Yun had diverted Zhao Qian's attention, Wang Qianqian tiptoed to the side, pouting a bit of a huff, unsure if she was mad at herself or Zhao Qian. Pop, pop, pop. Just as Wang Qianqian was sulking, she suddenly heard bubbling sounds nearby. Following the sound, she saw the coconut crab that was tied up. In an instant, Wang Qianqian felt a sense of sympathy, patting the coconut crab's head and saying, "We are both unfortunate. Crab, I'm bullied by that jerk all day. And you were caught by him too. He even wants to eat you. How cruel." Pop, pop, pop. The coconut crab seemed to be responding, whether it understood or was just acting on instinct, continuously bubbling. "You agree with me, right?" Wang Qianqian smiled happily and said, "Since we share the same fate, we'll be friends from now on. Don't worry, I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal person and will never abandon a friend." Pop, pop, pop. The coconut crab seemed to be responding to Wang Qianqian's words. Roasting fish is a technical skill. Without experience, one could easily burn the fish. However, under Zhao Qian's careful guidance, and with Lu Yun's strong learning ability, the 5 fish were successfully roasted without incident. The roasted fish had a golden brown skin, exuding an enticing aroma, and the 3 of them instinctively swallowed their saliva upon smelling it. "Now for the final step," Zhao Qian said, taking the salt they had made earlier, carefully sprinkling it over the roasted fish. Completing this step, Zhao Qian called out to Wang Qianqian, "All right, you can come over and eat now." Coming, Wang Qianqian, who had been full of grievances just moments ago, immediately ran over to the roasted fish, leaving the coconut crab behind. If the coconut crab could talk, it would surely ask Wang Qianqian, "Aren't you the one who said you would never abandon friends?" Chapter 18. Lakes. Although the only seasoning for the grilled fish was salt, when Wang Qianqian put the fish meat in her mouth, she felt it was the most delicious food in the world, better than anything she had eaten before. In no time, the 3 of them finished all 5 grilled fish, their faces showing satisfied expressions. Since being stranded on the deserted island, this meal was the most enjoyable they had, and they even had the opportunity to drink delicious coconut water afterward. "Xiaoyan, this should be the 3rd day since the plane accident, right?" Wang Qianqian suddenly asked while drinking coconut water. As soon as she said this, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, who had been smiling, froze their smiles and fell silent. Both of them knew what Wang Qianqian would ask next. Sure enough, Wang Qianqian followed up with, "When do you think we will be rescued? I don't want to stay on this island forever." Lu Yun smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, it should be soon." "Soon?" Zhao Qian let out a bitter laugh, knowing Lu Yun was lying to Wang Qianqian. Generally, when a plane has an accident, rescue teams will search continuously for 3 to 7 days. Once this time has passed, the intensity of the rescue efforts will significantly decrease, and the chances of being rescued will be almost 0. Moreover, 2 years after a plane accident, the law can declare those on board deceased, at which point there is virtually no rescue effort, although they had only been in this situation for 3 days. The difficulty of finding them in the vast ocean was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He had never dared to hope for it. The only thing to rely on now was Wang Qianqian's fame in the country. If the incident gained traction, it might prevent the rescue efforts from decreasing too quickly. "That's great," Wang Qianqian said excitedly. "After I go back, I'll find a few screenwriters to turn my story into a script, and then we'll shoot a movie that's sure to sell well. Do you want to come and act? I'll give you the leading role. Or forget it. You've never acted before, so you probably can't handle it. The director would scold you." However, we could make a survival show in the wilderness and invite you as a guest. You could earn a lot of money. Zhao Qian played along. Thank you. Wang Qianqian waved her hand. Even though you always argue with me, you did save me after all. I'm not the kind of person who forgets favors. I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal person and would never abandon my friends. After saying this, she suddenly remembered Lu Yun and continued, Zhao Yun, you're so capable. After we go back, don't be my assistant anymore. I plan to start a film company, and you'll be in charge. Lu Yun laughed. Thank you. After eating and drinking, I'm going to take a beauty sleep. Call me when the sun isn't so harsh. Wang Qianqian finished her coconut, stood up stretched, and found a shady spot to sleep. Sigh. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun sighed, as they ultimately couldn't bear to tell Wang Qianqian the truth. In the afternoon, the sun had lowered a bit, and the temperature wasn't as high. Zhao Qian stood up and said to Lu Yun, I'm going out. Lu Yun hesitated and asked, should we wake Qianqian? Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, who was still sleeping, and shook his head. No need. She would just be a hindrance if she followed me. It's easier for me to go alone. Under normal circumstances, two people working together would be more efficient than one, but Wang Qianqian was an exception. Throughout the morning, not only did she not help at all, but she also caused him trouble, delaying his efficiency. This was not a helper. This was a burden. However, fortunately, this burden had a conscience and didn't have the bad temper of a big star. As long as it was within her capacity, he was willing to support one more person. Of course, besides Wang Qianqian's reasons, part of it was also due to Lu Yun. Lu Yun was Wang Qianqian's assistant and protected her fiercely. If he dared to kick Wang Qianqian out, Lu Yun would definitely leave with her. Although he could survive alone on the deserted island, it would not be as comfortable as it was now. After all, whether it was fresh water or salt, he didn't need to worry about it. Lu Yun could handle it. Therefore, even to keep Lu Yun, he couldn't drive Wang Qianqian away. Thank you. Lu Yun expressed her gratitude to Zhao Qian. Can I ask something? Zhao Qian inquired, voicing his curiosity. With your education, you could find a better job. Why are you willing to be her assistant? Is it a waste of talent? Lu Yun glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, my mother has a terminal illness, and we don't have money for treatment. Qianqian sponsors a patient every year, and my mother is one of those she sponsors. Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised and asked, does she know about this? Lu Yun shook her head. She doesn't need to know. After hearing this reason, Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, but chose to believe her. Firstly, he didn't believe Lu Yun would lie to him. Secondly, with Wang Qianqian's intelligence, it was indeed possible for her to sponsor a patient. Without saying anything further, Zhao Qian left the camp. After leaving the camp, he first checked the traps he had set, but unfortunately, he caught nothing. If it weren't for worrying about food shortages, he would have really wanted to give up this inefficient hunting method. Fortunately, when he arrived at the seaside to check the fishing tools, he found he caught 3 more fish. Seeing that dinner was secured, Zhao Qian then focused entirely on his task. Unlike Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian, who searched for water sources aimlessly, after thinking for a while, he climbed to a higher point on the deserted island. Standing at a high position, his view suddenly widened a lot, allowing him to see far into the distance. The purpose of doing this was actually to find lower-lying areas on the island. As the saying goes, water flows to lower places, and areas with lower terrain are more likely to have water sources. After observing for a long time, Zhao Qian had a simple understanding of the terrain of the deserted island and headed in a determined direction. As the terrain continued to lower, Zhao Qian felt the air was not as dry, carrying a hint of moisture, and at that moment, he understood he was on the right track. However, the path ahead was fraught with difficulties, not to mention the distance. Just moving through the forest was quite challenging. By the time evening arrived, he finally emerged from the forest, and the space before him opened up. He had arrived at a lake. The lake was not small at a glance. One could hardly see the edge, and the water was very clear. Now, the only thing to do was to determine whether the lake water was fresh water. Zhao Qian hurried to the lakeside, scooped up some water with his hands, and licked a bit with his tongue. It's not salty, it's fresh water, Zhao Qian said excitedly. But just as Zhao Qian raised his head to look elsewhere, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he didn't dare to breathe, because he saw, not far from him, several wild boars drinking water. Chapter 19. deadly escape, although the resources on an island are insufficient to support large carnivores. Omnivorous animals like wild boars can survive perfectly well. Zhao Qian just never expected to encounter them. Zhao Qian's eyes were fixed on the few wild boars, and he dared not move, fully aware that if he angered them, he would undoubtedly die. One should not compare wild boars to domestic pigs. There is no comparison at all. Previous hunters used to describe the ferocity of wild boars with the phrase 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Those hunters were already wary of wild boars even with weapons, let alone he had none. As Zhao Qian stared at the wild boars, he began to slowly back away. In this situation, turning to flee is a big mistake. As soon as he turns, the wild boars will attack. Instead, facing the wild boars and not showing fear might intimidate them and prevent them from attacking easily. The wild boars, startled by Zhao Qian's sudden appearance, stopped drinking water and looked at him warily. This was the first time these wild boars had seen a human, and unsure of how much of a threat he posed, they did not dare to attack. For a moment, both sides were in a standoff. However, Zhao Qian understood that the standoff would not last long. Wild boars have a strong territorial instinct, and any creature that intrudes into their territory will be attacked. Rustle. Zhao Qian moved back slowly, the soles of his feet making slight sounds as they scraped against the ground. However, he had only managed to back up about 2 meters when one of the wild boars suddenly grunted twice. At first, Zhao Qian did not understand what it meant, but the next second, when he heard the surrounding forest echoing with grunts, he realized that the wild boar was calling for its companions. Zhao Qian knew he had to make a decision immediately. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by the wild boars with no chance of survival. Who? Zhao Qian took a deep breath, suddenly spread his arms, and let out a piercing roar at the wild boars. The wild boars, startled by Zhao Qian's roar, not only stopped in their tracks, but one timid boar even turned to flee. Seizing the moment while the wild boars were stunned, Zhao Qian turned and ran. He knew that his roar could only temporarily intimidate the wild boars, and once the others surrounded him, he would still have no chance of survival. As for the method of scaring off wild boars with a roar, it might seem a bit risky, but it was based on evidence. In the country, wild boars are protected animals and cannot be hunted casually, but they often destroy crops, so someone came up with a method to create noise to drive them away, which proved to be quite effective. Who? The lead wild boar, seeing Zhao Qian fleeing, paused for a moment and then let out an angry grunt, chasing after him. Who? The other wild boars follow behind. If there were a bird's-eye view at that moment, one would see a dozen angry wild boars chasing a human. What to do? As Zhao Qian fled for his life, he pondered strategies in his mind. Although he had gained the initial advantage and had sprinted ahead by several dozen meters, he knew he could not escape because humans could not match the speed of wild boars. The average speed of a wild boar can reach 40 to 70 kilometers per hour, while the fastest speed a human can achieve is less than 45 kilometers per hour, and that was during a moment when Bolt set a record in the 100-meter dash. At this moment, Zhao Qian did not dare to look back. He was afraid that if he did, he would find a wild boar right behind him. Nonetheless, he could still hear the sounds of the wild boars pursuing him from behind, feeling that if he stopped for even a moment, he would be caught in the next second. Never had he felt so close to death. In this situation, his brain was working quickly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Thoughts of being killed by the wild boars, thoughts of being rescued, thoughts of escaping from the wild boars. Dismissing the useless thoughts, he finally thought of a feasible solution: climbing a tree. Although wild boars are strong fighters, they are not felines and cannot climb trees. Immediately, Zhao Qian spotted a tree, disregarded slowing down, and leaped high towards it, grabbing onto it. The impact from the high-speed jump made him feel as if all his bones were about to fall apart, but he gritted his teeth and held onto the tree, not daring to let go. Ignoring the pain in his body, he quickly climbed up the tree, and just over a meter up, the whole tree began to shake violently. Zhao Qian did not need to look down to know it was caused by the wild boars crashing into the tree. Their speed was so fast that they could not stop in time. Once he reached a branch, perhaps realizing he was safe, he finally relaxed and took deep breaths. Just moments ago, he had the will to survive, so he did not feel tired. Now that he was safe, the feeling of exhaustion overwhelmed him instantly. At that moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he were on fire, and he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this uncomfortable feeling slowly dissipated, and he had the strength to check the situation below the tree. To his shock, he saw a dozen wild boars surrounding the tree, preparing to ram it. Bang! Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw one wild boar accelerate and crash into the tree, the massive impact causing the entire tree to shake continuously. Fortunately, the tree he chose was not small. The wild boar's impact only caused the tree to sway without breaking it. However, these wild boars were relentless, with one crashing after another, continuously ramming the tree. Gradually, Zhao Qian realized the situation was turning against him, as the shaking of the tree increased with each wild boar's impact. It was clear that the tree could not withstand the wild boar's assaults, and damage was appearing on the trunk. When the damage reached a certain level, the tree would break, and at that point, he would have no chance to escape. If only I had chosen a bigger tree. This one is still a bit small. Zhao Qian frowned and said, the wild boar's impact could break a tree as thick as a wrist. Although the tree Zhao Qian chose was significantly thicker than that, it was still not enough to withstand the wild boar's force. The reason he did not choose a thicker tree was mainly that he could not climb it. He had not anticipated that the wild boars would be so persistent. He had escaped to the tree, and they still did not intend to let him go. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I have to come up with another plan. As Zhao Qian spoke, a crazy idea surfaced in his mind. Chapter 20 To survive, it has been said that the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to use fire. Zhao Qian thought of using fire. Almost all wild animals, except humans, instinctively fear flames, just as humans instinctively fear the dark. However, the thought of using fire made Zhao Qian hesitate. As a wilderness survival enthusiast, he was well aware of how dangerous it could be to use fire in the forest. A small mistake could lead to a forest fire. But this hesitation lasted only a few seconds before Zhao Qian made up his mind. He didn't care if his decision would cause a forest fire. He just wanted to survive. Burning down the entire forest was worth it if it meant saving his life. After all, as long as he gave the forest time, it would grow back, but his life was only one. Once he made up his mind, Zhao Qian began preparing to start a fire by friction. Fortunately, he had fire-starting materials and tools with him. The only thing he lacked was how to maintain the flame once the fire started. After thinking for a few seconds, he took off his clothes. He then found a suitable spot, secured the fire-starting tools, and began to drill for fire. Sizzle. The wooden stick spun quickly against the wooden board, and the contact point turned black from friction, emitting a burnt smell. However, when he placed the spark on the fire-starting material, he trembled with nervousness, and the spark went out. Calm down, stay calm, or you'll die. Zhao Qian slapped his trembling hand and took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Sizzle. Zhao Qian continued to drill for fire and soon produced another spark. At that moment, he didn't dare to breathe, as the current situation left him no room for a third attempt. This time, he either succeeded or would die. Zhao Qian carefully placed the fire-starting material over the spark, gently flipped the wooden board, allowing the spark to enter the material and start smoking. Whoosh! Zhao Qian cradled the fire-starting material in his hands, continuously blowing air onto it. A large amount of thick smoke began to rise from the material, and once the smoke reached a certain point, the material ignited completely. Zhao Qian didn't have time to cheer. He immediately used the burning material to ignite his clothes. When he saw his clothes catch fire, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. Below, the wild boars continued to crash into the tree, most of the trunk already battered and only able to withstand a few more hits before breaking. Zhao Qian stood on the shaking tree, looking at the burning clothes in his hands with a stern expression, saying, I really didn't want to do this. You all forced me. After saying this, he threw the clothes down without hesitation. The burning clothes fell to the ground, immediately scaring the wild boars back. Their eyes filled with fear and dread as they looked at the flames. Crack, crack, crack. However, fire is merciless. The flames would not extinguish just because the wild boars were afraid. Instead, upon touching the dry leaves and twigs on the ground, it spread rapidly. The small fire turned into a large fire, then into a wall of flames. At this point, the wild boars were truly frightened. They had completely forgotten about Zhao Qian and turned to flee in a panic. Seeing the wild boars escape, Zhao Qian quickly climbed down from the other side of the tree and turned back to look at the burning wall of fire. He had no intention of trying to extinguish it. Of course, the current fire was beyond his ability to put out. To survive, he felt no guilt. Zhao Qian said to himself, casting aside the last shred of guilt in his heart, and fled in another direction. When he had escaped far enough and looked back at the forest, the flames had developed into a forest fire, with a large area illuminated by blazing fire. In the camp late at night, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun sat by the campfire, neither of them speaking, the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. It was late, and Zhao Qian still hadn't returned, causing an uneasy thought to arise in their minds. "Zhao Yun," Wang Qianqian called out, asking, "Do you think something happened to Zhao Qian? He would have returned by now." "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head and replied. In fact, deep down, she believed that Zhao Qian was likely in trouble. But she couldn't voice that thought, knowing it would frighten Wang Qianqian. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't overslept and accompanied him, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble." Wang Qianqian, knowing less about survival, was not foolish and could see Lu Yun's thoughts, immediately feeling guilty. "Qianqian, don't blame yourself. He's so capable. He might not be in trouble." Lu Yun quickly comforted her. "Don't lie to me. If he weren't in trouble, he would have come back long ago." Wang Qianqian said sadly, There's a possibility he ran into trouble, or maybe he went very far and couldn't make it back in time." Lu Yun said, "Even so, he should have returned by now. Something must have happened to him." Wang Qianqian was convinced that Zhao Qian was in trouble. So no matter how Lu Yun tried to persuade her, it was no use. "Zhao Qian, I'm sorry I got you into this," Wang Qianqian said regretfully. "Once Xiaoyan and I are rescued, you must come to me in a dream and tell her what you lack down there, and I will definitely burn it for you." Just then, a voice came from the darkness, curiously asking, "Why tell Lu Yun in a dream?" "I'm afraid of ghosts." Wang Qianqian instinctively replied, then suddenly froze, hurriedly hiding behind Lu Yun and shouting, "Ghost! Xiaoyan, there's a ghost." "What ghost?" "I'm Zhao Qian," Zhao Qian said, dissatisfied. "Zhao Qian." Wang Qianqian peeked out and looked at the figure in the darkness, asking, "You're not dead?" "Of course I'm not dead," Zhao Qian replied matter-of-factly, "but it was close. I ran into a group of wild boars while searching for water and barely survived." "Great. You're not dead. You just scared me to death." Wang Qianqian immediately changed to a happy expression, stepping out from behind Lu Yun and running toward Zhao Qian's figure. It wasn't that she had developed feelings for Zhao Qian. She was simply relieved that he was alive. "Don't come over." Zhao Qian shouted to stop her as he saw Wang Qianqian rushing toward him. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Wang Qianqian was already at his side, her eyes sizing him up. In the next moment, Wang Qianqian let out a piercing scream, followed by an angry shout, "Pervert, go die." Slap. The sound of a slap echoed. Afterward, Wang Qianqian covered her face and fled, as if escaping. Meanwhile, Lu Yun by the campfire was completely confused by the scene before her, having no idea what had just happened. In the darkness, Zhao Qian covered his face and smiled bitterly, muttering, "I told you not to come over, but you didn't listen. Not only did you see me, but you also hit me. I really lost out." It turned out that Zhao Qian had used his clothes to start the fire, and he had no extra clothing on him except for his underwear. Chapter 21 Doubts. At this moment, Wang Qianqian was like a startled ostrich, burying her head in a pile of clothes, her mind uncontrollably replaying the scene she had just witnessed. That scoundrel! How shameless, coming back without any clothes on. Wang Qianqian cursed Zhao Qian under her breath, touched her burning face, and wondered, "What's wrong with me? Why am I blushing?" Although what she saw of Zhao Qian was quite revealing, such scenes weren't uncommon in today's society. Diving athletes at the Olympic Games, swimming pools, beach resorts. However, seeing similar scenes involving others didn't make her blush like this. Just then, Lu Yun's voice came through, "Qianqian, the grilled fish is ready. Come eat." "I don't." Wang Qianqian initially wanted to say she wasn't going to eat, but the words stopped at her lips as she inwardly questioned herself. The pervert is Zhao Qian. Why shouldn't I eat? Besides, if I don't go eat, Zhao Qian will definitely think I'm embarrassed, and I can't let him have the upper hand in the future. I must eat. After realizing this, Wang Qianqian removed the clothes covering her head and shouted back, "Coming," as she walked toward the fire. Wang Qianqian wore an expression of "I did nothing wrong. The pervert is Zhao Qian." But when she saw Zhao Qian, her heart suddenly raced, and the earlier scene replayed in her mind. In contrast, Zhao Qian remained calm. After casually glancing at Wang Qianqian, he continued to eat grilled fish without a hint of embarrassment. First of all, he reminded Wang Qianqian that it was her own fault for not thinking before acting and rushing in without hearing his words clearly. Secondly, it was Wang Qianqian who saw him naked, not the other way around, and she even slapped him first. From these 2 points, he was the one at a disadvantage, and he had nothing to feel embarrassed about. "Qianqian, this biggest fish is yours." Lu Yun, knowing Wang Qianqian was starving, handed her the biggest grilled fish. "Thank you." Wang Qianqian was not polite, thanked her, and started eating. She had only eaten during lunchtime that day, and now it was almost the early hours of the next day. She was already starving, and if Zhao Qian didn't come back soon, she would have been tempted to dig up some explosive maggots to eat. "Zhao Qian, you said you encountered a wild boar group today. What happened?" Lu Yun picked up a grilled fish for herself and asked while eating. Although Zhao Qian had briefly explained why he returned late, she still wanted to know what he had encountered. Hearing the question, Zhao Qian, who was eating grilled fish, paused. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear about what had happened during the day. Nevertheless, he recounted everything he had experienced. During this process, both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were on edge, seemingly forgetting about the grilled fish, fully focused on listening to Zhao Qian's account. "At that time, I could only set a fire to scare off those wild boars, and that's how I made it back alive." Zhao Qian paused before continuing. "However, by the time I came out of the forest, that fire had already turned into a forest fire." Wang Qianqian said, "So what if it caused a forest fire?" "In that situation, I would have done the same. The most important thing is that people are safe. Besides, there's a saying, wildfire cannot be burned out. Spring wind will blow it back to life. Next year, when the wind blows, the forest will recover." Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian to be the first to support him. He had thought Lu Yun would say these words instead. But as a public figure, aren't you afraid of being criticized by animal rights and environmental protection activists? Lu Yun interjected, worried that such comments might affect Wang Qianqian's career. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian understood that Lu Yun had always been cautious around him and hadn't truly considered him one of her own. But then he thought, this is quite normal. Their relationship was one of cooperation, and it was natural to have some wariness, especially since they were both women. "I understand." Zhao Qian nodded and continued. "If there were no external interference, this forest fire would probably continue to burn for a long time. Fortunately, our camp is far from the forest. Even if it burns, it won't spread to us." Lu Yun frowned and said, "Compared to the forest fire, I'm more concerned about the size of this island. With such a large freshwater lake and groups of wild boars, the area of this island should be considerable." Wang Qianqian asked, "Zhao Yun, did you discover something?" Lu Yun slowly nodded, extending 2 fingers and said 2 doubts. "First, I've looked into our flight, and there weren't any large islands along the way. Second, such a large island couldn't have gone undeveloped. Even some smaller islands have been developed." Wang Qianqian scratched her head, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Zhao Yun, I don't understand." Zhao Qian helped explain Lu Yun's point. "What she means is that our current position might have deviated from the original flight path. If it weren't for Lu Yun's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed these 2 doubts, as he wouldn't have idly looked into what places the flight route passed through. If they really did deviate from the original flight path, then the already slim hope of rescue would be even more unlikely. What will happen then?" Wang Qianqian seemed to realize something was wrong, asking nervously, "The rescue team?" Zhao Qian thought about telling Wang Qianqian that there would be no rescue team. But as soon as he started to speak, Lu Yun jumped in first, saying, "The rescue team will initially search along the flight path, and then they will gradually expand their search. Since we have deviated from the path, it will take the rescue team more time to find us." After saying this, she kept giving Zhao Qian meaningful glances. Zhao Qian, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. Lu Yun was right. "You scared me." Wang Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Just now, seeing your expressions, I thought the rescue team wouldn't come anymore. It turns out they're just delayed. I'll just consider it a long vacation. After all, I haven't had a break since becoming a star. After saying this, Wang Qianqian stretched, wished Zhao Qian and Lu Yun good night, and went back to sleep. After Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun and asked, "We can't keep the rescue situation a secret forever. You must tell her in advance to prepare her mentally." Lu Yun replied, "I know. I'll take care of this matter. You don't need to interfere." Zhao Qian shrugged and continued, "Actually, besides the two doubts you mentioned, I also found another one." Chapter 22. The strange half-cooked fish. What did you discover? Lu Yun originally wanted to go to sleep, but after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she frowned and asked, "There is no garbage on this island." Zhao Qian expressed his doubts, and, seeing that Lu Yun did not understand, explained, "Humans dump a large amount of household waste into the sea every year, so even uninhabited islands will have human waste. However, this island is different. I searched along the coastline for a long time, and, apart from the items from the plane, there is no household waste at all. Logically, such an island should not exist." In fact, Zhao Qian had discovered this doubt 2 days ago, but he didn't pay attention at the time. It was Lu Yun's two doubts that reminded him. The reason he brought up this doubt was mainly to provide Lu Yun with more information to see if she could calculate their approximate location based on it. Of course, he couldn't calculate it himself, but Lu Yun is a top student, so perhaps she could figure it out based on ocean currents and other conditions. No household waste. Lu Yun's frown deepened, and after a while, she said, "This doubt is very important. I need to think about it. You must be very tired today, so go rest first." Zhao Qian stood up and suddenly thought of something, asking, "Are you helping Wang Qianqian keep watch again?" Lu Yun did not speak, just nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Qian wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. The next day, perhaps because he was too tired yesterday, the sun had already risen high when Zhao Qian woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Wang Qianqian's voice. "You finally woke up? I thought you would sleep forever. It's getting late. We should hurry up and set off. Why are you so eager today?" Zhao Qian, still dazed, thought he had heard wrong, considering that Wang Qianqian didn't want to go out with him yesterday. "Isn't that because I'm worried you might die?" After saying this, Wang Qianqian felt that her words suggested concern for Zhao Qian, so she explained, "Lu Yun and I still need you to find food for us. If you die, we will have to find food ourselves." Zhao Qian did not dwell on the truth of this statement and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but starting today, you can't come with me." Wang Qianqian asked, "Why can't I come with you?" Zhao Qian replied, "It's too dangerous to follow me. One careless move could lead to death. It's safer for you to stay at the camp." Thinking back to the encounter yesterday evening, he was glad he hadn't brought Wang Qianqian. Otherwise, if they had encountered the wild boar herd, it would have been the end for her. Because whether it was escaping or climbing trees, Wang Qianqian was not good at those. "Then I should go even more. 2 people can take care of each other." Wang Qianqian said stubbornly, "There is no care between us. You would be a burden to me." If it were before, Zhao Qian would have said this immediately. But now that Wang Qianqian was concerned for him, he felt it would be inappropriate to say something harsh. So, he smiled and said, "Actually, I would like you to come along, but right now I have a very challenging task for you, so you really can't come with me." Wang Qianqian asked, "What task?" Zhao Qian said, "I want you to weave a few more fishing tools so that we can catch more fish. In case of any situation, we will have food reserves." Wang Qianqian said, "Your idea is good, but I can't weave fishing tools." Zhao Qian continued, "Weaving fishing tools is very simple. I'll teach you when I come back at noon. You can collect materials in the morning." After saying this, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to respond and hurriedly left. Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian leave, stamped her foot in anger, and then went to collect materials for weaving fishing tools. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian did not check the traps he had set, did not dig for the explosive larvae, nor did he check the fishing tools, but instead walked towards the lake. He wanted to see how far the forest fire had spread and how much forest had burned. At the same time, he held onto a glimmer of hope, wanted to find any burned animals in the scorched forest to improve their meals. Ideally, the wild boars would have been burned to death, and they could make smoked meat from them, enough for the 3 of them to eat for a long time. However, after spending considerable time reaching the forest where the lake was located, Zhao Qian was shocked to find that the disastrous forest fire he had imagined had actually been extinguished. Not only that, But he also discovered that the area burned by the fire was about the same size as when he left. This meant that the forest fire had extinguished just after he left. How is that possible? Zhao Qian was incredulous and could not understand how the forest fire had been extinguished. It should be clear that once a forest fire starts, it is impossible to extinguish it so easily. Take the 2019 Australian bushfires, for example. They burned for 4 months, resulting in nearly 200 deaths, with the number of animals killed reaching as high as 3 billion. That was with human intervention, and the fire burned for 4 months. Yet now, without any human intervention, a forest fire burned for only a small area and then extinguished. It was truly abnormal. Of course, he didn't wish for the forest to catch fire, but everything about this was too strange. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qian mustered his courage and cautiously approached the burned area. The trees here had just burned and were extinguished. When he reached the edge of the forest fire, he found that these trees had only been burned on the surface. The insides were fine. He smashed open the bark of these trees, felt the insides, and muttered to himself, "These are normal trees. So the extinguishing of the forest fire has nothing to do with them." Zhao Qian continued deeper into the forest. As he went further in, the extent of the burning of the trees became more severe, and the tree he had climbed yesterday to avoid the wild boars had completely burned away. After looking around for quite a while, he still could not find a reason for the extinguishing of the forest fire. Forget it, I should just go back. I don't want to encounter those wild boars again. Zhao Qian did not dare to continue investigating, fearing he would run into those wild boars again. Just as he walked a few dozen meters, his gaze suddenly caught sight of something, and he hurried over, crouched down, and picked up the item. Wiping the dust off, the item revealed itself to be a dead fish, half-cooked, while the other half was untouched. How could there be a fish on the shore? Zhao Qian frowned and said, "From the condition of this fish, it must have been exposed to high temperatures. Otherwise, it couldn't be half-cooked." The other half not being cooked indicates that while it was exposed to high temperatures, the forest fire was extinguished. Could it be that it rained? But how is that possible? The camp is not too far from here. It couldn't have rained without us feeling it. Chapter 23. Iron smelting. Although Zhao Qian had many doubts in his heart, he did not delve deeper, mainly because he was worried about encountering that group of wild boars again. After pausing for a moment, he left the forest. As for the lake's water source, he could come here to replenish it when he really ran out of fresh water, but he did not intend to move here. The fundamental reason was that the forest around the lake was unsafe and might harbor dangerous wild animals. He did not want to experience something like yesterday again. However, not long after Zhao Qian left the forest, a circle of huge ripples suddenly appeared on the otherwise calm lake surface. The ripples continued to spread outward, and before long, they covered a large area of the lake. At that moment, if there were a camera shot from above, one would see a huge shadow slowly swimming in the lake, which eventually faded away. After leaving the forest, Zhao Qian did not return to the camp, but instead explored the distant peaks. With the water source issue temporarily resolved, the next task was to find materials for making stone tools. Ordinary rocks could not be used to make stone tools. The suitable stone materials must possess high hardness yet be brittle, such as obsidian, flint, and quartzite. He did not know much about these stones and was unsure what geographical environment would produce such stones, so he decided to go up the mountain to take a look. There surely wouldn't be a shortage of stones on the mountain. The peak Zhao Qian was heading to seemed visually not far away, but it actually took several hours before he reached the foot of the mountain. The peak towered into the clouds, and from below, one could only see the midsection of the mountain, as the view further up was blocked by clouds, demonstrating just how high the mountain was. The stones here had decent hardness, but he was unsure if they were suitable for making stone tools. Zhao Qian picked up some stones at the foot of the mountain and tested their hardness, feeling quite satisfied with it. However, whether these stones could be used to make stone tools depended on other factors as well. He certainly did not want to chop down a tree only to exchange it for dozens of stone axes. Sigh, if only I had a military shovel. At the very least, a dagger would be nice. Zhao Qian suddenly lamented, then added, although I'm still not sure if these stones can be used to make stone tools, it should be fine to make a hammer out of them. Since encountering the wild boar herd, he was eager to craft a weapon for self-defense. Even if it wouldn't be much use against the wild boars, it would at least give him some peace of mind. Thinking of this, he found a piece of wood slightly thinner than his wrist then found a sharp stone and made a cross shape at the top of the wood. After that, he selected a stone that met the standards from many stones and placed it into the cross notch, finally securing it with a strip of cloth. Once fixed, a somewhat unappealing stone hammer was created. Zhao Qian swung it a few times and felt that the grip was quite good. It could definitely serve as a weapon. I wonder if this hammer can drive away the wild boars. Scared by the wild boars. Zhao Qian's main imaginary enemy, while making stone tools, was that group of wild boars. Of course, he was self-aware, even if he had a stone hammer, at most. It could only drive away the wild boars and could not kill those tough-skinned, meaty beasts. Let's continue exploring. Zhao Qian put away the stone hammer and said. Meanwhile, in the camp, Lu Yun was walking back and forth on the beach under the scorching sun, holding a strip of cloth. When Wang Qianqian returned after searching for materials to weave fishing tools and saw Lu Yun like this, she hurried over to pull her into the shade. Xiao Yun, are you trying to bake yourself under the sun on such a hot day? The ultraviolet rays are so strong that they will accelerate skin aging. I applied coconut oil. Lu Yun smiled slightly at Wang Qianqian, then pulled back the cloth strip. At that moment, Wang Qianqian noticed that the end of the cloth strip was tied with something covered in dense, tiny black particles. Xiao Yun, what are these things? Wang Qianqian asked, looking puzzled as she saw Lu Yun collecting the black particles. Ferric oxide, Lu Yun explained. What's ferric oxide? Wang Qianqian asked again. It's a compound of iron that can be refined into iron through a displacement reaction, Lu Yun explained once more. My goodness, you don't intend to smelt iron, do you? Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Yes. Lu Yun did not hide it from Wang Qianqian and said, Zhao Qian encountered wild boars yesterday, indicating that this island is not safe. Just in case, I'm trying to see if I can smelt some iron. Actually, Qian thought of this at first. It was Zhao Qian's encounter with the wild boars that alerted her to the necessity of having weapons on such a deserted island, due to limitations in conditions. The first choice of weapon was stone tools. However, deep down, she had always thought about making iron tools. Compared to stone tools, iron tools were superior in every aspect. But smelting iron is not easy. At the very least, one needs iron or iron-containing materials, none of which she had. Fortunately, she thought of other methods. Xiao Yun, you are amazing, Wang Qianqian said, then looked at the magnets tied to the cloth strip and asked, where did these magnets come from? They were taken off from the suitcase. Lu Yun pointed to the suitcase that Zhao Qian had collected and said, each suitcase contains some magnets, and when gathered together, they amount to this much. We can use the magnets to extract the ferric oxide from the sand, and soon the collected iron sand will be enough to smelt a weapon. Wang Qianqian was impressed and said, Xiao Yun, I suddenly feel that having you as my assistant is a bit of a waste. Compared to you, I feel like I can't do anything. Lu Yun smiled and said, everyone has different talents. I only know how to learn, while your talent is performance. You don't need to compare yourself to me. Wang Qianqian pouted, but there are many people online who criticize me for lacking acting skills. Lu Yun said seriously, you should remember their IDs when we go back. I'll sue them for defamation. How annoying. Wang Qianqian finally smiled, feeling much better. Lu Yun said, you should rest. I'll go collect iron sand again. Don't go. It's bad for your skin. Wang Qianqian stopped Lu Yun and suddenly noticed the coconut crab, smiling widely. Xiao Yun, I have a way that can help collect iron sand and prevent you from getting sunburned. What method? Lu Yun asked curiously. Without answering Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian snatched the cloth strip from Lu Yun's hand and walked over to the coconut crab. Coconut crab, I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal. I promised to let you go before, and now I will set you free. Wang Qianqian said, however, whether as a person or a crab, one must know gratitude. I'm letting you go now, and you must help me with something. Chapter 24. Wang Qianqian's talent. Wang Qianqian paused for a few seconds and continued. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. After saying this, without caring whether the coconut crab could talk or not, she took it upon herself to help the coconut crab agree and tied a cloth strip with a magnet to its body, finally loosening the rope that had been binding the coconut crab. It was unclear whether the coconut crab was half dead after being tied up for 2 days or if it truly understood Wang Qianqian's words. But after the rope was loosened, the coconut crab remained completely still, as if waiting for a command. I almost forgot, you've been hungry for 2 days. Let me get you something to eat first, Wang Qianqian said, bringing over the coconut that had been drained of its juice yesterday and placing it in front of the coconut crab. Upon seeing the coconut crab immediately extended its huge pincers and forcefully clamped down on the coconut, which was incredibly hard, and surprisingly, it began to slowly open it. The coconut crab used its large pincers to pick out the coconut meat bit by bit, eating extremely slowly, and it took a long time to finish the coconut. Afterward, it raised its head and looked at Wang Qianqian. Don't just think about eating, you need to work first. Wang Qianqian seemed to understand the coconut crab's intention. If Zhao Qian had been present, he would have surely thought Wang Qianqian was foolish. How could an animal like a coconut crab, which had no intelligence, possibly understand human commands? Yet, after standing still for a few seconds, the coconut crab really started to move. What was most unexpected was that the coconut crab showed no intention of escaping. It only walked a few dozen meters away before turning back. Lu Yun's eyes widened, thinking she must have seen it wrong. Wang Qianqian could train a dog without surprise, but how could an animal like a coconut crab be tamed? Qianqian, how did you do that? Lu Yun couldn't help but ask. What do you mean, how did I do that? Wang Qianqian replied, somewhat confused. I mean, how did you get the coconut crab to help you work? Lu Yun pointed at the coconut crab that was walking back and forth. It's simple. It's just like how I trained Dao. With a little training, it can help you with some tasks. Wang Qianqian said, how can that be the same? Dao is a border collie. Lu Yun responded, border collies are the smartest dogs, with an intelligence equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child once they reach adulthood. And they have strong mimicking abilities, allowing them to learn many things with just a little teaching. However, the coconut crab does not have the same intelligence as a border collie. She even doubted whether the coconut crab had any intelligence at all, making it completely impossible to tame. But I trained the coconut crab the same way I trained Dao. Wang Qianqian answered, then added, actually, it's very simple. You just need to think of it as making a friend. Why don't you give it a try? How do I try? Lu Yun asked. First, think of it as making a friend in your heart. Then call its name and ask it to come back. Wang Qianqian said, are you sure you're not joking with me? You want me to be friends with a coconut crab? If Lu Yun didn't know that Wang Qianqian was sincerely teaching her, she would have really thought Wang Qianqian was trying to trick her. After some emotional preparation, she shouted at the coconut crab, come back. However, as soon as her voice fell, the coconut crab completely ignored Lu Yun, continuing to walk back and forth on the beach, completing the tasks assigned by Wang Qianqian. It seems like it doesn't work, Lu Yun said. Wang Qianqian was taken aback, showing an expression of surprise. How could it not work? How could it work? You don't really think that this will tame animals, do you? Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, how about you give it a try? You might have just gotten lucky. All right, I'll give it a try, Wang Qianqian said, looking at the coconut crab, come back. This time, as soon as Wang Qianqian's words fell, the coconut crab stopped in place and, after a few seconds of daze, actually walked towards Wang Qianqian. Good boy. Wang Qianqian patted the coconut crab's head and said, you can't continue now. The coconut crab obediently left. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun was completely shocked, and the astonishment in her heart was beyond words. She finally confirmed that Wang Qianqian really could command the coconut crab. Xiaoyan, do you want to try a few more times? It's very simple, Wang Qianqian said. No need. Lu Yun smiled wryly and shook her head, continuing, if I'm not mistaken. This should be your unique talent. Just like some people can hold their breath underwater for 20 or 30 minutes, and some have photographic memories. Your talent is controlling coconut crabs. Oh dear, how could I be so foolish? Suddenly, Wang Qianqian slapped her forehead in frustration, saying, since I can control the coconut crab, why not have it go into the sea to catch fish for us? It can catch fish, abalone, sea cucumbers, lobsters. Lu Yun looked at the happy Wang Qianqian and kindly reminded her, coconut crabs are terrestrial crustaceans. If they go into the sea, they'll drown. Zhao Qian was searching for a way to climb the peak at the foot of the mountain, and after searching for a while, he determined one thing. This peak was too steep to climb. Glancing at the time, it was already afternoon. He thought about how he hadn't gone back for lunch, and that if he returned late today, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun would worry. However, just as he was about to head back, he suddenly spotted a cave. The cave was very hidden. Due to the angle, it was not visible when climbing up, and only when coming down could one barely see the entrance. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Zhao Qian looked at the dark and deep opening, and suddenly felt an impulse to explore the cave. After thinking for a few seconds, he made up his mind and found a reason for himself. I'm not doing this for adventure. It's just that I currently have no place to stay and no tools to build a shelter, so I can only live in the cave. I'm doing this for survival. After saying this, he took out a torch and his makeshift stone hammer, slowly walking into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he felt a chill, as if it were summer and he was in an air-conditioned room, quite comfortable. The cave was deep. Zhao Qian walked several dozen meters with the torch and still had not reached the end, but he heard the sound of dripping water in his ears. When he walked over to take a look, he found a crack in a mountain wall where water from the peak flowed in and dripped onto the ground. Over the years, a small puddle about half a meter in diameter had formed on the ground, gathering quite a bit of fresh water. I'll move over here after I go back. Almost instantly, Zhao Qian decided to move in, because once he moved into the cave, it would not only solve his housing problem, but also conveniently solve the water source issue. This water, flowing from the crack, filtered through layers of rock, was cleaner than many waters found in the wild, and could even be drunk directly. Chapter 25. Huge bones. The absence of other animal droppings on the ground indicates that this cave is not a den for other animals. Coupled with a water source, this place is practically a natural shelter. Zhao Qian is increasingly satisfied with the cave. He believes that moving in will save them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just building a shelter would take considerable time, not to mention the issue of the water source is still unresolved. However, to be on the safe side, Zhao Qian continues to explore deeper into the cave. During his exploration, Zhao Qian discovers that the cave is indeed very large. After going deeper for several dozen meters, he still hasn't reached the deepest part of the cave. Moreover, he notices that the space is becoming larger as he goes deeper. For example, when he first entered the cave, the space could only accommodate 4 people at once, but after going more than 100 meters in, the space can now hold over 10 people at once. The shape resembles the fish traps he made, but inverted. The entrance is small, while the inside is spacious. Suddenly, as Zhao Qian is fully focused on looking ahead, he steps on something and nearly trips. He quickly lowers the torch in his hand and discovers that he has stepped on a bone, specifically a very large rib bone. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian has no knowledge in this area and cannot tell which animal the rib belongs to, but he is certain that its owner was quite large. Regardless of whose rib it is, with a little polishing, it can be used as a weapon. Zhao Qian doesn't delve into what animal the rib belongs to. Instead, he thinks about how to fashion it into a weapon. Just as he secures the rib bone and slings it over his back, he suddenly sees a dark shadow not far away. Earlier, he hadn't noticed it because he was constantly holding the torch, and his eyes weren't accustomed to the darkness. However, as he put the torch aside to tie the rib bone, his eyes adjusted to the dark, revealing the shadow's presence. In an instant, Zhao Qian feels his heart tighten, and his whole body goes cold. He doesn't even dare to breathe for fear that the shadow might pounce on him. However, after a while, the shadow remains motionless, like a lifeless object. After waiting a bit longer, seeing that the shadow doesn't move, Zhao Qian suppresses his fear, picks up the torch, and grips his stone axe as he slowly approaches the shadow. As he gets closer, his worries gradually dissipate, as he can confirm that the shadow is indeed a lifeless object. However, when he finally stands before the shadow, he gasps in shock and can't utter a word for a long time. The lifeless object in front of him is a skull of an animal, which was once called a Tyrannosaurus rex a long time ago. At the campsite, although Wang Qianqian and Luyan haven't eaten anything all day, they don't feel hungry, as their attention is focused on smelting iron. Of course, it's not that they have collected enough iron sand. They just want to try it out first to avoid wasting time if the smelting fails. Xiaoyan, is this okay? Wang Qianqian first digs a small pit in the ground and then builds a tall cylindrical furnace out of mud, with a simple bellows nearby to continuously supply air to the furnace. That's about right. Lu Yin is also busy preparing charcoal. Although coal is better for smelting steel, they can't get any in their current situation, so they have to settle for charcoal. The method of making charcoal is quite simple. Just make sure the wood doesn't burn completely, and what's left is charcoal. Therefore, She collects a large amount of wood, stacks it into a pyramid shape, and then buries the wood with mud, leaving just a small hole that's not too big. Under these conditions, when the wood is ignited, the lack of air inside causes the wood to burn incompletely, resulting in charcoal. However, although the method is not difficult, it takes a considerable amount of time. Lu Yun has been preparing since morning, and only now has she finished making the charcoal. Xiaoyan, can we smell iron now? Wang Qianqian asks excitedly. Lu Yun, looking at Wang Qianqian, who treats smelting iron like a game, says, "Don't be so excited. I'm really nervous right now. If we fail, all our efforts today will be in vain." Wang Qianqian nonchalantly replies, as the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. As long as we keep playing as long as we persist, we'll eventually succeed. Lu Yun smiles and doesn't say much, placing the collected iron sand into a clay bowl, with stones supporting the bowl at the bottom, positioned slightly below the middle of the furnace. Next, she fills the furnace with charcoal until there is no remaining space. It's time to light it. After thinking for a moment and finding no issues, Lu Yun lets Wang Qianqian ignite the charcoal. In fact, Lu Yun wanted to do this step herself, but Wang Qianqian insisted on doing it, claiming it was fun. Although Lu Yun couldn't see what was so fun about it. As the charcoal ignites, the temperature in the furnace begins to rise continuously. In just a short time, waves of heat emanate from around the furnace. At this point, Wang Qianqian begins to have second thoughts and asks Xiaoyan, "How much longer will it take? It's so hot." Lu Yun keeps turning the simple bellows, supplying air to the furnace, while saying, "The burning temperature of charcoal is not as high as that of coal, so it will take longer to smelt the iron. If you feel too hot, you can go rest over there." Wang Qianqian quickly waves her hand, saying, "I'm fine, I can hold on, no need to rest." After saying that, she takes over from Lu Yun and starts operating the bellows. The temperature in the furnace continues to rise. Looking from the top of the furnace into the interior, one can see the orange flames formed by high-temperature fire, resembling volcanic lava. As time passes, the charcoal burns away little by little, and the temperature in the furnace reaches its peak, finally causing the iron sand to begin to change. Half an hour later, the charcoal is nearly burned out, and the temperature in the furnace starts to drop. An hour later, once the temperature in the furnace has significantly decreased, she finally dares to muster her courage and opens the furnace entrance, using a wooden stick to scrape out the clay bowl. However, the wood ash produced by the burning charcoal covers the bowl, making it difficult to see the smelted iron. "Xiaoyan, I didn't find the iron we smelted. Did you?" Wang Qianqian searches for a long time, but finds nothing. This is it. Lu Yun finds a small black, round bead the size of a soybean at the bottom of the clay bowl and says to Wang Qianqian, "This thing is the iron we smelted?" Wang Qianqian looks at it with a disgusted expression, never having imagined that the iron she produced would look so ugly, completely different from what she had envisioned. "The steel you usually see has been processed by modern industry. With our primitive method, we can only smelt iron like this," Lu Yun explains with a smile. Noticing Wang Qianqian's distaste, "I'm back." At this moment, Zhao Qian's voice echoes in the darkness. Chapter 26. The big bone stick. Although Zhao Qian started heading back as soon as it got dark, he was delayed by exploring the cave, and, coupled with the long distance, it was already very dark by the time he returned. "You big liar, didn't you say you'd be back by noon? Are you trying to starve us?" Wang Qianqian, who had been too focused on smelting iron to notice her hunger, suddenly realized she hadn't eaten anything all day after hearing Zhao Qian's voice. "But there's still a coconut crab. If you're hungry, you can eat it," Zhao Qian said. "The coconut crab is my friend. No one is allowed to eat it," Wang Qianqian shouted. "Making friends with food? Who are you trying to starve? Me or yourself?" Zhao Qian didn't show much surprise because, in his view, Wang Qianqian had a mindset where she could be friends with anything. "You." Wang Qianqian wanted to argue back, but realized she had never won an argument against him. So she found a way to back down, saying, "I won't argue with you." Then, she noticed what Zhao Qian was carrying on his back and curiously asked, "Where did you get that big bone stick? Does it still have marrow inside?" "Big bone stick?" Zhao Qian almost didn't react, but once he realized Wang Qianqian was referring to the bone he brought back, he exclaimed, "This bone is not for you to eat. It's worth a fortune." Wang Qianqian scoffed. How valuable can it be? As a popular A-list star, she earned decent pay from movies and variety shows, saving up quite a bit over the years, and considered herself a little rich. What's expensive in the eyes of ordinary people might be trivial to her. If you want to buy it, I can give you a friendly price, 200 million. Zhao Qian said. 200 million. Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Have you gone crazy? A big bone stick, and you want to sell it to me for 200 million? Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think your big bone stick is a dragon bone? Zhao Qian grinned and said, you guessed it right. This big bone stick really is a dragon bone, the bone of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. While in the cave, he repeatedly confirmed that the skeleton had a high probability of being that of a T-Rex. The skeleton was very complete, with no bones missing from the head to the tail. He had previously seen a news report about a complete T-Rex fossil being auctioned for $3,180,000, worth over 200 million. T-Rex bones? Wang Qianqian leaned to take a look and said dismissively, you can say whatever you want. I could say this is a cow bone too. Don't treat others as fools. Zhao Qian glanced at the wise Wang Qianqian, too lazy to argue with her, and approached Lu Yun. Lu Yun was a top student and surely knew more than he did. He wanted her to help determine whether the bone he found was valuable. However, he noticed the smelting furnace that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had built and asked, what is this thing? It's a smelting furnace. While you were gone, Qianqian and I were smelting iron, Lu Yun said. Did it succeed? Zhao Qian asked. Successful. Lu Yun handed over the iron beads they had smelted. Zhao Qian picked one up and saw that it was indeed iron, immediately feeling more admiration for Lu Yun. Although he wanted an iron weapon, he had planned to find aircraft wreckage to obtain steel and then polish it. However, in the eyes of top student, the way to obtain steel was through smelting, and she had succeeded, which made him feel like if given time, Lu Yun could even create planes and cannons. Sister Yun, can you help me see if this bone is valuable? Zhao Qian changed the way he addressed Lu Yun. Is this really T-Rex bone? Lu Yun had heard Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian's conversation, but like Wang Qianqian, she thought Zhao Qian was joking. After all, even if there were T-Rex bones, they would have been buried deep underground, and with the tools Zhao Qian had, it was impossible to excavate them. Absolutely. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously and said, Today, I went to that peak to find rocks, to polish stone tools, and accidentally discover caves. So I went in to explore, and the T-Rex skeleton was found inside. It was a very complete skeleton, but I only brought out this one bone. The rest were left in the cave. Hearing Zhao Qian say this, Wang Qianqian realized he might not be lying and said, Let me see again. I've never seen T-Rex bones. Zhao Qian stopped Wang Qianqian's outstretched hand, saying, You might as well forget it. I'm worried you'll eat my T-Rex bones. Wang Qianqian said, You're still a man. How stingy. Zhao Qian replied, You give me 200 million, and I'll sell you the bone. You can make soup or eat the marrow as you wish. Wang Qianqian shook her head. Don't think I'm stupid. T-Rexes are ancient creatures. After such a long time, the bones must be expired and inedible. At this point, it was Zhao Qian's turn to be speechless. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian really wanted to eat T-Rex bones. While Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian were talking, Lu Yun was observing the bone closely. From Zhao Qian's words, she had no doubt that the bone was from a T-Rex. However, Lu Yun hesitated and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, If this really is T-Rex bone and is very complete, it would indeed be worth a lot of money, but this bone is too fresh. Wang Qianqian immediately asked, Too fresh? Does that mean it's still edible? Not at all. Lu Yun shook her head and said, The T-Rex lived during the late Cretaceous period, around 65 to 68 million years ago. Even if there were T-Rex bones, they would have long since fossilized or turned to jade. However, this bone clearly shows no signs of fossilization or mineralization. Zhao Qian hadn't really noticed this point before and said, It does seem that way. Compared to other T-Rex bones, the one I found is way too fresh, completely unlike it's been dead for tens of millions of years. But I assure you, this is definitely T-Rex bone. I saw it with my own eyes, and I won to mistake it. Lu Yun shook her head. Then I'm not sure what the reason is. Wang Qianqian cautiously leaned in and asked, I once saw a movie that said there's another world inside the Earth, where extinct animals on the surface are not extinct in the Earth's core. We are currently at the entrance to this inner world. Lu Yun shook her head again. With current technology, we could have explored the Earth's core long ago. The inner world you mentioned cannot exist. Wang Qianqian added, I've also seen a movie where humans used cloning technology to resurrect dinosaurs. If that's a possibility, then the place we're in could be a secret base where they are conducting evil experiments. Zhao Qian, who originally didn't want to pay attention to Wang Qianqian, finally couldn't help but speak up after hearing so many implausible theories. He said, "You should watch fewer movies in the future." Wang Qianqian asked why. Zhao Qian replied, "Your IQ isn't high to begin with. Watching those unreliable movies will only make you seem even more foolish." Chapter 27. Moving you are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Wang Qianqian first retorted loudly at Zhao Qian, then quietly asked Lu Yun, "Zhao Yan, am I wrong again?" "Yes." Lu Yun nodded and explained. "The conditions for cloning are far more complex than you imagine. With today's technology, it's impossible to clone dinosaurs, and we can't even find complete dinosaur DNA. Wang Qianqian said, "Didn't the movie say that a mosquito just finished sucking dinosaur blood and then got trapped in amber? Can't that work?" "No." Lu Yun shook her head and explained. "Even in the scenario you mentioned, DNA cannot be preserved for tens of millions of years. A mammoth that died 10,000 years ago was found in the Arctic, and they couldn't clone it, let alone a dinosaur from tens of millions of years ago. Cloning is not as simple as movies portray. There are many conditions required. Even if we find dinosaur DNA, without a suitable surrogate mother, we still cannot clone a dinosaur." After listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Wang Qianqian realized she was wrong again. However, when she saw Zhao Qian's smug smile, instead of wanting to correct herself, she secretly vowed that whenever she had the opportunity, she would make Zhao Qian look foolish. This man was truly despicable. Wang Qianqian snorted coldly and said, "So what if I was wrong? At least I dare to make bold guesses, unlike you, who doesn't even have the courage to speculate." Zhao Qian smiled slightly and said, "Although you sincerely seek my opinion as a person with higher education, I'm sorry, but I won't make baseless conclusions." Wang Qianqian sneered, "If you're afraid, just admit it. Don't be stubborn. You're not a real man." Zhao Qian didn't mind and shrugged, saying, "Provoking me doesn't work. Don't waste your effort." Annoying. Wang Qianqian was furious and frustrated. At this moment, Lu Yun asked Zhao Qian, "What do you plan to do with this bone?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's smile disappeared. He stared at the bone for a while and said, "When I first found this bone, I thought about polishing it into a weapon. Later, I discovered it was a complete T-Rex skeleton, and I thought about selling it after we were rescued to retire early." Although Zhao Qian's interest was in wilderness survival, that didn't mean he didn't love money. He wanted to have endless money so he could travel the world without needing to work. The world was so big, and he wanted to see it. He dreamed of spontaneous adventures. Lu Yun asked, "What are your thoughts now?" "I don't know." Zhao Qian shook his head and continued, "If it were a normal T-Rex fossil, I would keep it without hesitation, but this skeleton is not yet a fossil and could be mistaken for a fake. Identification agencies have their own standards. For example, to identify a T-Rex skeleton, the age of the bones must correspond. If the age is insufficient, it might be rejected right away. Those responsible for identification place great importance on age, as if only age is the standard for measuring an item's value. Let's keep it." Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, "We have already smelted iron, and it won't be long before we can manufacture iron tools. So there's no need to waste this bone. If we can return alive, a complete T-Rex skeleton will be worth even more." "Agreed." Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, and then said, "By the way, when I was exploring the cave, I found it very suitable for living. There's a water source inside, and we can move indirectly." Wang Qianqian said, "We're living well here. Why move to a cave?" Zhao Qian explained, "We don't have tools and can't build a shelter. Under normal weather conditions, it's not a problem, but with unpredictable weather like typhoons or rain, once bad weather hits without a shelter, we will be exposed to the elements. Imagine 3 or 4 days of continuous rain. We wouldn't even be able to start a fire, only able to eat raw fish. And we wouldn't be able to sleep at night because the rain would keep hitting us." As Wang Qianqian listened to Zhao Qian's description, images immediately appeared in her mind, imagining herself shivering in a storm, unable to eat or sleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian would be in the cave, eating grilled fish and lying on a comfortable dry ground, cursing her for being so foolish. "No way. We have to move." Wang Qianqian instantly changed her mind, but she refused to admit it, saying, "I'm not afraid of anything." I would be happy even in the wind and rain, but she paused for a moment and then shifted her tone. But I can't bear to see Zhao Yun suffer with me, so I can only reluctantly agree to move into the cave. Zhao Qian teased, how about this? You stay here, and I'll move in with Sister Yin. Wang Qianqian said, you look sneaky and untrustworthy. How can I let Sister Yin stay in the same cave as you? I must accompany her. Thank you, Qianqian. Lu Yun immediately expressed her gratitude, while continuously giving Zhao Qian signals with her eyes. Zhao Qian understood that Lu Yun was worried that if he continued to argue with Wang Qianqian, it would make her lose face, and then they wouldn't move to the cave. Therefore, for Lu Yun's sake, he ended the topic and said, it's already late. Let's eat something and start moving tomorrow morning, aiming to finish in 1 day. 1 day? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Lu Yun expressed her thoughts. I was still thinking about collecting more iron sand to smelt the tool. The weather at sea is unpredictable, and bad weather can strike at any moment, so the sooner, the better. In fact, while fishing over the past 2 days, he noticed the wind and waves seemed to have intensified, giving him a feeling that significant weather changes might occur soon. If they couldn't move into the cave before that, their situation would become very dire. Zhao Qian continued, as for smelting iron, I don't think we need to be in such a hurry. The speed of collecting iron sand is slow anyway. Delaying for a couple of days is not a big deal. Lu Yun thought for a moment and nodded. All right then, let's aim to move everything into the cave tomorrow. Wang Qianqian said, just to be clear, I'm only moving my own things. Those suitcases and clothes are not mine, so I won't help. Of course, if someone asked me nicely, I might consider helping them. On the day of the plane accident, Zhao Qian collected many suitcases. And it's not an exaggeration to say that 90 of the items in the camp belonged to him. If no one helped, it would take Zhao Qian 2 days to move everything by himself. You want me to ask you? Zhao Qian smiled slightly and said, then has that certain someone considered where she would sleep at night without the suitcases and clothes I collected? What would she cover herself with if it gets cold? Of course, if that certain someone asked me nicely, I might consider lending her some clothes. Chapter 28. Life goes on. Gossip continues just a second ago. Wang Qianqian was feeling proud, but after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she suddenly panicked. She wasn't used to sleeping on straw and the ground, and she didn't want to be cold without anything to cover herself with. So, she quickly changed her tone and smiled, saying, look at you. Why are you taking it seriously? I was just joking with you. We're in this together. How could I not help you? You know, I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal person. Is that so? Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian sideways and said calmly, so you're saying I'm petty and misunderstood you? Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hands. No. We're friends. Just joking. I wouldn't take it seriously. Zhao Qian pointed at the suitcases and asked, so you'll be responsible for those 2 suitcases tomorrow? No problem, right? Wang Qianqian frowned and said, I'm just a weak woman. How could I possibly carry 2 big suitcases? Zhao Qian replied, you're not a weak woman. When we were arguing just now, I saw you had strength. It's settled then. After saying that, Zhao Qian turned and left without giving Wang Qianqian a chance to retort. Watching Zhao Qian leave, Wang Qianqian muttered under her breath, I curse you, you steel-hearted man. To be a lifelong single dog, never to find a wife. The next day, as the sun just rose, Zhao Qian and the others woke up. The temperature on the island was very high at noon, so the best time for them to move was before the temperature rose. After spending some time, they packed their belongings, resulting in a total of 10 suitcases. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun each pulled 2 suitcases, while Zhao Qian pulled 4 at once, leaving the last 2 to be picked up later. Wang Qianqian, who initially wanted to complain about being too tired, couldn't say anything when she saw Zhao Qian carrying 4 suitcases. Despite pulling 4 suitcases, Zhao Qian felt no fatigue at all. He thought it must be related to the physical exercise he had gotten on the deserted island. It was clear that he had found it quite easy to pull 4 suitcases at once, whereas he used to struggle with just 3. And he walked ahead of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun the whole time. Of course, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun weren't moving quickly either. After all, there were no paths on the deserted island, and they had to carry the suitcases instead of dragging them, which consumed more energy. Unknowingly, the 3 of them walked for an hour. Zhao Qian felt fine, but Wang Qianqian couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Zhao Qian, how much further? I'm about to die from exhaustion. It's still early. Zhao Qian paused, turned around, and replied, The cave was already far from their current campsite, and even without carrying anything, it would take several hours to get there. With everyone carrying a lot of stuff now, the journey would take even longer. If I had known it was this far, I wouldn't have moved. Wang Qianqian complained. Zhao Qian, I'm tired too. Can we take a break? Lu Yun quickly suggested to Zhao Qian, worried that Wang Qianqian might give up. Okay, let's take a break. Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun and nodded. Although he didn't feel particularly tired and hadn't even sweated much, he noticed that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were already drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. This indicated that Wang Qianqian wasn't just being dramatic. She was genuinely exhausted. Drink some water. Zhao Qian took out 2 bottles of water and handed one to Wang Qianqian and one to Lu Yun. Gulp, gulp. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had been thirsty for a while. They took the water and drank half a bottle in one go, revealing satisfied expressions. I almost thought I was going to die just now. It was too exhausting. After speaking, Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian and asked, Aren't you tired at all? A little tired, but overall it's okay, Zhao Qian replied. Your physical fitness is really abnormal, unlike those male stars I acted with before. Although they all look good, they're actually quite weak. Wang Qianqian started gossiping again. Not long ago, I filmed a drama where I got injured, and the male lead had to carry me to heal my injuries. But as soon as he picked me up, he dropped me on the ground because he couldn't lift me at all. In the end, 2 people had to support me from below to finish the scene. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yun, seeing Wang Qianqian spilling the tea, coughed hard to remind her to stop. However, Wang Qianqian completely ignored her. Since she was on a deserted island now, and no one was restricting her, she seized the opportunity to say more. Zhao Qian was also interested and jokingly asked, Is there a possibility that it's because you're too heavy? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately stood up, lifted her shirt slightly to reveal her slim and fair abdomen and waist, and said, Look, does my waist look like that of a fat person? Let's be direct. Let me give you a hug so you can feel my weight. As a woman, especially a female star, she couldn't tolerate anyone calling her fat. Therefore, the moment Zhao Qian questioned her weight, she tried everything to prove she wasn't. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yun coughed again vigorously. She was reminding Wang Qianqian that she was a star and followed a pure image. Could she not be so reckless? Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Qian also started to cough awkwardly, saying, I believe you're not fat. If Lu Yun hadn't been there, he might have actually hugged her. After all, such an opportunity wasn't something that came by every day. But with a third party present, if he went forward to hug her, he would easily be seen as a pervert. When I filmed that drama, I only weighed 73 pounds, and he couldn't even lift me. So you can imagine how weak he was. Wang Qianqian loved to gossip and couldn't stop talking. Actually, many male stars in the entertainment industry are quite effeminate, and I don't like them at all. Let me tell you another secret. There's a male star who already has a girlfriend, and when he was playing big poker with another female star at home, his girlfriend came back from a business trip and caught him red-handed. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yun was worried that if Wang Qianqian continued, she would offend everyone in the entertainment industry. That's explosive. Zhao Qian's gossip spirit ignited, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Which male star is it? It's Wang Qianqian was about to clarify when Lu Yun quickly covered her mouth and said, Zhao Qian, don't listen to Qianqian's nonsense. Her words are not reliable. It's all hearsay. It's not hearsay. I have evidence. Wang Qianqian broke free from Lu Yun's hand. But just as she said a few words, her mouth was covered again. Chapter 29, Rain and Hail Bay. Just as Zhao Qian was watching the show with a smile on his face, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sky and hit his face. He instinctively looked up at the sky and found that, at some point, the originally clear sky had turned dark, and a thick black cloud was slowly moving towards him from a distance. Immediately, Zhao Qian spoke up. All right, stop messing around. We need to get moving. We just rested for a short while. Can't we take another break? Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun stopped, with Wang Qianqian pleading. We can't rest anymore. Zhao Qian's expression turned serious as he pointed at the sky. Don't you see it's about to rain? If we don't reach the cave before it starts, we'll all be drenched like chickens. If we catch a cold, that would be a big problem. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun followed Zhao Qian's finger and saw the thick black clouds approaching in the distance, their faces not looking good. With their life experience, they could easily judge that this would be a heavy rain. Wang Qianqian showed an anxious expression and asked, "Even if we get drenched, we can't do anything about it. With 2 suitcases, we can't walk fast. We'll definitely get caught in the rain." Lu Yun thought for a moment and suggested to Zhao Qian, "How about we just leave the suitcases here, wait for the rain to stop, and then come back to move them? That's the only option." Zhao Qian, with a serious expression, agreed to Lu Yun's suggestion, then looked towards the cave and said, "Next, we need to reach the cave in one go, without taking any breaks along the way." "Okay." Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun dropped their suitcases and nodded heavily. "Let's go." Zhao Qian picked up 4 suitcases and walked in front. Seeing Zhao Qian still holding the suitcases, Wang Qianqian couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to leave the suitcases here?" "No need." Zhao Qian walked ahead without looking back, explaining, "First of all, I don't feel tired. Secondly, the cave is a bit damp and cold. If I don't prepare some clothes for you as bedding, you might get sick." Wang Qianqian felt a strange sensation in her heart and asked, "Are you so concerned about me because you like me?" "Not really, I don't know." Zhao Qian felt a little playful and then said, "The real reason, you're overthinking. If you get sick, I'll have to spend energy taking care of you, which is too much trouble." Too much trouble. Hearing this phrase, Wang Qianqian felt a heavy blow to her spirit, pouting and no longer speaking. The 3 continued on their way. After Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun discarded their suitcases, their speed noticeably increased, but even so, they could only barely keep up with Zhao Qian. Looking ahead at Zhao Qian, who was still striding forward with the 4 suitcases, they were deeply shocked. Previously, they thought Zhao Qian was just a little stronger than average, but after this journey, they realized his strength was far beyond that, surpassing human limits. In fact, not only were Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun amazed, but Zhao Qian himself was also becoming increasingly astonished. He was quite sure that his strength was not as great before. It had gradually increased after coming to this deserted island, especially after being chased by a wild boar pack, which had greatly boosted his strength. Not only his strength, but his endurance and speed had also improved, though he was unsure to what extent he could push himself. Is this a change produced by my body itself? Or has this deserted island granted me special abilities? Zhao Qian speculated in his heart. Regarding the changes in himself, Zhao Qian had 2 theories. One was that he originally had this talent, but it had not been developed until he arrived on the island, causing this ability to awaken. The other was that this deserted island bestowed him with these abilities. After all, he had never experienced anything unusual before coming to the island. However, regardless of the reason, the changes in him were only beneficial, not detrimental. Crash! As Zhao Qian and the others were on their way, the dark clouds had slowly caught up with them and were not far away. Although they did not look back, they could already hear the sound of rain, which was like a waterfall, indicating how terrifying this rain would be. "Zhao Qian, how much further?" Wang Qianqian glanced back and was instantly frightened, asking loudly. She had never seen such heavy rain. It was as if the sky had broken a hole. Just being drenched for a second would soak them completely. Almost there. After throwing away the suitcases, they had been walking for an hour and were very close to the cave. "Can you give a more accurate answer?" Wang Qianqian was anxious. She didn't want such an answer. At the current speed, it'll take about another half an hour. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and replied, "Half an hour?" Wang Qianqian deflated like a punctured balloon, slowing down as she said, "At our current speed, we'll be caught by the dark clouds in at most 10 minutes. And we'll be drenched anyway. I give up." Originally, she had been willing to run without caring about her appearance to avoid getting soaked. But now, knowing they would be drenched regardless, she chose to lie down and not waste energy running. "Don't give up, just hang in there a little longer." Seeing Wang Qianqian wanting to give up, Zhao Qian didn't mock her, but instead encouraged her. "I really can't run anymore." Wang Qianqian was sweating profusely and panting, saying, "Besides, what is wrong with getting wet? My physical condition is so good. I don't believe I'll get sick." Bang! Just as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, something suddenly fell from the sky, hitting the suitcase Zhao Qian was carrying squarely, creating a hole in it. The object rolled on the ground for a while, before finally coming to a stop, motionless. "Hail!" The 3 of them recognized what it was and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right." The object that hit the suitcase was a hailstone the size of a fist. The 3 were relieved that it hit the suitcase. If it had hit them, they would have been seriously injured or even dead. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, their faces turned very pale as they looked at the approaching dark clouds and swallowed hard. They had initially thought this was just a regular heavy rain, but now they understood it was rain mixed with hail. "Help! We're going to die." This time, before Zhao Qian could speak, Wang Qianqian took off running. If it were just rain, she wouldn't worry at all, but with rain mixed with hail, that was a completely different matter, especially since the hail was so large. There was no doubt that if they were caught by the clouds, they would definitely die. At this moment, the three were also thankful that Zhao Qian had found the cave yesterday and that they had set out early today. If they had still been at the original camp, they likely wouldn't have survived. Chapter 30. The Limit Under the Threat of Death. Zhao Qian and the others ran for their lives. Even Wang Qianqian, who had just been complaining about being tired, dared not utter another word of complaint. They knew that once they stopped, it would mean certain death. However, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun did not have Zhao Qian's physical stamina, even with the threat of death. After running for more than 10 minutes, they could no longer hold on. At that moment, the dark clouds were only a few hundred meters away, and they were already in the edge area of the clouds. The rain and hail in the edge area were not as fierce as at the center, but they soaked the three of them, and the occasional hailstones reminded them that danger was approaching. Zhao Qian, I can't run anymore." Wang Qianqian felt her legs were as heavy as lead. She knew this was her limit. "If you escape, just say I died when the plane crashed. Please don't tell my fans that I died from hailstones." After saying this, the fear of death overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. Lu Yun didn't say anything, but from her pale face and tightly clenched lips, it was clear that she was also panicking. "I get nervous in front of the camera, so I can't help you speak," Zhao Qian said as he approached Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. "If you want to say something, you can say it when you get back alive. Just tell your fans." With that, Zhao Qian threw away the suitcase he had been reluctant to part with and effortlessly lifted Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun onto his shoulders. "Don't move." Zhao Qian sternly scolded Wang Qianqian, who was struggling. "It might be uncomfortable, but this is the only way to save you. I promise I will make sure you survive." After saying this, he accelerated towards the cave. At that moment, Zhao Qian's terrifying strength was on full display. It should be noted that the combined weight of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun far exceeded that of 4 suitcases. Running quickly while carrying 2 people was a tremendous test of his physical strength and endurance. Even Zhao Qian felt as if his chest was on fire after just a few minutes of running. Each breath was painful, his muscles ached, and he could see steam rising from his body due to the excessive heat. Clearly, carrying 2 people and running for a few minutes had also pushed him to his limit. Several times, thoughts of just giving up and dying crossed his mind. He was utterly exhausted. However, no matter how tired he was, he never considered abandoning Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun because he had promised them he would ensure their survival. This was a man's promise. Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Zhao Qian's mind was filled with this single thought. Boom! At that moment, a hailstone fell from the sky and struck Zhao Qian on the head. The tremendous force broke open his scalp, and blood gushed out, streaming down his face. The sudden blow caused Zhao Qian to stagger, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Qianqian sensed something was wrong, but, being carried on his shoulders, could not see Zhao Qian's face. She asked, "Zhao Qian, what's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhao Qian's voice was hoarse, a result of prolonged breathing through his mouth, which had dried out his throat. After speaking, he struggled to stand up, carrying Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, and resumed running. At this point, they had entered the mountain range and were not far from the cave. They just needed to hold on a little longer. However, after running only a few hundred meters, Zhao Qian knew he had reached his limit. He felt as if his legs were glued to the ground, and he didn't want to take another step. Should he give up? Give up, even if it means dying. "I don't want to run anymore. I'm just too tired." "Fine, then just give up." The voice in Zhao Qian's mind urging him to give up grew louder. However, just as he was about to give in, another voice emerged in his mind. "You can't give up. You've come this far. The cave is just ahead. How can you give up now? Just hold on for one more minute. Once you reach the cave, you can rest as long as you want. You're still young. You can't give up here. You have a bright future ahead of you. You're a man. You promised to keep them alive, so you must keep them alive." The 2 voices continued to clash in his mind, But ultimately, the will to survive prevailed. He gritted his teeth and rasped, "I want to live." As he uttered those words, a surge of strength suddenly emerged from his exhausted body. Fueled by this newfound power, Zhao Qian roared and sprinted forward again. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Zhao Qian charged into the cave in one breath and then collapsed to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the dark clouds caught up with them, and hailstones the size of fists rained down continuously, crashing onto the hard rocky ground and shattering into ice shards. We made it to the cave. Wang Qianqian, who had fallen to the ground, was a bit dazed, but she quickly reacted, joyfully shouting, "We're in the cave. We survived." Luyan also chimed in with relief. "Yes, we survived." The joy of surviving the ordeal made the two of them cheer and jump around. Just moments ago, without Zhao Qian, they would have undoubtedly perished. Zhao Qian. After their excitement, the two suddenly realized that Zhao Qian was still lying on the ground. Wang Qianqian assumed Zhao Qian was exhausted and walked over to give him a gentle kick. "Zhao Qian, don't lie there, get up. I, Wang Qianqian, am a person who repays kindness. How about this? I'll buy your T-Rex bones for 200 million. How does that sound?" She waited for Zhao Qian to thank her. However, Zhao Qian remained motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian sensed something was wrong, and, together with Luyan, they turned Zhao Qian over. They gasped in shock. The two of them saw that Zhao Qian's entire body was flushed, his temperature was alarmingly high to the touch, and his face was covered in blood. Blood? How could there be so much blood? And why is his temperature so high? What's wrong with him? Wang Qianqian cried in panic, looking at Luyan. Zhao Qian must have been hit on the head by a hailstone, which is why he was bleeding. Luyan checked Zhao Qian's head and found the wound. She continued, "As for why his temperature is so high, I can't say for sure, but it's likely due to excessive exertion and his heart being overworked. We need to cool him down immediately." "How do we cool him down?" Wang Qianqian asked anxiously. Luyan didn't answer, but looked outside the cave, where many hailstones had fallen. For cooling down, hailstones would undoubtedly be the best option. However, the hail was falling too frequently, and there was a great risk of being hit if they went out to collect them. Chapter 31. Unconscious Dam. Wang Qianqian heard Luyan's words and looked outside the cave. Without a moment's hesitation, she was about to step out to collect the hail. "Qianqian, don't be anxious. Think of another way," Luyan said, pulling Wang Qianqian back, worried she might do something foolish. After all, they didn't have Zhao Qian's strong physical condition. Getting hit by hail could have dire consequences. "Xiaoyan, there's no time. If we don't cool Zhao Qian down, he will die," Wang Qianqian said anxiously, tears streaming down her face. "He did this to save us. We can't just stand by and watch him die. Of course we need to save Zhao Qian, but we have to use our brains and think of a win-win solution," Luyan advised. "There's no way to have a win-win solution." Wang Qianqian shook her head. "There must be." Luyan's mind raced, and suddenly an idea flashed in her head. "Do you remember that big bone stick Zhao Qian brought back?" Wang Qianqian nodded. "What about it?" "That big bone stick was thrown away when he saved us. We can't retrieve it." Luyan shook her head. "That is not what I mean. Didn't Zhao Qian say that the big bone stick was found in this cave? There's a complete T-Rex skeleton in the cave, which means we just need to find the T-Rex skeleton and take another bone." After saying this, Luyan hurried towards the depths of the cave to search for the T-Rex skeleton. Wang Qianqian stood frozen for a few seconds, then smacked her forehead, her face filled with regret. No wonder Zhao Qian always says I don't use my brain. There was clearly a better way, and I almost went to my death. My actions are no different from Captain America being frozen for decades to prevent a bomb from exploding. Thinking about how she had just acted like a heroic warrior who goes and never returns to save Zhao Qian, she had previously felt she was being loyal, but now she just felt foolish. After scolding herself, Wang Qianqian also ventured into the depths of the cave to look for the T-Rex skeleton. Although they didn't have torches and the cave was pitch black, this actually helped them adapt to the dark environment more quickly. In just a few minutes, they found the T-Rex skeleton. The two didn't have time to feel emotional. They quickly took out a large bone stick and returned to the cave entrance, using the bone stick to push the hail into the cave. Bang, bang, bang. The bone stick was extended for a short time, but even so, It was hit by hail several times, showing just how fierce the hail was. Qianqian, take these to cool down Zhao Qian first. Lu Yun handed 2 pieces of hail to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian didn't hesitate, taking the hail to Zhao Qian. She smashed the hail into ice shards and placed them on Zhao Qian's body. At this moment, Zhao Qian's temperature had risen again. So as soon as the ice shards were placed on him, they melted at a visibly fast rate, turning into ice water. Fortunately, this method was indeed effective. The previously rising body temperature was finally brought under control. Xiaoyan, the hail isn't enough, get some more. Wang Qianqian quickly used up the 2 pieces of hail and shouted to Lu Yun, coming. While Wang Qianqian was cooling Zhao Qian down, Lu Yun also gathered more hail and brought it back. The 2 hurriedly crushed the hail into ice shards and covered them over Zhao Qian. With a large amount of ice shards, Zhao Qian's body temperature finally stabilized and gradually decreased. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. She actually wasn't sure if her method would work. After all, she wasn't a medical student. However, fortunately, it turned out that her guess was correct. Xiaoyan, Zhao Qian's temperature has come down. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Wang Qianqian asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. I don't know either, but it should be related to the body's protective mechanism. We just need to wait. Lu Yun wasn't very sure either. Xiaoyan, are you sure Zhao Qian is out of danger? Wang Qianqian asked uneasily. Lu Yun didn't answer, but checked Zhao Qian again. At this point, there was no more bleeding from Zhao Qian's head, and judging by the recovery, it wouldn't be long before it scabbed over. His body temperature had also decreased, and his heart rate, breathing, all other indicators were very stable. Don't worry, he is definitely out of danger, Lu Yun assured. Then I can rest easy. Wang Qianqian sighed, finally showing a smile on her face. Lu Yun looked at the smile on Wang Qianqian's face and seemed to realize something, but didn't say anything. In the following time, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave. Seeing that Zhao Qian couldn't wake up for now, they had nothing to do, so they began to familiarize themselves with the cave. Unknowingly, time passed from morning to noon, then from noon to afternoon, and now it was about to get dark. Gulialu, having not eaten all day, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were already starving. They didn't want to move at all and simply stayed in front of Zhao Qian, hoping he would wake up and find them something to eat. However, Zhao Qian showed no signs of waking up. As the sky gradually darkened, the temperature inside the cave also began to drop, and a chill crept in, causing the 2 to shiver continuously. The situation of being cold and hungry wasn't the worst. The worst part was that it had been raining and hailing outside for a whole day, with no signs of stopping, and even the intensity hadn't weakened at all. In this situation, they were essentially trapped in the cave, unable to go out to look for food. Xiaoyan, it's been raining all day, why won't it stop? Wang Qianqian complained, the weather on this island is too strange. I don't know. Lu Yun shook her head lightly. If it keeps raining like this, will we starve to death in the cave? I'm cold and hungry, and I want to sleep, but can't because of the cold, Wang Qianqian said, glancing at the unconscious Zhao Qian. When Zhao Qian was here, I didn't find survival on this deserted island so difficult. But now that he has been unconscious for a whole day, I feel like I can't go on. Although Zhao Qian had tried several times to show her that survival on a deserted island was no joke, she had actually been living quite well. When it was time to sleep, she had clothes to use as blankets. When she was hungry, Zhao Qian would bring back food. When she was cold, Zhao Qian would light a fire. It was like a parent telling a child that if they don't study well, working outside will be tough. The child listens on the surface, but doesn't take it to heart because their living environment and quality haven changed much. They can't experience the hardship. Only when they enter society and experience the struggles of working people do they understand how happy they were before. For this reason, many people regret not studying hard after entering society. Lu Yun listened to Wang Qianqian's words, but didn't express any opinions because she had understood these truths long ago. Alo! Just as the 2 fell into silence, a sound like a pig being slaughtered came from outside the cave. Chapter 32 Helplessness. Where did that sound come from? Suddenly, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun became alert, holding the Tyrannosaurus Rex bones in their hands, cautiously watching the outside of the cave. At this moment, the sky had not completely darkened, so they could vaguely see a black figure approaching the cave. During this process, hail kept hitting the black figure, causing it to emit a mournful cry, but it couldn't kill it. Not good, it's a wild boar. As the black figure got closer, Lu Yun's face changed dramatically, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "A wild boar?" Wang Qianqian quickly asked, "Aren't wild boars supposed to live in the forest? Why are they here?" Lu Yun frowned and said, "It should be related to this rain and hail. This wild boar wants to enter the cave to avoid the hail." Wang Qianqian asked, "What should we do now?" Lu Yun said, "We can't let it in. Otherwise, we're all doomed." If Zhao Qian were awake, the three of them might be able to deal with one wild boar, but now that Zhao Qian was unconscious, the two girls were completely powerless and had no chance against the wild boar. And wild boars are not animals that can coexist peacefully with humans. Once they sense danger, they will attack without hesitation, fighting to the death. How we stop it from coming in? Wang Qianqian panicked and asked, "What if we play dead? I heard that many wild animals won't attack dead bodies." "No way." Lu Yun shook her head and explained, "Wild boars are omnivores. They also eat carrion. If wild boars eat carrion, let alone our fresh meat. In fact, not only wild boars, but bears also eat carrion. Therefore, when encountering bears or wild boars in the wild, it's best to avoid them. If you can't avoid them, it's basically a dead end. Don't even think about running away." It's not an exaggeration to say that most animals surpass humans in speed and endurance. Of course, the vast majority of wild animals want to actively attack humans unless provoked. But the current situation is that this wild boar has been hit by hail for so long. It must be injured. And injured animals are very alert. Even a slight movement will make them feel threatened and attack. Ow! Just as Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were discussing countermeasures, the wild boar drew closer to the cave, and the two could even see its appearance clearly. It was a huge wild boar, over 2 meters long, nearly 3 meters, and while its weight was hard to estimate, it was definitely no less than 400 kilograms. With 2 tusks protruding from its mouth and a thick, matted coat. It was this matted fur that protected the wild boar. When the hail fell, it only caused the boar pain, but could not inflict fatal injuries. "This is a male wild boar," Lu Yun said. "Is that good or bad?" Wang Qianqian asked. "There are pros and cons." Lu Yun paused and continued. "Male wild boars are solitary and rarely live in groups, so we only have to deal with this one. However, compared to female wild boars, male wild boars are more irritable, have stronger attack power, and are larger in size." While they spoke, the wild boar had already entered the cave, its massive size making Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun afraid to breathe, unable to move at all. However, they were relieved that they had moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave earlier. Otherwise, the boar would have seen Zhao Qian the moment it entered. Thud! Suddenly, the wild boar swayed and collapsed, lying still for a long time. "Xiaoyan, is this wild boar dead from the hail?" Wang Qianqian whispered excitedly upon seeing this. Lu Yun observed for a moment and shook her head. "No, its belly is still moving, indicating it's still breathing. It must have been injured by the hail and is resting now." Wang Qianqian immediately asked, "Should we take advantage of its illness and end its life?" Lu Yun looked at the brave Wang Qianqian and reminded, "This wild boar is so large, not to mention the bones we have. Even a makeshift gun might not be able to kill it. Attacking it would only anger it, and then we would be in real danger." Wang Qianqian said, "If we don't attack, we can't just wait here forever, right?" Lu Yun nodded. "For now, waiting is the safest option." Hearing this, Wang Qianqian fell silent, staring at the wild boar for a while before giving up on the risky idea. As the sun set, the sky completely darkened. If they were outside the cave, they might still see something, but inside, it was pitch black, and both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun fell into complete darkness. In fact, both of them were already very tired, their eyelids heavy. But thinking of the wild boar not far away, they refused to let themselves sleep, always alert to the boar's movements. In the dark, apart from the sound of rain and hail hitting the ground outside the cave, they could not hear any other sounds. The next day, Wang Qianqian, who did not know when she fell asleep, suddenly felt a chill and woke up in shock. The first thing she did was look towards the wild boar's position at the cave entrance. Fortunately, the wild boar was still lying on the ground resting. Next, she checked Zhao Qian's condition. All her bodily indicators were normal, but she still hadn't woken up, making Wang Qianqian suspect whether the hail had damaged Zhao Qian's head. Gurgle. Just as Wang Qianqian finished checking, her stomach growled. From yesterday until now, she hadn't eaten anything, and, after running for so long yesterday morning, she felt like she was starving. Now, she would eat even the most disgusting bugs without hesitation, let alone the exploding bugs. However, even the disgusting bugs were not available now. Moreover, even if there was no wild boar blocking the cave entrance, she couldn't go out to look for food because it was still raining and hailing outside. It had been going on for a day and a night. A large amount of hail was almost blocking the cave entrance. Xiaoyan, are you awake? Wang Qianqian gently pushed the sleeping Lu Yun, but found she couldn't wake her no matter what. Xiaoyan, what is wrong? Wang Qianqian quickly approached to check. Discovering Lu Yun had a high temperature, and she immediately realized Lu Yun had caught a cold. In fact, it was quite normal for Lu Yun to catch a cold. They had been drenched in the rain yesterday, and then slept in a dark and damp cave, terrified the whole night. It would be strange if she didn't get sick. However, when Wang Qianqian saw that she was the only one in good condition among the three, a sense of helplessness suddenly arose within her. In the past, she could rely on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, but now she could only depend on herself, as if all the responsibility had fallen on her shoulders. Misery loves company. Just when Wang Qianqian felt helpless, she heard the sound of the wild boar. Turning around, she saw that the huge wild boar had somehow woken up and was now staring intently at her. Chapter 33. The deterrent power of sound. At this moment, Wang Qianqian felt as if her heart had jumped into her throat, her body frozen in place, too scared to move. Her feelings at this moment were not something a bystander could understand just by imagining it. It was like someone saying they weren't afraid of tiger, but when they actually saw one, even a look from the tiger would make their legs go weak. Wang Qianqian was in a situation that was even more terrifying and panic-inducing than she had imagined. However, the wild boar did not stop because Wang Qianqian was scared. It was like a predator closing in on its prey. As it got closer, Wang Qianqian understood that she had to fight back, or the three of them would undoubtedly die. No, don't come any closer. Wang Qianqian quickly picked up a dinosaur bone from the ground, aimed a sharp end at the wild boar, and mustered the courage to shout loudly. It was unclear whether it was because Wang Qianqian's voice had an effect or for some other reason, but at the moment her voice fell, the wild boar actually stopped. However, after a few seconds of being dazed, the wild boar moved again. The wild boar seemed to have been angered, no longer slowly approaching Wang Qianqian, but charging directly at her. It should be clear that this was a wild boar nearly 3 meters long and weighing over 400 kilograms when it charged at its target. The destructive power would be terrifying, let alone a weak girl like Wang Qianqian. Even Zhao Qian would not dare to withstand such an attack while awake. Wang Qianqian instinctively took a step back, but upon remembering Zhao Qian and Lu Yun lying behind her, she forced herself to stop. However, seeing the wild boar coming at her, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes and screamed, swinging the large bone club in her hand to strike out. Normally, closing her eyes would make it impossible for her to hit the wild boar, and she would likely be knocked away. But in fact, Wang Qianqian felt the large bone club hit the wild boar, and the recoil made her hands ache. I hit it. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed and opened her eyes. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she regretted it because she saw the wild boar was right in front of her, only a few dozen centimeters away, and her large bone club had just struck its forehead. Wang Qianqian could not feel happy about the damage she caused because, as Lu Yun said, her attack didn't hurt the wild boar at all. Instead, it provoked it. Sure enough, the wild boar let out an angry roar, charged forward, and knocked Wang Qianqian to the ground, opening its mouth to bite down. I'll help. Wang Qianqian quickly shoved the large bone club into the wild boar's mouth, instinctively shouting for help. But on this deserted island, there were only the three of them. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun were unconscious, and no one was there to save her. The wild boar pinned Wang Qianqian down tightly. If it weren't for the large bone club lodged in its mouth, she would have likely been dead by now. Relying on the large bone club, Wang Qianqian temporarily held off the wild boar. However, after a while, the wild boar noticed this issue. It bit down hard on the large bone club, then violently shook its head, and the club was torn from Wang Qianqian's hands. Flung away. Bang, bang, bang. The large bone club collided with the hard rocky ground, producing a piercing sound. Without the large bone club to stop it, the wild boar launched another attack on Wang Qianqian, its gaping mouth biting down. Ah! Wang Qianqian closed her eyes, fearfully screaming. She knew she had no chance of survival. However, after waiting for a moment, the imagined pain of having a piece of flesh bitten off did not come. She felt no pain at all. Thus, she timidly opened her eyes to see what was happening. Hiss! When she opened her eyes, she gasped. The wild boar's mouth was only a few centimeters from her face, and she could even smell the foul odor from its mouth. She just couldn't understand why the wild boar had stopped and did not continue to attack her. What's going on? Wang Qianqian wondered. Could it be that my scream scared it? However, she had no time to think about this question and quickly crawled out from under the wild boar, moving around to its back to avoid Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, who were still unconscious. As soon as she got behind the wild boar, it shook its head. As if waking up, the wild boar lowered its head, found that Wang Qianqian was gone, looked around but did not see her, and immediately let out an angry roar. Hey, big dumb pig, I'm over here. Wang Qianqian shouted loudly from behind, worried that the wild boar would notice Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Hearing the sound, the wild boar turned around immediately, snorted in dissatisfaction, and charged forward again. Ah! Wang Qianqian screamed again, but this time, unlike before when she screamed out of fear, this time she shouted on purpose, mainly to see if her voice could really deter the wild boar. And the fact proved she was right. The wild boar, running wildly, lost its focus upon hearing her shout, its eyes becoming dull and murky, and its speed slowed down. It really is like this. My voice can scare away the wild boar. Wang Qianqian's face broke into a joyful smile, and she was no longer as scared as before. She continued, should I try to use my voice to kill it? It was like using control skills in a game. Once you control the enemy, the next step was to attack and kill the monster. However, this idea was quickly dismissed because she did not believe she could kill the wild boar without a weapon. It should be noted that previously, when she had struck the wild boar on the head with a large bone club with all her might, it had caused no damage at all. The wild boar soon recovered, its eyes turning red with rage. However, Wang Qianqian did not give the wild boar a chance to attack. The moment it woke up, she shouted again, once more deterring the wild boar. Thus, back and forth, Wang Qianqian was enjoying herself. But soon, Wang Qianqian noticed that the time her voice could deter the wild boar was getting shorter and shorter. At first, she could deter the wild boar for dozens of seconds. Now she could only deter it for a few seconds. At this rate, she would soon be unable to deter the wild boar at all. After a while, when the wild boar moved again, Wang Qianqian's voice lost its effect. In fact, it wasn't completely ineffective. It was just that the deterrent time was too short, and the wild boar only paused slightly before continuing its attack. It's over. Wang Qianqian's mind went blank, her face pale. When her voice could no longer deter the wild boar, she was utterly defenseless in front of it. Chapter 34: Killing a Wild Boar with Bare Hands. The wild boar ran across the hard rocky ground, making heavy, crashing sounds. Each sound was like a death warrant, causing Wang Qianqian's complexion to change dramatically, her face turning ashen. I don't want to die. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. If I die like this, it would be such a loss for my life. Wang Qianqian was just an ordinary person. To say she was unafraid of death would be a lie. So, in her panic, this thought slipped out of her mouth. She wanted to say more, but the wild boar was already close at hand, and she fearfully shut her eyes. Bang! A violent crashing sound echoed. However, the scene Wang Qianqian imagined of being knocked away did not happen. She didn't even feel a hint of pain. What's going on? Confused, Wang Qianqian mustered her courage and opened her eyes. This time, she saw not the terrifying figure of the wild boar, but rather a broad back of a person. Zhao Qian. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed because it was Zhao Qian, who had just been unconscious, blocking the wild boar. Looking at Zhao Qian's back, Wang Qianqian felt an unprecedented sense of security. I heard everything you just said. Zhao Qian turned around and grinned, saying, I didn't expect you to be thinking about men when you were about to die. Do you really want to get married that badly? Wang Qianqian felt embarrassed upon hearing this, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Stay back, leave the rest to me," Zhao Qian reminded her with a smile when he saw Wang Qianqian not speaking. Oh, Wang Qianqian, feeling a sense of security she had never experienced before, quickly ran deeper into the cave, away from Zhao Qian and the wild boar. "Thank you." At that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly shouted loudly. Although he had been unconscious since entering the cave, he was actually aware. He just couldn't control his body. Therefore, he knew what Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had done for him, and that Wang Qianqian was facing the wild boar alone. So this word of thanks was necessary. Wang Qianqian paused for a moment. With her back to Zhao Qian, tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Just a simple thank you made her feel that everything she had done was worth it. Zhao Qian's entire body burst forth with terrifying power, his hands gripping the wild boar's tusks tightly, engaging in a contest of strength without falling behind. That's right. During the one day and night, he was unconscious. His strength had increased again, reaching the level where he could wrestle with the wild boar. If he were to carry Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun now, he could easily bring both of them to the cave without encountering the previous situation. "I was worried about what we three would eat with the rain and hail outside, never stopping." Zhao Qian grinned. "I didn't expect you to come to me. Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept." Saying this, Zhao Qian increased his strength, suddenly exerting force with his arms, and actually threw the wild boar to the ground. Not giving the wild boar a chance to get up, Zhao Qian directly pounced on it, pressing its head down and delivering a heavy punch. Bang! His fist hit the wild boar's head hard, causing the wounded wild boar to let out a painful scream, struggling more and more. However, with its body pinned sideways to the ground, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. In fact, Zhao Qian's strength was not much greater than that of the wild boar. The reason the wild boar could not escape was entirely because it was pinned sideways to the ground and could not exert its full strength. It was like how a crocodile has a strong bite force but can easily be prevented from opening its mouth because the force to open its mouth is not great. This one do. I can't kill it with my fists. After one punch, Zhao Qian felt the wild boar's tough bristles and realized that it was impossible to kill the wild boar with just his fists. Thus, he quickly looked around for something to use as a weapon. Soon, he spotted a large bone club that had been thrown away by the wild boar. After hesitating for a moment, he released the wild boar and lunged for the large bone club, grabbing it in his hand. Roar! The wild boar lost Zhao Qian's control, kicking its legs wildly and using a lot of effort to stand up, roaring angrily at Zhao Qian. Clearly, the wild boar's hatred had shifted from Wang Qianqian to Zhao Qian. Thud thud. The wild boar was completely enraged and charged at Zhao Qian with a speed of at least 45 kilometers per hour. In Wang Qianqian's eyes, the wild boar was just a shadow. She felt her eyes couldn't keep up with the wild boar's speed. However, as the crazed wild boar approached Zhao Qian, it saw Zhao Qian swing the large bone club forcefully, crashing it down on the wild boar's head. Crack! This blow was indeed powerful, and the large bone club broke into two pieces on the spot. The wild boar was knocked unconscious immediately, unable to control its body, and fell heavily to the ground. Unable to get up for a long time, Zhao Qian, with a stern expression, approached, coldly watching the still-breathing wild boar, raising the broken bone club high. "This is all for survival," Zhao Qian said, plunging the sharp part of the broken bone into the wild boar's neck. In an instant, blood gushed out. Roar! The wild boar let out a wailing cry, trying to struggle, but was held down firmly by Zhao Qian. As the wild boar's blood gradually drained away, its struggles became weaker and weaker until it finally stopped struggling altogether, only twitching occasionally. Huff! Zhao Qian exhaled and said to Wang Qianqian, "All right, come over." Wang Qianqian jogged over, looking at the dead wild boar in disbelief, saying, You are too strong. You actually killed such a big wild boar with your bare hands. Your strength has increased so much. Are you still human?" Previously, Zhao Qian's strength was only slightly greater than that of an ordinary person, still within an acceptable range. But now, Zhao Qian's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Describing him as a humanoid monster was not an exaggeration at all. "At least I saved you. Why are you cursing?" Zhao Qian said, somewhat speechless, clenching his powerful fist and saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the changes in me should be related to this deserted island." Wang Qianqian hurriedly asked, "What kind of relationship?" Zhao Qian shook his head and said, "I only know it's related. I don't know the details, but you can ask Sister Yun. She is so smart. She must know what is happening." "Oh." Wang Qianqian slapped her forehead and realized Zhao Yun was caught in the rain yesterday and slept on the ground. She seems to have caught a cold and can't be woken up. Zhao Qian quickly said, "Hurry and take her to see her." Wang Qianqian led Zhao Qian to Lu Yun. Zhao Qian squatted down, touched Lu Yun's forehead, and found it was indeed very hot. "Zhao Qian, what should we do now?" Wang Qianqian asked worriedly when she saw Zhao Qian silent for a long time. "I'll go out for a bit." Zhao Qian hesitated and said, "Go out?" Wang Qianqian didn't understand immediately and asked, "Where are you going?" Zhao Qian turned to look at the rain and hail still falling outside the cave and said, "Outside the cave." Chapter 35 Retrieve the suitcase. No way. Absolutely not. Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's words, pointing at the terrifying hail outside, and said, "How can you go out in this weather? Even if you're really twisted right now, you can't withstand the hail." "Twisted? Is that how you compliment someone?" "I have to go." Zhao Qian gently touched Lu Yun's head and said with a serious expression, "Sister Yun's temperature is too high. She needs treatment as soon as possible. But the medicine I've collected is in the suitcase, so I must retrieve the suitcase." After he woke up, he had collected many suitcases, some of which contained commonly used medicines. He gathered these medicines and stored them properly in the suitcases for emergencies. If it weren't to save Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, those medicines would have long been taken to the cave with him. Upon hearing that Zhao Qian was going out to save Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian fell silent and was less opposed to Zhao Qian going out. However, when she looked at the hail outside the cave, her expression revealed worry. The extreme weather outside could not even be described as terrifying. It was simply a disaster. Fortunately, such extreme weather only occurred on this deserted island. If it happened in a city, who knows how many people would lose their lives. Wang Qianqian didn't want Zhao Qian to go out mainly because she didn't want to experience the feeling of helplessness again, but to save Lu Yun, she had no choice but to agree to Zhao Qian going to look for the suitcase. "How can you go out in this weather?" Wang Qianqian asked. "I plan to take off the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull and use it as a shield." Zhao Qian thought for a moment, then shared his plan. The Tyrannosaurus Rex skull was large enough to serve as a shield against the hail. The only problem was that the skull had decayed, and its hardness had been greatly reduced, which might not withstand the hail. If it shattered, he would have to endure the hail with his body. And even though his physical strength was currently quite extraordinary, he didn't think he could withstand the hail. That's a way. Wang Qianqian recalled the enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex skull, which could indeed protect a person, and asked, "But are you willing to use the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull? If the skull gets damaged, it will affect the value of the skeleton. Saving lives is more important," Zhao Qian said seriously. Although he didn't want the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton to be damaged at all, he didn't want to see Lu Yun die even more. So he had to retrieve the suitcase and treat Lu Yun no matter what. "Are you really that great?" Wang Qianqian expressed doubt, having seen many people turn against each other for money. "On this deserted island, with scarce food, I can provide you with food, drink, and shelter for free. Isn't that great enough?" Zhao Qian retorted. "Don't make it sound like I'm a useless person. I just saved you." Wang Qianqian protested. "That's true. Do you want me to offer myself in return?" Zhao Qian joked. "Get lost, you scoundrel." Wang Qianqian's face flushed, and she wanted to say something else when her stomach suddenly growled. She rubbed her stomach and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, "I'm about to starve to death. When you come back, find something to eat. I wouldn't even mind if it's burst worm. I'm just too hungry." "Something to eat?" Zhao Qian couldn't help but glance at the dead wild boar and asked, "Isn't a 400-kilogram wild boar enough for you? Or are you not aware that the wild boar is already our food?" Hearing this, Wang Qianqian's expression froze, and then she showed an awkward but polite smile. Perhaps it was because she was scared by the wild boar. She didn't want to think about it at all, let alone eat it. "I'll let you eat the wild boar's brain later to help you think better." "No, that's wrong. Pigs are so dumb that giving you pig brains will only make you dumber." "Also wrong. What if this wild boar is smarter than you?" Zhao Qian said, laughing heartily. "Zhao Qian, I want to kill you." Wang Qianqian clenched her fists and made a clawing motion at Zhao Qian. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll go get the suitcase back first. Zhao Qian laughed and dodged, then entered the depths of the cave to take down the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. To be honest, the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull was quite heavy. Even though his strength had been enhanced while he was unconscious, it still felt heavy. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. It only took 20 minutes round trip, so he could manage. I'm off. Zhao Qian held the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull at the cave entrance and turned back to say to Wang Qianqian, "Be careful," Wang Qianqian reminded. Zhao Qian nodded, not hesitating, and dashed out. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he exited the cave, hailstones the size of fists struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull, making a loud noise upon impact. Fortunately, the skull had high defense. Even though the hail fell like rain, it did not damage the skull. Seeing this, Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and ran toward the suitcase. His speed had improved quite a bit. What used to take over 10 minutes could now be done in just a few minutes. All 4 suitcases were still there, but 2 of them had been smashed by the hail, and a lot of rainwater had flooded inside, soaking the clothes. Fortunately, the suitcase with the medicine hadn't been destroyed, so he decided to take the 2 intact ones back first. Since he had to hold the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull, he couldn't carry all 4 suitcases at once. So he thought to bring back 2 first. As for the remaining suitcases, he would deal with them after the rain stopped. Most of them contained clothes, which were not afraid of getting wet or being smashed by hail. Tying the 2 suitcases to himself, Zhao Qian prepared to head back while holding the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. But after running a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and ran to a large tree to break off several branches. Now they had food, but they still lacked firewood. To avoid eating raw meat, he planned to take some branches back. As for how to ignite the wet branches, he would think of a way later. After breaking the branches, Zhao Qian hurried back with the suitcases and branches, perhaps because he was carrying a lot of things. The return trip took more time, but overall it didn't take more than half an hour. I'm back. Zhao Qian returned to the cave, immediately opened the suitcase, found the cold medicine, and handed it to Wang Qianqian, saying, "You give Sister Yin the medicine first, then pick some clothes to put under her and cover her up." Oh. Wang Qianqian nodded quickly and took the medicine away. Once Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian looked at the wet branches he had brought back and felt troubled. It was already so difficult to start a fire with dry wood. How could he ignite these wet branches? Chapter 36. Are you dreaming? Although the temperature was high when we first arrived on the deserted island, after 2 continuous days of rain and hail, the temperature on the island has dropped significantly. Inside the cave, it is even colder than outside, so we must make a fire no matter what. Otherwise, with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun's physical condition, they simply won't be able to hold on. In fact, it was already surprising to him that Wang Qianqian hadn't fallen ill like Lu Yun. The fire-starting tools were still there, but they were soaked and should be unusable. Zhao Qian said, pulling out the fire-starting tools, and indeed, as he guessed, they were all soaked and couldn't be dried in a short time. He chuckled bitterly, thinking that wet branches were a hassle, but didn't expect troubles to be everywhere. It seems he can only look for substitutes. Zhao Qian rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. The wooden stick can be replaced with small fragments from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton, and for the base, I remember that the torch used during the first exploration of the cave was not taken out, and it could be split in half to serve as a base. As for tinder, I can search through these clothes. I can always find some suitable for tinder. Although wet branches can't be used for kindling immediately, I can burn the clothes first. As long as I get a fire going, the wet branches won't be a problem. With this in mind, Zhao Qian quickly began to act. He first selected a bone of suitable size from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton, then found the torch discarded during the first exploration of the cave. Although the surface of the torch was damp, Zhao Qian discovered that the inside was still quite dry after splitting it open. Finally, he picked out a few pieces of clothing suitable for burning and began to attempt to start a fire by drilling wood. Hiss! The bone was constantly rubbing against the base. However, perhaps due to the excessively humid environment in the cave, Zhao Qian felt that he had used a lot of effort just to barely get the base wood to turn black and start producing sparks. He didn't dare to breathe, holding his breath as he poured the sparks onto the tinder, but before he could blow on it, the sparks extinguished. Once, 5 times, 10 times. Even though Zhao Qian had rich experience in fire starting, in such a humid environment, he tried many times before finally succeeding in igniting the tinder. Zhao Qian immediately placed the prepared, easily combustible clothes onto the tinder, and with a series of unpleasant odors wafting out, those clothes also caught fire. At this point, it could already be considered a success, but Zhao Qian still didn't dare to let his guard down, as the wet branches hadn't burned yet. And he couldn't keep using clothes to burn. Compared to wood, clothes were a non-renewable resource on this deserted island. Zhao Qian first found some thin branches, vigorously shaking off the rainwater on them, then removing the leaves, and finally placing them to roast over the flames. As a large amount of steam rose from the wood, the wet branches turned into dry branches, which Zhao Qian then tossed on the fire. Crackle, crackle, the wet branches began to burn. After Zhao Qian got the fire going, the originally pitch-black cave had a glimmer of light, and looking at the light seemed to dissolve a lot of the coldness. Zhao Qian, you're amazing. You actually started a fire on a rainy day. Wang Qianqian saw the flames and hurried over, her face beaming with joy. I almost died of exhaustion. Zhao Qian complained and then asked, is Sister Yun's condition stable? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, I've already given her cold medicine, but her temperature hasn't gone down yet. Do you think those medicines are useless? Zhao Qian glanced at her. Do you think cold medicine is a miracle drug? It takes time for the medicine to take effect. You can't rush this. Oh, Wang Qianqian didn't argue with Zhao Qian, not because she had learned to be good, but mainly because she was too hungry and didn't want to waste energy arguing. When are you going to cook? Right away. Zhao Qian was also hungry and turned to look at the wild boar, saying, but it will take some time to cook. This wild boar still needs to be processed. Although the wild boar had been killed, processing it thoroughly would take a considerable amount of time. Most importantly, Zhao Qian had never done this before and needed to figure it out as he went. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and process it. Wang Qianqian urged impatiently. Given that you just saved me, I won't argue with you this time. Wanted to save some energy? Zhao Qian chose to ignore Wang Qianqian's provocation. Zhao Qian moved the wild boar to the entrance of the cave, found a sharp-edged stone inside the cave, polished it slightly, and began processing the wild boar. First, he skinned it, and then dealt with the internal organs. It took him about 4 to 5 hours to process the over 400-kilogram wild boar before he barely finished. This meat would last for a long time. As for preservation, it could be frozen, smoked, or salted. Zhao Qian looked at the processed wild boar and smiled. This wild boar was so large that it wouldn't be finished in 1 or 2 meals, and even a month might not be enough. To prevent the pork from spoiling, he could only think of ways to preserve it. With hail outside the cave, it could be frozen. Even if the hail was gone later, he could use smoking and salting methods to preserve the pork for a long time. Anyway, he couldn't let the pork spoil. Let's eat this piece today. Zhao Qian selected the best piece of meat from the wild boar, skewered it with branches, and began to roast it. While the remaining pork was frozen with the hail, he dug out from outside the cave. Before long, the roasted wild boar meat emitted an enticing aroma, and Wang Qianqian couldn't care less about watching over Lu Yun. She rushed over, hugging her knees, her eyes fixated on the roasted meat. Mind your image. Your tears are flowing from the corners of your mouth. Zhao Qian said, somewhat speechless. In the past, he thought celebrities were high and mighty, but now he felt that celebrities were just ordinary people. I'm almost starving to death. Who cares about an image? Hurry up, Wang Qianqian said. Don't worry. You won't starve to death. Zhao Qian continued. Aren't you celebrities always thinking about losing weight? Don't you lose weight? Of course, I also lose weight. Wang Qianqian recalled and shivered, saying the food I eat every day is especially matched, said to be healthy, but it actually tastes awful. I feel like I'm starving to death every day, but my manager is always watching me and makes me weigh myself every few days. I can't gain even a little bit of weight. Zhao Qian had heard that being a celebrity was very painful, but he didn't expect it to be true. Since being a celebrity was so painful, had she ever thought about not being one? Wang Qianqian instinctively asked, if I don't become a celebrity, will you support me? As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Qianqian regretted it, fearing Zhao Qian might say something like, sure, I'll support you. But in fact, she thought too much and underestimated Zhao Qian, this straight man of steel. Zhao Qian shook his head vigorously, making a face of disgust, and said, support you? Are you dreaming? Chapter 37 Changes in the body. At this moment, Zhao Qian felt a bit regretful. He had only asked casually, But he didn't expect Wang Qianqian to cling to him, wanting him to support her. He wasn't a fool. How could he agree? Of course. The most important reason was his income. He couldn't afford to support a big star. You. Wang Qianqian saw the disdainful look on Zhao Qian's face and was instantly furious, thinking of cursing him. She was a top star in the country. With tens of thousands of fans, she didn't know how many people wanted to support her. But Zhao Qian was looking down on her. Wasn't he a man? Enough. Let's eat some barbecue. Zhao Qian, worried that Wang Qianqian might really cling to him, immediately took the almost cooked pork off the fire, sprinkled some salt on it, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. If I give you something to eat, it should keep your mouth shut. Wang Qianqian indeed wanted to say more. But when she saw the roasted pork in front of her, her stomach betrayed her and growled. Forgetting about arguing with Zhao Qian, she grabbed the barbecue and started eating heartily. After a bite of the roasted meat, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief and took another piece of raw meat, skewered it, and placed it on the fire to roast. After eating, it was already afternoon. The rain and hail outside the cave continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. After such a long time of continuous rain, the hail almost covered every part of the deserted island. With so much hail, the temperature on the island had already changed. Zhao Qian felt that the temperature was getting lower and lower. He couldn't stop shivering even while sitting next to the fire. To combat the cold, he had put on several layers of clothing and lit several fires in the cave to dispel the chill as much as possible. Is Sister Yin feeling any better? Zhao Qian filled a bottle with water, put it on the fire to boil, and handed it to Wang Qianqian for warmth. Yes, much better. Although Lu Yun said this, her face was pale, and her breath was weak. She still looked very frail. Do you want to eat something? Wang Qianqian asked again. I don't want to eat. I'm just a bit thirsty, Lu Yun replied weakly. I'll get you some water, Wang Qianqian said, reaching into her clothes to pull out a bottle of water. This bottle was the one Zhao Qian had just given her to warm herself. If Lu Yun hadn't wanted a drink, she wouldn't have been willing to give it up. Lu Yun watched this scene, stunned for a while, and reminded her, be mindful of your image. Wang Qianqian, however, was very open-minded and said nonchalantly, it's not like we're on the red carpet now. There's no need to worry about our image. Right now, all I know is that I'm very cold and need to warm up. Lu Yun also felt the bone-chilling cold and asked, why has it suddenly gotten so cold? Zhao Qian explained, you've been unconscious for a day, and the rain and hail outside haven't stopped. Now the entire deserted island is covered in hail, so the temperature has dropped significantly. I didn't expect I had been asleep for so long. Lu Yun's expression froze for a moment as she looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, what about that wild boar? Zhao Qian killed it with his bare hands. Wang Qianqian continued, speaking of which, we really have to thank that wild boar. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had anything to eat. Since they arrived on the deserted island, they could barely fill their stomachs, and later, they were lucky enough to catch a coconut crab as a food reserve. But Wang Qianqian wouldn't allow them to eat it. During the move, they lost the coconut crab, and their only food reserve was gone. If it weren't for that wild boar that suddenly barged in, they would have starved, and without knowing when the rain and hail would stop, that was extremely dangerous. Because even if they didn't starve to death, their condition would significantly deteriorate, reducing their ability to cope with risks. At that point, even a slight accident could lead to their deaths on the deserted island. Therefore, the wild boar that unexpectedly entered the cave effectively saved them. Killed a wild boar with bare hands? Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief, her expression more shocked than Wang Qianqian, who had witnessed the whole process. The reason she was so shocked was that she knew how powerful wild boars were. A massive wild boar weighing 400 kilograms was not something one person could kill. Not to mention one person, even 10 people couldn't kill a wild boar with bare hands. Wild boars are not creatures that can be killed by a single human being. Exactly. Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously and then recounted the events, including her encounter with the wild boar. After Lu Yun listened to the story, her brows furrowed tightly, and she remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian didn't disturb her, quietly waiting by the side. After a while, Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian and asked, are you suspecting that the changes in your body are related to this deserted island? Yes. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously and said, I'm quite certain that I was just an ordinary person before, but ever since I came to this deserted island, my body has been changing in various ways. He had previously suspected that he had this ability all along, but it was awakened only after arriving on the deserted island. However, after careful consideration, he realized that this possibility was very slim, so he abandoned that idea. I said it before, last time, no matter what I did, I couldn't break that coconut. But he smashed it open in one go. I told him he was strong, but he didn't take it seriously, Wang Qianqian said, looking like she had already figured it out. You're not wrong in your speculation. The changes in your body are indeed related to this deserted island. Lu Yun paused for a moment, then looked at Wang Qianqian and said, to be precise, it's not just you. Qianqian has also undergone changes, but she hasn't noticed it yet. Chapter 38. We have crossed over as soon as these words were spoken. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were stunned. Then, Wang Qianqian showed an ecstatic expression and asked, Zhao Yun, do you mean to say that I will become as powerful as Zhao Qian? Zhao Qian, let me show you the strength of this female hero. Saying this, she didn't wait for Lu Yun to explain and stood up to punch Zhao Qian. Bang! Wang Qianqian's fist hit Zhao Qian's chest accurately. To take revenge for Zhao Qian always bullying her, she put a lot of strength into this punch. However, the joyful expression on Wang Qianqian's face disappeared at a visible speed, replaced by a pained expression as she hugged her fist and exclaimed, ouch, that hurts. Zhao Yun, you tricked me. Lu Yun said, Qianqian, I didn't trick you. You were too anxious and didn't wait for me to finish. Your change is different from Zhao Qian's. Wang Qianqian asked, what does that mean? Lu Yun explained, Zhao Qian's change is that his physical quality continues to enhance, while your change does not enhance your physical quality, but allows you to control other living beings. Wang Qianqian looked confused, as if she didn't understand. Do you remember that coconut crab? Lu Yun asked. My friend, of course, I remember, Wang Qianqian nodded. If I'm not mistaken, you unintentionally activated your ability and controlled that coconut crab. That's impossible. You can't really think that a coconut crab can understand human commands like a border collie, right? Wang Qianqian didn't say anything, but she actually thought so in her heart. However, this time she had learned to be smart. When her thoughts were different from others, she kept quiet, so Zhao Qian couldn't find a reason to ridicule her. After thinking for a moment, she asked, if I can really control other living beings, why couldn't I control the wild boar? Lu Yun frowned and thought for a moment before replying. It should be because your ability hasn't reached the level to control wild boars, but you can still use your voice to stop the wild boar's attack. Wang Qianqian asked, wasn't the wild boar intimidated by my voice? Zhao Qian glanced over and said, do you think you're tigress? A single roar can intimidate a wild boar. In fact, he was also curious about how Wang Qianqian had managed to stop the wild boar's attack with her voice. After hearing Lu Yun's explanation, he understood that the wild boar was stopped by Wang Qianqian's ability and had nothing to do with her shouting. I told you, wild boars are not animals that can be intimidated by sound. If I were a tigress, the first one I'd eat is you, Wang Qianqian shot back and sighed. I feel like my ability is so weak. Besides a coconut crab, I can't even control a wild boar. Your ability is not weak at all. You just haven't developed it yet. Lu Yun paused and continued. Do you want to wrestle with wild boars like Zhao Qian? Wang Qianqian was taken aback by this. Replacing the image of Zhao Qian wrestling with a wild boar in her mind with herself, and couldn't help but show the disgusted expression. She indeed envied Zhao Qian's ability. But the thought of wrestling with a wild boar made her shake her head quickly, even if she didn't care about her image. She never thought about wrestling with a wild boar. That scene was too eye-watering. At this moment, Zhao Qian asked, Sister Yun, have you figured out where this island is? Why have we been given such peculiar abilities? Lu Yun did not answer immediately, but glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, I'm tired and need to rest. Let's talk about this later. Zhao Yun, do you know something and don't want to tell us? Wang Qianqian, seeing Lu Yun hiding something, immediately pressed. All right. Zhao Qian pulled Wang Qianqian away and said, Sister Yun's cold hasn't recovered yet. She's very weak. Let her rest first. When she's better, she'll tell you. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian and asked, Aren't you curious about where we are? Zhao Qian shrugged indifferently. Where else could we be? Of course, we're on Earth. Could it be that we could leave Earth? You're being unreasonable. You're out of control. You're homeless. You're making trouble for no reason. You are unloved. That's not an idiom. Who cares? Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian quarreled, and it unexpectedly turned into a competition of idioms. Although Zhao Qian easily defeated Wang Qianqian in terms of education, Wang Qianqian played tricks, claiming that any four-character phrase counted as an idiom regardless of whether it was actually one. In this way, Zhao Qian lost narrowly. Late at night, because it was too cold, Wang Qianqian went to bed early, so the night watch had to be done by Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian sat in front of the fire, trying to curl up into a ball to protect himself from the cold. Is it cold? When Wang Qianqian fell completely asleep, Lu Yun cautiously got up and sat down next to Zhao Qian. Not too bad, Zhao Qian replied and asked, Sister Yun, why aren't you resting? Lu Yun said flatly, I'm thinking about some things and can't sleep. Zhao Qian seemed to understand something and asked, Is it about the thing you hid from her today? The her he referred to was naturally Wang Qianqian. In fact, not only Wang Qianqian noticed that Lu Yun was hiding something, he also saw it. But he knew Lu Yun had her reasons for not speaking, so he didn't press further and even pulled Wang Qianqian away. It's not that I want to hide it from Qianqian, it's just that this matter is a bit unbelievable, and I'm worried she can't handle it if I say it out loud, Lu Yun said, looking very conflicted and hesitant. We've been stranded on this deserted island for so many days. Her psychological quality has improved a lot. She isn't afraid in front of wild boars. What else could be something she can't handle? Zhao Qian was suddenly interested. Zhao Qian, do you believe in crossing over? Lu Yun asked, like what is written in novels. Zhao Qian countered and then shook his head. To be honest, I don't believe it. In the past, when he was in school, he had fantasized about crossing over. But after growing up, he realized that novels were all lies. Even many existing scientific technologies weren't as powerful as advertised, so naturally, he wouldn't believe in things like crossing over. After speaking, he seemed to understand something and looked at Lu Yun, asking, Do you mean we have crossed over? Yes. Lu Yun nodded heavily. Is there evidence? Zhao Qian asked with an expressionless face. Yes. Lu Yun said, You told me before that anywhere on Earth is human trash. But this deserted island is not. And the dinosaur skeleton you found, the Tyrannosaurus rex, has been extinct for tens of millions of years. But that skeleton looks quite fresh. The weather on this deserted island is extremely extreme, completely unlike any weather that should exist on Earth. The weather on Earth has patterns. Otherwise, there wouldn't be weather forecasts. Lastly, it's the changes that have happened to you and Qianqian, gaining superpowers. All of this can only indicate one thing. We are no longer on the original Earth. Chapter 39. Hurricane Barrier. Zhao Qian listened to Lu Yun's words, feeling increasingly shocked. Although he didn't say anything, he was beginning to believe it internally. After all, he was aware of the evidence Lu Yun provided. He just hadn't thought of it in terms of time travel. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Qian asked, Sister Yun, where do you think we are now? Lu Yun frowned slightly and said, Ecologically speaking, we should still be on Earth, but it might not be the original timeline. Not the original timeline? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you mean we traveled back to ancient times? Lu Yun shook her head and said, Not ancient times, but a period even more ancient than that. Have you heard of the enthusiast civilization? Zhao Qian shook his head and replied, No. Lu Yun explained, The enthusiast civilization is one mentioned in the legends of the Maya people. This civilization appeared during the First Sun era, and it has another name, the superpower civilization. Superpower. Zhao Qian immediately thought of the changes happening to him and Wang Qianqian. Isn't that what superpowers are? Could it be that they have traveled to the time of the enthusiast civilization? Do you know more about the enthusiast civilization? Zhao Qian frowned and asked after thinking for a moment. The enthusiast civilization is millions of years away from our current era. Whether this civilization exists is one thing. Naturally, our understanding of it is limited, Lu Yun said. When Zhao Qian heard that the enthusiast civilization had a history of millions of years, he realized that it couldn't possibly leave any trace behind, and its very existence was debatable. To say nothing of the distance, just take the Xia dynasty as an example. Many Western scholars do not recognize this dynasty because no relics or artifacts related to the Xia dynasty have been discovered to date. Even among the artifacts unearthed from the Shang dynasty, there are no records concerning the Xia dynasty. And keep in mind that the Xia dynasty is only about 4,000 to 5,000 years old, let alone the million-year-old enthusiast civilization. Seeing Zhao Qian lost in thought, Lu Yun continued. In fact, even if we have traveled to the Gendai civilization period, the timeline seems off, because even during this period, the Tyrannosaurus rex went extinct over 60 million years ago, and its skeleton couldn't possibly look like it does now. So there's another possibility. Zhao Qian hurriedly asked, "What possibility?" Lu Yun answered, "That is, we have traveled to a parallel world similar to Earth, where the ecology is roughly the same as Earth's, yet there are essential differences." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian did not express his opinion, but frowned even more. According to Lu Yun's deduction, they had either traveled through the timeline or to another world. But regardless of which possibility it was, they were no longer in their original space-time. Just the thought of being in a strange world made him feel restless. "Can we go back?" Zhao Qian took a deep breath and asked. "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head. "I understand." Zhao Qian didn't say anything further and stood up, feeling somewhat at a loss. But at that moment, Lu Yun said, "I know it's hard for you to accept this. And actually, I'm the same. I can't believe that just by taking a plane, we inexplicably traveled. Family, friends, colleagues, everything we were familiar with is gone. But we must pull ourselves together. Otherwise, we won't survive in this strange world. Also, I told you the secret because I hope you can help keep it from Qianqian. If she finds out about the current situation, she might collapse." Zhao Qian looked at the resting Wang Qianqian without speaking, but he nodded. In the original world, both he and Lu Yun were inconspicuous small figures, and even if they had traveled, they could barely accept it. However, Wang Qianqian was different. She was a top star in the original world. Although she couldn't be said to be famous worldwide, she held significant fame across Asia. Suddenly traveling to another world, losing her hard-earned career, combined with her already fragile psychological endurance, she could indeed collapse. The next day, the rain and hail outside the cave still showed no signs of stopping, and it was already the third day. Standing at the cave entrance and looking outside, the ground was covered with thick hail, and many of the uneven spots were filled with rainwater. If it weren't for the high position of the cave, rainwater or hail might have flooded in. Although unable to leave the cave, Zhao Qian was not idle. He found a different piece of bone from the Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton and began to polish it, planning to make a weapon. Before last night, he would have hesitated to destroy the Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton, but now he didn't care. Sizzle. Zhao Qian placed the Tyrannosaurus rex bone on a rough stone surface and continuously polished the edges. As the bone rubbed against the stone, a white powder with a hint of red appeared on the stone. This was a strange bone. When he selected suitable bones from the Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton, he found that all the bones had decayed, except for this strange bone, which seemed as fresh as if it had just come from a recently deceased Tyrannosaurus rex. Moreover, during the polishing process, he discovered that this bone had a very high hardness, feeling almost as strong as iron. He had already used up 2 sharpening stones to barely give the bone a semblance of a weapon. At least 2 more sharpening stones were needed for it to fully take shape. "Zhao Qian, come out quickly." Just as Zhao Qian was polishing the bone, Wang Qianqian, who was outside the cave, breathing fresh air, suddenly shouted loudly. Zhao Qian was unclear about what was happening, instinctively grabbing the bone knife and rushing over. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he saw Wang Qianqian pointing excitedly outside, so he frowned and asked, "What is wrong?" "The dark clouds have dispersed, and the rain and hail have stopped," Wang Qianqian said happily as she pointed to the sky upon seeing Zhao Qian arrive. Zhao Qian looked up at the sky, and sure enough, just as Wang Qianqian said, the dark clouds were clearing and the long-lost sun was shining down on the island. Although the temperature on the island was still very low, the sunlight felt warm and comfortable on their bodies. As the clouds dispersed, the rain and hail also ceased, indicating that they could finally leave the cave. However, before Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian had a chance to celebrate for too long, the smiles on their faces froze, and their gazes became dazed as they looked towards the distant sea. They saw a gigantic hurricane suddenly appear on the sea surface, dozens of nautical miles away from the deserted island. The hurricane was filled with black clouds, reaching from the sea surface all the way to the sky, and there were many lightning bolts flickering like electric snakes within the hurricane. What was most terrifying was that the hurricane acted like a barrier, completely isolating the island they were on from the outside world. Chapter 40. Just like your foolish master soon, Lu Yun, who had not fully recovered from her cold, was forcibly pulled out by Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian pointed at the distant hurricane and asked, "Zhao Qian, take a look. What is going on?" Lu Yun had just been resting in the cave and hadn't witnessed the formation of the hurricane, so she was shocked by the scene upon being pulled out. She stared for a while, then pretended to be indifferent and smiled. "Isn't this just an ordinary hurricane? What's so strange about it? An ordinary hurricane?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Yun, thinking that even if she was going to lie, she should at least draft something. How could such a strange hurricane be an ordinary one? Such a lie. How could Wang Qianqian possibly believe it? However, Zhao Qian still overestimated Wang Qianqian, who said, "You scare me to death just now. I thought it was the apocalypse. I didn't expect it to be just an ordinary hurricane. Are hurricanes really this large?" Lu Yun estimated that she hadn't expected her improvised lie could fool Wang Qianqian. Her expression became somewhat unnatural as she explained. Although the smallest hurricane has a diameter of over 100 kilometers, larger hurricanes can have diameters of over 2,000 kilometers. Wang Qianqian looked surprised, realizing how terrifying the range of hurricanes was. "I thought hurricanes were those long tubes that keep spinning and moving." Long tubes that keep spinning and moving? What a strange name. Zhao Qian silently complained, knowing what Wang Qianqian was referring to, and explained, "What you're talking about isn't a hurricane. That's called a tornado, which is a different thing." Tornado. Wang Qianqian silently noted this name and then asked, "Are hurricanes dangerous? Should we leave the cave?" Perhaps scared by the previous rain and hail, Wang Qianqian first considered safety upon seeing the unusual weather. To put it bluntly, as long as either Zhao Qian or Lu Yun told her there was danger, she wouldn't leave the cave. Compared to when she first arrived on the deserted island, she had become much more cautious and had grown a lot. "We should be at the center of the hurricane. Compared to other areas of the hurricane, we're relatively safe," Lu Yun said, continuing, "but with this kind of weather, the rescue team will probably be delayed a lot. Unforeseen circumstances are unavoidable." Wang Qianqian took this quite well. This response surprised Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. They had thought Wang Qianqian would throw a tantrum, but she agreed so readily. "Now that the weather's clear, we can't just sit around." Zhao Qian began assigning tasks, saying, "Sister Yun, you're still in charge of salt production. If possible, make more salt. I want to use it to cure the pork so that it can be preserved longer." Lu Yun nodded. "Once the weather clears, the temperature on the deserted island will rise a lot. If the pork is not stored properly, it can spoil easily. How about this? I'll take care of the salt production and pork storage. I'll use multiple methods like smoking and curing to preserve the pork." "All right." Zhao Qian had always trusted Lu Yun and directly agreed. He then turned his attention to Wang Qianqian and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Wang Qianqian scratched her head and said awkwardly, "My original tasks were to find fresh water and materials to build a shelter, but now that these two problems are solved, I don't have any tasks left to do." In fact, hearing Zhao Qian's inquiry, Wang Qianqian's face turned red. Since she arrived on the deserted island, she had hardly done anything serious, and the tasks were all completed with the help of Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Even with thick skin, she would still feel embarrassed. "How about this? You find the remaining suitcases and bring them to the cave, and gather some firewood to use in case of extreme weather next time," Zhao Qian said. "No problem." Wang Qianqian had no objections to the task and readily agreed. However, Lu Yun spoke up, "Zhao Qian, this deserted island isn't safe. It's dangerous for Qianqian to go alone. Give her a different task." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian also recalled his encounter with the wild boar. Even though his physical abilities surpassed those of an ordinary person, he was still on the brink of danger. If Wang Qianqian encountered danger, it would basically be a dead end for her. He thought for a moment and said, "Sister Yun is right. The deserted island isn't safe. Let us give you a different task." Wang Qianqian asked, "What task should I take?" Zhao Qian pointed outside the cave at the hail scattered on the ground and said, "You're responsible for collecting the hail and bringing it into the cave for storage." "What is the purpose of this?" Wang Qianqian frowned slightly, feeling that Zhao Qian was taking care of her, and her expression showed some displeasure. Zhao Qian explained, "Of course, I want to make an ice cellar. Just think about it. On a hot day, drinking a glass of iced coconut juice would be incredibly enjoyable, and it could also be used for food storage. What if it melts?" "It will definitely melt, but only partially, and there will still be plenty left. Besides, the temperature deep in the cave is very low. So the Hail 1 team melts so easily. With nothing else to do, Zhao Qian explored the cave once again. This time he explored for a long time, but still did not reach the end of the cave. However, he noticed that the deeper he went into the cave, the lower the temperature became, with some places even approaching 0 degrees. Putting the hail in such a temperature would mean that even if it melted, it would do so slowly, making it entirely usable as an ice cellar. Oh, I see. Well, okay. Wang Qianqian had nothing more to say and could only nod in agreement. After Zhao Qian assigned the tasks, he left the cave and headed toward the sea. He had 2 tasks today. One was to check on the original camp and find the remaining suitcases, and the other was to catch some fish and, if possible, dig up some wild vegetables. Although he had been eating wild boar meat in the cave for several days, he couldn't eat pork continuously, or else he would face nutritional imbalance, which wouldn't be good for his health. Moreover, after eating pork for several days, he was starting to feel sick of it. However, he didn't head directly to the beach where he had set the fishing tools, but rather to the original camp. At this time, the camp was unrecognizable. All the remaining suitcases had been smashed by the hail, and the clothes inside were scattered everywhere. The only consolation was that not too much was lost. He even found some coconuts that hadn't been taken away. Just as Zhao Qian was about to pick up a coconut to drink, he suddenly heard a sound similar to scissors and immediately stopped in his tracks. Then he saw a coconut crab emerge from behind a coconut, waving its giant claws as if to say that this coconut belonged to it. How are you like your foolish master? Can't you see the difference in strength between us? Zhao Qian squatted down, looking at the showy coconut crab, and revealed an evil smile. Chapter 41. Truly amazing, the coconut crab in front of him was indeed the one Zhao Qian had caught initially. He had originally planned to keep it as a food reserve, but Wang Qianqian stubbornly refused, and since they had no shortage of food, it became her pet. Of course, after Lu Yun's explanation, he learned that the coconut crab was enslaved by Wang Qianqian's ability and obeyed her commands. Perhaps due to its master's foolishness, he felt that the coconut crab in front of him also had some foolish attributes. Blue. The coconut crab was blowing bubbles and waving its massive claws, as if protesting to Zhao Qian. How can you compare me to my master? She's not worthy. Zhao Qian looked down at the show-off coconut crab and said, I heard that the taste of coconut crab's claws is quite good. What do you think? Should I get a try? Crack. The coconut crab, which had been waving its claws just a second ago, froze the moment Zhao Qian finished speaking. Then it retracted its claws, lowered its body, and timidly backed away, pushing the coconut behind it toward Zhao Qian. Did you understand what I meant? Zhao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. After thinking for a moment, he tested again. Don't be afraid. Your claws will grow back. That's your species' innate ability. We shouldn't waste it. As he spoke, he slowly approached the coconut crab while extending his hand. This movement scared the coconut crab to death, and its little legs started to wiggle as it tried to escape Zhao Qian's grasp. But how could it escape? Zhao Qian quickly reached out and caught the coconut crab in his hand. The coconut crab instinctively waved its massive claws toward Zhao Qian's fingers, as if to say, if you dare to pinch me, I'll eat you whole. Zhao Qian quickly spoke while preparing to let go. Although his body was quite strong now, the coconut crab's claws could crack coconuts, and he didn't think his skin was tougher than a coconut. If the coconut crab clamped down on him, his fingers could very well be broken. Crack! The coconut crab's movements stopped again, slowly retracting its claws and obediently letting Zhao Qian hold it. Truly amazing. Looking at the obedient coconut crab, Zhao Qian finally confirmed that it could indeed understand his words, and he couldn't help but speculate. Could it be because of Wang Qianqian? The coconut crab lived on a deserted island. Before they ended up on the island, it probably had never even seen a human, so it would naturally not understand human language. The only difference in the coconut crab now was that it had been tamed by Wang Qianqian, which meant its ability to understand human language must be related to her. Originally, he thought Wang Qianqian's ability was just to enslave beasts, but unexpectedly, it also allowed the enslaved creatures to comprehend the language of their master. It seemed that Wang Qianqian's superpower was more formidable than it appeared on the surface, and many abilities had yet to be developed. After saying this, Zhao Qian clenched his fist and muttered to himself. So what about my superpower? Is it really just enhancing physical qualities? The ability to enhance physical qualities seemed impressive, but in reality, it was quite useless, especially against modern weapons. No matter how much he enhanced his physical strength, as a carbon-based life form, he could never withstand modern weapons. In fact, it wasn't even necessary to use modern weapons. Ancient cold weapons, as long as they were sharp, could cause him harm. His ability had a low ceiling. In comparison, Wang Qianqian's ability had a much higher ceiling. On a smaller scale, she could enslave mosquitoes, cockroaches, and flies to gather intelligence and spread viruses. On a larger scale, she could control tigers, elephants, whales, and sharks, potentially forming an animal army. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian looked at the coconut crab, which was still blowing bubbles, and dazedly said, "What a pity. It's a good ability. But Wang Qianqian is a bit foolish. If someone else had gained Wang Qianqian's ability, at the very least, they would be able to enslave lions and tigers. But Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, aside from successfully enslaving the coconut crab, had only used her ability to intimidate wild boars. If it weren't for Lu Yun's reminder, Wang Qianqian probably wouldn't even know she had obtained superpowers. Zhao Qian was only slightly troubled by the issue of abilities before he started to get busy. He first opened all the luggage, poured out the rainwater inside, and took out the soaked clothes to dry, preventing them from getting moldy. After finishing all this, he took the coconut crab and left, but instead of heading to the beach, he went into the forest to look for decayed fallen trees. Want to dig for some explosive larvae. Explosive larvae were bait for his fishing. When he retrieved his fishing tools later, he needed to put them back in, or the fish wouldn't be able to swim in. Entering the forest, Zhao Qian found the situation there to be somewhat better. Aside from several branches being broken by hail, almost no trees had fallen, as if they had just experienced a slightly heavier rainstorm. Soon, Zhao Qian found a dead tree, pulled out his bone knife, and began chopping. Breaking open the hard outer shell of the dead tree, he could see the parts destroyed by the explosive larvae. After a bit of scraping, several thumb-sized explosive larvae were revealed. "Don't just stand there. Help me dig for explosive larvae, or I'll eat you," Zhao Qian threatened the coconut crab fiercely. Bloop! The coconut crab blew bubbles as if to say, "I'll help, just don't threaten me with eating me." Reluctantly, the coconut crab extended its massive claws, effortlessly cracking open the tree shell that Zhao Qian had thought was hard. Thus, through the cooperation of one person and one crab, the explosive larvae from the dead tree were quickly harvested. Zhao Qian obtained dozens of explosive larvae, all of considerable size. In fact, he didn't need that many explosive larvae for bait, so he planned to eat the extra ones. Although they weren't lacking food now, frying the explosive larvae with a bit of salt would definitely be delicious. After digging for explosive larvae, Zhao Qian finally headed to the place where he had stored his fishing tools. Since the fishing tools were in seawater, no matter how heavy the rain or hail, they remained intact and undamaged. Furthermore, the fishing tools had caught quite a few fish. After pulling them up and counting, there were at least 12. "If they were a bit bigger, we could catch even more," Zhao Qian said regretfully while looking at the fishing tools. This wasn't because he was greedy. It was simply that food was crucial for survival on the deserted island. If they hadn't been lucky enough to encounter a wild boar seeking shelter from the hail, they would have gone hungry for the past few days. Being hungry for a day wasn't a big deal, but if they went hungry for 3 days straight, his condition would significantly decline. Therefore, he planned to stock up on food while the weather was good. "I promised to teach Wang Qianqian how to weave fishing tools last time. I'll teach her today when I get back, so she can make a few more," Zhao Qian muttered to himself. Next, after replenishing the bait for the fishing tools and putting them back into the seawater, he left. Chapter 42. The dog relying on its master. When Zhao Qian returned to the cave, it was already evening, and the sky had completely darkened. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun roasting meat in front of fire. However, perhaps because neither of them was very skilled, one side of the meat was charred black while the other side was still oozing blood. This is not how meat should be roasted. Zhao Qian walked over, confirmed that the piece of meat was indeed inedible, and casually threw it out of the cave. "I can understand that Wang Qianqian can't cook, but Yun Jia, you can't cook either?" Wang Qianqian came from a well-off family and didn't need to cook or do laundry, but Lu Yun's family situation wasn't good, so she should know how to cook. Lu Yun's face turned red as she explained, "When I was at home, my parents wanted me to focus all my energy on studying, so I didn't learn to cook very well." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian understood the reason. With Lu Yun's family background, it wasn't easy to get into Peking University. Besides talent, hard work was also essential. Her family supported her by not making her do any household chores, allowing her to concentrate solely on her studies, which led to her being academically successful but lacking practical skills. However, there was nothing to be done about it. Peking University and Tsinghua University only admitted a limited number of students each year, and without the determination to cross a narrow bridge amidst thousands of horses and troops, it was unlikely to get admitted. "Let me do it," Zhao Qian said, intending to clean the fish he had brought back, but after taking a few steps, he stopped and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, "I found your coconut crab when I returned to the previous campsite today and brought it back for you." As soon as the coconut crab was taken out, it was a bit unfamiliar with its surroundings, retracting its head and being cautious, afraid of angering Zhao Qian. But soon, it heard its owner's call, excitedly turned around, and scurried over on its short legs. Then, with its owner around, the coconut crab went wild, waving its giant claws at Zhao Qian and bubbling from its mouth. If I guessed correctly, it was challenging Zhao Qian. "Zhao Qian, how would you put in the suitcase? What if it got suffocated?" Wang Qianqian complained to Zhao Qian. "I brought back so many things. Do you think I had another hand to hold it?" Zhao Qian retorted. "Then you could have let it on the ground and let it follow you." Wang Qianqian said, "Do you think it could keep up with me at its speed?" Zhao Qian asked again, saying, "If I accommodate it, I might not even make it back tomorrow." In fact, he didn't want to put the coconut crab in the suitcase either, but he was in a hurry to return, and that was the only way. Being confined in the suitcase along the way naturally made the coconut crab unhappy. Wang Qianqian felt Zhao Qian had a point, and for a moment couldn't find an excuse to refute him, so she decided to be unreasonable and said, "Anyway, you are wrong. The crab boss said that you either apologize or will challenge you to a duel." "Crab boss? You really are a talent for naming things." Zhao Qian silently mocked Wang Qianqian in his heart, looking at the coconut crab and saying, "Apologizing is impossible, so let us have a duel. I've heard that coconut crabs are very delicious, and now I finally have the opportunity to taste one." Crack. Bubble. However, the coconut crab was not afraid this time, waving its giant claws and continuously bubbling from its mouth. "All right, I'll indulge you." Zhao Qian felt provoked by the coconut crab, feeling quite embarrassed in front of Wang Qianqian, and said, "You let it go, and I'll duel with it." Seeing the crab boss so spirited, Wang Qianqian thought that as its owner, she couldn't back down, so she immediately let go. The coconut crab, which had been waving its giant claws, stopped the moment Wang Qianqian let go, looked up at Zhao Qian, and then turned around, clamping Wang Qianqian's hand onto itself. Crack. Bubble. The coconut crab's momentum returned, waving its giant claws at Zhao Qian and continuously bubbling from its mouth. Zhao Qian was speechless at this scene. He had seen dogs relying on their owners, where some dogs would bark fiercely at people when their owner held the leash. However, once the owner let go and really had them fight with other dogs, they would immediately cower. He never expected to see this scene of a dog relying on its master from a coconut crab. At this moment, Wang Qianqian also understood, hugging the coconut crab and saying, "Crab boss, we are civilized people and crabs. We 1T stoop to the level of this rude person." Zhao Qian looked at the two fools and smiled wryly as he went to clean the fish. He also reminded himself to avoid being impulsive with Wang Qianqian and the coconut crab in the future, as these two fools would first lower his IQ, turning him into a fool, and then defeat him with their numerical advantage. How terrifying! After Zhao Qian cleaned the fish, he returned to the cave and took out the prepared ingredients. This meal not only included roasted fish, but also exploding worms, mushrooms, black fungus, and wild vegetables. Zhao Qian found some branches, cleaned them up a bit, and skewered these items, resembling a barbecue. "Why did you catch exploding worms again?" Wang Qianqian was psychologically unable to accept eating worms, so if there were other food options, she would never choose exploding worms. "I used to roast exploding worms, but this time I want to fry them," Zhao Qian said. "Don't look at how ugly they are. They taste really good when fried." In Zhao Qian's hometown, during summer nights, they would catch a kind of bug called cicada monkey, which is the larva of a cicada. Cicada monkeys don't look good either, but as long as you fry them, their taste exceeds that of many delicacies and is particularly delicious. Since exploding worms and cicada monkeys are both bugs, the taste is not much different, so he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Fry. Wang Qianqian was taken aback and said, "If you want to fry exploding worms, at least you need oil, right? Where are we going to get oil?" "We definitely have oil." Zhao Qian chuckled and ran into the depths of the cave, returning with a piece of snow-white fat in his hand. This piece of fat was obtained from a wild boar, and compared to domesticated pigs, wild boars have less fat, so he had been reluctant to use it. "Are you planning to render lard?" Wang Qianqian immediately understood Zhao Qian's intention upon seeing the fat. "That's right." Zhao Qian grinned. "Eating lard can easily make you gain weight. I'm a big star. There's no way I could eat this," Wang Qianqian said with a proud expression, her attitude very firm. "I'm not forcing you to eat," Zhao Qian said, and after that, he ignored Wang Qianqian and found a stone slab from outside. This stone slab had a slight concave in the middle, and although the dip wasn't large, it could barely serve as a pot. Zhao Qian washed the slab clean, then placed it over the fire to heat it. Once all the moisture evaporated from the slab, he cut off a piece of fat with a bone knife and placed it on the slab. Sizzle. As the fat touched the slab, it made the sound of frying, and upon closer inspection, one could see yellow lard starting to congeal at the bottom of the slab. Chapter 43. Grease on the hot stone slab. The golden pig fat was increasing and emitting an enticing aroma. Although animal fat is not as healthy as vegetable oil, it has a unique fragrance that vegetable oil lacks. Therefore, even Wang Qianqian, who had firmly stated that she wouldn't eat it, couldn't help but sniff and swallow her saliva. Sizzle as the pig fat was rendered out of the fatty meat. The piece of fat continued to shrink and eventually turned into a small, dark piece of cracklings. Zhao Qian took out his chopsticks made from branches, picked up the cracklings, sprinkled a little salt, blew on it a couple of times, and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The cracklings were already crispy, making a crunchy sound as he ate. Zhao Qian showed a satisfied expression after finishing. "Yinjia, you should try some too." Zhao Qian handed the chopsticks to Lu Yun. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment, then took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of cracklings, blew on it to cool it down, and put it in her mouth. Unlike Wang Qianqian, who needed to control her weight, Lu Yun had eaten cracklings as a child, so she didn't mind trying them. Seeing Lu Yun eat the cracklings, Zhao Qian eagerly asked, "Yinjia, how does it taste?" Lu Yun smiled and said, "Not bad." Zhao Qian reminisced, "I used to eat these often as a kid. It's hard to come by now that I'm grown up. If it weren't for this wild boar we killed, I probably wouldn't have had the chance." Lu Yun nodded. "I haven't had them in many years either. I didn't expect them to still be this delicious." Gulialu Wang Qianqian listened to their conversation, her eyes fixed on the cracklings. She had never tried them and didn't know if they were really delicious, but the aroma was truly tempting, and she couldn't help but salivate. However, she felt embarrassed to speak up since she had just firmly declared she wouldn't eat any, and admitting otherwise would be like slapping her own face. In the end, it was the observant Lu Yun who noticed this. She picked up a piece of cracklings and held it out in front of Wang Qianqian. "You can't eat too many cracklings at once. So how about you help us finish this last bit?" "Right, Wang Qianqian? Can't eat too many?" Zhao Qian raised his eyebrows, understanding Lu Yun's true intention, and reluctantly nodded, "Yes, Yinjia is right. Please help us eat it." Wang Qianqian, hearing this, pretended to be coy. "Actually, I didn't want to eat it, but since you're asking me so nicely, I'll help you out." With that, she grabbed the cracklings and quickly stuffed them into her mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Wang Qianqian chewed on the cracklings. It was unclear whether it was due to her hunger or the satisfaction of finally tasting them, but a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Zhao Qian didn't want to indulge Wang Qianqian, who was acting coy, and took out the cleaned explosive larvae, carefully placing them into the hot oil on the stone slab. Sizzle. As soon as the explosive larvae were put in, the hot oil bubbled up as if it were exploding, splattering oil droplets everywhere, causing the inexperienced Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to instinctively move back. In contrast, Zhao Qian remained calm, using his chopsticks to stir the explosive larvae to prevent uneven cooking. In just over 10 seconds, The explosive larvae emitted an inviting aroma, and their surface turned an enticing golden yellow after frying. Once a skewer of explosive larvae was ready, Zhao Qian sprinkled salt on it and started eating. Fried explosive larvae were somewhat different from cracklings. The cracklings were crispy all the way through, but the fried explosive larvae were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, offering a better texture. "Do you want some?" Zhao Qian asked while holding a skewer of explosive larvae and frying another skewer, simultaneously inquiring if Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun wanted any. "Thanks, I'm good." Lu Yun politely declined, as she genuinely didn't tea like eating explosive larvae. "I don't want any either. This stuff doesn't tea look good at all." Wang Qianqian turned her head arrogantly, but her gaze occasionally drifted toward the explosive larvae in Zhao Qian's hand. Seeing this, Lu Yun realized Wang Qianqian was tempted again. To ordinary people, celebrities seem wealthy and can eat anything they want, but in reality, they're often very strict about their diets, especially for stars like Wang Qianqian who rely on their figures and looks. Usually, her manager would tell her the most, "You can't eat this. You can't eat that." Over time, many celebrities develop cravings and want to taste everything they see. This is why audiences often notice that some stars who don't appear on screen for a few months will have figures that seem to inflate like balloons. After Wang Qianqian was stranded on the deserted island, without anyone to manage her, she was gradually letting herself go. "Give me a skewer," Lu Yun said. "Okay." Zhao Qian understood Lu Yun was asking for Wang Qianqian and didn't he mind. After frying a skewer, he handed it over. After Lu Yun received it and thanked him, she passed it to Wang Qianqian, allowing her to eat just one skewer. "I didn't say I'd eat it." Wang Qianqian swallowed her saliva and retorted stubbornly. However, as soon as she started speaking, Lu Yun placed the fried explosive larvae in her hand. "I know you well. There are no outsiders now, so don't be polite." Wang Qianqian smiled awkwardly, no longer being polite, and started eating the fried explosive larvae. Zhao Qian was quite sure that from Wang Qianqian's satisfied expression, she was no longer opposed to explosive larvae at all. Should I find an opportunity to let her eat one raw? Zhao Qian suddenly recalled the scene of Bear Grylls eating explosive larvae and couldn't he help but want Wang Qianqian to try it too. But unfortunately, without a phone otherwise, capturing it would definitely make headlines. This meal continued until late at night. Apart from a few fish, most of the ingredients Zhao Qian brought back were nearly finished. Zhao Qian placed the remaining fish in the ice cellar and yawned as he told Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, "I blocked the cave entrance with branches and stones. So even if there are wild beasts, it's unlikely they can get in. You can rest easy tonight." After saying this, Zhao Qian took his sleeping clothes and went to the entrance of the cave. Although the entrance was already blocked, he decided to keep watch there just in case, so he could notice any disturbances outside immediately. Unknowingly, the three in the cave fell asleep. Not long after they drifted off, a figure quietly appeared outside the cave in the dark. This figure resembled a monkey in its posture and appeared at the cave entrance, sniffing around as if searching for something. Finally, it seemed to have found something, scurrying over on hands and feet to pick something up from the ground. At that moment, if Zhao Qian had been present, he would have recognized that what this figure picked up was the burnt wild boar meat that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had discarded, which he had thrown out of the cave when he saw it was inedible. The figure was very pleased, squatting down, not caring about cleanliness, and began to eat the half-raw wild boar meat. But after just 2 bites, the figure paused, hesitated for a moment, and then took the wild boar meat and disappeared into the night. Chapter 44. No clothes the next day. Zhao Qian got up early. He moved aside the branches and stones blocking the cave entrance and stepped outside, looking east and west, muttering that something was off. "Zhao Qian, what's wrong?" Lu Yun asked, noticing Zhao Qian's unusual behavior. "Last night, I heard noises outside the cave, so I wanted to check what kind of animal made them. But I didn't find any animal footprints," Zhao Qian replied, looking down at the ground. "Could it be that you've been too tense these days and are hearing things?" "Qianqian and I didn't hear any sounds last night," Lu Yun questioned. "Impossible." Zhao Qian shook his head firmly and asked, "Do you remember that I threw out the burnt pork last night?" Lu Yun nodded. "I remember." Zhao Qian continued, "After I woke up, I checked around the cave entrance several times and found that piece of roasted meat was missing, so there must have been some unknown creature here. If this had happened before, he definitely wouldn't have cared about such small details, but now they were on a deserted island. On the surface, this deserted island seemed harmless, but it actually hinted at mysteries everywhere. If they wanted to survive on this island, they had to pay attention to every little detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin instinctively looked around the ground and indeed did not see that piece of roasted meat, her brows slightly furrowing. What kind of animal do you think it could be? Lu Yin asked. Zhao Qian shook his head, his face serious as he said, I feel it's not an animal. From the footprints I saw, they look more like human footprints. Humans? Lu Yun's heart tightened as she asked, how could there be other humans on this island? Could you have mistaken it? Is it possible they were footprints of an ape-like creature? Zhao Qian shook his head again. Ape footprints are very different from human ones. I can guarantee these are human footprints. As he spoke, Zhao Qian led Lu Yun to a footprint. Although the print was vague, analyzing its general outline, it indeed looked more like a human footprint. In fact, Zhao Qian was also startled by this conclusion. If he was right, there are not just the three of them on the deserted island, but a fourth person. In fact, Zhao Qian didn't mind having one more person, because an extra person on the deserted island would increase their chances of survival. But the problem was that this person seemed unwilling to come out and meet them, instead hiding in the shadows to observe them, which made Zhao Qian feel uneasy. Can we identify this person's identity? Lu Yin worried that Zhao Qian didn't understand her meaning and continued. What I mean is this person from this world, or one of the passengers who flew with us? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and expressed his view. They should be a native of this world. If they were like us, they probably wouldn't be hiding from us, and besides, they weren't wearing shoes. People living in cities can hardly tolerate even a pressure board, let alone walking in the forest and on mountain paths without shoes. Only those who grew up without shoes, with thick calluses on their soles, can walk fearlessly in the forest and on mountain paths. Therefore, the fact that they weren't wearing shoes suggests they're likely not passengers who flew with us. But Zhao Qian pondered and asked, according to your reasoning, we should be in the era of the enthusiast civilization. Did humans exist during that time? The oldest southern apes date back millions of years, older than the enthusiast civilization. So, humans should have appeared during the enthusiast civilization, Lu Yin recalled. Would one intelligent species allow another intelligent species to exist? Zhao Qian asked. The history of biological evolution is a process where new species destroy old ones. In this process, if the new species is not intelligent, it merely unintentionally leads to the extinction of the old species. But if it is an intelligent species, they will eliminate any existence that threatens their survival space. It's similar to how a certain country almost wiped out the natives when discovering a new continent, Zhao Qian explained. Therefore, he did not believe that the enthusiast civilization would allow other intelligent beings to exist. Perhaps the humans of that time had low intelligence. He concluded, that's the only explanation. What do you plan to do next? The other party is hiding in the shadows, and we can only defend passively. So I want to install a door on the cave. Zhao Qian stated, using branches and rocks can only block those without intelligence. If we encounter intelligent beings, barriers made of branches and rocks are nearly useless. Therefore, I want to cut down wood to make a heavy door, one that even wild boars cannot destroy. This way, even if the other party has bad intentions, this door can protect us. That's a good idea. Lu Yin immediately agreed with Zhao Qian's proposal. Zhao Qian had to go out every day to search for food, leaving only Lu Yin and Wang Qianqian in the cave. If they encountered any danger, it would be beyond their capacity to handle. But installing a door would change the situation significantly. For example, if they encountered a wild boar, as long as the door was closed, they would essentially be safe. Then I'll start making the door today, Zhao Qian said, looking toward the cave. I'll go find some materials in the forest first. You go tell Wang Qianqian, but don't mention that there are other people on the island. Don't worry, I know how to talk to her. Lu Yin nodded, understanding Zhao Qian's intent. After deciding to build the door, Zhao Qian entered the forest to look for appropriately sized trees. Trees that were too thick wouldn't work. He was alone, and thick trees would require too much effort. Likewise, trees that were too thin wouldn't work either, as a door made from them would have limited defense. After a long selection process, He chose a tree slightly thicker than his arm. Using such wood would not be too labor-intensive, and the resulting door would still be very sturdy. Once he selected the trees, Zhao Qian took out his bone knife, hesitated for a moment, then struck the tree hard. Afterward, he checked the condition of the bone knife. No chips, no damage. The strange bone found from the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton was far more durable than Zhao Qian had imagined. This bone knife was much better than a certain knife that couldn't even chop garlic, if he used that knife to cut trees. The trees would think it was just a nuisance. After Zhao Qian cut down a tree, he checked the bone knife again and found it still showed no signs of chipping, and its sharpness hadn't changed much either. Unbeknownst to him, time had passed until noon, and Zhao Qian had cut down more than 10 trees about the thickness of his arm. He bundled the trees together and carried them back. However, as soon as he returned to the cave, he noticed something was wrong. Wang Qianqian was crying, and Lu Yun was comforting her. What happened? Zhao Qian quickly dropped the trees he had cut and stepped forward. Wang Qianqian didn't answer, only crying as if she had suffered a great grievance. In the end, it was Lu Yun who explained, around noon, Qianqian and I were cooking when suddenly a wild man burst into the cave. A wild man? Zhao Qian's heart sank. He hadn't expected his worries to come true so soon. He quickly asked, "Where's the wild man? Are you crying so hard because something happened with him?" "Not exactly. That wild man just stole our fish." Lu Yun paused, a bit embarrassed, and added, "It's just that the wild man wasn't wearing any clothes." Chapter 45. In the eyes of the wild man. You're not even as good as 2 fish, and you're not wearing clothes. Zhao Qian was taken aback by the words and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, "That wild man wasn't wearing clothes, so it should be you who saw him naked. Even if it's a loss, it's the wild man's loss, not yours. What's there to cry about? Just think of it as watching a naked running show. Such things are rare. If we had a phone, would it be great to record it and post it on social media? There would definitely be a lot of likes." Wang Qianqian, who had been crying, seemed to come to her senses after hearing Zhao Qian's remarks. Her sobs became quieter, and finally, she wiped her tears and stopped crying altogether. "Right? I saw him running naked, and the one at a loss is him, not me. Why should I cry? And what a pity. I lost my phone during the plane crash. If I hadn't lost it, recording it and posting it would definitely go viral." As Wang Qianqian thought about this, she suddenly broke into a smile, her face lighting up with joy. Zhao Qian noticed her change in mood and realized that his words seemed to comfort her, although that wasn't his intention. So he added a sharp remark. "Don't be too happy just yet. Have you ever thought about the meaning behind the fact that the wild man only took food and didn't harm you? What does that mean?" "What meaning?" Wang Qianqian asked. "It means that in the eyes of the wild man, you're not even as good as 2 fish. Zhao Qian didn't finish his sentence, but the message was clear. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Qianqian's face froze, and she was speechless for a long time. This was a strange psychological state, reminiscent of when Wang Qianqian first met Zhao Qian and worried that he had ulterior motives, only for him to respond that she was overthinking. Although she felt safer now, it was a significant blow to Wang Qianqian, who often prided herself on her beauty, making her question her own attractiveness. "Yunjia, can you tell me about that wild man?" Zhao Qian turned to Lu Yun and asked. "The wild man looks about 7 or 8 years old, completely naked, dirty, and very thin. He moves quickly and is of Asian descent." Lu Yun recalled as many details as she could. "He must have been very hungry, which is why he barged in while Qianqian and I were cooking, took our food, and left. I think he called out a couple of times, but I couldn't understand him at all." Zhao Qian stroked his chin and thought for a long time before sharing his opinion. "Judging by the age of this wild man, there can't be just him on this deserted island. He should have parents, so there must be at least 3 wild men. However, I lean towards the idea that there's a wild man tribe on this island." Wang Qianqian, hearing that there were so many wild men, immediately asked, "Could it be that this wild man is like us, stranded on this deserted island after the plane crash?" "The possibility is too low." Zhao Qian shook his head slightly and explained. "First of all, our situation is more difficult than winning the lottery. Just having us appear here is already incredible. The probability of a second occurrence is almost 0. Secondly, this wild man is only 7 or 8 years old. To survive on a deserted island, he would need at least a year or 2 of experience, and at 5 or 6 years old, without adult wild men to care for him, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Lastly, for a tribe to reproduce stably, the number of wild men cannot be too low. Otherwise, inbreeding would occur, leading to the extinction of the tribe. A question once arose: if only one pair of men and women remained on Earth, would humanity go extinct? The answer is certainly yes. There is no dispute about that. However, another question emerged: how many men and women need to remain on Earth to prevent humanity from going extinct? The answer to this question is highly debated, but the most accepted answer is 98 people. In other words, to maintain genetic diversity and ensure the continuation of the species, at least 98 people are needed. Is the resource on a deserted island enough to support a tribe's survival? Wang Qianqian continued to ask. That depends on the size of the island. Zhao Qian paused and looked at Wang Qianqian. Don't forget, we have only been on this deserted island for a short time, and we've only explored a small area. We have no idea how large this island actually is. At first, the three of them thought they had ended up on a very small deserted island. However, that was just their preconceived notion. They had not explored the entire island, so they were unaware of its actual size. If it were just an ordinary small island, the resources would naturally be insufficient to support a tribe's survival. But if it were a large island, the situation would be entirely different. It's important to note that the largest island on Earth is Greenland, which has an area of 2 million square kilometers, roughly equivalent to a quarter of China. What should we do now? Wang Qianqian asked in a panic. There are only 3 of us, and there's a group of wild men on this island. We definitely can't compete with them. If they catch us, will they eat us? If they get desperate, they definitely will. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and replied seriously. Wild men have no moral compass. Everything they do is to survive. Therefore, when hungry, wild men will not hesitate to choose to eat people without any psychological burden. Wang Qianqian was so frightened by this that she couldn't speak. Lu Yin quickly comforted her, saying, Qianqian, Zhao Qian is just joking with you. Wild men won't easily eat people. Besides, this deserted island is very resource-rich, and the wild men have food, so they won't choose to eat humans. Really? Wang Qianqian asked, her face filled with fear. Really? Lu Yin nodded vigorously and then shot a glance at Zhao Qian, asking, Zhao Qian, tell the truth, am I lying? You're not lying. Zhao Qian, who didn't regard Wang Qianqian as a person, continued, actually, you don't need to be too afraid. Those were just my conjectures. I'm not sure how many wild men are actually on the deserted island. After a moment of thought, he continued, this little wild man has appeared twice already. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely appear again. I want to fish for the big catch with a long line. Lu Yin was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing Zhao Qian's intentions, and asked, you want to use the little wild man to figure out the situation of the wild man tribe on the island? Normally, in such a situation, one should actively avoid it. After all, there are only 3 of us, and the number of wild men is likely much greater than ours. Actively provoking the wild man tribe isn't wise. However, based on her understanding of Zhao Qian, she knew that he wouldn't choose to avoid the wild men until he figured out their numbers. Exactly, I plan to catch the little wild man. Zhao Qian nodded, just as Lu Yin thought, and several plans had already formed in his mind. Chapter 46, Endurance Contest, thoroughly overwhelmed in the dead of night. A tempting aroma of roasted meat wafted out from a cave. The scent spread through the air, carried by the wind, lingering for quite a distance before gradually dissipating. At this moment, not far from the cave, a dirty, scruffy, and thin little boy was crouching on a tree trunk, his eyes fixed on the cave, occasionally sniffing the air. Gurgle. The smell was too enticing. The little wild boy couldn't stop swallowing, and his stomach growled incessantly. However, unlike earlier in the day when he had recklessly barged into the cave to snatch food, he refrained from doing so this time because there was a tall male inside. Compared to the 2 startled females, this male exuded a significant sense of pressure, and he was acutely aware that if he rushed into the cave to steal food, he would likely be caught by the male. He couldn't afford to be caught. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. Yet, the little wild boy remained unfazed. He resembled an experienced predator, his eyes fixed intently on his prey, his body motionless. Just then, he saw a piece of roasted meat thrown out of the cave. And soon, the sounds from inside the cave faded away, the entrance covered. He understood that the male and female inside the cave were about to sleep. Still, he didn't act, continuing to wait in the tree. His father had told him that the most important quality of a successful predator is patience. He didn't know how long it had been. The little wild boy felt it was time, using both hands and feet to climb down from the big tree. His descent resembled that of a feline, his body pressed tightly against the trunk, hands and feet gripping the bark, agile and silent. Once on the ground, he seemed unaccustomed to walking upright, moving on all fours like an orangutan or monkey, quietly approaching the cave. Upon reaching the forest's edge and gazing at the cave not far away, the little wild boy halted. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. His instincts told him to turn around and leave without hesitation, but when his gaze fell upon that piece of roasted meat, he ultimately couldn't resist and stepped out of the forest. The little wild boy was extremely cautious, glancing around with each step. It took him a long time to cover what was not a great distance before he quickly picked up the piece of roasted meat. It was a piece of meat with a good mix of fat and lean, already cooked, emanating an irresistible aroma. He didn't bother to clean the dirt off the meat, or perhaps he simply didn't care and took a big bite of the fatty part, instantly coating his hands and mouth in grease. This fat, which children often disliked, seemed like the most delicious food to the little wild boy, swallowed without a second thought. However, after that one bite, he didn't take another, standing there in a daze, unsure of what he was thinking. Why isn't he eating? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The little wild boy was startled, quickly jumping back while clutching the meat in his mouth, crouching down like a beast, ready to attack at any moment. It was that male. Wasn't he supposed to be asleep? Why was he here? The little wild boy was filled with confusion, clearly unable to understand that this was a trap set specifically for him by Zhao Qian. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Can we talk? Zhao Qian raised his hands, smiling, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. At the same time, he slowly moved forward, closing the distance to the little wild boy at a very slow pace. He planned to quickly strike when he got close enough to seize the little wild boy. Grr. The little wild boy was highly alert, not giving Zhao Qian a chance to approach, growling like a beast and assuming an attack posture. Seeing this, Zhao Qian had to stop, watching the little wild boy warily. However, just as Zhao Qian thought the little wild boy was about to attack him, the little wild boy suddenly turned and darted back into the forest with incredible speed. Damn, I was fooled. Zhao Qian froze for a moment, realizing that the little wild boy had used the same tactic he had employed to scare off the wild boar. A civilized person like him had actually been tricked by a wild boy. It was quite embarrassing. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian pushed off the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow, chasing after the little wild boy. Rustle, 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 rustle. In the darkness, two figures, one big and one small, quickly darted through the forest. The little wild boy's mental state was unknown, but the more Zhao Qian chased, the more alarmed he became, as he realized that his enhanced physique didn't have much of an advantage. It wasn't that the little wild boy was faster. He was certainly faster than the little wild boy, but the main issue was that the little wild boy was incredibly agile in the forest. Zhao Qian felt as if he were chasing not a wild boy, but a monkey. Every time he strained to close the distance to the little wild boy, attempting to reach out and grab him, the little wild boy would swiftly change direction and escape his grasp. This little wild boy was just too agile, making him hard to catch. Zhao Qian was astonished and secretly thought, in that case, I'll outlast you. I don't believe your endurance can match mine. Zhao Qian's strength, endurance, and speed had all been enhanced. Even if he couldn't catch the little wild boy through speed, he was confident he could wear him down with endurance. Once the little wild boy couldn't run anymore, he could easily catch him. However, 10 minutes later, Zhao Qian stood with his legs apart, panting heavily, sitting under a big tree, breathing heavily. Damn, this little wild boy's endurance is insane, huffing. I can't catch up. It wasn't that Zhao Qian's endurance was lacking. Running full speed for 10 minutes already displayed an extraordinary level of endurance. But what left him in despair was that the little wild boy seemed tireless, his speed never declining, effortlessly overpowering him in endurance. If I had known, I wouldn't have used this method. Initially, Zhao Qian had intended to set a trap to ensnare the little wild boy. But when it came time to act, He realized that setting a trap required a lot of materials and time, something that couldn't be accomplished in a day or two. So he thought, given that his physical attributes far surpassed those of ordinary people, and the little wild boy was only equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old child, he would undoubtedly be able to catch him whenever he appeared, and there was no need to prepare a trap. As a result, he had greatly underestimated the little wild boy who had managed to escape. It seems my endurance is only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. I can't compare to a wild boy at all. After some contemplation, Zhao Qian understood why he couldn't catch the little wild boy. Modern people usually drive everywhere and don't exercise regularly. Although he was somewhat better, his weekly exercise was still limited. In contrast, the little wild boy lived on a deserted island, constantly needing to display great endurance to find food or evade wild beasts, akin to being in training all the time, which was naturally beyond Zhao Qian's capabilities. Forget it, I should head back. Zhao Qian looked in the direction the little wild boy had fled, reluctantly turning back, muttering to himself, "If Wang Qianqian asks, I'll tell her the story of Zhuge Liang capturing Meng was 7 times, explaining that the little wild boy didn't escape but was set free. With her intelligence, she definitely wouldn't catch on." Chapter 47. The Adult Wild Man Sasha. The little wild man, with roasted meat in his mouth, was running wildly through the forest until Zhao Qian stopped chasing him. Only then did he finally come to a panting halt. Although his endurance was slightly better than Zhao Qian's, it wasn't by much. So after more than 10 minutes of extreme running, he had reached his limit. He stopped by a large tree, took the roasted meat out of his mouth, and breathed heavily. Seeing the fragrant roasted meat, the little wild man couldn't help but swallow, but he held back from eating it and instead broke into a grin. After resting for a while, the little wild man continued to weave through the forest, but compared to his earlier escape, he was now moving much slower, so he didn't feel tired. An hour later, the little wild man had nearly crossed half the forest and arrived at the lake where Zhao Qian had found him before, stopping in front of a giant tree. This giant tree was several dozen meters tall, with a trunk diameter of 3 to 4 meters, making it one of the largest trees in the forest. The little wild man first looked around warily to ensure there was no danger before wrapping his arms around the giant tree and climbing up. He stopped after climbing to a height equivalent to 5 stories. This location was part of the tree crown where the leaves were densest. Hiding here, even if Zhao Qian walked below, he wouldn't be able to spot the little wild man. However, the little wild man wasn't hiding. There was a tree hollow here, similar to a woodpecker's nest, but much larger. The little wild man squeezed into the tree hollow, which had a large space. As he made his way down to the bottom of the hollow, he found an adult wild man lying there. Unlike the little wild man, who was completely naked, the adult wild man had only his upper body exposed, while his lower body was covered with animal skin. The adult wild man's aura was weak. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that he had multiple scars all over his body, each shaped like small circular blood holes the size of a pinky finger. Strangely, these wounds were not bleeding. "Father," the little wild man softly called out in the wild man's language. As he called, the adult wild man slowly opened his eyes and gently stroked the little wild man's head. "Father, I found more meat. If you eat this piece, you'll recover faster." The little wild man presented the roasted meat, which he was reluctant to eat himself, to the adult wild man. "You went to that cave again?" The adult wild man glanced at the roasted meat and asked with a cold expression. "Yes." The little wild man, not daring to hide anything, nodded and said, "I haven't learned to hunt yet, so I couldn't find meat and had to go steal it from them." "Father, hurry and eat. It will help you get better quickly." Hearing the little wild man's words, the adult wild man's voice softened. "I didn't want you to go because I was worried you would get caught. Didn't you say there was a dangerous male there?" The little wild man did not conceal the truth and replied, "Just now, I was discovered by that male, and he chased me for a long time. He was fast but not agile, so I escaped." He then added, "Of course, his speed is still far behind yours, father." As he said this, the little wild man wore a proud expression. In his heart, his father was the most powerful. However, the adult wild man, upon hearing this, said solemnly, "From now on, even if you can't find meat, you're not allowed to go to that cave. Just find some fruits and insects to bring back." The little wild man shook his head, saying, Father, you recover faster with meat. Eating fruits and insects will take longer. The adult wild man said sternly, Are you not going to listen to your father's words? I. The little wild man lowered his head and said, Yes, father. Although he agreed on the surface, in his heart, he had already made up his mind that in order for his father to recover quickly, he would still go to that cave to steal food. Father, eat meat. The little wild man offered the roasted meat again. The adult wild man nodded slightly, took the piece of roasted meat, and began to eat heartily. The piece of roasted meat was not small, but in the mouth of the adult wild man, it was quickly devoured. You pay attention. After finishing the roasted meat, the adult wild man said to the little wild man, Yes, father. The little wild man called you, opened his eyes wide in the darkness, looking at the adult wild man. The adult wild man tightly clenched his fists, and the muscles all over his body instantly tensed, with defined muscle lines comparable to a bodybuilder. Then suddenly, one of the many blood holes on the adult wild man's body began to bleed, and it seemed like something was being squeezed out bit by bit from inside the blood hole. A few minutes later, the thing was completely squeezed out and fell to the bottom of the tree hollow. The blood hole lost its blockage, and the bleeding increased sharply. However, the adult wild man could tighten the muscles around the wound to stop the bleeding. After doing all this, the adult wild man felt extremely tired, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. After resting for a while, feeling better, the adult wild man picked up what he had squeezed out, his eyes filled with coldness. At that moment, if Zhao Qian, Lu Yun, or Wang Qianqian were present, they would be shocked to discover that what the adult wild man expelled was a bullet. This meant that the blood holes on the adult wild man's body were all caused by firearms. Meanwhile, in the cave, Zhao Qian had just finished telling the story of Zhuge Liang capturing Meng with 7 times. After hearing the story, Wang Qianqian frowned tightly and remained silent, as if deep in thought. After a while, she suddenly came to a realization and asked, Zhao Qian, are you trying to tell me that you are imitating Zhuge Liang? This simple thing took you so long to think about. I almost thought the story was told for nothing. Zhao Qian silently complained about Wang Qianqian in his heart, but praised her verbally. That's right, I intentionally let that little wild man go. What is your purpose in doing this? Wang Qianqian first showed a puzzled expression, then before Zhao Qian could speak, she suddenly understood. I see. You must be worried that the 3 of us are not a match for the wild man tribe, and you're concerned that if we bully the little wild man, it would provoke retaliation from the wild man tribe. So, you plan to convey a friendly message to the wild man tribe using the method of capturing Meng with 7 times, so that even if we are caught in the future, the wild man tribe might not eat us. Damn, this reasoning is much better than what I came up with. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously and smiled. Wang Qianqian, I didn't expect you to be getting smarter lately. You even figured out my complicated thoughts. I used to underestimate you. Of course. Wang Qianqian laughed proudly. Actually, I am very smart. I just don't like to think normally. Otherwise, with my intelligence, I could easily get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Right. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously. As long as he didn't expose that he hadn't caught the little wild man, whatever Wang Qianqian said was right. Chapter 48. The Demon in the Cloak of Civilization. Zhao Qian flattered Wang Qianqian, which made the bullied superstar feel quite pleased and happily went to sleep. After Wang Qianqian fell asleep, Lu Yun sat down next to Zhao Qian without saying a word, just quietly sitting there. All right. Zhao Qian knew that his excuse couldn't fool Lu Yun, so he took the initiative to confess. I lied. That little wild boy wasn't someone I let go on purpose. I just never caught him in the first place. Lu Yun didn't dwell on that issue, but asked, Is that little wild boy hard to catch? Zhao Qian smiled wryly and said, It's not just hard to catch. He's like a monkey, and his stamina is incredible. Can you imagine? A 7 or 8-year-old child, whose speed is only slightly slower than mine. I chased him with all my might for 10 minutes, and still couldn't catch him. I truly can't imagine. Lu Yun replied calmly. Although she had never seen Zhao Qian's top speed, she had a rough idea. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Zhao Qian were sent back to his original world to compete in the Olympics, he could win all the gold medals in running events. And with such speed, he couldn't catch a 7 or 8-year-old wild boy. She really couldn't fathom it. It seems the only way to catch this little wild boy is to set a trap. Zhao Qian said. I suggest not doing that. Lu Yun unusually disagreed with Zhao Qian's method. Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised and asked, why? Lu Yun explained, we overlooked a crucial point earlier, which is that since you and Qianqian can gain superpowers, the humans living in this world can naturally gain superpowers as well. This can be seen from the little wild boy. Zhao Qian recalled the little wild boy's speed and nodded in agreement. Even if the little wild boy lived in the forest for years, his speed couldn't be just slightly slower than his. This was far beyond a normal 7- or 8-year-old child. He had been puzzled before, but now, after Lu Yun's explanation, he suspected that the little wild boy might also have superpowers or some special abilities similar to superpowers. Lu Yun continued, think about it. If even a 7- or 8-year-old wild boy is that formidable, wouldn't capturing him anger the wild tribe? And clearly, we aren't a match for the wild tribe. If we can't handle a 7- or 8-year-old wild boy, we would have no chance against the entire wild tribe. After all, there is only Zhao Qian who is strong on our side, while every wild person in that tribe might be powerful. Zhao Qian frowned and asked, so what do we do now? Lu Yun pondered for a moment and said, just now, Qianqian's words reminded me that we can befriend the little wild boy and not offend the wild tribe. Zhao Qian expressed his concern. I'm worried that the wild people might not be so easy to get along with, compared to those who consider themselves civilized. Wild people are actually easier to get along with. At least they won't go out of their way to harm you. Lu Yun paused and then asked, do you know the origin of Thanksgiving? Zhao Qian didn't understand why Lu Yun suddenly asked this question, but replied, it's an American holiday. Seems to be related to the Native Americans. Lu Yun continued, there was once a group of Puritans who were persecuted in England. Discontent with the religious reforms in their country, they took a ship across the Atlantic to America. It was winter, and the Puritans were cold and hungry, so the local Native Americans brought them food and necessities. To show their gratitude, Thanksgiving was established. If the story ended there, it would be a touching tale of mutual support across races. But do you know what happened later? Zhao Qian's gaze hardened, and he coldly replied, later, to seize the land of the Native Americans, these people massacred them on a large scale, even putting a price on purchasing Native American scalps. After saying this, Zhao Qian understood Lu Yun's point. Lu Yun wanted to convey to him that wild people are not to be feared. They might even help you in times of trouble, and they could safely befriend the wild people. In contrast, those who wear the cloak of civilization but harbor demons inside are the ones they should be most wary of. For the next 3 days, Zhao Qian heeded Lu Yun's advice and did not pay attention to the little wild boy. He maintained a daily routine of cutting trees in the forest in the morning and afternoon, returning for lunch, and going to the beach in the evening to gather fish caught with fishing tools. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, he installed a door on the cave. This door had 3 layers, used mortise and tenon joints, and was reinforced with vines, making it stronger than a security door. Zhao Qian tested it several times and couldn't break it down. At night, the 3 of them were roasting fish in the cave while chatting. Zhao Qian, were you too fierce when you let the little wild boy go last time? It's been 3 days, and he hasn't shown up even once, Wang Qianqian said, her eyes fixed on the roasting fish, looking for a topic to discuss. He has shown up. You just didn't notice, Zhao Qian said calmly while roasting the fish. Perhaps because he was scared last time, the little wild boy hadn't dared to intrude into the cave these past few days, always hiding in the forest to observe him. If he hadn't accidentally spotted the little wild boy, he would have thought he wasn't coming back at all. However, the fact that the little wild boy was still watching them from the shadows indicated that he hadn't given up on getting food from them. Should we roast a few more fish then? Wang Qianqian suggested. He must be starving after not getting food from us for 3 days. Now, they didn't lack for food, especially fish. During these 3 days, Zhao Qian had taught Wang Qianqian how to weave fishing tools, and they now had 5 fishing tools, capable of catching dozens of fish in a day. With so many fish, they naturally couldn't eat them all, so Zhao Qian stored them in the ice cellar, ready to take out whenever they wanted to eat. It's up to you. Zhao Qian shrugged nonchalantly and added, but if the little wild boy doesn't come, you'll have to finish the fish you roast. We can't waste food. Wang Qianqian impatiently replied, stingy. I got it. Saying that, Wang Qianqian went to the ice cellar and took out 2 more fish. Zhao Qian cleaned the 2 fish, skewered them with branches, and placed them over the fire to roast. Just then, Zhao Qian suddenly heard an extremely faint sound coming from the woods. The sound was too quiet for Wang Qianqian and Lu Yin to hear. I can't hold it in any longer. Zhao Qian's lips curled slightly as he took the 3 almost roasted fish off the fire, found a clean stone slab, and placed them on it. Zhao Qian, what are you doing? Wang Qianqian immediately asked when she saw her roasted fish being taken away. Shoo! Zhao Qian made a shushing gesture and whispered, the little wild boy has appeared. I'm going to deliver the roasted fish to him. Saying this, he carried the stone slab outside the cave, placed it on the ground, and then returned to the cave. Chapter 49. Feeding food in a large tree in the forest. The little wild man hid among the dense leaves, confident that his disguise would not be discovered. Although his father had repeatedly warned him not to approach the cave, he simply couldn't find enough food. Without sufficient food, his father's injuries would not heal, so he had no choice but to take the risk and check the cave. The male was not often in the cave. There were only 2 females inside, and he could easily snatch food from them as long as he waited for the male to leave. The little wild man you had been observing for 3 days and believed he understood their every move, so he was very confident about his next actions. This was a hunting method taught to him by his father, who was the strongest hunter in the tribe and never made mistakes. However, just as he was feeling full of confidence, he saw the male walk out of the cave holding 3 fish, placing the stone slab with the fish on the ground, and smiling slightly in his direction before returning to the cave. At that moment, you felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that his proud disguise had been seen through by the male. He couldn't understand how the other party had seen through his disguise. Instinctively, he wanted to turn and flee. But just as he turned around, he stopped in his tracks, looking back at the 3 grilled fish on the stone slab. What did that male mean? Why did he put the fish outside? Was he offering them to me? Or were those 3 fish meant to lure me out? And once I stepped out, he would immediately catch me? In this situation, according to his father's teachings, he should escape, but his father needed food to heal. After a moment of struggle, you finally made up his mind. He was going to take those 3 fish. Although he knew his thoughts were dangerous, he was confident he could escape from the male, who was simply faster than him, but not as agile or enduring. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. He pressed his upper body down, slightly raised his lower body, looking like a cat ready to pounce on its prey. Then, he suddenly exerted force with his legs and dashed out of the forest at incredible speed, snatching up the 3 grilled fish and quickly returning to the forest, running away with all his might. However, he soon realized that the male did not chase after him. He didn't even exit the cave. Why didn't he chase me? Could it be that those 3 grilled fish were genuinely offered to me by the male? He looked at the grilled fish in his hands, speculating about Zhao Qian's intentions. However, he didn't think for too long before his attention was drawn to the delicious smell of the fish. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled. Ever since his father forbade him from coming to the cave to steal food, the only food he could find daily were sour wild fruits and some insects, which contained very little energy. His father had to eat a lot to prevent his condition from worsening, so most of the time, he was hungry. But today, he had managed to grab 3 fish, which contained a lot of energy, and he could eat one. Just this one. You picked out the smallest fish from the 3 and happily began to eat. The fish was quickly finished, and he looked longingly at the other 2 fish, ultimately managing to resist the temptation. He just couldn't understand why the fish made by the 3 people living in the cave tasted so much better than those made in the tribe. Inside the cave, since Zhao Qian placed the 3 fish outside, the 3 of them appeared to be chatting and laughing, but in reality, they were all paying attention to the outside of the cave. When you emerged from the forest, Wang Qianqian excitedly said, Zhao Qian, that little wild man has appeared again. I know, Zhao Qian said with a slight smile. Then hurry up and catch him, Wang Qianqian urged, not knowing that Zhao Qian had changed his strategy. Aren't you supposed to learn Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua? Seeing that Wang Qianqian had not forgotten about this, Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, I've already captured him for the 2nd time. You didn't even move. How is that the 2nd time you've captured him? I asked you with my speed. If I chase him, can he escape? Can't escape? Wang Qianqian shook her head vigorously after a little thought. Since witnessing Zhao Qian kill a wild boar, she had regarded him as a superhero, A superhero catching a 7 or 8-year-old wild man would naturally have no suspense and could easily catch him. Then that's settled, Zhao Qian said with a smile. Since I can catch him when I move, can I say that as long as I see him, it's like I've caught him? Wang Qianqian fell silent for a moment, scratching her head and saying, that seems to be the case, but you didn't actually catch him. Zhao Qian explained, I'm doing this to save time. You also saw that since the last time I caught him, he hasn't dared to come close for 3 days. If I catch him again this time, he probably won't dare to come near again. So how can I catch him 7 times? Therefore, as long as I can lure him out, it's equivalent to catching him. This logic is correct, right? Wang Qianqian hesitated for a while and said, that doesn't seem wrong. Qianqian, your grilled fish is ready. Lu Yun, seeing Wang Qianqian getting tangled up in Zhao Qian's words, immediately handed her a grilled fish, forcibly ending the conversation. She couldn't let Zhao Qian continue speaking. Otherwise, Wang Qianqian would be completely confused, which would negatively impact her smart and clever image. At the same time, she glanced at Zhao Qian, as if to say, Qianqian's reaction is already slow. Why do you have to confuse her with words? That's so mean. In the following days, whenever Zhao Qian sensed the little wild man, he would take out a portion of the food he made and place it on a stone slab outside the cave. At first, the little wild man was very alert. But after a few days, seeing that there was no danger, his vigilance decreased. However, the little wild man was still cautious, always waiting for Zhao Qian to return to the cave before coming out, never allowing Zhao Qian to get too close. Zhao Qian was not anxious about this. He believed that even a wild animal, after so many days, would sense his goodwill. One day, Zhao Qian made roasted pork, perhaps seeing that the little wild man had not gained any weight. This time he cut a large piece of roasted pork and placed it outside the cave. This piece of roasted pork was more than enough for all 3 of them to eat in one meal. Come out. I've placed the roasted meat here. I'm going back now. Zhao Qian set the roasted meat down and shouted loudly in the direction of the little wild man. After shouting, he turned around and was about to return to the cave. However, this time, just as he turned around, he heard a rustling sound from the bushes. And then the little wild man actually walked out of the forest. Seeing this, Zhao Qian felt a bit excited. This was the first time the little wild man had come out before he left. This indicated that the little wild man's vigilance had decreased again, and he believed that soon the little wild man would no longer be afraid of him. With that thought, he did not look back, worried that he might scare the little wild man, and directly returned to the cave. Chapter 50. The Yellow Demon after a few days of contact. You found that the 3 people living in the cave seemed to have no ill intentions towards him. Every day, as soon as he approached the cave, the powerful male would bring out food for him to take, and he no longer chased him away. Thanks to the food provided by the male, his father's injuries had improved significantly. Now only 2 wounds remained, and he would soon recover. Once his father healed, they could hunt for themselves. And the first thing he wanted to do was to thank the 3 individuals. He was going to become a tribal warrior in the future, and he must repay those who had helped him. What a large piece of meat! While he was lost in thought, he saw Zhao Qian bringing out a large piece of meat, and he felt very excited. This piece of meat contained enough energy to heal his father's injuries. It was wonderful. Perhaps out of excitement or a momentary lapse in vigilance, he unexpectedly emerged from the woods. The intimidating male had not left yet. He had been careless. However, he soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. The powerful male did not chase him and did not even look back, heading straight back into the cave. With that, he felt completely at ease, grabbed the roasted meat, and without hesitation, turned and ran towards the tree hole. His mind was focused on one thought: to get this meat to his father so he could recover. Russell, you moved quickly through the forest, the roasted meat in his mouth leaving a tantalizing aroma in the air. Soon, he arrived at the giant tree, quickly climbed up, and entered the tree hole. Father, father, you shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the tree hole. At this moment, the adult wild man's wounds had reduced to just 2. The previous wounds had mostly scabbed over. The adult wild man's complexion had also improved significantly, and upon hearing Yu's voice, he opened his eyes. Father, meat? A lot of meat. Yu eagerly handed the large piece of meat to the adult wild man, saying, Eat this, and you'll heal. The adult wild man was somewhat surprised to see such a large piece of meat and asked, "Did that male in the cave give this to you?" "Yes." He nodded vigorously and continued, "Today I saw so much meat, I was so excited. I came out of the forest before he left, and I was really scared, worried that the male would chase me, but he didn't." The adult wild man said, "That male is a good person. Once I recover, I will hunt a mixed blood Yuan beast, and then you can take it to thank him." "Yes, father." Yu's face was full of excitement as he handed the roasted meat to the adult wild man. The adult wild man looked at the roasted meat and gently patted Yu's head, knowing that you had suffered a lot these past few days to help him heal. Often going hungry, but there was no other way. This was the survival mode of the tribe, where all food had to be given to the tribal warriors first. This was not oppression from the warriors, but rather a necessity to ensure their strength, which in turn guaranteed the safety of the rest of the tribe, preventing everyone from starving. If a tribe lost its warriors, it would quickly cease to exist. You don't need so much meat. The adult wild man used a bit of force to break the roasted meat into two pieces, one large and one small, and handed the smaller piece to you. Without hesitation, you took it and bit into it, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. The adult wild man smiled and began to eat his own piece of meat. Before long, both pieces of meat were gone. After gaining energy from the food, the adult wild man began to heal himself. He first expelled the bullet fragments from his body, then tightened his muscles to stop the bleeding from the wounds. Perhaps because the adult wild man's physical condition had improved, this time the healing process was much faster. Within a few minutes, he expelled one bullet fragment. Only one remained in his thigh. As you watched another wound heal, he grinned. But at that moment, the adult wild man suddenly stopped, his expression stern and his brows furrowed. "Father, what is wrong?" you asked, noticing his father's change in demeanor. "We are surrounded by the yellow demons," the adult wild man replied with a serious face. "Yellow demons?" you gasped, panic spreading across his face. The yellow demons were not Yuan beasts, but ordinary creatures of the forest. Individually, they were not strong. He could crush one with a finger, but they hunted in packs. A swarm of yellow demons possessed the power to instill fear in mixed-blood Yuan beasts. He had once witnessed a powerful mixed-blood Yuan beast being devoured alive by a group of yellow demons. "Quickly get out of the tree hole. We can't get trapped in there," the adult wild man reminded you, who was still in shock. You snapped back to reality, not daring to hesitate, and quickly crawled out of the tree hole. As soon as he crawled out, he heard countless rustling sounds beneath him. Instinctively, he looked down and saw the trunk of the giant tree covered with yellow ants. These ants were about 1 to 2 centimeters long and had strong jaws. If Zhao Qian or Lu Yun were here, they would recognize that these ants, referred to as yellow demons by the wild man, were army ants. However, these army ants were much larger than ordinary ones and moved significantly faster, completely unlike the same species. "Father, we are surrounded by yellow demons. What should we do?" you asked anxiously, looking to the adult wild man for guidance. The adult wild man glanced at the situation and then looked around the giant tree, finally fixing his gaze on another tree about 10 meters away. "I'll throw you to that tree." "Father, what about you?" You looked at the last wound on his father's body, which was on his thigh and severely affected his mobility. Otherwise, jumping over this distance would be easy for his father. "I am a warrior. I have a way to deal with the yellow demons," the adult wild man said. You wanted to say something else, but the adult wild man had already grabbed him and forcefully threw him towards the nearby tree. Although he was thin and not very big, he still weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. The distance between the two trees was over 10 meters, a distance that even Zhao Qian, with enhanced strength, could not achieve. However, the adult wild man did it. Yu's body flew through the air like a cannonball, crossing the distance of over 10 meters and landing on the other large tree. With a rustle, Yu's uncontrolled body began to fall, but fortunately, his reflexes were quick and he managed to grab a branch just in time to prevent himself from falling. Just as he steadied himself, he looked at his father, and as he had guessed, the injured adult wild man could not jump over to him and had to keep climbing up to escape the yellow demons. You knew that if he didn't find a way to save his father, he would undoubtedly die. But how could he save him? Just when he was at a loss, he saw the towering peak, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 51. Completely unable to communicate meanwhile. Zhao Qian and the other two had finished their meal and were sitting at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the coolness while eating ice smoothies. Since the continuous rain and hail for 3 days, the temperature on the deserted island had been rising, and especially in recent days, it had returned to the temperature they experienced when they first arrived on the island. Fortunately, Zhao Qian had been wise enough to have Wang Qianqian create an ice cellar in the cave to store a large amount of hail. Every day after meals, he would make 3 servings of ice smoothies. Although his smoothies weren't great, being able to enjoy ice smoothies on a hot deserted island was already a treat. Zhao Qian, can you make a beach chair? Wang Qianqian, covered in coconut oil and wearing a sun hat she found somewhere, was sitting in a sleeveless top and a short skirt, sunbathing while eating her ice smoothie. Those who knew she had ended up on a deserted island would understand, but those who didn't might think she was on vacation. No. Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, understanding what she was thinking, and shook his head. In fact, he could make a beach chair, but he didn't want to make one for Wang Qianqian. He didn't want to come back from a hard day of survival only to see her comfortably lounging in a beach chair. What a pity, Wang Qianqian sighed, then turned to Lu Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, with society being so developed now, why are there still wild people? So far, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun had not told Wang Qianqian about their time travel, so she still thought they had just ended up on some unknown deserted island on Earth. Qianqian, you think society is developed because you live in a developed country, but there are many places in the world that still maintain very traditional lifestyles, such as the Maasai in East Africa, Lu Yun explained to Wang Qianqian. The Maasai tribe still has no electricity, their houses are made of mud, and they have no means of transportation. Their coming-of-age ceremony involves hunting a lion. Wang Qianqian asked, do the Maasai have superpowers too? Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, their eyesight is particularly good. The average person's vision ranges from 1.2 to 1.25, but the Maasai can have vision of 6 to 8. To put it simply, they can see prey from 10 kilometers away and can see things at night. That's amazing, Wang Qianqian exclaimed, her expression serious, deducing, it seems that people living in cities have it too easy and are starting to degenerate. I haven't seen any superpowers in the city. A superpower also awakened on this deserted island. Your deduction is a bit overgeneralized, Zhao Qian thought to himself. But he didn't speak up because he knew Lu Yun didn't want Wang Qianqian to know they had time traveled. Xiao Yun, after we're rescued, can we provide some supplies to the wild people on the island? Wang Qianqian said, although it won't change their way of life. At least it can improve their quality of life so that children won't be without even a single piece of clothing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian suddenly felt he had underestimated Wang Qianqian in the past. Although this big star lacked common sense and was a bit slow on the uptake, making her seem not very smart, it was undeniable that she had a kind heart and could be relied upon in critical moments. Unlike some celebrities who donate money for fame or tax evasion, few are genuinely charitable. No problem, I'll take care of it when we get back, Lu Yun said gently to Wang Qianqian. Just then, Zhao Qian heard a rustling sound from the forest, similar to leaves being blown by the wind, and immediately became alert. He first instructed Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian to return to the cave while he guarded the entrance, looking sternly at the forest. However, he soon relaxed because he saw that what had emerged from the forest was a small wild person. Worried about scaring the small wild person, Zhao Qian intended to approach slowly, but the small wild person quickly came to him, speaking in a language he couldn't understand. Abba. Zhao Qian looked at the anxious small wild person, utterly confused, and asked, are you hungry again? Abba. Helpless. Zhao Qian couldn't understand the small wild person's language, and the small wild person couldn't understand Zhao Qian's language, so they were like two people speaking different languages, completely unable to communicate. At that moment, Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian walked out of the cave and also saw the anxious expression of the small wild person. Wang Qianqian tugged at Zhao Qian's shirt and whispered, Zhao Qian, what does this small wild person mean? Zhao Qian, already feeling overwhelmed, replied irritably, I can't even speak English. Do you think I can understand the words of a wild person? Lu Yun furrowed her brows and said, although we can't communicate verbally, human actions and expressions can convey meaning. I feel the small wild person is very anxious and wants you to go with him. Zhao Qian recalled and nodded in agreement. I also feel he's very anxious. In the past, the small wild person moved through the forest without making any noise, which was why Zhao Qian had almost missed noticing their presence several times. However, just now, the sound the small wild person made while moving was heard from quite a distance, completely different from their usual silent movement, almost making him think it was a wild animal. Why don't you follow him to take a look? Lu Yun suggested after thinking for a moment. Okay. Zhao Qian nodded without hesitation and then said to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, while I'm gone, make sure to keep the door closed and wait for me to return. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun replied in unison. After giving his instructions, Zhao Qian squatted down and nodded at the small wild person. Seeing Zhao Qian nod, the small wild person immediately turned and dashed into the forest. After running more than 10 meters, worried that Zhao Qian wasn't following, he stopped and looked back. Seeing that Zhao Qian was following him, he finally felt relieved and quickly ran towards the giant tree. Zhao Qian closely followed behind the small wild person. If this had been a few days ago, he would have found it hard to keep up with the small wild person's stamina. However, in recent days, his physical fitness had been enhanced, and his endurance was now on par with that of the small wild person, so he had no problem keeping up. Half an hour later, Zhao Qian was brought to the edge of a lake. Just as Zhao Qian was wondering why the small wild person had brought him here, the small wild person took his hand and pointed at a large tree, continuously speaking in the wild person's language. Wow! Zhao Qian focused his eyes and couldn't help but curse, because he saw an adult wild person at the top of the giant tree being attacked by thousands of ants. Chapter 52. Forest fire. Again, the situation of the adult wild man was extremely critical. Thousands of ants had nearly wrapped his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. Faced with such a multitude of ants, the adult wild man did not sit idly by. He suddenly let out an angry roar, and the flame tattoo on his chest burst forth with a fiery glow. Activated, the flame tattoo released a ball of fire from his chest, engulfing his entire body. Although the flames appeared only for an instant, at such high temperatures, the ants crawling all over the adult wild man's body were instantly killed and fell off him. At this moment, Zhao Qian saw that the adult wild man was covered in bite marks from the ants, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. He even noticed that several of the wild man's toes had turned into stark white bones, clearly having been eaten by the ants. Zhao Qian was so shocked by this scene that he could not speak. There were 3 things that astonished him. First, he had not expected that the little wild man had come to him to save an adult wild man. While he knew he would encounter many wild men in the future, he did not expect to meet one so soon. Second, he was shocked by these terrifying ants. This was the first time he had seen ants that dared to attack humans. If such a situation occurred on Earth, these ants would surely be exterminated. Third, he witnessed the abilities of the adult wild man, which were completely different from his own body enhancement abilities. The ability to erupt with flames from the body. Was this a capability of carbon-based life forms? As Zhao Qian was in shock, the little wild man grabbed his hand, looking anxious and speaking in the wild man's language. Zhao Qian focused and saw that after the previous wave of ants was killed, even more ants were climbing up from below, threatening to engulf the adult wild man again. Based on his deduction, if they did not find a way to save the adult wild man soon, he would undoubtedly die. Don't worry, I'll help you save him. Zhao Qian comforted the little wild man and began to ponder a method to rescue him. He quickly ruled out the idea of going forward himself. Even the adult wild man dared not let the ants get close, and his approach would only provide a feast for the ants. In the face of so many ants, the best method was to use area attacks. An attack of moderate intensity could instantly kill a large number of ants. However, his awakened ability only enhanced his physical qualities, and he had no means for area attacks. Wait a minute. As Zhao Qian paced back and forth, his gaze fell upon the lake, and the image of when he first saw the lake flashed in his mind. Of course, the lake was not the key. The key was that he had encountered a wild boar at that time and scared it off with a torch. Since that was the case, why not start a fire again? As for whether it would burn down the forest, the first time is a learning experience. The second time familiarizes you, and after several times, he would become accustomed to it psychologically. Thinking this, Zhao Qian immediately looked for kindling, gathered some dry wood, and finally took out a fire starter. That's right, it was a fire starter. Now, Zhao Qian no longer needed to create fire by friction. Whenever he wanted to ignite something, he used a fire starter. Of course, he could not make fire starters himself. Most of those wilderness survival shows were from abroad, and they did not teach how to make fire starters. This fire starter was made for him by Lu Yun because she saw how hard it was for him to start a fire by friction. One fire starter could be used for several days. Huffing and puffing, Zhao Qian kept blowing, and the fire starter, which was in a half-burned, half-extinguished state, began to emit flames like a lit cigarette. Without much effort, he ignited the kindling and then used it to light the dry wood, causing a fire to blaze up. He then pulled out the burning dry wood one by one and threw it towards the giant tree. The burning dry wood ignited the fallen leaves and dead branches under the giant tree, and within just a few dozen seconds, a roaring fire erupted, with flames leaping several meters high. Crackling, the ants beneath the giant tree were instantly engulfed by the flames, their bodies making faint sounds as they burned. Moreover, as the temperature of the flames rose, some ants, even if not directly burned, were killed by the intense heat. In just a few minutes, as a large number of ants were burned to death, the remaining ants could no longer afford to attack the adult wild man and frantically search for an escape route. Abba, the little wild man, spoke to Zhao Qian in the wild man's language again. Don't mention it. Helping others is a fine tradition of the Huaxia people. Zhao Qian thought the little wild man was thanking him and waved his hand generously, indicating it was no trouble. Abba, Abba. The little wild man became anxious, gesturing frantically while speaking in the wild man's language. If Zhao Qian could understand their language at that moment, he would know that the little wild man was saying, "My father is still in the tree. You need to put out the fire quickly, or my father will be burned to death." Unfortunately, Zhao Qian could not understand and continued to exchange pleasantries with the little wild man. In the end, it was the adult wild man, hiding in the treetop, who could no longer withstand the high temperature of the flames and began to shout loudly. It was only then that Zhao Qian suddenly realized, "Oh no, I forgot the adult wild man was still in the tree." At this point, the giant tree was already too dangerous to approach. The flames would not only burn upward along the giant tree, but would also spread outwards, forcing Zhao Qian and the little wild man back more than 10 meters. With such a big fire, I don't think I can extinguish it. Zhao Qian looked at the fully engulfed flames and said with a bitter smile, "With so many trees in the forest, once a large fire broke out, it was very difficult to extinguish. Not to mention he was alone. Even if a team of firefighters were called in, they would not be able to extinguish a raging forest fire, or else the Australian fires would not have lasted for months." As for the adult wild man jumping down from the giant tree, he felt that was also unlikely. The tree he climbed during the last fire was only a few meters high, and an ordinary person would not be harmed jumping down. But the giant tree the adult wild man was climbing was dozens of meters high, equivalent to more than 10 stories. Jumping down would most likely result in a fatal fall. I wanted to help you, but it seems I made things worse. If he had not helped, the adult wild man might at least have some remains left. Now, after his intervention, there would be nothing left but ashes. Abba, the little wild man saw the fire getting bigger and shouted as he tried to rush forward. "It's useless. We can't put out such a big fire." Zhao Qian quickly grabbed the little wild man who was about to charge forward, preventing him from going ahead. However, just as the flames grew fiercer and Zhao Qian had to continue retreating with the little wild man, the calm lake suddenly surged with a massive wave. The wave was over 10 meters high, crashing down towards the burning flames, and with just this one movement, the fire was extinguished. Before Zhao Qian could even comprehend what had happened, an enormous figure appeared in the lake. Chapter 53. Narrow escape. At this moment, Zhao Qian finally understood how the forest fire he had caused for the first time was extinguished. However, he felt no joy from this revelation. Instead, looking at the enormous figure before him, he felt a chill throughout his body and did not dare to move. The giant creature that appeared before him exceeded his understanding, and he was certain that such a being had never existed on Earth. It had a head like a snake, a body like a fish, 6 legs, and was entirely green, resembling a giant salamander, but its size was magnified countless times. An adult salamander is only 10 to 15 centimeters long, while the part of the monster above the water exceeded 30 meters. If the underwater portion was included, the creature's length might reach 50 meters. With such a terrifying size, it's no wonder it could create waves over 10 meters high. Just as Zhao Qian was stunned by the creature, the little wild man suddenly knelt on the ground, speaking in a wild language and bowing repeatedly to the giant creature. Not only the little wild man, but even the adult wild men in the giant tree, disregarding their injuries, also knelt and bowed to this creature. However, the giant creature completely ignored the adult and little wild men and extended its snake-like head towards Zhao Qian, its eyes fixed on him. At that moment, Zhao Qian felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. It was like being in a place of extreme cold. He couldn't even think about escaping, let alone move. Suddenly, the giant creature roared at Zhao Qian. The sound was like thunder ringing in his ears, causing his head to buzz and his eardrums to feel like they might burst with pain. But that was not the end. Zhao Qian saw the creature's eyes gradually turning red, its green color shifting towards red, as if it were angry. Yes, the giant creature was indeed angry. Zhao Qian was speechless, thinking to himself, "You suddenly appear and scare me half to death, and now you're angry? Why do you have to be angry?" Of course, he couldn't ask this question, and even if he did, the giant creature would not answer. As the creature's head turned red, it drew closer to Zhao Qian, looking as if it wanted to eat him. Eat him! Zhao Qian was taken aback, swallowing hard, realizing what this giant creature intended to do. Just then, the little wild man suddenly stepped in front of Zhao Qian, speaking in a wild language to the giant creature. Seeing this, Zhao Qian felt a surge of emotion, realizing that his efforts to feed them over the past days had not been in vain. The little wild man was willing to risk himself to save him at a critical moment. However, he also understood that the little wild man could not save him. Even if the giant creature could understand human speech, why would it listen to a wild man? Yet, the next scene slapped him in the face. The giant creature responded to the little wild man's words, and its red color gradually faded, returning to the color of the green grass. The little wild man, seeing this, lay flat on the ground and bowed once more to the giant creature. The creature then called out to Zhao Qian, sounding like a threat, before slowly sinking into the lake and disappearing. Phew! The moment the giant creature left, Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, his mind blank, gasping for breath, sweat soaking his clothes. After a long while, his brain began to function again, but just thinking about the giant creature still made him tremble in fear. The adult wild man had now come down from the giant tree, supported by the little wild man, and approached Zhao Qian. What kind of creature was that just now? Even in ancient Earth, such a creature couldn't possibly exist. Is this still Earth? Have we traveled through time, or to another world? The adult wild man's voice acted like a switch, instantly waking Zhao Qian from his stupor, and he began to ask several questions in rapid succession. Based on previous assumptions, they were still on Earth, just millions of years in the past. But after witnessing that giant creature, Zhao Qian realized that his earlier assumptions were wrong. This place was not Earth, at least not the Earth he had lived on. Otherwise, he would have heard of such a creature before. Unfortunately, the adult wild man also did not understand Zhao Qian's language, and looking at the agitated Zhao Qian, he showed a puzzled expression. Forget it, we can't communicate at all. After venting his frustration, Zhao Qian calmed down, looking at the bloodied adult wild man, and said, "You need to treat your wounds, otherwise you might get infected. Let's go back to the cave." He then took a few steps towards the cave, worried that the two wild men might not understand his intentions, and turned back to wave at them. Seeing this, the little wild man and the adult wild man did not immediately follow. Instead, they communicated in their wild language for a while before finally catching up with him. The journey was silent as Zhao Qian led the little and adult wild men back to the cave. "Zhao Qian, what's going on? Why is there an adult wild man now?" Wang Qianqian looked confused at the bloodied adult wild man and approached Zhao Qian, who was searching for anti-inflammatory medicine, and asked softly, "The little wild man came to get me to save this adult wild man. He should be the little wild man's father. He's covered in blood. Was he attacked by a fierce beast? No, it was a swarm of ants." Ants. Wang Qianqian was taken aback, picturing ants that could be crushed with a finger, immediately doubting that Zhao Qian was joking. How could ants possibly injure someone to this extent? Just as she was about to ask again, Zhao Qian had already found the anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to the adult wild man. Zhao Qian gestured for a long time, trying to explain to the adult wild man that taking the medicine would be good for his health. But the adult wild man refused to take it and instead made gestures indicating he wanted meat. In fact, the adult wild man meant he just needed to eat something to recover from his injuries. But Zhao Qian did not understand this. He thought the adult wild man was hungry, so he said, "You should take the medicine first. After you finish the medicine, I'll make you something to eat." The two argued for a while, and finally, seeing that the adult wild man absolutely would not take the medicine, Zhao Qian had no choice but to compromise and let Wang Qianqian go to the ice cellar to get some fish. As soon as Wang Qianqian left, Lu Yun approached and asked in a low voice, "Did something happen just now?" "Yes." Facing Lu Yun, Zhao Qian did not hide anything and smiled wryly, nodding. "Sister Yun, if I told you that I encountered a monster while rescuing someone, would you believe me?" Chapter 54, The Mindset of a Top Student. My rationality tells me that there can't be monsters in the world, but if you say there are, I'm willing to believe. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, did not immediately express her stance. She stared at Zhao Qian for a moment before slowly speaking. "I really encountered a monster." Zhao Qian swallowed hard and described the huge monster he encountered, smiling wryly as he said, "Sister Yun, are we still on Earth?" "I can guarantee that there are absolutely no such creatures on Earth." "I don't know either." Lu Yun shook her head expressionlessly, and after a moment of thought, she said, "However, from your description, it is not difficult to see that this creature should have a high IQ. Otherwise, the little wild man wouldn't have been able to communicate with it and save you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian was stunned because he hadn't noticed this point at all. However, that's normal. In that situation, it would be strange if he could think calmly. "Unfortunately, I don't understand the wild man's language. Otherwise, I would definitely figure out where I offended that creature." Zhao Qian wanted to find a reason to avoid offending that creature again in the future. "It's simple." Lu Yun looked at the adult wild man and said, "As long as you learn the wild man's language, it will be fine." Learn the wild man's language? Zhao Qian was taken aback by the top student's way of thinking and asked wryly, "How can we learn the wild man's language when we can't even communicate with them?" To be clear, he hadn't learned English even with a teacher, let alone the wild man's language. Even if Lu Yun suggested learning the wild man's language, he had no idea where to start and was completely at a loss. Lu Yun said, "Just now, I listened to the conversation between the big and small wild men and found that their pronunciations have different notes, which means different notes represent different meanings, just like characters in Chinese and words in English. And as long as it is a systematic language, there is logic to it. As long as..." Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun, who was speaking grandly, and quickly raised his hand to interrupt, saying with a bitter face, "Sister Yun, I'm just a high school student. Currently, I only remember things like, 'What is your name?' 'How are you?' 'I am fine, and you?' Are you overestimating me by talking about self-learning a language?" Although Zhao Qian understood that learning could change a person's destiny, the intense study in his childhood had made him detest learning. Therefore, he had no intention of learning the wild man's language, no matter how simple. "All right, I'll study it myself." Lu Yun, upon hearing this, did not force Zhao Qian to learn with her. At this moment, Wang Qianqian returned from the ice cellar with fish. Perhaps worried that there wouldn't be enough to eat, this spendthrift girl brought out 10 fish and specifically chose the larger ones. Even though Zhao Qian was not a stingy person, he still felt heartache. After all, these were their reserve food. If there is no food, your dog legs will be eaten. Zhao Qian couldn't lose his temper in front of the big and small wild men. So he looked at the coconut crab, following Wang Qianqian, and silently vowed. Half an hour later, Zhao Qian brought the grilled fish to the adult and little wild man, smiling as he handed it over. Usually, the little wild man would directly snatch food, but this time he did not move, instead looking at the adult wild man, as if waiting for orders. The adult wild man stood up trembling. His right hand clenched into a fist, placed on the flame tattoo, slightly bowed to Zhao Qian, and spoke in the wild man's language. He couldn't understand it, but he thought it should be a thank you. Zhao Qian thought. Then, the adult wild man nodded at the little wild man. And only then did the little wild man dare to take the grilled fish. However, the little wild man did not eat first. Instead, He selected the largest grilled fish and handed it to the adult wild man, only starting to eat after the adult wild man began. Seeing the scene, Zhao Qian frowned slightly, feeling that the little wild man did not seem like the child of the adult wild man, but more like a slave. After all, in his view, when there were delicious things, parents would usually let their children eat first. It was rare for adults to eat first. Zhao Qian looked quickly. At this moment, Wang Qianqian gently tugged at Zhao Qian, pointing at the adult wild man. Zhao Qian looked over and saw that the area around the adult wild man's navel suddenly turned bright red, as if a ball of flame was burning in his abdomen. At the same time, 2 more tattoos appeared on the adult wild man's body, spreading from the abdomen to the flame tattoo on the chest, like a channel connecting the abdomen and chest tattoos. As the channel continuously transmitted energy, the flame tattoo on the adult wild man's chest became brighter and brighter, whereas it had almost been invisible before. However, Zhao Qian already knew that the adult wild man was unusual, so he did not pay much attention. Wang Qianqian was excited and said, "I was right. People living in cities have indeed degenerated. Only those living in the wild can awaken superpowers." Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, too lazy to pay her any mind. Meanwhile, changes continued to occur on the adult wild man. Zhao Qian saw that when the flame tattoo on the adult wild man's chest became bright, it started to flicker continuously, as if transmitting energy throughout his body. The scars on the adult wild man's body caused by ant bites stopped bleeding with the flickering of the flame tattoo, and some very small wounds even began to scab over. The only thing that did not change was the toes that had been eaten by ants. They probably couldn't grow back. But even such healing effects made Zhao Qian very envious. Not only could he produce flames, but he could also heal himself. During these days, he had been studying his superpower and had a rough understanding of his abilities. He named his superpower Super Enhancement, and to explain briefly, it meant that anything related to his body would enhance his physical capabilities. When he walked, his strength and endurance would be enhanced. When he was attacked, his resistance to blows would be enhanced. When he looked far away, his vision would be enhanced. Of course, for less intense activities like walking, the enhancement of strength and endurance was minimal. Only during extreme physical exertion would his body see significant improvement. For example, when he was chased by a wild boar, and when he carried Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun back to the cave. However, he also discovered that his superpower had limits. Some things, no matter how much he enhanced, still had no resistance like flames. He had previously tried to increase his resistance to flames by holding his hand in the fire for a long time, but apart from almost burning his hand, he gained no resistance at all. At that time, he lamented that carbon-based life forms could never overcome high temperatures and flames. Little did he know that he would then witness the abilities of the adult wild man, who not only could release flames, but also heal himself with his powers, just like a master in a martial arts novel, which made him extremely envious. Chapter 55. Titan Python. As long as adult wild men have enough food, their injuries heal quickly. It took only 3 days from being rescued to fully recovering. This speed of recovery shocked Zhao Qian and the others. It should be noted that when the adult wild man was rescued, he was bleeding all over and had sustained serious injuries. In the dead of night, after the little wild man fell asleep, the adult wild man found Zhao Qian and spoke something in the wild man's language with a serious expression. He finally placed his right fist on his chest, where the flame tattoo was, and stared at Zhao Qian with both eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Qian wanted to tell the adult wild man that he couldn't understand the wild man's language, but then he realized that the adult wild man couldn't understand him either, so he could only smile helplessly. He wanted to leave and hoped that Zhao Qian would help take care of you. Just then, Lu Yun's voice came, translating the adult wild man's words. "Sister Yun, have you learned the wild man's language?" Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun, who had come to his side, with disbelief. It should be noted that the adult wild man had only been rescued for 3 days, even with a teacher. It would be impossible to learn a language in such a short time, especially since Lu Yun didn't have a teacher. Of course, he didn't deny that Lu Yun had worked hard these 3 days, almost always staying close to the adult wild man and the little wild man, listening to their pronunciation and communicating with them. "Not yet, but I've barely grasped the basics and understand some of the meanings of the pronunciations," Lu Yun shook her head. That's already impressive, Zhao Qian sincerely praised. He remembered that when he learned English, he couldn't even memorize more than 20 letters in 3 days. Then he asked, what does he mean by asking me to take care of you? Lu Yun replied, you is the little wild man. He needs to leave and hopes you could take care of you. Why does he have to leave? Why doesn't he take you with him? Can't he take care of you himself? Zhao Qian said these words not because he disliked the little wild man, but because he was very dissatisfied with the adult wild man's behavior. He could see that you admired his father and regarded him as an idol. But the adult wild man wanted to abandon you. Is this something a father would do? He felt that the adult wild man had no sense of responsibility as a father. I still can't speak such a complex wild man's language, so I can't help you translate, Lu Yun continued. But based on our interactions over the past 3 days, it seems he has something very important to do. She added, it's very dangerous. He doesn't feel safe bringing you along. I understand. Zhao Qian felt somewhat relieved and looked at the adult wild man. I promise you, I will help you take care of you. Suhanaguo. The adult wild man couldn't understand Zhao Qian's words, so Lu Yun could only help translate. Bang, bang, bang. The adult wild man's face showed joy as he struck his flame tattoo 3 times with his right fist, then turned to leave. However, perhaps reluctant to part with you, he looked back at the sleeping you one last time before exiting the cave. What is this all about? Zhao Qian sighed as he watched the adult wild man disappear into the darkness. At first, he thought it was a plane crash that led the 3 of them to a deserted island, but soon realized they might not just be stranded on island, but could have also crossed over to Earth millions of years ago. Just as he was about to accept this inference, he encountered that gigantic creature that couldn't possibly exist on Earth, and at that moment, he realized he might no longer be on Earth. Now, he had become the wild man's babysitter. The next day, while Zhao Qian was still sleeping, the cave was filled with Yu's panicked cries. Even though he couldn't understand the wild man's language, Zhao Qian knew Yu was looking for the adult wild man. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun tried to comfort Yu, but it was of no use. Yu even wanted to open the door and run outside. In desperation, Zhao Qian had no choice but to intervene. He first grabbed Yu and tied him up, then gave Yu's bottom a few firm taps with the sole of his shoe to quiet him down. Don't glare at me. Blame your unreliable dad. Since your dad has entrusted you to me, you are under my care until he returns. Zhao Qian said to the furious Yu. Then after speaking, he felt it was unnecessary and muttered to himself, he can't understand my words. Why say so much to him? You two keep an eye on him, and under no circumstances should you untie him. I'm going out. After Yu's commotion, sleep was impossible, so he decided to explore the deserted island. For now, let's continue calling it a deserted island. In fact, he didn't really think the place they were in was a deserted island anymore, because both the giant creatures in the lake and the wild man tribe could not exist on a deserted island. Of course, this wasn't absolute. If this deserted island was as large as Greenland, it could still be possible, but the probability was very small. Therefore, in order to survive in this world, he needed to understand it as much as possible and figure out what kind of world this really was. Wow! With his spirit of exploration, Zhao Qian opened the cave door, only to be startled by the sight outside the door the next second. He saw a corpse of a snake-like creature lying at the mouth of the cave that was larger than a green anaconda. This snake was about 15 meters long, with the thickest part of its body larger than a barrel, covered in gray patterns, its mouth open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth typical of carnivorous animals. Fortunately, it was dead. If it were alive, the 4 of them would be in danger. Titan python? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and recognized that the giant snake before him was the largest snake that had ever appeared on Earth. Why was there a Titan python at the cave entrance? At this moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun also noticed the commotion outside the cave. The 2 of them walked out and were startled, screaming at the sight of the Titan python. After a while, the 2 of them calmed down, and Wang Qianqian shouted, "Who is so uncivilized to leave such a big longworm here?" Longworm? Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel impressed by her naming skills. He sighed and shook his head. I don't know either. I know. Lu Yun suddenly spoke up, then continued, "This is a thank you gift sent by that adult wild man." She added softly, "So Weza means gift. I thought he was sending a son." Zhao Qian wanted to tell Lu Yun that he heard her muttering, then rolled his eyes and said, "What kind of gift is a Titan python? He could have sent a wild boar at least. It could be eaten." Lu Yun replied, This Titan python is much more valuable than a wild boar. It could be a hybrid. No, it should be called a mixed-blood primordial beast. What is a mixed-blood primordial beast? Not sure, just know it's very precious. Zhao Qian sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lu Yun had only been learning the wild man's language for 3 days. Even if she was a top student, she couldn't possibly understand the wild man's language completely, and could only grasp a little bit. Can this hybrid? No, mixed-blood primordial beast be eaten? Zhao Qian was considering how to deal with the Titan python. He initially thought of burning it, but upon hearing Lu Yun say it was precious, he started to think about whether it could be eaten. It could be eaten, but there seemed to be some precautions, Lu Yun replied. What precautions? Wang Qianqian quickly asked. I didn't understand. Lu Yun responded. Chapter 56. Elemental Beast Core, knowing that it can be eaten is enough. As for what to pay attention to, just explore slowly. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, he looked at the enormous Titan python and began to worry again. This Titan python was simply too large. A rough estimate put its weight at over 2 tons. Though the exact weight was unclear. Even with his enhanced physical strength, he couldn't move it at all. He was curious about how adult wild men hunted such large creatures and how they transported them. He had originally thought his strength was comparable to that of an adult wild man, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. Adult wild men were much stronger than him. Why not just ask you directly instead of exploring slowly? Wang Qianqian suggested. I just fought him and tied him up. Do you think he will tell me? Zhao Qian also thought of this method, but he felt that he was angry and unlikely to cooperate. It should be fine. Lu Yun, who had been in contact with you for 3 days, understood him better. He was very sensible. The way he acted earlier was because he realized his father was missing. Then let us give a try, Zhao Qian said as he returned to the cave and approached the tied-up Yu. He was still angry. Upon seeing Zhao Qian, he immediately turned his head away, showing that he didn't want to talk to him. Zhao Qian didn't care about Yu's attitude and directly lifted him, taking him to the front of the Titan python. Yu, who had been struggling, immediately stopped upon seeing the Titan python, his eyes fixed on it, speaking in an unintelligible wild man language. Perhaps he was too excited. His speech was a bit fast, and even Lu Yun couldn't understand him. Slow down. Zhao Qian slapped you on the back of the head. However, he didn't understand Zhao Qian's meaning. He only knew that Zhao Qian hit him, and immediately showed a rebellious look. Zhao Qian, let me communicate with him. Lu Yun saw the two acting like roosters fighting and could only suggest. All right. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lu Yun stepped forward and began to communicate with you in a clumsy, wild man language. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian couldn't understand their conversation, so the two bored individuals began to admire the Titan python. Of course, their thoughts were different. Zhao Qian was considering how to store the Titan python in the cave, as at the current temperature, the meat would spoil and become ineatable in just 2 days. As for Wang Qianqian, she lamented the lack of a phone to take pictures of such a large snake to post on social media, which would definitely get many likes. Suddenly, Zhao Qian noticed something unnatural about the Titan python's head. He stepped forward to touch it and found it was soft and limp. After studying it for a while, he realized it was due to the skull being shattered. I thought killing a wild boar was impressive, but I didn't expect the adult wild man to crush the Titan python skull with his bare hands. What terrifying strength that must be. The Titan python's defense was much stronger than the wild boar I killed earlier. Just its scales were like metal plates, so one can imagine how amazing its defense was. But even so, the Titan python skull was still crushed, illustrating just how terrifying the adult wildman's strength was. Such power could tear apart enemies with bare hands. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, he continued to inspect the Titan python, looking for other wounds. However, while he didn't find any other injuries, he did notice a glowing spot at the python's 7-inch mark. This spot was difficult to see, but Wang Qianqian happened to be standing behind Zhao Qian, blocking the sunlight. And since it was still not completely bright outside, he managed to notice it. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian took out his bone knife, squatted down, and cut open the Titan python's skin, revealing a glowing ball-shaped stone the size of a fingernail. Taking it out for a closer look, he found its texture didn't resemble stone at all. It was smoother and more like jade. Of course, Zhao Qian knew it wasn't jade, but he was too sure what it was. Cao Qian. At that moment, you saw the glowing stone in Zhao Qian's hand and exclaimed loudly, showing an envious expression. Sister Yin, help me ask what Cao Qian is. Zhao Qian realized that you must know what the glowing stone was, so he asked Lu Yun to help inquire. This doesn't need to be asked. The father and son mentioned this word when discussing elemental beasts before. Lu Yun furrowed her brows in recollection, and after a while said, Cao Qian translates to the meaning of core. I would call it the elemental beast core. Elemental beast core? That's the translated meaning. Its original meaning is the core that nurtures within the elemental beast, containing most of the elemental beast's energy. Isn't this just like the inner elixir of demon beasts in fantasy novels? After hearing Lu Yun's description, Zhao Qian suddenly felt that the function of the elemental beast core was quite similar to the inner elixir in novels. However, the inner elixir is a symbol of a monster becoming sentient. Could this Titan python also be becoming sentient? It's pretty much the same meaning. Lu Yun nodded. What is the use of the elemental beast core? Zhao Qian paused and continued to ask. Ask him if the elemental beast core can be eaten directly. At that moment, he felt he had found the reason for the adult wild man's strength, which was related to the elemental beast core in front of him. So, could he also use the elemental beast core to become as strong as the adult wild man? Lu Yun communicated with you. However, perhaps due to Lu Yun's increasing proficiency in the wild man language, this round of communication was quite brief. Lu Yun said, the elemental beast core cannot be eaten. If you eat it, you will die. He said that the one who obtains the elemental beast core with the help of Ilya can become Tanro. Ilya? Tanro? It seemed Lu Yun didn't know the meanings of these two pronunciations, so she could only express them phonetically. Zhao Qian said, it seems that adult wild men are Tanro. Otherwise, they couldn't be so powerful. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Adult wild men are very powerful. Wang Qianqian thought of the scene of the adult wild man covered in blood and didn't feel they were that impressive. She turned to Zhao Qian and asked, who is stronger between you and the adult wild man? He could turn me into meat paste. Zhao Qian thought in his heart. But for the sake of his image, he didn't say it out loud, instead saying, to be honest, he is a tiny bit stronger than me. A tiny bit. Wang Qianqian misheard tiny bit as tiny bit. Zhao Qian didn't explain. He had intentionally made Wang Qianqian mishear it. Actually, you're already very strong. Don't be discouraged. Besides, we've only been on this deserted island for a short time. Even if you've awakened superpowers, it's still just the initial stage. Once you've been here longer, you will definitely be stronger than him. Wang Qianqian rolled her eyes a few times and surprisingly didn't mock Zhao Qian. Instead, she poured him a big bowl of encouragement. Is she comforting me? This isn't normal. There must be something fishy going on. So he asked, do you have something to ask of me? Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously. That glowing stone looks quite nice. Can you give it to me? You really have ulterior motives. But, what do you think you are? There's no way I would give you this elemental beast core. Zhao Qian pretended not to hear, looking at Lu Yun and saying, Sister Yun, since the Titan python can be eaten, we shouldn't waste it. Let us find a way to store as much snake meat as possible in the ice cellar. Otherwise, at this temperature, the meat will become inedible in a couple of days. Chapter 57. Wang Qianqian is in danger. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian, who was changing the subject, and immediately became unhappy, shouting, Zhao Qian, don't leave. Can you at least say something? Zhao Qian was somewhat speechless and retorted, Isn't my meaning clear enough? Not clear. Wang Qianqian had actually realized what he meant, but still pretended not to understand and deliberately said in the past, I don't know how many men wanted to give me precious jewelry and gems, but I didn't accept any. Now that I'm giving some people a chance, they don't even know how to seize it. Oh, you've learned to be clever and use provocation, but it's useless. Zhao Qian smiled internally and asked Wang Qianqian, have you heard of the satin bowerbird? Wang Qianqian didn't understand Zhao Qian's meaning and shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Zhao Qian explained, this bird particularly likes shiny objects, so when the male builds its nest, it collects many such items to place in the nest. When a female passes by, the male will make a call and use its beak to hold up the shiny objects to court her. Wang Qianqian still didn't get it and asked, What does this bird have to do with you giving me stones? Zhao Qian didn't expect that after being so clear, Wang Qianqian still didn't understand. So he could only say, what I mean is, those men give you things because they want to sleep with you. I don't have that intention. So why should I give you the elemental beast core? This was somewhat harsh. If it were before, Wang Qianqian would have definitely pointed a finger at Zhao Qian and scolded him for being shameless. However, after spending time together, Zhao Qian had retorted at her almost daily, giving her a bit of resilience, so she wasn't as easily angered anymore. Graceful ladies attract gentlemen. This is biological nature. If you don't have that intention, it only shows that there is something wrong with you. Wang Qianqian said this and gave herself a mental thumbs up, feeling satisfied with her rebuttal. Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian to learn to fight back. After thinking for a moment, he replied, graceful ladies attract gentlemen. This saying is correct, but graceful ladies refer to beautiful and virtuous women. You can at most be considered beautiful, but not virtuous at all. In simpler terms, you only have a beautiful exterior with no inner qualities. So why should I be attracted to you? However, I still have to compliment you. I didn't expect you, with such a low education, to know this saying. Looking at your expression, you don't only know this saying, do you? Sigh. This last sigh was definitely the finishing touch. It seemed to lament Wang Qianqian's lack of inner qualities and education, but in fact, it was mocking. This time, Wang Qianqian finally conceded defeat, shouting you're annoying, and angrily found a quiet place to sulk. After Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun didn't idle either. They began to process the Titan python, wanting to store as much as possible before the meat spoiled. To this end, Zhao Qian even had Lu Yun talk to you, promising to release him as long as he guaranteed not to run away. You looked at the corpse of the Titan python and understood that keeping him was Father's intention. After hesitating for a while, he agreed not to run away. However, Zhao Qian could tell that he was very unhappy. Dismembering the Titan python was a physically demanding task. Even though Zhao Qian's strength had been enhanced, he still exerted a lot of effort to use a bone knife to skin the snake. But this was only the first step in dismembering the Titan python. Next, they needed to clean out its internal organs, which was even more difficult than skinning. In fact, other internal organs of the Titan python were easy to clean, but the stomach was the difficult part. The Titan python had an enormous appetite and needed to consume a large number of creatures every day. So the stomach was filled with food, including wild boars and deer that they recognized, and many more that they didn't eat. The key point was that this food was in a semi-digested state, so one can imagine what that looked like, and coupled with the foul smell emanating from the stomach. Even Zhao Qian vomited several times. As for Lu Yun, she couldn't even get close. Just looking at it made her feel nauseated. Fortunately, it seemed that you didn't mind this foul smell, so the task of cleaning out the internal organs was mostly left to him. After cleaning out the internal organs, the originally 2-ton Titan python was estimated to weigh just over a ton. If they removed the bones, it might not even weigh a ton. But even so, Zhao Qian was very satisfied. After all, the wild boar he killed last time only yielded 400 pounds of meat after removing the internal organs. This Titan python contributed nearly 2,000 pounds of snake meat, which meant they wouldn't have to worry about meat for a long time. After finishing all this, it was already dark. They spent a whole day processing the Titan python. Let us clean up the unnecessary things tomorrow. Everyone is hungry now. Let us eat first. Zhao Qian said to Lu Yun and Yu, looking at the skeleton of the Titan python and the cleaned-out internal organs. These things still needed to be cleaned up. If they were left near the cave, they could attract other ferocious beasts, and even if there were no ferocious beasts, they might attract flies and insects, which would be of no benefit to them. Okay, Lu Yun nodded, then seemed to think of something, looked around, and asked, Zhao Qian, have you seen Qianqian? Is she still not back? They had been busy all day and hadn't noticed if she had returned. Zhao Qian instinctively replied, then realized Lu Yun was worried about Wang Qianqian, saying, Sister Yun, you don't have to worry about her. With her courage, she can't have gone too far. I bet she'll come back once I finish grilling the snake meat. But Lu Yun shook her head. I'll go find her. All right, Zhao Qian said, glancing at you, who was circling around the Titan python skeleton. Take you with you. He has lived in the wilderness for a long time, and his survival skills are better than mine. Okay, Lu Yun replied, walked up to you, and started communicating in the wild language. After a while, you finally understood Lu Yun's meaning, hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously and shouted at Zhao Qian, pointing at the Titan python skeleton before following Lu Yun to find Wang Qianqian. What does he mean? Is he asking me to save the skeleton of the Titan python for him? Zhao Qian thought for a moment, but couldn't he understand US meaning? So he simply put it out of his mind and returned to the cave to grill the snake meat. At the same time, Lu Yun and you entered the forest to find Wang Qianqian, and they hadn't gone far when they saw Wang Qianqian lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Seeing this, Lu Yun hurriedly wanted to rush forward to check on Wang Qianqian's condition, but was pulled back by you. You had a look of panic on his face, pointing at Wang Qianqian and muttering something. Yellow, devil. Lu Yun roughly understood US meaning and focused her gaze, finally seeing that Wang Qianqian was covered with huge ants all over her body. Chapter 58. This fool actually tamed the queen ant in the cave. A drop of snake oil slowly dripped from the snake meat and fell onto the burning wood, causing a small flare. Zhao Qian felt his grilling skills were getting better. The meat of the Titan python was golden brown and emitted an enticing aroma. If it weren't for waiting for the others, he would have eaten a piece right away. The snake meat is ready. Why aren't they here yet? Zhao Qian placed the grilled snake meat on a stone slab, swallowed hard, and complained. You definitely shouldn't look for a wife like Wang Qianqian. Too many issues. It's delaying my meal. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the cave. First, you rushed in, followed closely by Lu Yun. He was very flustered and kept talking as soon as he saw Zhao Qian. However, Zhao Qian couldn't understand a word and could only look at the panting Lu Yun. Lu Yun, not in great shape after running with you, gasped for breath and said, "And no, it's bad, Qian. Qianqian is in trouble. What happened to her?" Zhao Qian stood up suddenly and hurriedly asked. Although he often argued with Wang Qianqian, it didn't mean he disliked her. Wang Qianqian was like a spice, making the dull survival on the deserted island much more interesting. Otherwise, if it were just him and Lu Yun, he would be bored to death. "Well, I just found her. She was lying on the ground covered in ants." Lu Yun started crying as she spoke, considering that when she learned about the plane crash and ended up on the deserted island, she didn't show much emotion. "Ants?" Zhao Qian was startled and quickly asked, "Are they the kind of ants I encountered when I saved the adult wild man?" Lu Yun nodded and said, "Yes, those ants. Qianqian is covered in them, and you won't let me get close. It's over." Zhao Qian said in a daze. He had witnessed how formidable those ants were. Even the adult wild man, so strong, almost got eaten by them, let alone Wang Qianqian. In an instant, deep guilt surged in his heart, and he blamed himself. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me arguing with Wang Qianqian, she wouldn't have lost the argument. If she hadn't lost, she wouldn't have been upset. And if she hadn't been upset, she wouldn't have encountered those ants. If she hadn't encountered those ants, she wouldn't have been eaten." Although she was always arguing with him over trivial matters, he was still a man. Why couldn't he just let her win once? Chinese culture emphasizes respecting the deceased, and even though it was unintentional, Zhao Qian took all the blame upon himself. Ugh! However, just as Zhao Qian finished speaking, a voice rang out at the cave entrance. "Zhao Qian, you were the one who got eaten by ants. My little ant is so obedient. How could it possibly eat me?" The speaker was none other than Wang Qianqian, whom Zhao Qian and the others thought was dead. Wang Qianqian stood at the cave entrance, completely unharmed, and as she approached, they noticed a giant ant over 10 centimeters long crawling on her chest, unmistakably the queen ant. Wow, Zhao Qian thought, could this fool have tamed the queen ant? He first guessed, but seeing the queen obediently crawl from her chest to her hand, he understood he was right. Wang Qianqian really had tamed the queen ant. Oh my gosh! This fool is going against the heavens. It's important to note that this kind of yellow ant was something even the adult wild man wouldn't dare provoke. As for how strong the adult wild man was, the Titan python outside was a good proof. But, are you sure naming the queen ant little ant won't upset your aunt? Zhao Qian silently complained about Wang Qianqian's name choice, but didn't dare say it out loud. He asked, "What exactly happened?" Wang Qianqian's eyes were fixed on the snake meat, and she quickly grabbed a piece, taking a big bite as she said, "After arguing with you, I went to the forest to relax and happened to see a group of yellow ants moving with little ant. So I went over to play with them. While playing, I found that I could control those ants. Lu Yan asked worriedly, "Then why did you faint?" "I didn't faint. I just fell asleep," Wang Qianqian said with a sheepish smile, explaining, "After taming Little Ant, I felt very sleepy, so I fell asleep in the forest. Later, I vaguely heard your voice and woke up. Seeing that it was getting late, I came back, and just as I entered, I heard you cursing me, which is really unlucky." Zhao Qian instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing the queen ant, he quickly nodded and said, "All right, right? You're right about everything. A true man can bend and stretch," so he let it go. "Since you recognize your mistake, I won't hold it against you." Wang Qianqian generously waved her hand and then asked, "Can I have another piece? This grilled meat is really delicious." "Of course. It's an honor that a beautiful girl likes my grilled snake meat," Zhao Qian said with a smile as he handed her a piece of grilled snake meat. You then shouted, stopping Wang Qianqian from taking the grilled snake meat. Seeing Yu's behavior, Lu Yan suddenly remembered something and said, "I forgot to mention, this mixed blood meat can only be eaten by Tan Luo in large quantities. Ordinary people shouldn't eat too much, or their bodies won't handle it. That's a precaution when eating meat." After hearing Lu Yan's words, Wang Qianqian indeed felt a bit hot all over, as if something was about to ignite inside her. "But I'm still hungry. What should I do? I haven't eaten anything all day." Zhao Qian said, "I'll go grill you 2 fish, or maybe a piece of wild boar meat." Wang Qianqian didn't refuse. "You'll die fat." Zhao Qian cursed inwardly, then went to the ice cellar and brought out a few grilled fish and some wild boar meat. These weren't just for Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian prepared some for everyone since none of them were Tan Luo and couldn't eat too much meat. While grilling, Zhao Qian curiously asked, "Why are there only the queen ant here and none of the other ants?" "They're outside eating the leftovers." Wang Qianqian paused before continuing. "Little Ant told me that a few days ago, its ant colony encountered a huge disaster while hunting, losing many of its children. Otherwise, its colony would be much larger than it is now." Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, feeling an ominous premonition. "What kind of disaster?" Wang Qianqian replied, "While hunting, a big fire suddenly broke out, burning many of its children." As Zhao Qian listened to Wang Qianqian, he suddenly realized that this queen ant was the one from the ant colony he had encountered when he saved the adult wild man a few days ago. He hadn't expected such a large fire wouldn't burn the queen ant, and it even retained so many ants. "I can't expose my identity. These ants have a grudge against me." Zhao Qian maintained his composure and smiled, saying, "The weather is dry. Be careful with fire. Next time you hunt, be a bit more cautious." Chapter 59, next time, for sure, no more hunting. Wang Qianqian said, poking the ant queen with her finger. "The little ant and its colony are too weak. Every hunt results in casualties, and I really can't bear it. So I promised it that I would take care of its colony in the future." "What?" Zhao Qian nearly jumped up, asking excitedly, "Do you know how much food is needed to feed an ant colony?" Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I don't think it would be too much since they are so small. They can't even finish a grain of rice." Zhao Qian sneered, disregarding Wang Qianqian's feelings. "An ant indeed doesn't eat much, but what about 1 or 2 million ants?" Although the ant queen Wang Qianqian had tamed looked very different from the soldier ants he was familiar with, it was still evident from its moving habits that it was a soldier ant queen. Among the many species of ants, soldier ants are quite formidable. Unlike other ants that need to build nests, soldier ants never build nests. Once they have consumed all the prey in an area, they will move to another area. Any creatures encountered during their migration will basically become meals for the soldier ants. There have been instances where a group of soldier ants was seen completely devouring a robust wild buffalo. Moreover, the soldier ants in this world are much fiercer than those on Earth, even daring to attack fully grown wild men like Tan Luo. And they're also larger in size, which means their food consumption must be astonishing. Therefore, Zhao Qian did not believe they could afford to raise these soldier ants. 2 million? Is there really that many? Wang Qianqian was taken aback by such a large number, because even if one ant ate only a gram of food per day, 2 million ants would consume 4,000 jin of food daily. "What do you think?" Zhao Qian replied irritably. "What should we do?" Wang Qianqian said with a worried expression, "I already promised the little ant, and if I go back on my word, it won't be my friend anymore." Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Not being friends, what does that mean?" Wang Qianqian hesitated for a moment and explained, "I need to satisfy 2 steps to befriend other creatures. The first step is that I must establish a connection with the tamed creature. And the second step is that I must make a promise between friends. For example, my promise to the little crab was to help it escape. As long as I fulfill it, I can tame it." Zhao Qian had a bad feeling and quickly asked, "You aren't telling me that your promise to this ant queen is to raise its colony, are you?" Wang Qianqian shrank her head, afraid Zhao Qian would scold her. "What will happen if you don't fulfill the promise between friends?" I'm not sure, but the little ant might get very angry." Hearing this answer, Zhao Qian felt helpless. It was clear that Wang Qianqian only understood how to tame other creatures, but did not know the consequences of breaking a promise between friends. If the consequences weren't severe, he would suggest giving up on the soldier ant queen because Wang Qianqian couldn't afford to raise them at all. However, he was worried about the severe consequences, that the soldier ant queen might become enraged and order the soldier ants to attack them, leading to unimaginable results. With this in mind, Zhao Qian's gaze turned cold, and he felt a murderous intent towards the soldier ant queen, since it was unclear whether they would bring a crisis. He had to treat it as a crisis and eliminate it in its infancy. He couldn't take the risk. "What are you going to do?" Wang Qianqian felt Zhao Qian's icy gaze and immediately protected the ant queen in her palm, looking warily at Zhao Qian. "Kill it to eliminate future troubles," Zhao Qian said darkly, without hesitation. Although he knew that his actions would make him seem like a bad person, he had no choice but to do so to survive in this unknown world. It was like in a wilderness survival scenario, killing other animals to obtain food. It was all for survival. "Wait." Wang Qianqian knew Zhao Qian could follow through with his words and said, "Can I talk to the little ant first to see if there's a solution?" Zhao Qian fell silent. Luyan spoke up for Wang Qianqian. "Zhao Qian, just let Qianqian try. Besides, when you go hunting, the cave will only have me and Qianqian left. If danger arises, we won't have any means of resistance. But with this group of soldier ants, we won't be so passive." "All right." Zhao Qian thought about it and felt Lu Yun's words made sense. So he nodded and agreed to let Wang Qianqian talk to the ant queen first. In fact, if he didn't consider the issue of not being able to raise them, he still hoped to keep this soldier ant colony, as he had personally witnessed their combat power. While he couldn't say they would be enough, if they encountered a Titan python, relying solely on soldier ants would be able to turn danger into safety, definitely becoming their greatest security guarantee. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Qianqian finished talking with the soldier ant queen. However, after the conversation, Wang Qianqian looked troubled, as if the outcome of the discussion wasn't very ideal. Zhao Qian asked, "What was the outcome of the discussion?" The little ant was very angry at first, and I had to soothe it for a while before it calmed down. Wang Qianqian continued, "The little ant said it could let the ant colony go out to find food on its own, but it had one requirement. An ant can still make requests?" Zhao Qian found it unbelievable and asked, "What does it want?" Wang Qianqian said, "The little ant wants the beast core in your hand." "What does an ant want with a beast core?" After saying this, Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, "Tell me the truth. Is the beast core what you want? Or what does it want it?" He wasn't sure if the soldier ant queen wanted the beast core, but he knew Wang Qianqian had been thinking about the beast core, so he suspected that she was using the ant queen to ask him for the beast core. "Of course it's what the little ant wants," Wang Qianqian explained. "The little ant said that if it can eat that beast core, it might evolve." "Evolve?" Zhao Qian was taken aback by this answer, which exceeded his knowledge range. Helpless, he could only ask Lu Yun to help him inquire with you. To his surprise, after you confirmed it, he found out that Wang Qianqian was actually not lying this time. In Yu's words, it is indeed possible for ordinary creatures to evolve into beast-type creatures, and low-level beast-type creatures may evolve into high-level ones as well. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qian took out the beast core from the Titan python and handed it to Wang Qianqian. "Are you really willing to give the beast core to the little ant?" Wang Qianqian showed an incredulous expression, with a hint of bitterness in her tone. "When I asked you for it before, you were unwilling to give it to me no matter what. I thought there was no hope, but as soon as the little ant spoke, you gave it the beast core. Am I not as good as it?" "Yes, you really aren't as good as it." Zhao Qian nodded in agreement in his heart, but said, "You are a person, What do you have to compare with an ant? If you want the beast core, I will definitely find a better one for you next time. I'm full. I'm going to rest now. You all take your time eating. After saying this, he hurriedly left. Next time, for sure. Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian leave, frowning and saying, "Why do I feel like he is just humoring me?" Chapter 60 Wild Kiwi. Perhaps it was due to eating a lot of primal beast meat the night before. Zhao Qian didn't sleep well all night, feeling as if there was a fire burning inside him, which made him very uncomfortable. However, he also felt that the primal beast meat was very beneficial to his body. He felt as if he had reached a limit, and his body was enhanced in various aspects. The next morning, Zhao Qian had just woken up when you happily ran over, holding a piece of bone in his hand. From the shape of the bone, it was easy to tell that it was likely from a Titan giant python, as snake bones are distinctly different from those of other creatures. ABA. You solemnly handed the bone to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian had just gotten out of bed and was a bit grumpy. When he saw you offering him a piece of bone, he was immediately a bit unhappy and planned to teach this little rascal a lesson. However, when he held the bone in his hand, he was taken aback and began to observe it closely. In just a few seconds, he confirmed that this was not an ordinary bone, but a special bone like his bone knife. At that moment, he finally understood why he was able to find a piece of bone from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton that wasn't decayed, because that Tyrannosaurus was not an ordinary one, but a primal beast. This kind of special bone is unique to primal beasts. This is what you found, so it belongs to you. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Qian returned the bone and said, "You can use this bone to make a weapon." Although you didn't understand what Zhao Qian was saying, he understood Zhao Qian's intention and kept shaking his head. The Titan giant python was a gift sent by his father, so every part of the Titan giant python belonged to Zhao Qian. The reason he found this bone was to tell Zhao Qian how precious the gift from his father was, and not because he wanted anything. "Just take it," Zhao Qian insisted, stuffing the bone into Yu's hand. He already had a bone knife, and this bone was of little use to him. Rather than waste it by keeping it to himself, it was better to give it to Yu to enhance his strength. Although he was just a 7 or 8-year-old child, his speed and strength were not weak. If he had a suitable weapon, hunting small prey would be completely fine. "Kaka." You looked at the bone in his hand and said something in the wild language to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian didn't understand what it meant, but guessed it was something like "thank you," smiling and waving his hand. After you left, Zhao Qian slept for a while longer, remembering that there were still parts of the Titan giant python that hadn't been processed at the cave entrance. He yawned and got out of bed. However, when he walked out of the cave, he suddenly froze. He discovered that the pile of Titan giant python intestines and the partially digested food had decreased significantly, leaving only about half. Could it be that you cleaned it up in the morning? No. You should have been busy looking for special bones from the Titan giant python, and Wu and Ti have had time to clean this up. As for Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, neither of them had woken up yet, so it couldn't have been them either. Just then, he noticed something crawling on the Titan giant python's intestines. Walking closer, he realized it was a column of army ants. The number of army ants was astonishing, completely covering the intestines of the Titan giant python. If he hadn't observed closely, he would have thought the intestines were originally this color. What Zhao Qian found repulsive, however, was a rare food source for the army ants. The army ants had clear divisions of labor, with some using their powerful jaws to cut up prey and others responsible for transporting it. They were like well-trained soldiers, each performing their duties tirelessly. No wonder they were called army ants. They truly resembled an army. Zhao Qian sighed and continued, "If I hadn't burned so many army ants, these things would probably have been cleaned up overnight." The army ants in this world were larger and stronger than those from his previous life, so their efficiency should be even higher. His fire had at least burned to death 80% of the army ants. The remaining 20% managed to handle so many intestines overnight. If it were a full army of army ants, even a Titan giant python could be completely devoured. It would still take some time to clean everything up, so he decided to wait. Zhao Qian looked at the densely packed army ants crawling on the intestines and gave up the idea of cleaning it directly. First, he was worried that the army ants would attack him. After all, their owner was Wang Qianqian. Moreover, these army ants were essentially raised by her. If he cleaned up the intestines directly, it would be too wasteful. It was better to leave them for feeding the army ants, since they weren't picky eaters. Additionally, When food was plentiful, the population of army ants increased rapidly. The more army ants there were, the safer they would be. Do you want to come with me to catch fish? Zhao Qian walked back to the cave and saw you polishing the bone, smiling as he approached. You didn't understand, tilting his head in confusion. Come with me. Go. Zhao Qian gestured with both hands to express his meaning. This time, you understood what Zhao Qian meant, stood up and nodded. Perhaps Zhao Qian just wanted someone to go fishing with him, but in U.S. eyes, Zhao Qian was teaching him how to hunt, which was a rare opportunity for a child like him. Let us go. Seeing you nod in agreement, Zhao Qian took him to the seaside where he kept his fishing tools. However, it seemed he was quite wary of the ocean, always standing far from the shore. You can't swim? Zhao Qian thought you couldn't swim. While tidying up the fishing tools, he said, how about this when we go back? I'll teach you how to swim. I might not know the proper swimming techniques, but I can definitely teach you dog paddling. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it a bit. It wasn't that he suddenly didn't want to teach, but he couldn't find a place to do so. After all, the only lake was home to a powerful primal beast, and he didn't dare go there. As for the ocean, with such powerful primal beasts in the lake, the ones in the sea would only be stronger. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian turned to look at you, who was unwilling to approach the shore, and seemed to understand something, taking 2 steps back. Was it possible that you was afraid to approach the shore because there were powerful primal beasts in the ocean? Don't scare yourself. Zhao Qian chuckled awkwardly. Glancing at the sea's surface, I always fish close to the shore, and there are reefs all around, so large primal beasts can't get close. Plus, the water is so clear that you can almost see the bottom. Even if a primal beast wanted to come close, we would see it immediately. Though he said this, Zhao Qian didn't dare linger by the sea for too long. He quickly took out the fish from the fishing tools and then left with you. However, it was still early, and the two didn't return to the cave. Zhao Qian took you into the forest, intending to find some wild fruits or wild vegetables. After all, he had been eating meat for several days with the adult wild people, and he was getting a bit tired of it. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time in the forest, they didn't find any edible wild fruits or wild vegetables. Just when they were about to return empty-handed, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he spotted a familiar yet strange plant. Familiar because he had eaten the fruit of this plant before, and strange because the fruit of the plant in front of him looked very different from what he had seen before. He quickly picked one fruit, peeled it, and tasted it, exclaiming in surprise, "It's really wild kiwi." Chapter 61. You was taken away. The reason Zhao Qian was able to confirm that it was kiwi after tasting it was largely because wild kiwis are too small. The kiwis he used to eat were roughly the size of a child's fist. But the wild kiwis in front of him were only about the size of a ping-pong ball at most, and some were as small as quail eggs. If it weren't for their similar appearance, it would have been hard to confirm without daring to taste them. Try it. Zhao Qian picked a nice-looking kiwi and handed it to you. You hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. He was aware of this type of fruit, but he rarely ate it. Compared to other fruits, kiwis were too small and tasted sour, if not fully ripe. Plus, they looked quite strange. If Zhao Qian hadn't offered it to him, he definitely wouldn't have eaten it. You followed Zhao Qian's example and peeled the kiwi, hesitating before taking a bite. Instantly, the delicate flesh burst in his mouth, the juice fragrant and delicious, with a sweet and sour taste that was much better than what he had eaten before. Unfortunately, it was too small. He finished it in one bite. Not bad, right? Zhao Qian picked another one and handed it to you, not caring whether he could understand or not, saying, although wild kiwis are a bit small, they are guaranteed to be pesticide-free and have no additives, so you can eat them with peace of mind. You didn't understand and focused on eating the kiwi. Sigh. Zhao Qian let out a sigh, his tone revealing loneliness. Although he wasn't alone on the deserted island, with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun accompanying him, there was always a barrier between men and women, making it impossible to open his heart and chat freely. As for physical intimacy, that either required mutual affection or forced interaction. The first option could be ruled out. They had only been stranded on the island for a few days, and to say they had developed feelings for each other was nonsense. After all, they had seen the opposite sex before, and it was unlikely they would casually fall for someone. If it were that easy, Zhao Qian wouldn't have a chance. As for the second option, as a normal man, Zhao Qian had indeed had such thoughts. But people are not beasts. Beasts can act on any impulse, while humans must have self-control and restraint. Therefore, having evil thoughts is not shameful. What is shameful is acting on those thoughts. Zhao Qian was a person with self-control and restraint, and he had his own moral boundaries, so he would not act on such thoughts. After we go back, let Lu Yin teach you Mandarin. Zhao Qian suddenly had an idea. He could never learn the language of the wild, but he could let you learn Mandarin, thus enabling them to communicate. You, eating the kiwi, looked at Zhao Qian's surprised expression, his face filled with question marks. Zhao Qian didn't say anything more and continued to pick kiwis with you as they moved deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, Zhao Qian realized this forest was much larger than he had imagined, and the plants they encountered were all mixed up. It was as if plants from different latitudes on Earth had been brought together in one place. Moreover, as they penetrated deeper into the forest, many ancient trees appeared, some of which had already gone extinct on Earth. Looking at the ancient trees around him, Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile bitterly, filled with confusion about this world. However, you seemed unfazed. Having lived in such an environment since childhood, he must have grown accustomed to it. Let's go back. Zhao Qian suddenly stopped and said to you. Although he wanted to continue exploring, he understood that going further into the forest could be dangerous. After all, as the forest grew older, ancient creatures would inevitably appear. And the Titan python was the best proof of that. Most ancient creatures were fierce and had great strength if they encountered one. Zhao Qian could only guarantee his own safety and couldn't ensure you safety. However, just as the two were heading back, a black figure suddenly jumped down from the treetops. Before they could react, the figure grabbed you by the waist and leaped back up into the trees. You, Zhao Qian, immediately reacted, swinging the bone knife at the black figure. However, the black figure was too quick before the knife could fall. It had already returned to the tree, standing on a branch and looking down at Zhao Qian. At that moment, Zhao Qian got a clear look at the black figure and gasped. It was a gibbon, but unlike the gibbons on Earth that are no more than a meter long. This one was 2 meters tall, radiating strength. He was cradled in its arms, as if it were holding a small gibbon. He tried to struggle, but the gibbon's strength was astonishing. He couldn't break free at all. Let him go. Zhao Qian shouted angrily and charged forward. Just as he was about to crash into the tree, he forcefully stepped on it and pushed himself upward, leaping onto the tree with ease. Seeing this, the gibbon wrapped one arm around you and grabbed a branch with the other, swinging quickly to another tree. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, pushed off hard from the tree, and chased after them. The adult wild man had entrusted you to his care, and he could not stand by and watch it be taken away. However, the gibbon was too fast in the forest. It could easily leap between trees without any hindrance. In contrast, Zhao Qian was not very good at climbing trees. At first, he could barely keep up using his strength, but soon he started to fall behind. He could first see the gibbon's back, and when he lost sight of it, he could only follow its position through the swaying branches. But by the end, there were no more swaying branches, and all around him was silence. Damn it! Zhao Qian growled in anger, punching a tree trunk to vent his frustration. To be clear, primates are mostly omnivorous, meaning they can eat both plants and meat. The gibbon wouldn't have taken you for no reason. It was highly likely that it had mistaken him for food. After all, under normal circumstances, primates do prey on monkeys. Should he go back to ask Wang Qianqian for help? Zhao Qian forced himself to calm down and analyzed. Wang Qianqian controlled a swarm of army ants, and many male ants had wings that could be used for tracking. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head to dismiss it. It was too far to return to the cave, which would waste a lot of time, and by the time the male ants caught up with the gibbon, you might have already been eaten. If he didn't go back, he could only rely on his own abilities, but what ability could help him track the gibbon? Zhao Qian's best enhancement was hearing, as it could alert him to many dangers, unlike sight, which could be obstructed. However, even if his hearing was enhanced, it had its limits. Once he exceeded that range, he would be helpless. Thinking of this, he frustratedly slapped his thigh, only to hit the kiwis he had picked, and a burst of kiwi fragrance wafted out. Suddenly, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and he said, "How could I be so stupid? I forgot about my sense of smell." Chapter 62. Gigantopithecus compared to sight and hearing. The sense of smell is often overlooked and used the least. However, it is undeniable that smell is far superior to sight and hearing when it comes to tracking. For example, police dogs rely on their sense of smell to track down criminals and detect contraband. As long as a person has been there, they will leave a scent, and it can take a long time for that scent to dissipate. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian sniffed, trying to identify the scent of the gibbon or ewe from the myriad of odors. However, perhaps because he had never specifically trained his sense of smell, it was only slightly stronger than that of an average person and could not reach the level of a police dog. Coupled with the chaotic sounds in his ears and the images before his eyes, it was difficult for him to concentrate. Calm down, he must calm down. Zhao Qian irritably punched the tree trunk, then forced himself to settle down and slowly close his eyes. He tried again, but it still didn't work. So he extended his fingers to plug his ears. Instantly, everything in front of him went dark, and silence enveloped him, leaving only his sense of smell. Hiss! Zhao Qian sniffed again, and a flood of scent information entered his brain. This isn't it. This isn't it either. Found it. This is the scent. Zhao Qian eliminated one scent after another and finally identified Yu's smell. He wasn't sure what Yu's scent was, but he knew that Yu had first followed him to the seaside to catch fish, so there would be a fishy smell. Additionally, Yu had eaten quite a few kiwis, and since this kid might not have gotten used to wearing clothes, he would wipe his hands on his clothes after eating, leaving a strong kiwi scent. This direction. Zhao Qian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shooting with intensity in one direction. Without any hesitation, he dashed toward that direction. He didn't know how long he had been chasing, but the surrounding ecological environment was completely different from before. Towering trees stretched into the clouds, each one larger than the giant trees that the adult wild men had previously avoided. Each tree was draped with numerous vines, and it appeared dense at a glance, indicating just how terrifying the number of vines was. Below the trees was an endless swamp, its water murky, not to mention seeing the bottom. Even just a few centimeters from the water surface, nothing was visible. However, Zhao Qian could sense that there were many terrifying creatures in the swamp, and if he fell in, he would likely become a meal for these creatures. For safety, Zhao Qian climbed higher, worried that a dangerous creature from the swamp might suddenly leap out to attack him. However, he soon realized that the trees were also unsafe. This place seemed to be an area where apes and monkeys lived, with many of them being individuals far larger than those on Earth. They moved in groups through the woods, clearly belonging to different communities. In addition to the primates, Zhao Qian also saw several snakes, some with green skin that resembled leaves, like the bamboo viper, and others with skin almost the same color as tree bark, like the tree viper. These two types of snakes were not large, but shared a common trait. They were highly venomous. Of course, this forest was not limited to small venomous snakes. There were also many large snakes, such as the green anaconda. Although the green anaconda is much smaller than the titanoboa, it was the largest snake in Zhao Qian's era, reaching lengths of 7 to 8 meters and capable of hunting relatively large prey. There was no doubt that if entangled by a green anaconda, escape would be nearly impossible. What kind of world is this? Zhao Qian sighed again. Every time he understood a bit about this world, he encountered even more shocking sights. Take the ecology of this forest, for instance. It was completely unreasonable, yet truly existed. Now was not the time to consider this. He had to save you first. Saying this, Zhao Qian closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. Along the way, his sense of smell had been enhanced, and he could track the gibbon without plugging his ears. He needed to go deeper. Could it be that the gibbon was heading to that largest tree? Following the scent, Zhao Qian saw an enormous tree, its trunk so wide that it would take more than a dozen adults stretching their arms to encircle it. The tree was nearly 100 meters tall, with dense leaves spreading out in all directions, resembling a giant umbrella from a distance, covering a vast area. This tree had the most primates. From the bottom up, it was almost filled, as if the large tree was a palace, and these primates were its guards. Zhao Qian dared not approach this tree, and could only go to a nearby one. This tree was already quite tall, but compared to the largest tree, it didn't even reach the canopy, like a child beside an adult. Zhao Qian climbed to the top of the tree, hiding among the dense leaves. squinting to search for the gibbon. Soon, he found his target. The gibbon was still holding you in its arms, climbing towards the highest point of the big tree. However, the gibbon ultimately could not reach the top and was intercepted by two other apes. They seemed to be communicating, and then one of the apes climbed upwards, eventually disappearing into the dense leaves out of Zhao Qian's sight. However, this situation did not last long. The dense leaves began to shake violently, and then an enormous ape entered Zhao Qian's view. This was Gigantopithecus. It was enormous. Zhao Qian looked at this giant ape, stunned into silence. In fact, giant apes had existed on Earth, standing upright at heights of up to 3 meters, making them giants compared to other apes. But the Gigantopithecus before him was estimated to be over 5 meters tall, as the 2-meter gibbon looked minuscule next to it. If he was not mistaken, these primates had already established a hierarchy, with this Gigantopithecus being the exalted king, residing at the top of the big tree, while the other primates were its subordinates living below. Zhao Qian watched as the Gigantopithecus slowly descended, speaking with great certainty. He then wondered, did this gibbon capture you as a tribute for the Gigantopithecus? It was unclear whether this Gigantopithecus was a primal beast. Although he claimed uncertainty, he internally speculated that this Gigantopithecus was indeed a primal beast. Because primal beasts are generally more intelligent than ordinary creatures and more likely to form a hierarchy. Otherwise, he would not believe that a group of wild primates could establish such a clear social structure. Just then, the primates guarding the lower levels suddenly stirred for some unknown reason, emitting sharp cries. These sounds attracted Zhao Qian's attention, and when he looked over, his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw a gigantic titanoboa climbing up the great tree. Chapter 63. The battle of the primordial beast, the Titan python, was even more enormous than the adult wildman-S python from before, measuring nearly 18 meters in length, with its widest part resembling a car tire. Its skin was patterned with dark red hues, giving it an incredibly ferocious appearance. In contrast, the primates surrounding it may have been slightly larger than those on Earth, but they were still vastly inferior compared to the Titan python. They circled around the Titan python, jumping and emitting sharp roars, with some daring individuals avoiding its head to ambush its lower body. Despite these disturbances and attacks, the Titan python remained indifferent, as if it were not there to hunt. Its body coiled around a large tree, climbing toward the upper layers. Observing this, the primates found themselves at a loss, for their roars and assaults could hardly inflict any harm on the Titan python. They could only watch helplessly as it ascended. Was the Titan python targeting the ancient giant ape? Zhao Qian speculated as he watched the Titan python disregard the ordinary primates. The Titan python was a primordial beast, and the ancient giant ape was also a primordial beast. According to you, primordial beasts could evolve through devouring one another, leading him to guess that the Titan python's goal was the ancient giant ape. Meanwhile, the calls from the lower primates attracted the attention of the ancient giant ape, which discovered the Titan python below. It immediately let out a huffing sound, stood tall, and roared while pounding its chest. As the roar echoed, the canopy of trees resonated with rustling sounds, and Zhao Qian saw several large gorillas, each 2 to 3 meters tall, rapidly gathering around the ancient giant ape. Before long, over 100 gorillas had amassed around the ancient giant ape, all of them its subordinates. The smaller primates wisely retreated to other trees, clearing the battlefield for both sides. In terms of sheer strength, the Titan python was undoubtedly stronger than the ancient giant ape, but the primates had the advantage of intelligence and knew how to form alliances. Thus, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. Zhao Qian continued to hide, his eyes fixed on the battlefield as he contemplated how to rescue you. Before the appearance of the Titan python, he had no chance whatsoever, as neither the ancient giant ape nor the numerous gorillas on the tree were opponents he could handle. He estimated that he would have been discovered the moment he climbed the tree. However, now, although a more terrifying Titan python had appeared, it also presented him with an opportunity. He could let both sides suffer losses and reap the benefits. Of course, he would only be able to rescue you at most, as neither the Titan python nor the ancient giant ape was someone he could contend with. At that moment, the Titan python, which had been moving swiftly, halted. Its head rose high, with eyes the size of fists glowing with a terrifying blood-red hue, showing no fear of the ancient giant ape and the gorillas. Emitting a harsh hissing sound, in the next instant, the Titan python struck. Despite its enormous size, it was as fast as lightning when attacking, lunging forward in an instant, its massive mouth wide open as it aimed for the ancient giant ape. However, the ancient giant ape was no pushover. It roared and charged forward, surprisingly managing to grasp the Titan python's upper and lower jaws, its immense strength preventing the Titan python from closing its mouth. Seeing this, the other gorillas shouted and rushed forward, surrounding the Titan python and repeatedly striking it with their fists. Even from a distance, Zhao Qian could hear the pounding sounds, indicating the tremendous force behind the attacks. The Titan python let out a hissing cry, its massive body suddenly whipping around like a whip, striking several unsuspecting gorillas. The immense force sent them flying over 10 meters, crashing down from the tree into the swamp below. Zhao Qian looked toward the swamp. The gorillas that had been hit were not dead, but they were certainly severely injured and unable to continue fighting. Just then, from the murky waters of the swamp, an unknown creature dragged one of the injured gorillas underwater, and the water began to bubble and churn violently before settling down, turning a large area crimson with blood. In just a short while, all the gorillas that had fallen into the swamp disappeared without a trace. Back to the battlefield after sweeping several gorillas away with its tail. The Titan python turned its body toward the ancient giant ape, wrapping around it in the blink of an eye, leaving only the ape's head exposed. The Titan python then tightened its grip, applying immense constricting force on the ancient giant ape's body, causing it to let out a painful roar. Seeing this, the other gorillas charged in again, relentlessly attacking the Titan python. Although their strikes could inflict some damage, it was very limited. The Titan python seemed to understand that if it killed the ancient giant ape, it would achieve victory, so it disregarded the attacks from the gorillas. Crack! The Titan python's body continued to constrict, and the sound of breaking bones echoed from the ancient giant ape, indicating a grim situation. However, the ancient giant ape was not defenseless. It released its grip on the Titan python's jaws, allowing the sharp teeth to bite into its shoulder, freeing its hands. It then clasped its hands together, raised them high above its head, and struck down forcefully toward the Titan python's head. The strength of an ordinary gorilla was already considerable, but compared to the ancient giant ape, there was a significant difference. Thus, the ancient giant ape's full force strike caused the Titan python's entire body to stiffen, unwillingly releasing its mouth with a painful roar. However, the Titan python did not loosen its grip, continuing to tightly constrict the ancient giant ape while dodging its head to avoid further attacks. Seeing this, the ancient giant ape could only attack the Titan python's body while calling upon the other gorillas that had just dodged to join in the attack. For a moment, the Titan python was besieged by nearly 100 gorillas. Even with its tough body, it began to sustain injuries. However, the Titan python possessed a certain level of intelligence and understood the principle of capturing the king first. Thus, even while being attacked, it did not release the ancient giant ape, but retaliated with its head. Yet, compared to its tail, the agility of the Titan python's head was much lower. It could not lash out like its tail and could only attack one target at a time. A great opportunity. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up at this scene. From his perspective as an observer, all the gorillas on the tree, except for the one holding you, had joined the battle. Additionally, the weaker primates had all retreated from the tree, making it the perfect moment for him to sneak in and rescue you. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qian grabbed a vine connecting the two trees and slowly climbed over. Chapter 64. Mutual Destruction at this moment. Zhao Qian gripped a vine tightly with both hands and slowly climbed down from the tree where he was hiding towards the large tree. This seemingly simple step was a disaster for those afraid of heights. After all, the tree where Zhao Qian was hiding was also several dozen meters high, equivalent to 20 or 30 stories. His current action was akin to walking a tightrope between two tall buildings. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into the swamp below. He wasn't sure what creatures inhabited the swamp, but he knew that once he fell in, he would surely die. Phew! After climbing a few meters, Zhao Qian looked down and felt a bit dizzy, quickly pulling his gaze back and exhaling deeply. He no longer looked down, keeping his eyes fixed ahead, moving forward slowly and steadily, not daring to be careless at all. In the end, he took a full 5 minutes to cover the short distance of just a few dozen meters between the two trees. Upon reaching the large tree, Zhao Qian immediately found a tree fork to hide in and directed his gaze towards the battlefield to see the current state of the fight. At this moment, the Titan python's body had tightened significantly, and the originally ferocious ancient giant ape was clearly at its limit, its arms hanging down, lacking the strength to attack. However, it was not dead yet. It still had a breath left. As for the Titan python, while it seemed to have the upper hand, its situation was equally grim. It had been subjected to the relentless attacks of the ancient giant ape and over 100 gorillas. There was no need to mention how terrifying the strength of the ancient giant ape was. The parts of its body that had been attacked by the ancient giant ape had their scales shattered and peeled off, flesh pounded into a pulp, and even its bones were broken, exposing its internal organs. In comparison, the areas attacked by the gorillas were somewhat better off, with at most just the scales broken and the flesh not suffering too much damage. However, the sheer number of gorillas was overwhelming. Nearly 100 gorillas had inflicted hundreds of such injuries on the Titan python. It was no exaggeration to say that the Titan python was covered in wounds, bleeding from all over. I need to speed up. Zhao Qian saw this scene and realized that he didn't have much time left. Once the ancient giant ape was killed, the remaining gorillas would be leaderless and would most likely scatter in all directions. Therefore, he had to rescue you before the ancient giant ape was killed. With this in mind, Zhao Qian found a vine that could reach the upper levels of the large tree, gripped it tightly with both hands, and began to climb up with all his strength. At this moment, Zhao Qian's figure was completely exposed. Anyone looking in his direction would notice him. Fortunately, all the creatures were focused on the battle between the Titan python and the ancient giant ape, completely oblivious to anything else. Just like that, Zhao Qian easily reached the upper level of the large tree and stealthily approached the back of the gibbon. At this time, the gibbon's attention was entirely on the battlefield and had not noticed Zhao Qian at all. Zhao Qian took out his bone knife and, from behind, aimed for the gibbon's heart and stabbed down hard. Sure, the gibbon let out a painful scream as it was stabbed, forgetting about the feather in its hands, and turned to attack Zhao Qian. But Zhao Qian didn't give it the chance. After spinning the bone knife around to completely shred the gibbon's heart, he pulled it out. Puffed. A large amount of blood spurted from the gibbon's wound, splattering all over Zhao Qian. As the blood continued to flow out, the gibbon gradually lost its strength and fell from the tree. However, it was fortunate enough not to fall into the swamp, but instead hung on a tree fork, gradually losing its vitality. The entire process took just over 20 seconds, quite rapid, and the gibbon's screams had not attracted the attention of other primates. Kaka, he was very excited, calling out to Zhao Qian incessantly. Let us go, otherwise it will be too late. Zhao Qian didn't have time to communicate with you, and signaled him to follow. The two of them retraced their steps back to another large tree. Hiding among the dense leaves of the treetop, Zhao Qian glanced back at the battlefield, hesitated for a moment, and called out to you, "You go back first. I'll return later." You look confused. You go back to the cave. Zhao Qian, helpless, could only gesture for you to return first. This time, you understood but shook his head, unwilling to leave. All right. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Qian agreed to let you stay and said, "But you need to be careful. If you sense something is wrong, you must run away with all your might." Even though he knew you couldn't understand his words, he couldn't help but remind him. After that, Zhao Qian's gaze returned to the battlefield. He was waiting for an opportunity, although his initial thought was just to save you. After glancing at the battlefield again, he realized he could fight back. Now, the ancient giant ape was on the brink of death. It was only a matter of time before it died. At the same time, the Titan python's condition was also at its worst and couldn't hold out much longer. As long as these two primal beasts died, the remaining gorillas would be no threat, and he was confident he could drive them back. Crack! Finally, with another sound of bones breaking, the ancient giant ape's body was crushed, losing all vitality. Once the ancient giant ape died, the Titan python opened its enormous mouth and bit down on the ancient giant ape's head. However, It didn't swallow the entire ape, but simply bit off the head and consumed it. Perhaps because the ancient giant ape's primal core was in its head after swallowing it. The Titan python seemed to regain some strength and began attacking the other gorillas. Without the ancient giant ape's restraint, it swept its tail, sending several gorillas flying. In an instant, its massive mouth clamped down on a gorilla and swallowed it whole in front of the other gorillas. At this moment, all the gorillas were frightened. As the first gorilla fled, the others let out sharp cries and quickly retreated from the large tree to other trees. In just a few breaths, the largest tree was left with only the Titan python. No chance. Zhao Qian assessed the remaining combat power of the Titan python in his mind, bitterly smiling as he realized he had no opportunity left. Let us go. Zhao Qian turned around and looked at you. Abba. Suddenly, you exclaimed, pointing at something behind Zhao Qian towards the large tree. What's wrong? Zhao Qian, puzzled, turned to look at the large tree. Hiss. It was better not to look. Upon seeing it, Zhao Qian gasped in shock, because he saw that the badly injured Titan python, after lying down for a few seconds, actually straightened itself up again and began crawling towards their direction. What does this mean? Is it chasing us? Why is it chasing us? Does it plan to eat us? However, there was no time for Zhao Qian to figure out the situation. He grabbed you and ran away. Chapter 65. Only one can survive. Although the Titan python was heavily injured, Zhao Qian did not dare to let his guard down, because he knew very well that even in its current state, the Titan python could easily kill him and you. He had to admit that the oppressive feeling brought by the Titan python was too strong. Just watching the 18-meter-long giant snake swimming towards him made his whole body tremble involuntarily. However, he couldn't understand why the Titan python was pursuing the two of them. The Titan python shouldn't have noticed them. Whoosh, whoosh, Zhao Qian, and you were desperately running through the forest. Their speed at this moment could even be compared to that of ordinary primates. However, even so, the two of them still could not shake off the Titan python. They moved quickly among the trees while the Titan python chased them on the ground, its speed not inferior to theirs at all. This was still under the circumstance that the Titan python was severely injured. As the Titan python began to fuse with the ancient giant ape's beast core, its injuries gradually healed, and its aura slowly became stronger, with its speed actually increasing continuously. It was only a matter of time before the Titan python caught up with them. Although Zhao Qian did not understand why the Titan python was chasing them, one thing was clear: unless they died, it did not intend to let them go. Zhao Qian could feel the killing intent of the Titan python towards them. It was definitely a case of to the death. He couldn't figure out the reason for the Titan python's pursuit and didn't want to waste time thinking about it. His mindset was that since the Titan python wanted to kill them, then bring it on. In the end, who would die was still uncertain. With that thought, he quickly took off his white t-shirt, took out a fire starter to use as a charcoal pencil, and wrote 4 characters on the shirt. Danger, prepare ants. After writing it, he handed the t-shirt to you, urging him to return as quickly as possible while he stayed behind to buy time. At first, you was unwilling and insisted on staying with Zhao Qian, but after Zhao Qian shouted in anger, you reluctantly left. However, just as Zhao Qian deliberately exposed his identity to attract the Titan python, a strange scene occurred. The Titan python seemed to ignore Zhao Qian and headed straight for you. What was going on? Zhao Qian was puzzled, his mind racing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He realized why the Titan python was not letting them both go. To be precise, it was not after both of them, but only you. The reason was that you had found a piece of beast bone from the dead Titan python. The two Titan pythons should be related, and since you had the beast bone from the dead Titan python, it naturally triggered the hatred of the Titan python before him, making it determined to hunt them down. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian suddenly increased his speed, catching up to you, taking the beast bone from him, and keeping it for himself. Sure enough, just as Zhao Qian had guessed, when the beast bone was taken away, the Titan python stopped pursuing you and instead chased after him. Zhao Qian did not dare to hesitate. He pushed his speed to the limit, attracting the Titan python in another direction. Of course, his ultimate goal was still the cave. However, unlike Yu's direct route back, he planned to lead the Titan python around to buy Wang Qianqian more time to mobilize the army ants. That's right. Zhao Qian intended to use the army ant's power to deal with the Titan Python. In fact, this was a last resort. The Titan Python was too powerful, and he was no match for it, so he could only pin his hopes on the army ants. It was unrealistic to have the army ants actively pursue the Titan Python because they were too slow and unlikely to catch up. However, luring the Titan Python to the army ants was still a hopeful way to kill it. In the cave, Wang Qianqian was sleeping when she felt an itch on her face and instinctively slapped it. As soon as she did, her eyes flew open because she realized she had slapped her little ant. Although the army ant swarm was formidable, individual strength was not strong. Even the queen ant was just a slightly larger ant. Immediately, she sat up, cupping the queen ant in her hands, and anxiously asked, "Little ant, are you okay? I didn't mean to. I thought you were a mosquito. Don't be angry. I wasn't scolding you. It's a metaphor. Do you understand?" After Wang Qianqian finished speaking, she froze. Her big eyes blinking a few times, her face filled with joy as she said, "You can still be proud, which means you're okay. That's great." "How could you be okay?" "What? You've completed your evolution." Wang Qianqian rubbed her eyes and looked again at the queen ant in her hands. At this moment, the queen ant did not have much visible change. Only its originally yellow skin had become more yellow and had a metallic sheen, suggesting that its defenses had increased significantly. Otherwise, it would have been killed by that slap just now. The queen ant's eyes had also changed. Previously, it was over 10 centimeters long, and after evolution, it had exceeded 15 centimeters, almost the same size as Wang Qianqian's palm. But the biggest change was that the queen ant had grown wings. It should be noted that in the ant species, the queen only has wings before mating. After mating, she returns to the ant nest, and her wings degenerate, leaving the male ants with wings. However, Wang Qianqian did not understand this knowledge and did not take it seriously. "Does that mean you're also a mixed-blood beast now?" Wang Qianqian asked with a face full of surprise. "What is your strength like? Can you take on a wild boar?" Having been bullied by wild boars before, Wang Qianqian couldn't stop thinking about revenge. Buzz! The queen ant made a buzzing sound with its wings. "No way." Wang Qianqian showed a disappointed expression. "Buzz." "Right, army ants rely on numbers to win. Their individual strength is not very strong." The two of them communicated back and forth. After an unknown amount of time, it was afternoon when Lu Yun was roasting meat when you rushed in, panting heavily. As soon as he entered the cave, he began to speak in the language of wild men nonstop. Perhaps it was due to his anxiety. Even Lu Yun couldn't understand him. Seeing this, he was extremely anxious and suddenly remembered the clothes. He immediately took them out and handed them to Lu Yun. "Danger, prepare ants." Lu Yun's face changed dramatically upon seeing the words on the shirt, and she instantly understood. However, she was still unclear about the detailed situation and could only keep calming you down to ask about the whole story. "Qianqian, there's danger. Zhao Qian wants us to prepare the army ants. Are all the army ants ready?" Lu Yun looked at Wang Qianqian and asked. Wang Qianqian did not answer immediately, but communicated with the queen ant before saying, "They're all busy cleaning the Titan Python's insides." Lu Yun continued to ask if the current number of army ants can take on the mixed-blood beast. "Cannot." Wang Qianqian shook her head after communicating, saying, "Last time we lost too many in the fire. The current number of army ants is only enough to deal with ordinary beasts. Unless we ambush. Otherwise, it's impossible to deal with a mixed-blood beast." Ambush. Lu Yun fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and after a moment said, "I have a plan." Chapter 66 today, it must die whoosh. In the dense forest, the Titan Python's speed was increasing, weaving through the trees like a gust of wind, causing the leaves to tremble continuously. About 10 meters ahead of the Titan Python, Zhao Qian was running for his life. If it weren't for his agile movements, jumping from tree to tree, he would have been caught by the Titan Python long ago. However, even so, the distance between Zhao Qian and the Titan Python was steadily decreasing. Initially, there was a gap of over 50 meters, but now it was down to just over 10 meters. Huffing and puffing, Zhao Qian spotted a tree that wasn't too thick. He used the momentum of his run to push off the ground with both feet and leaped onto a branch. Then he suddenly applied downward force, bending the branch, and was propelled over 20 meters away by its elasticity. If this scene were witnessed by someone on Earth, they would surely think Zhao Qian was a superhero But for him, this was just basic maneuvering. His physical abilities had far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Bang! However, Zhao Qian intended to use this tree to slightly block the Titan Python, but the enraged Titan Python crashed directly into the tree, shattering it to pieces. At that moment, the Titan Python's formidable power and terrifying defense were fully displayed. How could Yu's father have killed this thing with his bare hands? Zhao Qian was shocked by the Titan Python's strength and continued. As the Titan Python continues to merge with the ancient giant ape's beast core, its injuries are healing, and its strength is increasing. Can the army ants still kill it? During his escape, Zhao Qian looked back multiple times and saw that the Titan Python's previously battered body had healed considerably. The injuries caused by the gorillas were mostly healed, with only the damage inflicted by the ancient giant ape still quite severe, resembling a hole in the Titan Python's body. But one thing had to be acknowledged. The Titan Python was in a much better state now. It was important to note that the Titan Python had been on the verge of death after battling the ancient giant ape. Now, it was at most seriously injured and no longer in danger of dying. Whoosh! At that moment, the Titan Python's speed suddenly increased, closing the 10-meter gap to just 5 meters in an instant. The Titan Python, now closer, swung its body forcefully, its tail sweeping towards Zhao Qian like a steel whip. Damn! Fortunately, Zhao Qian's reaction speed was also quick. As the Titan Python approached, he jumped onto a tree. The next second, the Titan Python's tail arrived as expected, smashing through all the trees in a fan-shaped area, including the tree Zhao Qian was on. Fortunately, Zhao Qian didn't linger on that tree. The moment he jumped onto it, he quickly leaped away. Bang, bang, bang. All the trees within the range were shattered by the Titan Python's tail, creating a stunning scene. It couldn't have evolved already, could it? Zhao Qian swallowed hard and muttered to himself. Beast cores can be divided into many levels, with the lowest being hybrid beast cores, and the next level being pure blood beast cores, which are significantly stronger than hybrid beast cores. This hybrid-level Titan Python had already reached the peak of hybrid beast cores, and now that it had devoured the ancient giant ape's beast core, it was certain to break into a pure blood beast core. If that were the case, their chances of defeating the Titan Python would be even slimmer. No, not yet. Zhao Qian observed the Titan Python carefully and shook his head. According to you, pure blood beast cores have beast patterns, and the Titan Python hasn't shown any beast patterns yet. The biggest difference between pure blood and hybrid beast cores is that pure blood beast cores possess beast patterns that represent the attributes of the beast. Take Yu's father, that adult wild man, for example. The flame tattoo on his chest is actually a combination of tribal totem and beast pattern, known as a beast pattern totem. Yu's father became a Titan using the beast core from a fire attribute beast, allowing him to wield the power of flames. As for the powerful recovery ability that came from the Elia in their tribe, Elia was responsible for awakening the Titans, which is why Titans possess some of Elia's abilities. According to you, the Elia in their tribe has healing abilities. For this reason, although hybrid beast cores can also be used to become Titans, only slaves or those without status in the tribe would use them, as compared to pure blood beast cores. Hybrid beast cores lack a certain ability. I can't hold on any longer. Zhao Qian looked at the increasingly faster Titan Python and realized he had reached his limit. If he continued to drag this out, he would be caught by the Titan Python. He had to head back. He wondered if they were prepared. Zhao Qian thought as he glanced in the direction of the cave, hesitated briefly, and then ran wildly towards it. In fact, he was not far from a cave. After all, he was worried that if he got too far from it, he wouldn't make it back in time and would end up as the Titan Python's meal. A few minutes later, Zhao Qian reached the edge of the forest. As soon as he jumped out, he would appear in front of the cave. His eyes quickly scanned the cave and spotted Wang Qianqian and the others hiding inside, but only you noticed him, speaking in the language of wild men and pointing in a certain direction repeatedly. Following Yu's gesture, Zhao Qian saw the skeleton of the Titan Python that had died earlier. However, unlike before he left, the skeleton was now draped in snake skin, making it look almost real at first glance. What does this mean? Zhao Qian was momentarily confused. Zhao Qian, throw the beast bones to distract the Titan Python. At that moment, Lu Yun having sensed Zhao Qian's return through Yu's change, shouted loudly. Zhao Qian was taken aback by Lu Yun's words and understood her intention. The moment he sprang out of the forest, he threw the bones of the dead Titan python onto the snake's skin. The next second, an enormous Titan python shot out from the forest. Its sudden appearance nearly made Wang Qianqian scream, but thankfully she covered her mouth at the last moment. Pop, pop, pop. The coconut crab at her feet also stopped making bubbles, placing its giant claws in front of its mouth and curling up its body. After the Titan python emerged from the forest, it initially intended to attack Zhao Qian, but suddenly stopped, its massive head turning towards the dead Titan python. It seemed to have forgotten about Zhao Qian and slowly approached the corpse, gently touching the snake's skin covering the skeleton, as if trying to awaken the dead Titan python. After a long time, it seemed to understand something. It lifted its enormous head and let out a wailing cry. Why am I so sad? Wang Qianqian inexplicably felt an urge to cry. This Titan python must have been the mate of the one that died. Lu Yun thought for a moment and voiced a possibility. In other words, Yu's father killed the mate of this Titan python, which is why it was pursuing Zhao Qian and Yu. Wang Qianqian asked. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. So we were wrong. We should apologize. Perhaps due to her abilities. Wang Qianqian had a strong empathy towards beast cores. There's no chance left. Lu Yun shook her head. Why is there no chance left? Wang Qianqian asked. Because this Titan python will seek revenge for the dead Titan python and kill us all. So today it must die, Lu Yun said calmly. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Wang Qianqian saw Zhao Qian charging toward the Titan python. Under normal circumstances, the Titan python would have already reacted. But now it was in mourning and completely unaware of Zhao Qian's presence. Zhao Qian approached the Titan python, pushed off the ground with force, leaped high into the air, and aimed the bone knife in his hand at the Titan python's vital point. Chapter 67. A life-and-death moment. Although the Titan python's defense was strong, its scales like iron plates, Zhao Qian used all his strength for this thrust, so the bone knife still deeply penetrated the Titan python's body. Hiss! The Titan python was struck in a vital spot and let out a piercing cry of pain, its body twisting in agony, and its massive tail lashed against the rocky ground, causing cracks to appear and kicking up dust. However, this Titan python was indeed a formidable existence, nearly a pure-blooded primal beast. Even though it was hit in a vital area, it did not die on the spot. Instead, the intense pain awakened its ferocity, and with its mate killed, the Titan python wanted to swallow Zhao Qian whole. However, Zhao Qian had anticipated this. So after the bone knife pierced the Titan python's 7 inches, he tightly wrapped his arms and legs around the Titan python, pressing his entire body against it. The 7 inches of a snake is near the head, so no matter what, the Titan python could not bite Zhao Qian. Hiss! The Titan python let out a roar and then violently shook its head, trying to throw Zhao Qian off. During this process, Zhao Qian felt the shaking was 1,000 times more terrifying than a roller coaster. His head felt like it was suffering from concussion, buzzing loudly. But even so, he did not let go, as he knew that if he did, he would undoubtedly die. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian and the others looked anxiously at the battlefield, not expecting the primal beast vitality to be so tenacious. Even after being hit in a vital spot, it had not been killed, but had instead become even more ferocious. From their perspective, the Titan python was constantly shaking its head and rolling its body on the ground, as if it had gone mad. Of course, the three understood that the Titan python was not mad. Its only goal was to get Zhao Qian off of it. Xiaoyan, do you think Zhao Qian will be okay? Wang Qianqian asked with a worried expression. Although Zhao Qian had great physical strength, the shaking from the Titan python was too intense for him to hold on for long. Lu Yun had initially wanted to explain how dangerous Zhao Qian's situation was due to the instantaneous acceleration, but after thinking it over, she gave up. Instead, she asked Qianqian, your ability has a deterrent effect on primal beasts. Can you temporarily deter the Titan python to make it stop, giving us more time? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, I already tried just now. The Titan python is too angry. My ability has no effect at all. Hearing this, Lu Yun immediately realized that the issue was due to Wang Qianqian's lack of ability development. After all, The wild boar they encountered before could still be deterred by Wang Qianqian's ability, even when it was very angry. Therefore, it can be concluded that whether a creature can be deterred or not has little to do with its anger. The most important factor is the creature's level. That wild boar was just an ordinary beast, while the Titan python in front of them was a top-tier, mixed-blood primal beast with a significant difference in biological level. Now, they could only wait for the army ants to take effect. Luyan looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, "Have all the army ants entered the Titan python's body?" "They've all burrowed in through the wound." Wang Qianqian nodded, then hesitated to say more. At this moment, Luyan said, "Don't feel guilty about this. Because if we don't kill this Titan python, it will kill us." She could see that Wang Qianqian felt a bit reluctant. But this was normal. Humans are inherently empathetic beings, and Wang Qianqian's ability amplified this empathy. To others, they only saw the Titan python trying to kill them, while in Wang Qianqian's eyes, it was because they had killed the Titan python's mate that it wanted to kill them, seeking revenge. Therefore, Wang Qianqian would feel that they were the bad guys. "I understand." Wang Qianqian no longer used her ability to try to tame the Titan python. Her empathy had weakened significantly, and her guilt had lessened greatly. Immediately, she held the ant queen in her hand and hesitated before saying, "Kill it." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon hearing the command, the ant queen began to flap its wings repeatedly, sending a message that only army ants could sense, traveling dozens of meters and entering the Titan python's body. At this moment, the inside of the Titan python was already crawling with army ants. How did these army ants enter the Titan python's body? It turned out that the army ants had been hiding under the skin of the dead Titan python and inside its internal organs. When the Titan python was circling around its dead mate, the army ants took the opportunity to climb onto the Titan python's body. In fact, with the Titan python's defenses, these ordinary army ants would not fear climbing all over it, as they could not break its scales. However, the Titan python was injured. Although the injuries caused by the gorilla had mostly healed, the wounds inflicted by the ancient giant ape were still severe, allowing the army ants to easily enter the Titan python's body through the wound. To avoid alarming the Titan python, the first army ants that entered did not attack and waited for orders. And now, the order had come. All the army ants immediately began to gnaw at the Titan python's internal organs. Outside, the Titan python found a way to deal with Zhao Qian, as its body kept rolling on the ground. Each time it completed a full rotation, Zhao Qian was effectively crushed by the snake's body. It should be noted that this Titan python was not light. Zhao Qian could withstand it once or twice, but after repeated rolls, he could no longer bear it. After all, he had already run for such a long time and endured the Titan python's shaking for so long, reaching the limit of his body. Finally, after the Titan python's body rolled over Zhao Qian once more, he could no longer hold on and released his grip on the snake's body, collapsing on the ground in exhaustion. In fact, Zhao Qian was not only exhausted, he felt as if all the bones in his body had come apart, and his head was spinning, showing symptoms of a concussion. Hiss! The Titan python saw that Zhao Qian had finally detached from it and slowly extended its head forward, its eyes, bigger than fists, fixed on Zhao Qian, opening its massive mouth and letting out a piercing scream. Puff! Zhao Qian gasped for air, struggling to lift his hand, which was scratched and bloody by the scales, aiming it at the Titan python, retracting all fingers except for the middle one. "Damn it! Hasn't anyone told you that your mouth stinks?" The Titan python did not understand Zhao Qian's meaning, but seeing its nearly dying prey still alive, it immediately bit down. It wanted to swallow this prey whole. However, just as the Titan python's massive mouth was only a few centimeters away from Zhao Qian, it suddenly stopped. Its body started to twist strangely. Chapter 68. Pure Blood Beast Core. At first, the Titan python's writhing was minimal, but just a few seconds later, its movements became more intense, even more frenzied than when it had tried to throw Zhao Qian off. It violently slammed its head against the ground, its tail cracking like a whip against the hard rock, causing scales on its head and tail to rupture, blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome display, as if it were self-harming. However, despite this, the Titan python did not stop, as if it could only feel a little better by continuing to inflict pain upon itself. Success! Zhao Qian watched this scene with a satisfied smile. feeling that his perseverance had not been in vain. However, before he could revel in this for too long, the wildly writhing Titan python swung its tail towards him. Of course, this was not an attack aimed at him, but rather an indiscriminate reaction to its own pain. Boom! The Titan python's tail slammed down on the ground just over 10 centimeters away from Zhao Qian, causing him to feel as though his body had been jolted off the ground. Small rocks from the impact flew up and struck his face, instantly drawing blood. Damn! Zhao Qian swallowed hard, realizing that his current position was extremely dangerous. At any moment, the Titan python could slam its tail down and turn him into a puddle of flesh. Thinking this, Zhao Qian wanted to move his body and escape the attack range of the Titan python. But as soon as he made a slight movement, an excruciating pain shot through his entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Am I going to get killed by a tail swipe? Zhao Qian was extremely anxious and didn't want to die like this. Fortunately, he noticed that something was wrong and rushed to open the cave door, risking danger to drag Zhao Qian to safety. Just after escaping danger, the Titan python's tail crashed down where Zhao Qian had just been, creating a deep dent in the hard rock ground. Half an hour later, the Titan python's writhing diminished, eventually going completely limp and motionless. However, for safety's sake, the four of them did not approach immediately and waited for several more hours, confirming that the Titan python was completely dead before daring to move closer. Yunya, tell you to dig out the beast core, Zhao Qian said after resting for a few hours and managing to move a bit. I won't be able to dismember the Titan python today, so you handle it for now. This Titan python was even larger than the previous one, providing more meat that would last them a long time. Luya nodded and said, leave it to me. Can we not eat it? At that moment, Wang Qianqian stepped forward and looked at Zhao Qian. This whole thing was our fault. It was Yu's father who killed his partner first, which is why it came after us for revenge. Now that we've killed it, eating it feels a bit too cruel. Wang Qianqian was an emotional person and, having empathized with the Titan python, felt sympathy for its plight. It was tragic that the couple had been well, and now both were dead. She felt like a villain for this and couldn't bear the thought of eating the Titan python, which would only deepen her guilt. Not bear to eat it? Zhao Qian sneered and asked, what do you plan to do instead? Dig a hole to bury them and put up a monument? Wang Qianqian fell silent. Zhao Qian continued, I don't care about any reasons. I only know it tried to eat me, and now that I've killed it, I will eat it. That's the law of survival in nature. Besides, if you feel sorry for them, have you considered how many other creatures those two powerful beast spirits have devoured? Did those creatures deserve to be eaten? Did they have no partners? I don't care if your sympathy is overflowing, or if you're acting like a saint, or if you've been influenced by liberal ideology. I just hope you can understand our current situation. Even if the love between these two Titan pythons is as legendary as Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai, I will still eat them. After they die, they are just food to fill our stomachs. Zhao Qian was genuinely angry. Firstly, Wang Qianqian still didn't grasp the situation and wanted to waste such precious food, which was simply unforgivable. Secondly, they hadn't actively hunted this Titan python. It had come to their doorstep, and if they didn't fight back, they would die. Lastly, Wang Qianqian actually felt sympathy for the enemy, which was akin to sympathizing with invaders after they had bombed the country. On a national level, one might set aside such hatred for political purposes. But on a personal level, one should applaud and wish more bombs had come. Feeling sympathy for and forgiving one's enemy makes a person either foolish or a traitor. As Wang Qianqian listened to Zhao Qian's words, tears streamed down her face. She had never felt such humiliation. I hate you. Wang Qianqian shouted at Zhao Qian, crying as she ran away. Zhao Qian, don't be angry. Lu Yin intended to chase after her, but seeing that Zhao Qian was genuinely upset, she could only advise, Qianqian didn't mean it. It's just her ability that makes her empathize too easily with beast spirits. Don't blame her ability. She's just being foolish. Zhao Qian replied bluntly. Looking at Lu Yun. Yunjia, we've been here for a while now. You should have told her what our situation is. We can't keep indulging her. That could endanger us all. Lu Yun hesitated, saying, I want to wait a bit longer. We can't wait any longer. Zhao Qian was unwilling to delay any further and laid down the final ultimatum. If you don't tell her the truth today, I will tomorrow. Don't. I'll do it. Lu Yun worried that Zhao Qian might be too harsh and chose to speak to her instead. Seeing the conflicted expression on Lu Yun's face, Zhao Qian said, Yunjie, sometimes you need to cut through the chaos quickly. To be honest with you, this world is far more dangerous than you think. Telling her now is for her own good, to prepare her mentally. Okay, I understand. Lu Yun nodded firmly and turned to leave. Zhao Qian watched Lu Yun's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. ABA, ABA. At that moment, Yu came running over, visibly excited. Perhaps it was because he had just crawled inside the Titan Python's body. He was covered in blood. But he didn't take care and presented the beast core in his hand to Zhao Qian. Compared to the previous beast core, this one was slightly larger and darker in color. This is a pure blood beast core? Zhao Qian held the beast core in his hand, feeling the immense power within it, his face lighting up with joy. Although he didn't know how beast cores were classified, the one in his hand was far more powerful than the previous one, definitely not a mixed blood beast core. If it was indeed a pure blood beast core, that would be incredible. They knew that with their strength, it was impossible to kill a pure blood beast, even if it was severely injured. The only way to obtain a pure blood beast core was to hunt a mixed blood top-tier beast that was in the process of evolution and kill it the moment it transformed into a pure blood beast. Clearly, they had encountered such a rare chance. Chapter 69. An unacceptable truth. Unfortunately, without area, it was impossible to use the beast core to become a Tanro. Zhao Qian admired the beast core for a long time, and eventually had to put away helplessly, as he couldn't utilize it for now. At that moment, Yu carefully brought a bowl filled to the brim with Titan Python blood and placed it in front of Zhao Qian, gesturing for him to drink it. Never mind. Zhao Qian understood Yu's intention, but he simply wasn't used to drinking blood. The strong metallic smell made him feel very uncomfortable and nauseous. Moreover, untreated blood could easily contain parasites, and drinking it directly might make him sick. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Yu mimicked the action of drinking the blood and pounded his chest twice, making a show of strength. This time, Zhao Qian understood as well. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Is you suggesting that drinking the beast's blood will make me stronger?" He then looked at Yu and continued, "There is a high possibility. Otherwise, you, at such a young age, couldn't possibly have such a strong physical quality. Don't be deceived by Yu's frail appearance. In fact, his physical fitness is astonishing. Not only is he far superior to his peers on Earth, but even adults cannot match him in speed and endurance, probably only slightly surpassing him in strength. At first, he thought Yu's strong physique was due to living in the wilderness for many years. Now it seemed that it should be related to his diet. ABA. Yu handed the stone bowl to Zhao Qian once again. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, took the bowl, and closed his eyes, intending to gulp it down. But as soon as the bowl reached his lips, he couldn't hold back. The pungent smell of blood invaded his nostrils, making it impossible for him to drink. No, his sense of smell was too sensitive. He simply couldn't drink it. Zhao Qian's sense of smell, while not reaching the level of a police dog, was not far off. Therefore, the smell of blood he detected was many times stronger than that of others. Combined with his psychological rejection, he couldn't drink it at all. Zhao Qian returned the stone bowl to Yu, who looked a bit disappointed and was about to drink it himself. Wait a minute. Zhao Qian stopped Yu, thought for a moment, and said, "Go call Sister Yin out. She should have a way to turn the Titan Python's blood into blood clots." Although he couldn't drink the liquid blood, if it could be turned into solid chunks like what he usually eats, it would be no problem. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian was crying while cursing Zhao Qian. "Damn Zhao Qian, can't you let me have a little? I even saved you before. You ungrateful guy. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. I'm such a beautiful star. Asking you is already giving you face. Why are you cursing me? Am I wrong for feeling sorry for those two Titan Pythons? We have food. Why do we still have to kill them and eat them? I just have a little too much compassion. How did I become a saint? If I were a saint, I wouldn't have let the army ants kill that long worm. And after it died, I wouldn't have knelt down to repent." Talp talp. Just then, Wang Qianqian heard footsteps and immediately closed her mouth, not saying a word. "Qianqian." Lu Yun's voice rang out as she came over and sat beside Wang Qianqian. "Xiao Yun, don't try to persuade me. I will never forgive him no matter what. He said something too hurtful this time." Wang Qianqian didn't wait for Lu Yun to speak and was the first to express her stance. Lu Yun didn't speak immediately. After hesitating for a while, she finally said her purpose. I'm not trying to persuade you to forgive Zhao Qian. I want you to apologize to him. What? Wang Qianqian thought she heard wrong and exclaimed, apologize to him? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Because you were really wrong this time. Lu Yun paused, glanced at Wang Qianqian, and continued. Actually, this is also my fault. I wanted to protect you. So, I haven't told you the truth about some things. Wang Qianqian frowned in confusion and asked, what truth? Lu Yun replied, in fact, we may not be on Earth anymore. We might have crossed into another world. These words had been brewing in Lu Yun's mind for a long time, and she didn't know how many times she practiced them privately before she could say them all at once. When she said these words, her heart felt heavy, but after finishing, she felt much lighter. WH. What do you mean? Wang Qianqian's puzzled expression turned slightly panicked. She clearly understood Lu Yun's meaning, but she just couldn't convince herself to believe it. After saying this, she interrupted Lu Yun, seemingly afraid of hearing what she didn't want to hear, and awkwardly smiled as she asked, Zhao Yun, are you joking with me? Lu Yun gritted her teeth. No, I'm speaking the truth. I don't believe it. Wang Qianqian was very agitated, shouting, you and Zhao Qian told me that cloning technology isn't as powerful as in the movies, and now you're telling me we've crossed into another world. If I can't believe in the existence of cloning technology, how can I believe in something like crossing over that doesn't exist at all? Lu Yun calmly said, theoretically, crossing over is feasible. If you view space as a plane, folding the space plane can instantly take you from one point to another. At first, she speculated that they had crossed time and returned to ancient Earth. But through their experiences over the past few days, she and Zhao Qian unanimously believed that this place is not ancient Earth, but a planet with an ecosystem highly similar to Earth. This time, Wang Qianqian didn't speak. Lu Yun continued, to tell you some things you don't know, on the day Zhao Qian saved you's father, he encountered an enormous creature in the lake that doesn't exist on Earth. Also, there are Titan pythons and ancient giant apes that have been extinct on Earth, and there are no beast cores. Otherwise, you wouldn't have never heard of them. To persuade Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun said a lot. And these things, Wang Qianqian either didn't know or hadn't noticed. After listening, Wang Qianqian still didn't speak, but from her constantly flickering gaze, it was clear that she had accepted the fact of crossing over. We are no longer on Earth, so there won't be a rescue team. The two of us weak women can survive in this world only because Zhao Qian has been helping us. Otherwise, we would have died during that rain and hailstorm. Zhao Qian took on risks far beyond our imagination to obtain food. Just today, while he and you were searching for food in the forest, he was captured by a gibbon. Lu Yun detailed how Zhao Qian saved you to Wang Qianqian. These things were not told to her by Zhao Qian, but were things she asked about when you came back for help. Wang Qianqian couldn't understand the wild language, so she didn't know. You also saw Zhao Qian's battle with the Titan python, but you only saw the Titan python being killed and didn't notice that Zhao Qian was in danger of being killed at any moment during the entire process. How could he not be anxious when you wanted him to throw away the food he had risked his life to obtain? Wang Qianqian recalled the previous battle. At that time, she was only thinking about the Titan python and didn't pay much attention to Zhao Qian. Now, looking back at that battle, she couldn't help but feel a shock and a sense of dread. Yun, Antiye, Gome. At that moment, Yu's voice came over. During these days, while Lu Yun was learning the wild language, she was also teaching Yu to speak Mandarin. Zhao Qian might be looking for me. I'll go out first. You think about it yourself. Lu Yun finished speaking, no longer disturbing Wang Qianqian, and followed Yu out of the cave. Chapter 70. Wang Qianqian apologizes. When Zhao Qian asked Yu to find Lu Yun, he was not idle himself, but rather collected the blood of the Titan python. However, it might be because the Titan python was severely injured before and had lost a lot of blood, so he didn't collect much, only about the amount of a stone basin. For such a gigantic Titan python, this amount of blood is really not much. Just as he finished collecting the blood, Lu Yun came over with Yu and asked, Zhao Qian, did you call me for something? Zhao Qian pointed to the Titan python's blood and said, is there any way to turn this blood into the kind of solid food we usually eat? Lu Yun was taken aback and incredulously said, you plan to eat the blood of the Titan python? Zhao Qian nodded and said, You told me that drinking the blood of the Titan python can enhance physical qualities. But I really can't stand the smell of blood, so I thought about making it into solid form. Let me ask you first. Lu Yun was worried that Zhao Qian misunderstood what you meant, so she communicated with you. After the conversation, she said that's true, but it's not just the blood of the Titan python. Any elemental beast blood has the effect of enhancing physical qualities, which is similar to the effect of the meat of the elemental beast, just that the blood is a bit better. Zhao Qian asked, so is there a way? It's simple, just add some salt to the blood, Lu Yun explained. The blood contains thrombin, which can cause the blood to coagulate, and adding salt speeds up the coagulation. Is it that simple? After hearing Lu Yun's method, Zhao Qian couldn't help but exclaim, for those who know, it's not difficult. For those who don't, it is. He originally thought that turning the blood into solid form would require a chemical reaction, and without materials, he would even need to find substitutes. He didn't expect it to just utilize the principle of blood coagulation. Many people know that blood can coagulate, but very few know that the pig blood and duck blood we usually eat utilize this principle. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Go rest. Leave this blood to me. Lu Yun said, thank you, Sister Yun. Zhao Qian expressed his gratitude and hesitated to ask, Sister Yun, have you already said those things? Yeah, I did. Lu Yun nodded in surprise. What was her reaction? Not much. She should still be in shock. She was so angry at the time that she couldn't control herself and said a lot of unpleasant things. I'm sorry. After Zhao Qian calmed down and thought about the things he said and his attitude, he felt a heat on his face, realizing that as a big man, he shouldn't have said such things to a woman. It's fine. Lu Yun smiled and shook her head, saying, I think you made a good point. It's time for Qianqian to know our current situation. Only by understanding this world earlier can we survive better. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian stood there in a daze for a while, not saying anything further, and went back to the cave to rest. Turning the blood of the Titan python into solid form was more difficult than he imagined. It wasn't that the process became complicated, but rather the blood of the Titan python was much more robust than pig blood. To coagulate pig blood, adding salt and waiting for 20 minutes is sufficient. However, the blood of the Titan python took a full 2 hours to gradually coagulate into solid form. However, even at this step, it wasn't finished yet. He still had to cut the coagulated blood into pieces, heat them in hot water, and simmer them on low heat for 2 to 3 hours. The final step was to take the heated Titan python blood, wash it clean, and place it in cold water to complete the preparation. Compared to the dark red pig blood, the blood blocks made from Titan python blood were bright red, looking very beautiful. After finishing all this, it was already evening. Lu Yun brought the prepared blood blocks to Zhao Qian and asked, how do you plan to eat it? I haven't thought it through. Do you have any ideas? Zhao Qian thought of several ways to eat the blood blocks, but found them all unfeasible. One important reason was the lack of seasonings. Dishes made from this type of blood generally require a spicy flavor to taste good. Don't ask me. I'm not very good at cooking. Lu Yun blushed and continued. But Qianqian likes to eat spicy blood stew. Her liking didn't help. There were too many missing materials. Zhao Qian could tell that Lu Yun wanted him to cheer up Wang Qianqian. But a skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients. It was impossible to make spicy blood stew without seasonings. I thought making spicy blood stew wouldn't need too many seasonings, Lu Yun said. Then you can make whatever you want. All right, I'll figure it out. Zhao Qian nodded, rubbing his head in frustration. He also wanted to cheer up Wang Qianqian. But right now he only had salt and pig fat. He had nothing else, and he couldn't make anything too complicated. Forget it. I'll just fry it in pig fat like frying tofu. Zhao Qian could only be considered as someone who can cook, far from a professional chef. The idea of frying blood blocks was already pushing him to his limits. 10 minutes later, the aroma of pig fat began to waft through the cave. You, smelling the fragrance, hurriedly ran over to Zhao Qian, sitting beside him like a monkey, waiting eagerly. He hadn't eaten anything else that day except for a bit of kiwi in the morning, and he was already starving. Don't rush. The first piece is for you. Zhao Qian placed the crispy and tender blood block on the stone plate for you to eat, sprinkled some salt on it, and smiled. Hurry up and try it. How does it taste? You took out his chopsticks, directly poked the blood block, lifted it up, blew on it, and slowly began to eat. As he ate, he showed a satisfied expression. It seemed the taste was good, at least not like a dark cuisine. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and then shouted towards the depths of the cave, "Sister Yin, Wang Qianqian, you can come out to eat now." Not long after his voice fell, Lu Yin came out holding Wang Qianqian's hand. Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian and noticed her eyes were red and swollen, indicating she had probably cried for a long time today. Zhao Qian initially wanted to introduce the ingredients, but upon thinking of Wang Qianqian, he stopped. "You said that the effects of this were milder than meat, so it could be eaten a bit more, but still needed to be cautious. If there were any discomfort, they should stop." After saying that, he served a piece to both Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian. Lu Yun didn't hesitate to take it, took a small bite, and praised, "It tastes really good. When you eat it, it tastes like pig blood and duck blood, but it feels warm all over after swallowing." Then she turned to the still silent Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, Zhao Qian worked hard to make this delicious food. Give him some face and try it." Wang Qianqian, who had been silent, picked up her stone plate upon hearing this. However, she didn't eat it, just held the plate. Suddenly, a tear fell onto the plate, and Wang Qianqian couldn't stop her tears, crying as she said, "Zhao Qian, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we had crossed over before, nor did I think you almost died searching for food. You still make delicious food for me every day, and I actually quarreled with you over a giant worm that wanted to kill us. I was wrong." Wang Qianqian apologized to me. Zhao Qian was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. But upon reflection, Wang Qianqian's character was like this. She wasn't like other stars who looked down on others and could step up in dangerous situations. She seemed delicate, but was actually quite straightforward and didn't think too much. She felt sympathy for the Titan python crying for its partner. And upon realizing Zhao Qian's hardships, she felt that her previous behavior was unreasonable. She realized she was wrong, so naturally, she would apologize. "I was also wrong. I said some harsh words." Zhao Qian self-criticized and then said, "Shall we turn the page on the unpleasantness from before?" "MHM. Wang Qianqian nodded heavily. Zhao Qian said, "Then stop crying and let us eat." Wang Qianqian wiped her tears in a bold manner, probably really hungry, and took a bite of the fried blood cake. The next second, she started crying loudly again. Zhao Qian asked in confusion, "Didn't we agree to turn the page? Why are you crying again?" Wang Qianqian looked at Lu Yun and cried out, "Shaoan, you lied to me. This is so disgusting, and it's so salty, it feels like eating salt grains." Lu Yun said apologetically, "It's probably because too much salt was added when the blood was coagulated, resulting in a higher salt content in some of the blood cakes." After she finished speaking, everyone except for you burst into laughter. Amid the laughter, the previous unpleasantness vanished. Chapter 71. Breeding elite soldier ants after the blood of the Titan python was made into blood clots. It indeed lost its fishy smell, and the taste was similar to pig's blood and duck blood, but the texture was better and more elastic. The miraculous thing about the original beast's blood was not felt while eating. Only after swallowing could one sense it. The flesh of the original beast was too domineering. Once it was in the stomach, it felt like a ball of flame, and one could not eat too much, otherwise the body would not be able to bear it. Zhao Qian felt the changes in his body and thought to himself, "But the blood of the original beast is different. It feels like a warm current, and the energy is much milder, so it's fine to eat a bit more." In addition, Zhao Qian also discovered that his injured body was frantically absorbing the warm current in the original beast's blood, and the pain that was once unbearable was significantly alleviated. At this moment, he finally recognized the value of the original beast's blood. It was no exaggeration to say that the original beast blood was second only to the original beast's core and beast bones. Unfortunately, the Titan python had previously been injured and lost a lot of blood. The remaining blood was barely enough for 2 meals. After finishing the meal, Zhao Qian took out the kiwi, considering it a post-meal fruit. "What kind of fruit is this?" Wang Qianqian picked up a kiwi, asking curiously. "Wild kiwi, rich in vitamin C. It's hard for us to supplement vitamin C in our daily lives, so kiwi is very suitable for us," Zhao Qian replied. "Kiwi?" Wang Qianqian looked at the fruit in her hand, which was not much bigger than a grape, and said, "This is too small, right? The kiwis I used to eat were as big as a fist, all imported from New Zealand. New Zealand's kiwi is world famous. It's definitely the most authentic." "The most authentic?" Zhao Qian sneered and said, "It cannot be denied that New Zealand's kiwi is world-renowned. But if we talk about authenticity, our country's kiwi is the most authentic." Wang Qianqian did not believe it, saying, "How is that possible?" Zhao Qian asked playfully, "Don't you know that the origin of kiwi is China?" Wang Qianqian was taken aback and turned to look at Lu Yun. Although she did not speak, her question was already very obvious. Lu Yun, who was eating kiwi, felt Wang Qianqian's gaze and gently nodded, answering Wang Qianqian's doubt. Wang Qianqian awkwardly laughed and said nothing more, picking up the kiwi to eat. After eating a few, she suddenly thought of something, stopped, and said, "Zhao Qian, there's something I want to discuss with you." Zhao Qian was puzzled. This was the first time Wang Qianqian sought him out for a discussion. "What is it?" Wang Qianqian said, "Little ant has evolved but has not bred yet. It wants to reproduce." Zhao Qian thought for a moment and did not object. Such matters did not need to be discussed with him. If it wanted to breed, it could do so directly. In the past, he would have thought carefully, worrying that the number of soldier ants would be too high and that there wouldn't be enough food for them to eat, requiring them to be fed. However, after witnessing the formidable strength of the soldier ants, he believed that increasing their numbers appropriately was not a bad thing. After all, if it weren't for the soldier ants this time, the 4 of them would have become the Titan Python's meal. If it were to breed ordinary soldier ants, there would naturally be no need to discuss it with you. But little ant wants to breed not ordinary soldier ants, but evolved soldier ants, Wang Qianqian said. Can the evolved soldier ants reach the level of original beasts? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow. Little ant is just a hybrid original beast. How could the soldier ants it breeds be original beasts? Wang Qianqian continued. Although they won't reach the level of original beasts, they will be much stronger than ordinary soldier ants. This is a good thing, right? Is there some difficulty? Wang Qianqian nodded and said, to breed ordinary soldier ants, little ant can eat ordinary food, but if it wants to breed evolved elite soldier ants, it will need to eat original beast meat. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian took a sharp breath and finally understood why Wang Qianqian was asking him. This was indeed a difficult situation. Although they had killed 2 Titan pythons, they had only obtained about 2,000 gene of original beast meat, which seemed like a lot, but it was really not enough to feed the soldier ants. However, it was reassuring that Wang Qianqian did not take matters into her own hands this time, but asked him instead. Zhao Qian asked, do the elite soldier ants that are bred need to eat original beast meat? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, no, ordinary food is fine. Then let us take out 1,500 gene of original beast meat. Zhao Qian considered it several times and decided to take out most of the original beast meat from the eye cellar to supply the ant queen for breeding. Although original beast meat was precious, the energy it contained was too intense, and they could not eat too much each time. Thus, even leaving 500 gene would be enough for them for a long time. He was confident that before they finished the 500 gene of original beast meat, he would be able to hunt other original beasts. 1,500 gene? Isn't that 3/4 of the original beast meat? Wang Qianqian had a surprised expression, somewhat astonished that Zhao Qian was willing to take out so much original beast meat. She had originally fantasized that getting 500 gene would be good enough. Zhao Qian nodded and then asked, I want to ask, how many elite soldier ants can be bred from 1,500 gene of original beast meat? I don't know. Wang Qianqian should have communicated with the ant queen long ago. So as soon as Zhao Qian asked, she shook her head and explained. Little ant doesn't have a concept of gene, so it doesn't know how much original beast meat this is, so it can't provide an answer. Zhao Qian frowned slightly and asked again, then how long will it take before I can see the adult insects? Wang Qianqian shook her head again, indicating that she did not know. However, this was normal. Since the ant queen did not even have the concept of gene, she naturally would not have a concept of time. At this moment, Lu Yun spoke up. Soldier ants are large ants, and the ant queen can breed 1,000 to 5,000 eggs per day. The eggs need to go through 4 stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adult, and the whole process takes about 2 to 2.5 months. 2 months to wait. Although for biological processes, 2 months from egg to adult is quite short, Zhao Qian still felt the time was a bit long. After all, how much time had they spent in this world? Now, they would have to wait 2 months for the elite soldier ants to be able to fight. What I just said was for ordinary ants. This soldier ant queen has already reached the hybrid original beast level. So the time required for the elite soldier ants from birth to adulthood will definitely change. Lu Yun said, pausing to look at Zhao Qian and continue. Don't be too happy yet. What I mean by change doesn't necessarily mean the time will be shorter. The more powerful the creature, the longer the developmental stages will be. So, the waiting time might exceed 2 months. Chapter 72. Anomalies in the forest ever since Zhao Qian agreed to provide 500 pounds of primal beast meat for the queen ant's breeding. The queen has entered a breeding mode where she only does 2 things: eat and reproduce. The food for the queen is specially transported by worker ants, and the laid eggs are also carried by worker ants to designated places for egg storage, where they're carefully cared for by other worker ants. Zhao Qian watched the busy army ants, and had to admit that ants are among the best in terms of cooperation between individuals in all living beings. They function like machines, tirelessly performing their duties. The only thing Zhao Qian found a bit unsettling was that the queen ant, which initially looked relatively normal, would swell to a terrifying degree during reproduction, giving the impression that she might burst at any moment. As time passed day by day, a month unknowingly slipped by. During this month, the queen consumed all 500 pounds of primal beast meat, and when Wang Qianqian informed Zhao Qian of this, he was completely stunned. It is important to note that the queen is only about 10 centimeters long, and even in a breeding state, she does not exceed 30 centimeters. The fact that such a small creature could consume 500 pounds of meat in a month made Zhao Qian marvel at the wonders of biology. Zhao Qian also witnessed the queen's extraordinary reproductive capacity, as she was almost constantly breeding. In just 1 month, she produced nearly 100,000 eggs, which averages to over 3,000 eggs per day. Although she did not reach the upper limit of 5,000 eggs mentioned by Lu Yun, it is worth considering that these are elite army ants. So the queen's reproductive ability has indeed been enhanced. On the last day of the queen's breeding, the eggs laid in the first few days had already hatched into larvae. Although they were still larvae, Zhao Qian noticed that the newly hatched army ant larvae were significantly larger than ordinary worker ants, being only slightly smaller than soldier ants. It was evident that when these larvae reached adulthood, their size would likely be second only to the queen or male ants. A larger size represents greater aggression and stronger capabilities. That morning, Zhao Qian took you out to look for food as usual. But as soon as they stepped out of the cave, a cold wind blew past, making Zhao Qian feel a bit chilly, causing him to hug his arms. Winter. So cold. You managed to say 3 words with difficulty upon seeing Zhao Qian's reaction. During this month, Lu Yun not only learned the language of the wild people, but also taught you to learn Mandarin. Although you still couldn't form complete sentences, he could manage simple words, and Zhao Qian could roughly understand him. The change of seasons is a normal natural phenomenon. Just wear more clothes. Zhao Qian didn't pay too much attention and smiled at you. He then turned his gaze towards the distant sea, focusing on the storm wall. He originally thought the storm wall would disappear soon, but more than a month had passed, and it still existed without any signs of weakening. This made him suspect whether the storm wall was always there, only disappearing in the days they arrived in this world. If this were on Earth, it would surely attract many tourists. Zhao Qian firmly thought to himself, and then looked at you. Do you want to compete again today? Loser does the work. Okay. Although Yu's Mandarin was still poor, he could understand simple sentences. After thinking for a moment, he nodded vigorously. As usual, I'll let you run 100 meters first. If I catch you before you reach the seaside, I win. If I can't catch you, you win. Start. As soon as the word start fell, you shot out like an arrow. Zhao Qian smiled silently as he watched you run. After you ran 100 meters, he chased after him like a cheetah. In the past, Zhao Qian only had a speed advantage, but now, as he became more accustomed to the forest, he also surpassed you in agility. Thus, you only lasted a few minutes before Zhao Qian caught him. You lost. According to our agreement, you work today, Zhao Qian said with a grin. You, bully. Children, you was a bit unconvinced I beat you. That's a matter for the future. Anyway, I won now. Zhao Qian never felt ashamed of bullying a child. Instead, he spoke in an educational tone. Besides, we are all men, creatures with male organs. Making excuses after losing is very shameful. No, excuses. You gritted his teeth. That's the spirit. Zhao Qian patted you on the head and then walked to a large tree to start supplementing its nutrients while wondering. It's strange. I feel something is off today, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, you frowned and thought for a moment. Bird, you little rascal. Don't peek at me while I pee. My mature bird is not something your little chick without feathers can compare to. Zhao Qian thought you was referring to him and immediately turned his back to you. Bird calls. He tried hard to express his meaning. This time, Zhao Qian understood and suddenly realized. Right, the forest is too quiet today. There's not a single bird call. Perhaps it was because no one was disturbing the environment. The ecological environment on this deserted island was good. Once you entered the forest, you could hear the continuous sound of birds. However, today as they ran all the way, not only did they not witness the phenomenon of birds being startled and flying away, but they also didn't hear any bird calls. This was too abnormal. Zhao Qian looked at you inquiringly. Do you know what's going on? You shook his head, indicating that he was unclear. Seeing this, Zhao Qian furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. If the current situation occurred on Earth, he wouldn't think much of it. The problem is that this is not Earth, but a dangerous, unknown planet filled with crises. There are terrifying lake monsters, extinct titan pythons, and ancient giant apes here. And even the weather is extremely extreme. It is not an exaggeration to say that any negligence could bring them catastrophic disaster. We're not hunting today. Let's go check the swamp, Zhao Qian said after careful consideration. In this month, he had explored the swamp multiple times. Compared to the area they lived in, the ecology in the swamp was more closely aligned with the true ecology of this world, which could help him better understand it. Therefore, if he couldn't find answers to the anomalies in the forest in this area, he might find answers in the swamp. Okay, you did not object and nodded vigorously. Then, the two of them dashed towards the swamp area. Chapter 73. The terrifying lemmings. The marsh was somewhat far from the area where Zhao Qian and the others lived. So it took Zhao Qian quite a bit of time to enter the marsh with you. As soon as they entered the marsh, Zhao Qian sensed that something was wrong. The primates and various snakes that were usually seen everywhere in the marsh seemed to have disappeared, and the entire area became unusually quiet. Seeing this situation, Zhao Qian's unease grew stronger, and he felt that something big was about to happen. After all, it was impossible for both races living in the marsh to vanish at the same time. Let's split up. No, just stick close to me. If you sense anything wrong, run immediately. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it was safer to stay together. That way, they could look out for each other in case of danger. Zhao Qian led you as they swiftly navigated through the trees in the marsh, trying to find any creatures that lived there. However, after searching for a while, they found not a single primate or snake. The entire marsh was like the forest in their area, as if all the creatures had vanished. This is abnormal. Too abnormal. Zhao Qian felt increasingly alarmed, his limbs cold and his head spinning. It was impossible for any creature to simultaneously kill all the primates and snakes living in the marsh, and he had not seen any blood or corpses. Over the course of a month, Zhao Qian had explored the marsh several times, so he was quite familiar with the two races that lived there. In terms of strength, the snakes in the marsh were somewhat more powerful than the primates. After all, two of the three strongest creatures in the marsh were snakes, while the only primate was the ancient giant ape, a hybrid beast. However, the primates were intelligent and understood the importance of unity, which often allowed them to suppress the snakes. The long-armed gibbon, for instance, did not randomly kidnap you. It sensed the presence of the titan python on you and wanted to capture him for recognition. The even more formidable titan python charged into the territory of the ancient giant ape because it sensed its mate's presence and mistakenly thought the ancient giant ape was the culprit. Seeking revenge, they were unaware that everything was a misunderstanding. If they were not killed, then there was a possibility that they all escaped from the area. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, stroking his chin as he speculated. What kind of creature could make the primates and snakes living in the marsh flee? A pure-blooded beast. Impossible unless it was an even more powerful beast than a pure-blooded one. Unfortunately, the current conditions were too scarce to support Zhao Qian's analysis. Just as Zhao Qian fell into deep thought, suddenly he heard the sound of fish thrashing in the water. He quickly looked down at the marsh and soon spotted a familiar yet strange figure in the water. It was an extinct emperor crocodile, the largest crocodile that once lived on Earth, preying on small dinosaurs. This demonstrated just how ferocious this crocodile was. No wonder the gorilla had vanished instantly when it fell into the marsh. It turned out that the emperor crocodile lived in the water. Zhao Qian recalled the scene of the titan python battling the ancient giant ape. The gorilla that fell into the marsh was eaten. It seemed that it was the work of the emperor crocodile. Although the emperor crocodile was powerful, it was still an ordinary creature, not even a hybrid beast, and could not force back the primates and snakes. Zhao Qian quickly assessed the strength of the emperor crocodile. Either the titan python or the ancient giant ape could easily kill it. Hey, what is it eating? While observing the emperor crocodile, Zhao Qian noticed that it was consuming something. These items were furry and had drifted over from a distance. Initially, there were only one or two, but as time went on, their numbers increased. The emperor crocodile, naturally, would not miss out on this free food, swallowing them one by one. Are these mice? Zhao Qian initially had a high vantage point and couldn't see clearly, so he moved to a lower position and discovered that these drifting creatures were actually very similar to mice. No, these aren't mice, they are lemmings. When Zhao Qian finally saw the appearance of these creatures clearly, his eyes widened in shock. Lemmings belong to the rodent family of hamsters and, at first glance, look more attractive than mice, fluffy like little pom-poms. Lemmings can reproduce almost year-round and have a strong reproductive capacity, with a single litter producing 12 offspring and up to 7 or 8 litters in a year. The scariest part is that it only takes 20 days for the young to mature, which means they can reproduce. There was once a calculation done that showed a pair of lemmings starting to reproduce in March, assuming each time they produced 6 males and 6 females. By the end of August or early September, that pair could grow to a massive population of 65 million, even accounting for those eaten or dying from disease. Nearly 1 million lemmings would survive. Of course, lemmings do not continue to reproduce indefinitely. When their numbers in a region reach a certain level, they will actively seek death. Lemmings will intentionally expose themselves in front of predators, luring them to consume them in order to control their population. However, when the predators are insufficient to alleviate their numbers, lemmings will exhibit collective suicide behavior. A massive number of lemmings can gather together, reaching millions, and they will rush in one direction, ultimately jumping into the sea. Could it be that I've encountered a phenomenon of collective lemming suicide? Zhao Qian frowned, puzzled. Even if it's collective suicide, it shouldn't scare off the primates and snakes, right? Squeak, squeak. Just as Zhao Qian was trying to figure out the reason, the lemmings floating on the surface of the marsh suddenly emitted extremely faint sounds. Immediately afterward, Zhao Qian saw that these lemmings seemed to be reckless, swimming towards the emperor crocodile one after another. At first, the emperor crocodile welcomed them, eating as many as it could without leaving any behind. However, as time passed, the number of lemmings increased, and the emperor crocodile became full, unable to eat anymore. The reversal happened at that moment. Those lemmings began to climb onto the emperor crocodile, frantically biting it despite their size difference. The emperor crocodile's tough skin was easily torn apart under the lemmings' teeth. With blood flowing continuously, the emperor crocodile rolled in anger and even submerged in the water, but this only attracted more lemmings. The lemmings completely covered the emperor crocodile, gnawing at its flesh and blood, and in no time, the enormous emperor crocodile was devoured clean, leaving only its skeleton. Chapter 74 Bone Bomb. Zhao Qian witnessed the entire process, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't help but swallow. The scene he had just witnessed was too shocking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Throughout the process, the emperor crocodile did not resist. It was just that the lemming's teeth were too sharp, rendering the crocodile's resistance ineffective, and it was completely devoured by the lemmings. Each time the lemmings embarked on their death march, the numbers reached millions. In their wake, it was as if locusts had passed through, consuming any living creature in their path. Zhao Qian finally understood why there were no birds in the forest or the swamp forest. They were all hiding from the lemmings. After all, with millions of lemmings, even two titan pythons and ancient giant apes would not dare to intervene, for they too would be devoured by the lemmings. An army ant colony consists of only 1 or 2 million ants, while the number of lemmings far exceeds that of an army ant colony. Even at their peak, army ants were no match for lemmings. Although individual lemmings were weak, they were still stronger than individual army ants, and in terms of numbers, lemmings outnumbered army ants significantly. One could imagine the outcome when the two encountered each other. If nothing unexpected happened, the lemmings would rush past, and the army ants would be completely devoured. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian quickly climbed to the top of the largest tree in the swamp forest and looked toward the direction from which the lemmings were coming. Soon, he saw thousands upon thousands of lemmings in vast sways rushing toward him, the number beyond estimation. Zhao Qian trembled all over. The shock the lemmings brought him was no less than that of the giant creature in the lake. Run! Run quickly! Zhao Qian finally understood why all the creatures were fleeing, as he felt the same urge in his mind. Without any hesitation, he shouted to you and began running frantically toward the cave. He had to return to the cave as fast as possible and think of a way to fend off the lemming tide, or else they would face certain death. But how to fend off the lemming tide? Even the emperor crocodile was instantly devoured. What could they possibly do to resist? Inside the cave, Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at several items in front of her, her brows furrowed, deep in thought. Wang Qianqian, having nothing to do, tossed some meat chunks to a coconut crab not far away. The coconut crab waddled over like a small dog, picked up the meat chunk with its large claws, and started eating. Perhaps because Wang Qianqian often fed the coconut crab with beast meat, the crab had grown significantly larger and had changed compared to ordinary coconut crabs. I can only give you this much today. Go play by yourself. After tossing the last piece of meat, Wang Qianqian let the coconut crab go play and walked over to Lu Yun. She first glanced at the items arranged in front of Lu Yun and then sat down beside her, curiously asking, "Zhao Yun, it's been several days. What are you planning to do?" Lu Yun replied, "I plan to make black powder. These are the materials for making black powder." In the past month, she had been busy either making salt or smelting iron, and sometimes coming up with small inventions to help them survive. However, a few days ago, Zhao Qian brought back saltpeter and sulfur, which gave her a new idea to make black powder. Although black powder is much inferior to modern explosives in various aspects. Given the current situation, being able to produce black powder was already quite good. Wang Qianqian was taken aback and exclaimed, "Zhao Yun, you can even make black powder?" Lu Yun replied, "Actually, making black powder is quite simple. Just mix these materials together in the right proportions." Wang Qianqian couldn't wait and said, "Then hurry up. With black powder, we'll be much safer." Lu Yun smiled wryly and shook her head. "The power of black powder isn't as great as you think. It's only effective against ordinary creatures. If we encounter a titan python, it will be almost useless. Even if we mix the black powder in the best proportions, the power generated is still limited. It can blow up ordinary creatures, but it won't work on titan pythons." She had tested the hardness of the titan python scales and could honestly say that those scales were like pieces of iron, with terrifying defensive capabilities. Whether it will be useful is something for the future. "Let's make it first," Wang Qianqian said. Lu Yun looked at Wang Qianqian, understanding that her insistence on making explosives was more for fun. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "All right, then let's make some. A little won't be enough. We need to make more. It's not that I don't want to, but the saltpeter and sulfur that Zhao Qian brought back last time are only this much. We can't make too much black powder." "That's okay. Next time, let him bring back more. He said he found a lot anyway." Lu Yun didn't argue, directly agreeing to Wang Qianqian's request. The two then began mixing the black powder, but to find the most powerful ratio, Lu Yun made several kinds of black powder with different proportions. "Can these black powders explode when ignited?" Wang Qianqian asked Lu Yun while looking at the black powder. "Not yet. It must be in a closed space," Lu Yun said, and suddenly thought of something. She quickly ran to the depths of the cave and returned with several Tyrannosaurus Rex bones in her hands. These bones were hollow inside because the marrow had already been removed, so if they stuffed the black powder inside and sealed the entrance, it would create a closed space. One by one, they filled the Tyrannosaurus Rex bones with black powder and soon they had made more than 10 bone bombs. How we test this? Wang Qianqian clutched the bone bomb tightly, fearing Lu Yun would snatch it away, looking just like a child eager to play with firecrackers. Just light it and throw it out, but be careful. The fragments produced when the bone explodes are like the steel balls in a grenade, with a strong lethality. Lu Yun explained to Wang Qianqian how to test it and added a reminder. Don't worry about that. When I was a kid, I would throw firecrackers in the toilet. I'm very skilled at it, Wang Qianqian said eagerly. Lu Yun was speechless and reminded her, you should say less about that in the future. It affects your image. Wang Qianqian didn't care at all, saying, we've crossed into another world. Who cares about image? Get back. I'm about to start. Lu Yun, helpless, could only step back a few paces. Quick, into the cave. However, just as Wang Qianqian was about to ignite the bone bomb, Zhao Qian came running back with you, shouting loudly at the two of them. Chapter 75. Using dynamite as Wang Qianqian was about to ignite the bone bomb. She saw Zhao Qian rushing over and was momentarily stunned, asking, what's wrong with you two? Why are you in such a hurry? At that moment, Zhao Qian was anxious and had no time to answer Wang Qianqian's question. After all, delaying even a little could allow the lemmings to catch up. Without caring whether Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were willing, Zhao Qian directly wrapped an arm around each of them and forcibly brought them back to the cave, instructing you to close the wooden door. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun roughly guessed that they must have encountered danger. Otherwise, Zhao Qian wouldn't be so tense. Once the cave door was closed, Zhao Qian didn't relax because the wooden door didn't fit perfectly against the mountain wall, with many gaps that could allow the lemmings to pass through. Therefore, he could only search for stones or other objects to block as many gaps as possible. What happened? Lu Yun asked after all the gaps were blocked. A lemming tide. We encountered a lemming tide. Zhao Qian swallowed hard and recounted the situation. When we went hunting today, we noticed something was off in the forest, as if all the creatures had disappeared. So we headed to the swamp and found that it was all caused by the lemming tide. It was an overwhelming tide of lemmings, stretching as far as the eye could see. The scariest part is that these lemmings are vicious. I witnessed them devouring an emperor crocodile completely. Wang Qianqian asked, can't my army ants resist them? Zhao Qian smiled bitterly. Your army ants would be instantly devoured by the lemmings if they encountered them. Rustle, rustle. Just then, a dense sound suddenly came from outside the cave, as if to validate Zhao Qian's words. Reminiscent of wind blowing through leaves or countless creatures moving through the forest. Following that, there was an endless squeak sound that sent chills down their spines. They're moving so fast. Zhao Qian was shocked, finding it unbelievable. He had rushed back from the swamp with you without stopping, and now the lemmings had arrived, meaning their speed was comparable to his and you's. Zhao Qian, can this door withstand the lemmings? Wang Qianqian, frightened by the sounds of countless lemmings outside, grabbed Zhao Qian's arm and leaned closer to him. Although they usually didn't get along, it was undeniable that Zhao Qian brought Wang Qianqian a sense of security. I don't know. Zhao Qian shook his head with a bitter smile. When he created this wooden door, he mainly considered resisting wild boars. He never thought he would encounter a lemming tide. To be honest, this wooden door couldn't possibly withstand the lemmings. After all, their teeth could even bite through the skin of an emperor crocodile, let alone a wooden door. Right now, the door's purpose was just to keep the lemmings from noticing them. So far, it had achieved that. Seeing that there was no immediate danger, Zhao Qian looked at the large bone stick in Wang Qianqian's hand and curiously asked, what are you holding? Wang Qianqian replied, this is a bone bomb made by Shaoyan, filled with dynamite. I was going to test its power, but I didn't get the chance because you brought us back to the cave. A bone bomb. Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yun, asking, Sister Yun, you managed to get the dynamite? Lu Yun nodded, it's just black powder. The power is quite limited. That's already impressive. Zhao Qian said. He had learned how to make black powder back in middle school, but trying to make it himself would require a lot of effort. Moreover, he wouldn't have thought of making black powder. After all, during his time in this world, he had never considered it. The only method he thought of to improve his strength was to keep evolving. Creak, creak. At that moment, Zhao Qian heard an extremely faint sound. Wang Qianqian and the others didn't catch it, as compared to the sounds of the lemmings outside. This sound was nearly inaudible. But Zhao Qian was different. Over the past month, he had intentionally enhanced his hearing and could discern the differences between sounds just by listening. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the sound of lemmings gnawing on something. Realizing this, Zhao Qian felt a chill, sensing an ominous premonition. He walked to the wooden door to check the source of the sound. Soon, he confirmed that the strange sound was coming from the lemmings gnawing on the wooden door. Quick, back away. Zhao Qian realized the source of the sound and hurriedly led the three of them back. Wang Qianqian anxiously asked, "Zhao Qian, what happened?" Zhao Qian's face turned cold as he said, "The lemmings are gnawing on the wooden door. It won't be long before the door is completely eaten through." Wang Qianqian asked again, "What should we do? Are we going to die?" Zhao Qian and Lu Yun remained silent, as it was an obvious situation. Although the cave was large, once the wooden door was breached and the lemmings entered, they would have no chance of escape. At that point, the cave would not protect them, but become a cage, trapping them with no chance of survival. "I don't want to die. Zhao Qian, think of something," Wang Qianqian said, her voice trembling. In fact, at that moment, Zhao Qian was already thinking of a solution without Wang Qianqian's reminder. However, facing a lemming tide that could easily crush them, he couldn't think of any solutions, his mind a jumble. "I have an idea." Just then, Lu Yun suddenly spoke up. Zhao Qian immediately asked, "What idea?" Lu Yun said, "Lemmings can gnaw through trees, but they can't gnaw through rocks. As long as we block the entrance with stones, we should be fine. It's too late. That wooden door can hold on for a few more minutes at most, and in that short time, we won't be able to find enough stones." Zhao Qian shook his head with a bitter smile after hearing Lu Yun's plan. The entrance wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either, and in such a hurry, they wouldn't be able to find enough stones. "We don't need to find stones," Lu Yun said, grabbing the bone bomb from Wang Qianqian's hands. "We have dynamite. If we detonate it in the cave, it could cause a collapse and block the entrance." Hearing Lu Yun mention using the bone bomb, Zhao Qian couldn't help but look at her, never expecting this seemingly frail woman to be so bold at a critical moment. Using dynamite to blow it up was indeed a solution, but Chapter 76, did it succeed? Zhao Qian did not immediately nod in agreement, but instead looked at Lu Yun and asked, "Sister Yun, have you thought about the consequences of detonating the bone bomb?" "I have," Lu Yun replied expressionlessly, continuing. "The first consequence is that the bone bomb is too weak to cause the cave to collapse, and the lemmings rush in and eat us clean. The second consequence is that the bone bomb is insufficiently powerful, only destroying part of the cave, but still unable to stop the lemmings, resulting in our demise. The third consequence is that the bone bomb is too strong, causing the cave to completely collapse. While it stops the lemmings, we would also be crushed or trapped. The fourth consequence is that the bone bomb is just right, successfully blocking the lemmings, and we survive." After hearing Lu Yun's 4 possible outcomes, Zhao Qian had to admit that her summary was quite comprehensive, with no oversights. Among these 4 outcomes, the probability of survival was only 1 in 4, far from half. However, Zhao Qian still raised his hand and said, "I agree with Sister Yun's plan to use the bone bomb." Wang Qianqian, who did not want to use this method, asked with a pained expression, "Isn't there any other way?" Zhao Qian shook his head and said, "Although this method is very dangerous, it is indeed the only option we can think of, unless you can control these lemmings to not attack us. Otherwise we will be eaten. Even if it's just one lemming, I can't control it." At the beginning, Wang Qianqian had tried to control the lemmings, but she found that they seemed to act as a whole, rendering her ability completely useless. Moreover, even if her ability could control these lemmings, she did not believe she could control millions of them. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Qianqian also raised her hand and said, "I also agree. After all, being crushed by falling rocks is better than being eaten by lemmings." You did not quite understand the conversation among the 3, but seeing Zhao Qian raise his hand, he followed suit. In his eyes, Zhao Qian was his captain. Whatever the captain did, he would do too. The decision was unanimously approved to use the bone bomb. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, he gathered all the bone bombs, which numbered around 13. Worried that this might not be enough, he looked at Lu Yun and asked, "Is this all we have? Can we make more?" Lu Yun shook her head and said, "There is still a bit of black powder left, which can just barely make one more bone bomb, but it will take time, and I'm worried we won't make it." As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of sunlight suddenly shot into the originally dark cave. Zhao Qian quickly turned to look, only to see a hole had been gnawed into the wooden door, and a lemming with red eyes was burrowing in, rushing towards him recklessly. Slap! Zhao Qian kicked it, instantly turning the lemming into a pulp, killing it. However, there was no time to rejoice as Zhao Qian saw more lemmings crawling through the hole, and the hole in the wooden door was getting larger. In just a short while, 2 lemmings could enter at the same time. You all quickly retreat deeper into the cave. Zhao Qian shouted loudly, then turned to you and said, protect those 2. You nodded and led Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to escape deeper into the cave. Seeing that the 3 had fled far enough, Zhao Qian took out a fire starter and tried to stomp on the attacking lemmings as much as possible. However, as more and more lemmings entered the cave, he gradually found it hard to keep up. One lemming climbed onto his leg and bit down. Hiss! Zhao Qian inhaled sharply in pain, and after kicking the lemming away, he saw a piece of flesh had been bitten off his leg. What a bloodthirsty little beast! Zhao Qian surprisingly felt little fear. After spitting softly, he pressed forward, moving to a spot near the cave entrance. This spot was one he had discovered when he installed the door. The rocks above were very loose, and sometimes stones would fall down on their own. What he needed to do now was place all the bone bombs in this position to trigger a chain reaction and block the cave entrance. Otherwise, with the power of black powder alone, it would be impossible to cause a cave-in. Squeak! Squeak! During this process, more and more lemmings climbed onto Zhao Qian. Some lemmings that just climbed onto him were thrown off, but others bit into his body, quickly gnawing off pieces of flesh. Nevertheless, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and persevered, arriving at the weak point of the cave entrance with his body covered in bite marks. He inserted all the bone bombs into the weak point, simultaneously passing over the prepared fire starter to ignite all the bone bombs. As the fuse burned, he then ran deep into the cave. While running, Zhao Qian used his free hands to grab the lemmings on him, either crushing them or throwing them away. Why isn't it exploding? After running dozens of meters, he did not hear the sound of the bone bombs exploding, and his heart immediately began to guess. Could it be that I didn't light the fuse? Or did Sister Yun's bone bomb fail? Thinking this, he stopped and turned to look at the position of the bone bombs. The bone bombs were still smoking, and the fuse had not yet burned out. Zhao Qian was speechless. Little did he know, Lu Yun made these bone bombs for Wang Qianqian to use, and in order to prevent Wang Qianqian from getting hurt. The fuse's burning speed was very slow. Boom! Just then, the lemmings had completely destroyed the wooden door, which collapsed with a loud crash, killing dozens of lemmings. However, the lemmings that nearly filled the cave entrance surged in like a tide, like bloodthirsty demons rushing towards Zhao Qian. Seeing so many lemmings, Zhao Qian was about to give up resistance, as the numbers were simply overwhelming. Boom! First, there was the sound of an explosion. Boom! Boom! Then came a series of explosions, with more than 10 bone bombs detonating. The power was indeed not too great, but the flying bone fragments could still easily pierce through each lemming. The lemmings that had just rushed into the cave were pushed back by the blast, reducing their numbers by about a third. However, this still did not stop the lemmings. Those that were usually timid now acted like fearless creatures, showing no signs of fear. Didn't he succeed? Zhao Qian did not care how many lemmings the bone bombs killed. He was more concerned about whether the cave had collapsed. After all, the lemmings killed by the bone bombs accounted for less than 1/10,000th of a lemming tide, having no impact on it. Just then, as Zhao Qian was feeling desperate, a rock fell from the top of the cave. Chapter 77. A certain death situation as the first stone fell. It triggered a chain reaction at the top of the cave, causing stones to continuously fall down, and finally, the entire top of the cave collapsed with a deafening crash, completely blocking the cave entrance. However, even after the entrance was blocked, the collapse did not stop, but instead spread towards Zhao Qian's position. Is the whole cave going to collapse? This thought flickered in Zhao Qian's mind, and he dared not stop his feet, running wildly deeper into the cave. The collapse continued to spread, and the first to suffer were the lemmings that had entered the cave. They didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into pulp by the falling stones. Following that, the areas where Zhao Qian and the others lived, whether it was the cooking area or the resting area, were all buried under the fallen stones, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, the cave was deep, and the collapse did not continue indefinitely, allowing them to avoid the same fate as the lemmings. Deep inside the cave, in the pitch-black cave, Wang Qianqian's voice suddenly broke the silence, asking, "Have we survived?" "We can only say we've survived temporarily." Zhao Qian tore his clothes into strips and, with Yu's help, began to bandage the injuries caused by the lemmings. Although these injuries were not fatal, if left untreated, the wounds would continue to bleed, and he would not withstand it due to excessive blood loss. Temporarily safe? What does that mean? Wang Qianqian asked in confusion. Hearing this, Zhao Qian wanted to roll his eyes at Wang Qianqian, but unfortunately, their environment had no light source, and even with his good vision, he couldn't see anything clearly. So, he could only direct his voice towards Wang Qianqian and explain, "We are currently tens of meters away from the cave entrance." Although it blocked the lemming tide, it also completely isolated us from the outside world. Wang Qianqian still didn't understand. What's next? Zhao Qian was quite speechless and had to continue explaining. First, oxygen. If the collapse completely blocks the cave, we are essentially living in a closed space. Once the oxygen runs out, we will suffocate and die. Second, food. Although our ice cellar hasn't been buried, the food inside 1 lasts forever, so even if the air can circulate, we will starve to death once we run out of food. Lastly, the water source. The water source in the cave has also been buried, and we must find a new water source. Otherwise, we will face a water shortage. Even though they had avoided the lemming tide, they were still in a certain death situation because their current situation was equivalent to being buried alive. It should be clear that on Earth, in similar situations, even with rescue teams, it might not be possible to save people, let alone that they didn't even have a rescue team. So what do? Wang Qianqian realized and asked in a panic, "Can we move the rubble blocking the cave?" "Almost impossible." Zhao Qian finished treating his wounds and let you go to the ice cellar to get some food while answering Wang Qianqian's question. Let us not even mention how far we are from the cave entrance and how great the workload is. Many of the stones weigh over 1,000 pounds. Who can move them? Besides, if we aren't careful, it could cause a secondary collapse. Recklessly clearing the rubble would only make our deaths come faster. Although Zhao Qian didn't know much about rescue knowledge, he understood that their chances of survival were almost impossible. However, if they were lucky, the cave might not be completely blocked, allowing some air to flow in, and they could rely on the food in the ice cellar to last for a long time. If they were unlucky and the cave was completely blocked, relying solely on the remaining oxygen in the cave, they wouldn't last long before suffocating. Actually, it's not completely hopeless. Just when Wang Qianqian was feeling desperate, Lu Yun suddenly spoke up. "Xiaoyan, what's the solution?" Wang Qianqian seemed to see a glimmer of hope and quickly asked, "Don't you have a colony of army ants?" Lu Yun continued, "Although army ants are not good at building nests, they should have no problem digging out a passage. How long will it take for the army ants to dig a passage?" Wang Qianqian thought of the army ants' appearance and asked with a frown. "The army ants in this world are much stronger than those on Earth, and they dig faster. It won't take long. What if our food runs out during that time? We can let the army ants open a passage first, and then they can bring us food. An individual army ant carries very little food, but with hundreds of thousands of them, it should be enough for us." It seems that could actually work. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up. "Workable? Don't you know that the rubble blocking the cave is all rock? And ants can't dig through rock." Zhao Qian thought sarcastically, but he understood that Lu Yun was trying to give Wang Qianqian hope, not wanting her to feel despair. Because in the current situation, if a person has a thought of despair, they might do something foolish. Zhao Qian didn't expose Lu Yun and sat silently in the corner, wearing a wry smile. He thought he had been careful every step of the way since coming to this world, yet he kept encountering danger, even reaching this point. Was it because this world was too dangerous, or was it that his survival methods were flawed? Eat. Just as Zhao Qian was lost in thought, "You brought back a frozen fish from the ice cellar." "Thank you." Zhao Qian expressed his gratitude and held the frozen fish in his hand for a moment before taking a bite. Immediately, in the pitch-black cave, the sound of Zhao Qian eating raw fish echoed. "Zhao Qian, you're not eating that fish raw, are you?" Wang Qianqian asked with a look of disdain, grinning. Zhao Qian didn't care at all, continuing to bite off pieces of fish while replying, "Not just me. We all have to eat raw food from now on. Wang Qianqian hurriedly asked why. Zhao Qian explained, we have no firewood, so we can't light a fire. In fact, besides the lack of dry firewood, there was another reason. Making a fire consumes a lot of oxygen. He still couldn't determine whether the cave was completely blocked, so to prevent oxygen consumption, he didn't dare to light a fire and could only eat the fish raw. Although it was a bit unusual, it was not unacceptable. We also have to eat it raw, Wang Qianqian said with a distressed expression, asking, what if I can't handle it? Have you ever eaten sashimi? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and asked, of course, sashimi is also raw. If you can eat sashimi, why can't you eat raw fish? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian scratched her head and suddenly felt that Zhao Qian's words made a lot of sense. Chapter 78. Infection of the Black Death. The despairing wave of rats came quickly and left just as fast. In just 2 days, Wang Qianqian learned from the Ant Queen that the rat tide had already departed. Although the rat tide indiscriminately attacked all creatures it encountered along the way, the essence of the lemmings' journey was to head to the sea for suicide. Therefore, they would only attack when encountering living beings. When there were none, they ran like a herd of cattle, merely passing through. However, the 4 of them remained trapped deep within the cave. During this time, there was one good piece of news and one bad piece of news. The good news was that the army ants in this world could actually gnaw through rock, meaning that the method Lu Yun had fabricated to appease Wang Qianqian was indeed feasible. As for the bad news, Zhao Qian discovered that the cave was completely blocked, and they were in a closed space. Of course, only Zhao Qian knew about this bad news. Wang Qianqian and the others were unaware. He was able to find out because his superpower had enhanced his 5 senses, making him very sensitive to changes in the environment. He felt that the oxygen in the cave was decreasing. At this rate, they could only last for another 7 days at most before the oxygen would be completely exhausted. The only solution now was to rely on the army ants to open a passage within those 7 days, so that their environment would no longer be enclosed. However, based on the progress reported by Wang Qianqian every day, he felt that the hope was not very great. 3 more days passed. As the oxygen in the cave grew thinner, Wang Qianqian and the others also noticed the reduction in oxygen, as they began to feel difficulty in breathing and dizziness, similar to altitude sickness. At this point, Zhao Qian felt it was unnecessary to hide the truth any longer and told them about their current situation. After hearing this, Lu Yun and Yu remained relatively calm, probably having realized this long ago, but Wang Qianqian couldn't handle it and began to panic. Is there still a way out? I don't want to suffocate. Unless your army ants can open a passage the size of a finger within 4 days, there is no other way. Zhao Qian's voice was somewhat weak and hoarse. After 3 days of recuperation, the wounds on his body from the lemmings' bites had mostly healed, thanks to his superpower. Each time he was injured, his recovery ability strengthened, so after several injuries, his recovery ability had at least increased several times. However, he had started to have a fever since yesterday, with swollen lymph nodes and some difficulty breathing. He didn't know whether his condition was due to oxygen deprivation or if he had been infected with the plague from the lemmings. He felt it was highly likely to be the plague. If it was the plague, then the situation was somewhat serious, without treatment. The mortality rate of the plague was as high as 60%. Historically, the plague was also known as the Black Death. This disease once ravaged the globe, killing over 50 million Europeans, and the total number of people who died from the Black Death exceeded 200 million. 4 days is simply impossible. Wang Qianqian could communicate with the Ant Queen, so she was well aware of the progress of the army ants. Zhao Qian said nothing, as he felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if each breath brought him pain. Thus, he slowly stood up and walked deeper into the cave. Zhao Qian, where are you going? Although Wang Qianqian couldn't see Zhao Qian, she could hear him moving and quickly asked, I'm going to see if there is another way out. Zhao Qian didn't mention that he might have contracted the plague. He wanted to isolate himself. I'll go with you, Wang Qianqian said, darkly moving toward Zhao Qian and grabbing his arm with both hands. Don't touch me. Zhao Qian, worried about the plague infecting Wang Qianqian, shook her off and said sternly, I can go alone. None of you should follow me, and don't call for me when eating. With that, he staggered deeper into the cave. Fine, I won't touch you. Do you think you're made of gold? Wang Qianqian was inexplicably reprimanded. and it took her a while to react, shouting loudly in the direction Zhao Qian had left. After shouting, she felt wronged. She had originally wanted to accompany Zhao Qian, but instead, she was rejected and scolded. When had she ever suffered such grievances? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Qianqian, are you okay? Lu Yun, unable to see Wang Qianqian's situation but sensing her unhappiness, asked softly. Feeling wronged, Wang Qianqian heard Lu Yun's inquiry and immediately leaned into her arms, crying softly. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian reached the deepest part of the cave, a location even more remote than an ice cellar, and then he collapsed on the ground, his body curled up in pain. Since arriving in this world, he had never felt such pain, as if someone were using a blade to cut away pieces of flesh from his body. My superpower should be useful against the plague, right? From Zhao Qian's tone, it was not hard to tell that he didn't have much confidence. However, he still comforted himself. My superpower allows me to adapt to all bodily harm. So as long as I hold on, my body will surely develop antibodies to the plague. It hurts so much, I can barely endure it. Since arriving in this world, Zhao Qian had endured much pain, so he had evolved in this regard. It wasn't that he had lost his sense of pain, but rather that his tolerance for pain had significantly increased, allowing him to endure discomfort he previously couldn't. But even so, he was still in so much pain that he could only gasp for air, feeling like he was about to collapse. After contracting the plague, death generally occurs within 1 to 3 days due to widespread bleeding, bruises, and necrosis of the skin, which causes the body to appear purple-black after death, hence the name Black Death. Zhao Qian didn't even need to check if he was bleeding because his super-sensitive sense of smell had already detected the scent of blood. This made him jest that if there were light at that moment, his body would definitely appear purple-black, covered in blood, looking terrifying. It felt like he could close his eyes and drift off to sleep, but he absolutely could not sleep now. Many films and dramas portray that once you fall asleep, you don't wake up again. But it really hurts so much, and I'm so tired. I truly don't want to hold on any longer. Or maybe I should just let it be. After all, there isn't much oxygen left in the cave, and I'm bound to die anyway. No, hold on a little longer. What if there's a miracle? There can't be a miracle. This is a sure death situation. If I die sooner, it can save one person's oxygen, allowing the other two to last a day longer. Persist. Sleep. Two voices appeared in Zhao Qian's mind. One urged him to hold on, while the other urged him to give up. Perhaps it was truly the absence of hope for survival that the voice urging Zhao Qian to give up gradually gained the upper hand. Slowly, Zhao Qian closed his eyes. Chapter 79. Hope for survival in the dark cave. Wang Qianqian and the others were unaware of Zhao Qian's situation. After crying for a while, Wang Qianqian regained her composure under Lu Yun's comfort and began to cooperate with Lu Yun to think of ways to save themselves. The most important thing right now was to connect to the outside and let the air in. Lu Yun said, as long as there is enough air, relying on the army ants, we will eventually get out. I know this principle too, but the speed of the army ants is too slow. It will take a long time to clear a passage, Wang Qianqian replied. Clear a passage? Lu Yun frowned at first, then seemed to understand something and asked Qianqian, are you suggesting that the army ants dig directly through the rock? Wang Qianqian nodded, yes. Wrong. Lu Yun shook her head and continued, right now. The most important thing is to let the air flow in, and the purpose of digging is to get us out. These two are not the same. Wang Qianqian asked, what is the difference? Lu Yun explained, digging means penetrating all the rocks in a straight line, but to let air in, we only need to ensure there are gaps. The rocks blocking the cave cannot fit together perfectly. There will always be gaps, and such places can be ignored. Therefore, the workload to let the air flow in is much less than digging a tunnel. Wang Qianqian initially couldn't understand, but after Lu Yun's reminder, she realized the point. Immediately, she hurriedly conveyed her thoughts to the queen ant, who understood and began to vibrate her wings to pass the order on. At that moment, outside the cave, hundreds of thousands of army ants were busy digging through the rocks. In fact, even if the army ants in this world were stronger, they couldn't rely on their large mandibles to dig through the rocks. They first used formic acid to reduce the rock's hardness before digging. However, although this method was effective, the speed of digging was very slow. 3 days had passed since they started, and the hundreds of thousands of army ants had only dug less than 10 centimeters. At this rate, they would only manage to dig about 1 meter in a month. To clear a passage, it would take at least several years. Just then, the army ants, who had been busy, suddenly stopped. They all pointed their heads towards the queen ant, their antennae swaying as if receiving a signal. After a moment, the army ants stopped digging and began to enter the cave through the gaps in the rocks. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian was communicating with the queen ant, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. "Zhao Qian, your method really works. In such a short time, the army ants have advanced 5 meters. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to let air flow in within half a day." "Yes." Lu Yin nodded in agreement, looking at the happy Wang Qianqian. However, deep down she thought, "I hope so." Clearly, unlike Wang Qianqian, she was not so optimistic, because she knew that the reason the army ants were able to move so quickly at first was that they hadn't encountered any obstacles, and once they did, their speed would slow down, and it was certain that there would be obstacles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be experiencing oxygen deprivation. "Should we tell Zhao Qian this good news?" Wang Qianqian suddenly suggested, seemingly forgetting their previous grievances. "You're not mad at him anymore?" Lu Yin asked, changing the subject. "Of course I'm still mad at him." Wang Qianqian's smile faded, and she pouted. "I didn't provoke him. He was clearly the one who was anxious. Why should he yell at me?" Lu Yin asked. "If that's the case, then why tell him?" Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and replied, "I was really furious just now, but then I thought, maybe he was panicking because he was facing death. Everyone has moments when they lose their temper. Just because he yelled at me doesn't mean I should overlook the care he showed us during this time." Seeing Wang Qianqian, who felt wronged but was defending Zhao Qian, Lu Yin shook her head and sighed. "Qianqian, sometimes you are just too good-natured." Wang Qianqian retorted, "Who says I'm good-natured? I can be fierce too." "Oh really?" Lu Yin countered, not giving Wang Qianqian a chance to respond. 2 years ago, an 18th-tier male star collaborated with you on a play, and after filming, he started slandering you online. The company sent him a lawyer's letter, and what did you do?" Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "He called me to explain, saying it was all a misunderstanding. Since it was a misunderstanding, he should just issue an apology." Lu Yin was speechless. "He was riding on your coattails. Didn't you know that ever since he slandered you, his popularity skyrocketed? He received several invitations for plays during that time. Moreover, Lu Yin, who usually spoke little, seemed to have opened up, unable to stop talking. However, this also indirectly proved that Lu Yin genuinely cared for Wang Qianqian and didn't want her to suffer any loss. Stop, stop, stop." Wang Qianqian hurriedly interrupted Lu Yin, saying, "I'm scared of you. If you want me to go, I'll go. If you don't, I won't. Is that okay?" Lu Yin replied, "That's not what I meant. I just hope you can be more vigilant in the future." "Are you saying I'm not vigilant now?" Wang Qianqian asked. "What is your comprehension ability? Is that what I meant?" Lu Yin was quite speechless, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Wang Qianqian blinked a few times, scratching her head in confusion. Is Zhao Qian saying, "I'm not vigilant"? Should I go tell Zhao Qian the good news? Why did she suddenly stop talking? The army ants moved quickly, advancing 10 meters in less than half an hour. However, at this position, Lu Yun's concerns came true. Rocks and soil blocked the cave. The gaps between the rocks were filled with dirt, and air could not enter at all. Faced with this situation, Wang Qianqian could only order the army ants to dig through the soil. It took the army ants a whole day to barely clear a passage that would allow for air circulation, covering just a short distance of a few dozen centimeters. However, the people deep in the cave still felt stuffy, clearly indicating that air still could not flow in. It could also be inferred that there were more completely blocked sections. Not just this one. Next, the army ants continued to clear the blockages and encountered completely blocked sections at 25 meters, 38 meters, and 43 meters. Fortunately, the difficulty of clearing these 3 block sections was very low, and it only took 2 days to fully clear them. Now, there were less than 10 meters left to clear completely, and with 1 day remaining, based on the previous clearing speed, even if they encountered more blockages, they would still have enough time. Chapter 80, let's end it like this. The 7th day, trapped in the cave. Due to the increasingly thin oxygen in the cave, the dizziness felt by Wang Qianqian and the other two had become very intense. They couldn't even muster the strength to stand and could only sit on the ground, gasping for air. However, even gasping for air, they still felt suffocated. This suffocation was different from covering their mouth and nose and being unable to breathe. They could clearly inhale air, but it felt like something was missing from it, making them very uncomfortable. Eat something. To conserve oxygen, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun remained almost motionless, leaving the task of fetching food from the eye cellar to you, who consumed the least oxygen. I can't eat, Wang Qianqian said weakly. This was a strange situation. She felt hungry but had no desire to eat at all. I can't eat either. Lu Yun shook her head, also refusing you. Seeing this, you didn't say anything and picked up 2 fish, eating them heartily, as if you were unaffected by the lack of oxygen. This little guy can still eat. What good appetite, Wang Qianqian said with a smile. The tribe, being full, is the most important. You replied, are you trying to say that in your tribe, being full is the most important? Wang Qianqian asked. Yes. You nodded, continuing to eat fish. Wang Qianqian immediately became interested and asked, can you tell me what your tribe is like? You tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, very big. Area is the most noble. Ten Luo is almost there. Very big monsters, ours. Wang Qianqian seemed to understand and curiously asked, so, your tribe is quite powerful. If that's the case, why did you and your father end up in this area? You seemed a bit angry, his voice turned cold. Enemies. Flying, caught me. Father saved me, here. Wang Qianqian understood this time. You mean your tribe has enemies who can fly and captured you, and your father came here to save you? Yes. You nodded again. Your tribe's enemies can actually fly. Could they be some kind of flying elemental beast? No. They are humans. Humans can't fly. They rely on things. So, does your tribe have anyone who can fly? Yes, not many. They can't be taming flying elemental beasts, can they? At first, Wang Qianqian hadn't figured out how the tribe's people could fly, but she suddenly recalled a scene from a movie where a group of blue aliens could capture flying creatures and use their power to fly. If nothing goes wrong, Yu's tribe must be taming those flying elemental beasts to be able to fly. Thinking of this, Wang Qianqian felt extremely excited, as her superpower allowed her to tame other creatures. Although she had only tamed a coconut crab and an ant so far, who knows? One day, she might tame a flying elemental beast. At that time, she could ride the elemental beast and soar into the sky, which would be much more enjoyable than flying in a plane. Zhao Yun, if we get the chance, let's go to Yu's tribe and have them help us tame a flying elemental beast. I'll take you for a ride. After she finished speaking, Wang Qianqian added, but don't bring that steel straight man. Let him envy us to death. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Yun did not respond at all. Zhao Yun, Zhao Yun. Wang Qianqian called out twice, her tone gradually becoming anxious, feeling a bad premonition as she searched for Lu Yun in the dark. However, at this moment, Lu Yun had already fallen into a coma due to the lack of oxygen, and no matter how Wang Qianqian called her, she did not wake up. Zhao Yun, hang in there a little longer. We're almost there, and the air will come in soon. Wang Qianqian cried, shouting loudly into the depths of the cave. Zhao Qian, if you're not dead, come out quickly. Zhao Yun is going to be in trouble. But no matter how much she cried, there was no response. Suddenly, another wave of bad premonition surged in her heart. She realized that Zhao Qian hadn't appeared for several days. Zhao Qian, are you okay? Wang Qianqian's voice began to tremble. She felt like she had returned to the day she encountered the wild boar. At that time, she had called for help but received no response, and the feeling of helplessness returned. Thud! At that moment, a sound of someone collapsing reached Wang Qianqian's ears, and she quickly asked, You, what happened to you? Dizzy. Want to sleep? Yu weakly replied. Although Yu's physical condition was better than Wang Qianqian's, he was not a superpowered person, so he would fall unconscious before her. Yu, whatever you do, don't sleep, otherwise you won't wake up. Wang Qianqian encouraged him. Just wait a little longer. The army ants will clear the way soon. And when the air comes in, everything will be all right. So tired. Yu curled up on the ground, his eyes already closed, still holding a half-eaten fish in his hand. In fact, Yu did not understand why this was happening. He could breathe but felt a choking sensation. But that no longer mattered. He was really tired, and his eyelids felt heavy. He desperately wanted to sleep. Hold on a little longer, just a little. while Wang Qianqian was encouraging you and shouting repeatedly. An unbearable dizziness suddenly struck her head. Under normal circumstances, shouting loudly would lead to dizziness due to lack of oxygen, let alone in a low-oxygen environment. This nearly made her pass out. However, even if she didn't faint, she collapsed on the ground, eyes wide open, struggling to breathe. But as the oxygen in the cave ran out, her dizziness not only did not improve, but became increasingly severe, and she felt very tired. Wanted to close her eyes and sleep. Little ant, hurry up, hurry up. With her last bit of strength, Wang Qianqian ordered the queen ant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The queen ant flapped her wings, urging the army ants to speed up. However, just a few seconds later, the queen ant conveyed a signal to Wang Qianqian. They encountered a huge rock that completely blocked the cave and would take a long time to clear. Wang Qianqian interpreted the queen ant's signal. Immediately after, she gave up. Originally, she wanted to curse, but she was too tired. Let alone cursing, she now felt that even keeping her eyes open was consuming her energy. Let's just end it like this, Wang Qianqian said, slowly closing her eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The queen ant flew to Wang Qianqian's face, touching her cheek. And the coconut crab walked over, gently pinching Wang Qianqian. Compared to humans, the queen ant and the coconut crab required much less oxygen. So even if everyone else was out of commission, they could still move normally. However, when there was no oxygen left at all, they too would not be able to hold on. Boom, boom, boom. In fact, Wang Qianqian had not completely lost consciousness. She felt that the cave seemed to be shaking violently. Chapter 81. The giant pangolin in the pitch-black cave. Even Wang Qianqian reached her limit and fainted. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the sound of rocks being cut echoed through the cave, getting closer and closer to the group. Clearly, the tremor Wang Qianqian felt before fainting was not an illusion. It was real. The ant queen and the coconut crab were attracted by the sound, turning their bodies towards it, and in the next second, they displayed strong hostility as if facing a formidable enemy. However, this hostility lasted only a few seconds before the ant queen and the coconut crab seemed to sense something terrifying and fled in panic. The ant queen burrowed into Wang Qianqian's clothes, while the coconut crab hid behind her, curling up into a ball. Crack! At that moment, 3 gigantic white, sharp claws suddenly emerged from the rocks. Those incredibly hard rocks were like tofu in front of the claws, easily pried apart. Following that, a long red tongue extended from the opening, briefly touching Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun, and you before reaching deeper into the cave. This tongue stretched for dozens of meters, as if it had no limit. Even Zhao Qian, who fainted at the deepest part of the cave, could not escape its reach. After the tongue searched the entire cave, it began to dig, and in just a few moves, it cleared the rocks blocking the cave. A massive head emerged. If Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were awake at this moment, they would certainly exclaim, a pangolin. Indeed, the creature that had dug open the cave was an enormous pangolin, and from the size of its head, it was clear that this pangolin was no less than 10 meters long, which explained why the ant queen and the coconut crab were so afraid. After the pangolin's head entered the cave, its agile tongue extended again, wrapping around you like a rope, and lifted him out of the cave with its 2 claws. However, the pangolin did not truly leave. A few minutes later, it returned to take Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian, and Zhao Qian out of the cave. Outside the cave, 3 tribal people dressed in animal skins were checking on Yu's condition, one of whom was the adult tribesman that Zhao Qian had once saved, who was also Yu's father. "You wake up." Yu's father shook his son a few times, and seeing that he still did not wake up, he took out a water pouch and carefully fed him some water. As the water flowed into Yu's mouth, he suddenly sat up, began to cough violently, and gasped for air. After a while, Yu's mind cleared, and he looked at his father as if waking from a deep dream, then directly pounced on him. "Father, you finally came to pick me up. I promised you that I would come for you when the enemies were defeated, and now the enemies have been eliminated." Yu's father paused and looked at the still-blocked cave, asking, "When I left, the cave was fine. How did it collapse now?" "We encountered a rat tide and had no choice but to block the cave," Yu replied. "You survived a rat tide without a single Tomlu?" The tribe also encountered a rat tide. An area led all the Tomlu to barely hold on, but many tribesmen were bitten. The two accompanying men looked at you with astonished expressions. You quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to the two men, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Shi. Thank you, Uncle Zhao." "You greets you." The two Tanlu smiled and returned the greeting. Then they looked at Yu's father and said, "Young, your son is really impressive. As long as he has a suitable Yuan beast core, he can definitely become a Tanlu. He still has a long way to go." Yong glanced at his son and continued, "The Yuan beast cores in the tribe are very precious. He is not worthy yet. Let him train for a few more years." Although their tribe had many Tanlu who could hunt Yuan beasts to obtain Yuan beast cores, the consumption of Yuan beast cores was also enormous. For example, when a warrior was exhausted after a long battle, Yuan beast cores could replenish their strength. The tribe needed certain items and had to use Yuan beast cores to purchase them from other tribes. Therefore, every year, the number of Yuan beast cores available to awaken tribesmen as Tanlu was limited, and not every tribesman was qualified to awaken as Tanlu. "I have Yuan beast cores." You did not feel angry with his father, but instead took out a Yuan beast core. "Pure blood Yuan beast core. Where did you get this?" Yong asked in shock upon seeing the Yuan beast core. He was about to say something when he suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Father, they're still trapped in the cave. We need to rescue them quickly." Yong patted Yu's head and smiled. "Don't worry, the tribe's Yuan beast has already rescued them. They are right there." Yong pointed behind you. You quickly turned around and saw Zhao Qian and the other two lying on the ground. He rushed over, trying to wake them up. However, perhaps due to the prolonged lack of oxygen, no matter how you called them, the three could not wake up. "Father, the water pouch." He looked at the water pouch on his father's waist. The pouch did not contain ordinary water, but rather holy water blessed by the tribe's area, which had healing abilities and was very precious. "Here." Yong did not hesitate and handed the water pouch over. You carefully took the water pouch, opened the stopper, and slowly fed the holy water to Zhao Qian and the other two. In just a moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun suddenly sat up, coughing violently, just like you had moments before. Then, the two sat on the ground in a daze, showing expressions of "Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do?" However, this situation only lasted for a short while before they returned to normal. "I'm not dead. Haha, I've been rescued," Wang Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, laughing. In contrast to Wang Qianqian's foolish joy, Lu Yun's face was grave because the situation before him was completely beyond his understanding. 3 adult tribesmen. One was Yu's father, while the other 2 were unfamiliar. A pangolin the size of a small mountain. If pangolins on Earth were this big, humans wouldn't be the ones eating them. While Lu Yun was lost in thought, the giant pangolin suddenly extended its long tongue, wrapping around Wang Qianqian. "What the heck?" Wang Qianqian instinctively turned around, then was directly stunned in place, taking a long time to say, "Am I dead?" or "Am I hallucinating due to lack of oxygen? How could there be such a big pangolin?" In her daze, the pangolin's tongue was about to burrow into Wang Qianqian's clothes. Chapter 82. A drop of water in return for a fountain of water. Don't get me wrong, this pangolin doesn't have any special preferences. The reason it is sticking its tongue into Wang Qianqian's clothes is mainly because it sensed the smell of food, which is the queen ant, one of the pangolin's favorite foods. "You little rascal, retract your tongue, or I'll chop it off." Wang Qianqian felt the queen ant's fear and slapped the tongue hard while threatening loudly. Although she wasn't sure if this would be effective, she couldn't show weakness. She couldn't just stand by and watch the queen ant get eaten. Seeing the scene, Yong and the other 2 Tanlu took a deep breath and quickly stepped in front of Wang Qianqian. Although this giant pangolin wouldn't attack members of their tribe, the problem was that Wang Qianqian was not one of their tribe's people, so there was a high possibility the giant pangolin would attack. After all, even though the primal beasts had joined the tribe, they still retained a lot of wildness. Not to mention that this was a genuine pure-blood primal beast, even more powerful and proud than the Titan python they had encountered before. However, the giant pangolin not only did not attack Wang Qianqian, but it also obediently retracted its tongue, wearing a face full of grievance. What was going on? The 3 Tanlu were stunned by the scene before them, their faces filled with disbelief. When did this giant pangolin become so friendly? It looked scary, but unexpectedly, it was quite obedient. Wang Qianqian was also surprised that the giant pangolin would retract its tongue. Taking a deep breath, She walked up and patted the giant pangolin's head, saying, "Since you are so obedient, we can be friends from now on." Saying this, she took out the queen ant and said, "This is little ant, and she is my friend. You can't bully her, and you definitely can't eat her." The giant pangolin looked at the queen ant and surprisingly nodded its large head. At this moment, the three Tanlu were completely at a loss for words. They not only discovered that the tribe's primal beasts obeyed the woman before them, but they also realized that this woman actually had a yellow demon king. It was said that the yellow demon king could continuously reproduce yellow demons. Possessing one was equivalent to having countless yellow demons, which was a headache even for the tribe. If I'm not mistaken, this yellow demon king seems to be a mixed-blood primal beast. Yong stared at the queen ant for a while, sensing the aura on her, then turned to Shi and Zhao. It really is. How did this woman manage to do this? After being reminded, Shi and Zhao also noticed that the queen ant was a mixed-blood primal beast, and they were incredulous. Although the tribe could sign contracts with primal beasts to make them fight for the tribe, only the tribe's Elia could accomplish this, and even Tanlu couldn't do it. The woman before them clearly couldn't be Elia, so she couldn't have signed a contract with a primal beast. As for subduing the yellow demon king before it became a primal beast, that was even more impossible. The reason primal beasts were willing to become tribe primal beasts was not due to being enslaved by the tribe, but rather a mutual aid that benefited their survival. Those who could understand this were clearly not ordinary creatures. Only those intelligent primal beasts would comprehend. Therefore, ordinary creatures could not be subdued. Even the tribe's Elia couldn't do it. Zhao Qian, Zhao Qian. Just as the three Tanlu were puzzled, Lu Yin saw that Zhao Qian had not yet awakened and immediately stepped forward to call out. Lu Yun's voice attracted everyone, and they all moved forward. They had not noticed earlier, but now they realized that Zhao Qian had been in a coma the entire time. "Xiaoyan, is Zhao Qian still not awake?" Wang Qianqian asked as she walked over. When she reached Zhao Qian's side, she was shocked to see, "Why is Zhao Qian covered in blood? What happened to him?" Compared to others, Zhao Qian's clothes were riddled with holes bitten by lemmings, and his whole body was covered in dried blood, looking pitiful. "Some of the blood must have come from the lemming bites, but I don't know where the rest came from," Lu Yun said as she checked Zhao Qian's body. "Zhao Qian can't be in trouble, right?" Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head and said, "His pulse is very weak, and his heart rate is slow, like a vegetable." "Vegetable?" Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Lu Yun looked at you and asked, "How did you wake us up just now?" "Elia." "Holy water." You handed the water pouch to Lu Yun. Lu Yun picked up the water pouch and sniffed it. It had no smell and looked like ordinary water. "Does this water have any effect?" You replied, "It heals, cures." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun unceremoniously opened the water pouch and fed Zhao Qian the holy water again. However, after giving Zhao Qian half of the healing holy water, he still showed no signs of waking up. Lu Yun understood that this so-called holy water was ineffective for Zhao Qian, so she returned the water pouch. Yong shook the water pouch and sighed reluctantly. "Return to the tribe, find Elia." Just as Lu Yun was thinking of other solutions, you spoke again. "Does your tribe's Elia have a way to save Zhao Qian?" Lu Yun asked. You first nodded, then shook his head vigorously, explaining, "Elia is stronger than holy water. Whether he can wake up, I don't know." Lu Yun asked, "Can I go to your tribe?" This time, you did not answer, but looked at his father with a pleading gaze and asked in the tribal language. Yong was very willing to save Zhao Qian, but the other two Tanlu kept shaking their heads, indicating that strangers could not enter their tribe. However, at that moment, you suddenly took out the pure blood primal beast core. "Father, I want to use this primal beast core to ask Elia for help. Is that okay? You're willing to part with this pure blood primal beast core?" Although the pure blood primal beast core was not a top-tier primal beast core for their tribe, being able to use a pure blood primal beast core to awaken as Tanlu was already quite good. Given Yu's qualifications, even if he became eligible to awaken in the future, he would most be assigned a pure blood primal beast core. The key was that waiting for the tribe to allocate primal beast cores would take you several more years. As for mixed blood primal beast cores, even if Yong could hunt them himself, he did not intend to let his son use them, as it would limit his son's future growth. "I am willing." You nodded without hesitation, saying, "In fact, this pure blood primal beast core was given to me by him." During this time, I learned a lot from him. For example, he told me that if someone shows you a drop of water, you should return him a fountain. He saved me and also saved father. Such kindness is far more than a drop of water, so it is only right for me to save him. This is repaying his kindness. Of course, it is far from enough. Listening to Yu's words, Yong felt for a moment that his son had grown up, becoming a solid man. Chapter 83. The Tribe of Feathers. Considering the pure-blooded elemental beast core, Shi and Zhao agreed to take Zhao Qian back to the tribe. But they couldn't guarantee that Arya would treat Zhao Qian. After all, Arya became very weak after each treatment. Their tribe had just gone through a war and suffered from a rat tide, so they were in a weakened state. Therefore, Arya rarely treated others unless absolutely necessary. However, Shi and Zhao agreeing to take Zhao Qian back to the tribe made Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian very grateful. Yong, is your tribe far from here? On the way, Lu Yun took the initiative to approach Yong and chatted with him in the tribe's language, which she was still not very proficient in. This not only helped her practice her speaking skills, but also allowed her to understand this world more quickly. Without the protection of the tribe's elemental beasts, it would take 20 days because we need to avoid wild beasts and elemental beasts along the way. Yong replied, but with the protection of the tribe's elemental beasts, it would only take 10 days, as wild beasts and elemental beasts dare not approach them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the pangolin ahead and at Wang Qianqian sitting on it, finding it incredible. It should be noted that most of the elemental beasts that joined the tribe had only a cooperative relationship with the tribe, not a master-servant relationship. So elemental beasts did not need to obey the tribe's orders. As for Tan Luo, if we have a good relationship, I can listen to you. If not, even a little guidance would be a loss for me. Moreover, elemental beasts were quite proud beings. In a tribe, aside from Arya, there would be no more than one leader who could command the elemental beasts. But to have someone like Wang Qianqian, who could ride on the elemental beast and use it as a mount, was likely only Arya could do. Does your tribe have many elemental beasts? Lu Yun, hearing Yong talk about elemental beasts, also looked at the giant pangolin, which completely exceeded her understanding. There used to be more than a dozen, but many died in battle. Now there are only 4 left, and one is seriously injured. Are your enemies very powerful? They could even kill such formidable elemental beasts. Although Lu Yun had not witnessed the strength of the giant pangolin, its nearly 10-meter massive size was intimidating. She had seen with her own eyes how the giant pangolin easily cut through rocks to help them dig out their luggage. Such a terrifying creature, if placed on Earth, would be more powerful than several tanks, and it could still be killed. However, Yong seemed unwilling to discuss this topic, so he did not answer. Lu Yun thought for a moment, changed the subject, and asked, I heard from you that your tribe is quite large. Is that true? Our tribe can only be considered a medium-sized tribe. Yong did not mind the question and thought for a moment before answering. Lu Yun asked, what is the standard for a medium-sized tribe? Yong replied, 1 area, more than 30 Tan Luo, and more than 5 elemental beasts in the tribe. Lu Yun asked in confusion, is there no requirement for population? No. Yong shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Area and Tan Luo are the most important for the tribe. Ordinary tribespeople are also important, but the population is not that critical. Why? For example, in our tribe, there are only a few hundred ordinary tribespeople, and most of them are slave populations, but they are not important. This time, Lu Yun did not ask why, as she had a rough idea of the answer. Arya and Tan Luo were the guarantee of the tribe's combat power, somewhat similar to a nation's powerful weapons that can invade and defend, thus making them the most important. Ordinary tribespeople, on the other hand, ensured a steady supply of new, loyal Arya and Tan Luo. They might not be considered core, but they were definitely an important part of the tribe, the foundation of the tribe. As for slaves, they were the exploited. Slaves would not have much of a sense of belonging to the tribe, and might even be filled with hatred. So they were essentially tools, doing the most dangerous work, eating the least food, and could easily be killed. If there were no slaves, they could attack weaker tribes and turn the people of that tribe into slaves. Although it was a bit cruel, this was the survival rule of the tribal era. Moreover, even on Earth, this model still exists, just with a different guise. For example, Europe and America. They started with colonies and have exploited almost the entire world. Especially America, which still frequently initiates wars to exploit small countries. The most ridiculous thing is that they're also the loudest in shouting about human rights. Zhong, do you know how to become an area? Lu Yun hesitated for a moment and asked a question that concerned her the most. Why do you ask this? Zhong, who had just spoken calmly, suddenly turned to Lu Yun with a cold glint in his eyes, startling her. Lu Yun could sense that there was murderous intent. In that moment, Yong had thoughts of killing her. Lu Yun explained, from the tone you used, I sense respect for area, so I also want to try and see if I could become one. Upon hearing this answer, Yong retracted his murderous intent and said, becoming an area depends on talent. It's much harder than becoming a Tan Luo, so you should not think about it. It requires. All right, we are about to enter a dangerous area. I have to be on guard for any dangerous creatures that might appear, Yong said, quickening his pace and moving to the front of the group. Seeing this, Lu Yun understood that Yong was deliberately avoiding her. Is area really that important to a tribe that it can't even be mentioned? Lu Yun looked at Yong ahead and realized that if even Yong was unwilling to reveal information related to area, she would be even less likely to learn from other Tan Luo. In fact, if her earlier words had been directed at Shi and Jiao, they might have killed her on the spot. 10 days later, they passed through a wild, beast-filled primitive forest and crossed a massive snow-capped mountain, finally arriving at Yu's tribe. Yu's tribe was located on a small hill. They did not have houses, but had dug-out caves in the mountain wall, where everyone lived. The tribe had stone walls built, over 3 meters high, guarded by tribe members, so Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian could not see what was going on inside the tribe. The environment surrounding the tribe was similar to a desert, very desolate, but the forest was not far away. Lu Yun speculated that the reason for building the tribe in the desert was mainly to avoid wild beasts and elemental beasts in the forest. After all, there was nothing in the desert, so it was easy to spot approaching wild beasts and elemental beasts, while it was not so convenient in the forest. Because they were not members of the tribe, Shi and Jiao did not allow them to enter the tribe, but arranged for them to stay in a cave not far from the tribe. However, to ensure their safety, the giant pangolin was left behind. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun did not wait too long before Yong and Yu came to find them. This father-son duo brought food and also delivered good news. Area was willing to see them. Chapter 84. You save my friend. I save your people. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun entered the tribe of Yu. As soon as they stepped into the tribe, they felt an impulse to cover their eyes, because they saw many people either not wearing clothes or wearing very little. The scene resembled some streamers in the country exploring primitive forests and encountering primitive tribes. Under Yong's guidance, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun passed through the entire tribe and arrived in front of Stone House. This was the only stone house in the entire tribe and should be the residence of Area. Area, the person has been brought here. Yong shouted loudly towards the stone house. Top, top. A few seconds after Yong's voice fell, there was the sound of wooden sticks striking stone slabs coming from inside the stone house. As the sound grew closer, an elderly man with white hair, an aged face, and a hunched figure, leaning on a wooden staff, walked out of the stone house, followed by a tall Tan Luo. Is this Area? Lu Yun was a bit doubtful because, in her eyes, the old man seemed like an ordinary old man. However, Yong and Yu's attitudes couldn't deceive her. When they saw the old man, their eyes sparkled like little stars. Area, Yong and Yu placed their right hands on their hearts and bowed their heads in greeting. Area slightly nodded to the two and then walked towards Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. As Area approached, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun inexplicably felt an urge to kneel, which made them realize that the old man before them was extraordinary. Area came to Zhao Qian's side, slowly crouched down, and examined him, saying, his physical condition is quite good. If he becomes a Tan Luo, he will be very powerful. Lu Yun had already learned from you that the key to becoming a Tan Luo was physical fitness, because when awakening using the Yuan Beast Core, if one's physical fitness does not meet the requirements, it could lead to failure, resulting in the loss of a Yuan Beast Core, or worse, death. The stronger the physical fitness, the stronger the Yuan Beast Core that could be awakened. For example, Yu's physique can only withstand a pure-blood Yuan Beast Core at most. Anything higher would be unbearable. As for Zhao Qian, when he first arrived in this world, he probably couldn't even withstand a mixed-blood Yuan Beast Core. However, after a period of enhancement through superpowers, Zhao Qian's physical fitness had undergone a tremendous change, allowing him to use even Yuan beast cores that were superior to pure blood ones. Lord Area, is there any way for him to wake up? Lu Yun was not concerned about whether Zhao Qian could become a Tan Luo. She only cared about whether he could wake up. Yes, Area replied with a single word. However, before Lu Yun could feel happy, Area continued. But treating him requires a huge amount of energy, and I cannot treat him right now. Why? Lu Yun felt a shock in her heart. It should be noted that Zhao Qian had already been in a coma for more than 10 days. Although in this state, Zhao Qian's body consumed very little. But after 10 days without food, his body had started to thin. If this continued, she was worried that Zhao Qian would not be able to hold on, and he might really never wake up. Area has his reasons. Why should he tell you? The Tan Luo behind Area glared at Lu Yun and shouted, "It's fine. This is not a secret." Area slightly raised his hand, stopping the Tan Luo, and looked at Lu Yun, saying recently, "Many of our tribesmen have fallen ill, and I need to prioritize treating them." After speaking, he continued apologetically, "Originally, I thought that if your friend has condition was T serious, I could treat him as well, but his condition is worse than I thought. If I treat him, I won't be able to recover for a long time." Hearing this explanation, Lu Yun felt embarrassed to speak again. After all, they were outsiders. An Area couldn't disregard the lives of his own people for an outsider. Area. At that moment, a tribesman rushed over holding a small child and knelt directly in front of Area. "Area, please save my child. He is also sick." The child in the tribesman's arms was younger than you and had already fallen into a coma. "Don't worry," Area said, moving to the child's side, and stretched out his old, dry hand to press on the child's head. Then, a miracle happened. The child, who had been in a coma, opened his eyes shortly after Ya's palm pressed against his head, and his complexion improved, though he still looked weak. After finishing the treatment, Ya's face turned a bit pale, and his body swayed slightly, almost falling over, but fortunately, he was supported by the tall Tan Luo. "I'm fine." Area waved his hand to indicate he didn't need support, sighing, "I can only barely suppress this illness. I cannot completely cure it." The tall Tan Luo said, "Area, this is already the 72nd patient. The first 3 tribesmen who fell ill did not survive. If this continues, our tribe may." The tall Tan Luo did not continue, but his meaning was clear. Their tribe had only a limited number of people. If this continued, even if they survived this crisis, there wouldn't be many tribesmen left. At that time, their tribe's strength would be greatly reduced and could easily be wiped out by other tribes. "Lord Aya, may I examine?" Lu Yun suddenly spoke up. "You can treat?" Aya looked at Lu Yun, somewhat surprised. Lu Yun shook her head and said, "I can't, but I may have a way to save him." "All right, then you can take a look." Area thought for a moment and agreed to Lu Yun's examination. Lu Yun was not polite and began to carefully examine the child, not missing any part of his body. In the end, she found a bite mark on the child's leg. Although the bite mark was mostly healed, it was still visible. So she asked, during the mouse tide, "Did your child get bitten by a lemming?" "Yes." The tribesman nodded and continued, "Not only my child, many people in the tribe have been bitten, but the wounds have mostly healed. Is there a problem?" Lu Yun did not answer the inquiry, but stood up and looked at Area. "Lord Area, I already know what illness this child has, but I have a request." "What request?" "I will help you save your tribesmen, and you will help me save my friend." "What if I don't agree?" "Then I can clearly tell you that your tribesmen will die in large numbers, at least 30%, and possibly more than half. Moreover, you cannot treat this illness. No one in this world can save your tribesmen except me." Lu Yun's words carried a hint of threat. However, to save Zhao Qian, she could not care about so much anymore. Upon hearing this, Area did not say a word, his deep-set eyes fixed on Lu Yun as if trying to see through her. Although Lu Yun felt tremendous pressure, she was not afraid and held Ya's gaze. After a long time, Ya slowly nodded. "All right, I agree to you, but before that, I want to know what illness my tribesmen have." "Great." Lu Yun's hands trembled with excitement, yet she still pretended to be calm. "This is not an illness, it is the plague. After being bitten by a rat, it can be transmitted, and because this plague has a high mortality rate, it has another name, the Black Death." Chapter 85 Antibiotics. When everyone heard the words Black Death, even though they had never heard of the disease, they could feel the aura of death that these 3 words brought. Lu Yun continued, The most terrifying aspect of the Black Death is not only its mortality rate, but also its high infectivity. If nothing unexpected happens, the vast majority of your tribe has already been infected with the Black Death. Most are just in the incubation period. Lu Yun's words were not alarmist, but were carefully considered before she spoke. There are three main ways the Black Death spreads. The first is through flea bites. If fleas bite infected rats and then bite humans, they can transmit the Black Death. The second is respiratory infection. This method is easy to understand. It spreads through the air, and speaking or sneezing releases saliva containing a large number of plague viruses. The third is through skin contact. Healthy individuals can accidentally come into contact with the bodily fluids of infected persons through broken skin, which can lead to infection, but this is not the primary route. The tribe's people have no knowledge of infectious diseases, so they wouldn't pay special attention to these things. Moreover, the tribe's people are often dirty and unkempt, having not bathed for a long time and being infested with lice and fleas. Therefore, unless something unexpected happens, the Black Death has likely spread widely. You're not even Elia. How can you treat this? Elia asked. You can rest assured about that. I have my own methods, Lu Yun said cryptically. I need you to wake my friend first. I won't wake your friend until I'm sure you really can treat my tribe's people. Elia slowly shook his head. At this moment, the two were testing each other's limits while also guarding their own boundaries. Lu Yun was worried that after she cured the Black Death, Elia would not save Zhao Qian. Elia was concerned that after he woke Zhao Qian, Lu Yun would not be able to save his tribe's people. They both understood each other's thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Yun finally spoke. Lord Elia, it's not a solution for us to remain in this stalemate. I could take a step back. Elia asked, how will you back down? Lu Yun said, bring your tribe's people who are the most severely ill to me. I will treat them on the spot. If it is effective, I hope you'll wake my friend. Good. This time, Elia did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Before long, a severely ill plague patient was brought before Lu Yun. Upon seeing this patient, Wang Qianqian screamed in fright and backed away. Even Lu Yun, who was usually calm, frowned. The condition of this patient was too severe. There were large pus-filled sores all over their body, some of which had already burst, oozing thick pus. And multiple areas of the body were already rotting, with blood seeping out from the skin. How will you treat this? Elia looked at Lu Yun, curious about how an ordinary person could treat a patient. Wait a moment. Lu Yun looked at you and said, the medicine box is in the cave we were in before. Go help me get it. The medicine inside can save your tribe's people. When Lu Yun was teaching you to learn Mandarin, she habitually used the things around her as materials, so you knew which one was the medicine box. In fact, the medicine box had not been buried, thanks to the giant pangolin that helped dig it out along with the clothes and medicine box. The only pity was that the suitcases had all been smashed. Okay, you nodded and turned to leave. When you returned, he was carrying a snakeskin bag, which was what they called the medicine box. Lu Yun took the medicine box and began searching inside, eventually pulling out 3 capsules. These are all medicine. Just give them to the patient. Lu Yun handed the medicine to Elia. Medicine? Elia looked at the 3 capsules in his hand and frowned slightly. The tribe's people had no word for medicine because whenever they were injured or ill, they directly let Elia treat them. Therefore, when Lu Yun said medicine, she used the Mandarin pronunciation. As for these 3 capsules, they were actually antibiotics. Lu Yun was not a doctor and could not treat the Black Death. However, considering that the Black Death is caused by Yersinia pestis and antibiotics have bactericidal effects, she simply took out one of each antibiotic she had. Lord Elia, my tribe accidentally lost Elia. In order to survive, the tribe's people had to find other ways to heal and treat illnesses, so they created medicine. Lu Yun could not tell the truth and could only fabricate a lie. How can medicine be a substitute for Elia? How can it treat my tribe's people? Gao Tangro looked down on the medicine, sneering. If your tribe's people do not receive treatment, they will die tonight. Since that is the case, why not give my medicine a try? Lu Yun, who did not like Gao Tangro, said coldly, if it works, it means the medicine is useful, and your tribe's people will be saved. If it doesn't work, you won't lose anything. They were going to die anyway. At that moment, Elia said, Yinshan, give it a try. Yes. Once Elia spoke, Yinshan immediately became respectful and took the 3 capsules from Elia. However, Yinshan did not know how to use the medicine and felt embarrassed to ask Lu Yun, standing there in a daze. Use water to feed it to him. Lu Yin saw this and had to remind him. Upon hearing this, Yinshan immediately had someone bring water, pried open the patient's mouth, and shoved the 3 capsules inside, then poured a large mouthful of water in. Seeing this scene, Wang Qianqian grinned. She felt Yinshan was not saving a person but killing one. Fortunately, the tribespeople had strong vitality, and he actually managed to get the medicine down. Why isn't it working? After feeding the medicine, Yinshan waited a few seconds and looked at Lu Yun and asked, "The medicine doesn't work as quickly as Elia's treatment. Just wait a little longer," Lu Yun said. "How troublesome," Yinshan muttered. Lu Yun felt helpless. Elia's ability could heal instantly, but the body needed time to absorb the medicine, which could not match the effectiveness of Elia's abilities. However, they did not wait long. Just about an hour later, the comatose patient woke up. Although his body still looked horrific, his mental state was quite good. At least he wasn't dead. I didn't expect the antibiotics to work so well. Lu Yin couldn't help but exclaim, then suddenly realized, on Earth, the overuse of antibiotics has led to many bacteria becoming drug-resistant. But this world is still very primitive. No one has used antibiotics before, and the bacteria have no drug resistance. So, just 1 capsule can have a good effect, especially since I gave 3. Chapter 86, Awakening. This medicine really works. It's incredible. This is the first time I've seen a treatment that doesn't require Elia to heal someone. At this moment, many tribespeople gathered around, all expressing shock as they witnessed Lu Yun helping a seriously ill tribesman recover. It was like a group of primitive people who still relied on drilling wood to make fire, suddenly encountering a lighter, completely unable to comprehend the situation. The pus-filled sores and rotting skin on him would take some time to heal, and he couldn't stop taking the medicine in the meantime. Lu Yin looked at Elia and said, "Lord Elia, I have proven that my medicine works. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." All right. Elia didn't make any excuses this time and didn't say anything unnecessary, simply nodding in agreement. He then approached Zhao Qian, motioning for the surrounding people to step back. He slowly raised his wooden staff above his head, speaking in a language that even Lu Yun couldn't understand. Lu Yun confirmed that this was not the tribal language, but a deeper and more complex language. After a while, Lu Yun wasn't sure if it was an illusion or reality, but she saw a white light gathering at the top of Elia's staff. The originally bright white light gradually became somewhat blinding, making it impossible to look directly at it. Boom! Just as the light on the staff reached its peak, Elia struck the staff heavily down onto the ground. Others felt nothing, but Lu Yun sensed that the ground seemed to ripple like waves, one after another. Cough, cough. After doing all this, Elia's face turned pale, as if he had aged several years in an instant, becoming extremely weak. Yinshan quickly stepped forward to support him, while giving Lu Yun a glare. However, Lu Yun didn't care about that. She was only concerned about Zhao Qian's condition. "Lord Elia, is he all right?" "Yes." Elia weakly nodded and said, "Your friend will wake up shortly. I have fulfilled my promise, and now you need to treat my tribesmen." After speaking, without waiting for Lu Yun's response, he was helped back to the stone house by Yinshan, like a ray of sunlight shining into his eyes. Zhao Qian suddenly regained consciousness. However, just as he tried to open his eyes, he found he couldn't control his body. He felt like a person in a vegetative state. Although he was aware, he couldn't move at all, only sensing the boundless darkness. "What's happening to me?" Zhao Qian's mind raced to understand his situation. Am I dead, or am I still alive? Just as he was feeling confused, a ray of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating him. "So warm, I feel so comfortable." Zhao Qian felt as if he were a person in the cold, suddenly basking in the sun, warmth enveloping his entire body. However, the light appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. He didn't have time to savor it before it vanished. At the same time, he realized he could hear the voices of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun nearby. "Xiaoyan, why hasn't Zhao Qian woken up yet? Is that old man reliable?" "That's not an old man. He is Elia from the Feather Tribe. Since he said it's fine, Zhao Qian should wake up soon." "Elia from the Feather Tribe? Am I in the Feather Tribe now?" Zhao Qian was filled with questions and wanted to open his eyes to see, but he was completely unable to do so. Just then, the light that had just disappeared appeared for the third time. bringing warmth and comfort back to his body. This time, not only did his hearing return, but he also regained his sense of smell, detecting the fragrance of the earth and a sour stench. This sour smell was like a group of people who hadn't tea-bathed for years. It was unbearable. He didn't want to smell it, but unfortunately, his keen sense of smell, combined with the inability to control his body, made the sour odor assault him continuously. Next, the light appeared intermittently. Each time it appeared, Zhao Qian's body would regain some function. After his hearing and sense of smell returned, he regained his sense of touch, taste, heartbeat, pulse, and even vision. But the problem was, he still hadn't woken up. It was a strange feeling. He could sense everything around him, yet he couldn't control his body. What was going on? Why couldn't he wake up? Zhao Qian was puzzled. He felt he could fully awaken. Just then, another ray of light shone down. But unlike before, this time the light was diminishing. Zhao Qian realized that the lights helping him were not infinite. If he didn't wake up before the light ended, he might never wake up again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhao Qian felt a sudden pain in his head, and images of himself curled up in the corner of a cave, giving up on living, surfaced in his mind. Was it because I had given up on life back then that I can't wake up now? Zhao Qian thought of a possibility. Although he wanted to live now, the desire to die he had then was stronger. Unless his desire to live became stronger than the desire to die he had back then, he couldn't possibly awaken. But how can I make my desire to live stronger? As Zhao Qian felt a bit at a loss, the light shone down again, this time even weaker than before. This made Zhao Qian, who was already in a state of panic, even more anxious. He was truly afraid that the light would disappear, and he would never awaken again. Zhao Qian shouted in his heart, I want to live to explore this world. I want to live to continue my life, I swear. As long as I can come back to life, I will never think about death again, no matter what difficulties I face in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the warm light appeared again, but compared to before, this time the light was already very weak. It was likely the last time. I want to live. Let me wake up. Just as the light was gradually dimming, on the verge of completely disappearing, Zhao Qian's desire to live finally reached its peak. Then, under the support of that feeble light, it not only didn't fade away, but became brighter and brighter, as if it were turning into the sun. Bang! All the darkness shattered like a broken mirror, turning into powder, and the light continued to spread, causing Zhao Qian to involuntarily close his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes again, his consciousness finally returned to his body. Zhao Qian, you finally woke up. I was so worried about you. Just as Zhao Qian was still trying to comprehend the situation, Wang Qianqian leaped forward, hugging Zhao Qian tightly and bursting into tears. Lu Yun, who had intended to step forward, saw this scene, and the smile on her face disappeared, her expression dimming for a moment. Father, I see a secret. You suddenly whispered to Yong. What secret? Yong asked. She likes him too. You pointed at Zhao Qian, Wang Qianqian, and Lu Yun. You don't know anything about liking. Get out of here. Yong kicked his son. Chapter 87. Strange fruit. Although Zhao Qian's consciousness had returned, it took a long time for him to fully regain control of his body, likely due to having been in a vegetative state for many days. His first feeling was not the joy of being reborn, but rather hunger and weakness, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time and his body felt stiff. Especially with Wang Qianqian holding him, it felt as though her entire weight was pressing down on him, making him feel burdened rather than enjoying the experience. Can you let go of me? You're pressing on me. Zhao Qian felt something pushing against his chest, and after a moment of thought, understood what this soft, squishy pressure was. However, he was too weak, even though a popular star was holding him and he could experience the pressure of a celebrity. He still wanted Wang Qianqian to let him go. Right now, all he wanted was food, and he had no other thoughts. Who's pressing on you? Wang Qianqian, who had just been overjoyed to tears, immediately released Zhao Qian upon hearing his words, intending to argue. Faced with Wang Qianqian's questioning gaze, Zhao Qian said nothing, merely using his eyes to convey the answer. Upon realizing where Zhao Qian was looking, Wang Qianqian's face flushed, and she spat, muttering a low curse about being shameless. However, she surprisingly felt no disgust. Instead, a smile crept onto her lips. Can you bring me some food? Not too much. I can't eat too much yet. Zhao Qian didn't focus on Wang Qianqian, but turned to you. He was so hungry that all he could think about was food. Wait. You, seeing Zhao Qian awake, was very happy and immediately went to get food. After you left, Zhao Qian looked around and realized he was no longer in the cave, but in a strange tribe. This was a very primitive tribe, the kind that immediately conjured the word primitive in one's mind, roughly equivalent to the transition from the late Paleolithic to the early Neolithic period on Earth. However, Zhao Qian didn't dare to underestimate this place just because it was primitive. He sensed many powerful tribespeople here, some even stronger than Yu's father, who would be considered superhuman if placed on Earth. Of course, by superhuman, he meant those who surpassed ordinary humans, not the kind that wears their underwear outside. Zhao Qian also noticed several incredibly strong primal beasts, each of which was more powerful than the Titan python he had encountered. It was no exaggeration to say that if this tribe were placed on Earth, even the armies of small countries might not be their match. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Yun, and he smiled, saying, "Sister Yun, can you tell me what our situation is now?" Lu Yun glanced at Wang Qianqian, nodded slightly, and then detailed everything that had happened since they were trapped in the cave. When Zhao Qian learned that being trapped in the cave had happened nearly 20 days ago, he understood why he felt so weak. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 20 days. If it weren't for his body being in a vegetative state and consuming very little energy, he would have likely starved to death long ago. At that moment, he returned with food, which included some jerky and a bright red fruit. When Lu Yun saw the bright red fruit, her expression was somewhat pained, but in the end, she didn't say anything. "Eat." You, like a spendthrift, shoved the jerky into Zhao Qian's hands and solemnly handed him the bright red fruit, saying, "Strange fruit. Strengthens." Having spent so much time communicating with you, Zhao Qian naturally understood what you meant and realized the value of the bright red fruit. "That's too much." Zhao Qian said he felt bad, but his hands didn't hesitate as he picked up the bright red fruit and ate it. At first, the fruit felt a bit cold as it entered his mouth, but once it was in his stomach, it emitted a gentle warmth like the blood of primal beasts. However, compared to the blood of primal beasts, the warmth emitted by the bright red fruit was greater and more lasting. His body, which had been nearly dried up, was immediately invigorated. A continuous sense of strength surged through him, and his stiff body improved significantly. Zhao Qian felt his physical condition rapidly strengthening, and the increase was substantial, even greater than all the improvements he had experienced since arriving in this world. "What a treasure!" Zhao Qian couldn't help but exclaim, looking at you and asking, "Is there more?" "No more." You shook his head and said, "Only one left for me." Hearing this, Zhao Qian realized the preciousness of this strange fruit. It was likely meant for you to use when he awakened as a Tanlu. After all, eating such a strange fruit could allow you to awaken using a higher-level primal beast core, making him even stronger after becoming Tanlu. "Thank you." Zhao Qian kept this gratitude in his heart and then picked up the jerky, eating it heartily. This was not primal beast meat, but ordinary biological meat, with a taste somewhat like beef, though it was not beef. "Sister Yun, do you have confidence in curing the Black Death?" Zhao Qian asked Lu Yun while munching on the jerky. Lu Yun shook her head and said, "To be honest, I have no confidence whatsoever." Zhao Qian asked, "Is it because there aren't enough antibiotics?" Lu Yun nodded, saying, "Currently there are 72 people showing symptoms, not counting the slaves. And those in the incubation period aren't included either, so the actual number of people infected with the Black Death is even higher. But the antibiotics are far from enough." Although he had previously found quite a bit of medicine, trying to save all the Black Death patients in a tribe was nearly impossible. In fact, even if they conserved the antibiotics, they wouldn't be able to treat more than 10 patients. There simply weren't enough antibiotics. "Then, should we escape?" Wang Qianqian suggested quietly. "We can't escape." Lu Yun shook her head with a bitter smile, saying, "This tribe is more than 30 Tanlu, and any one of them is stronger than Zhao Qian. We can't escape at all." Zhao Qian continued, "Also, this tribe saved us. Morally and rationally, we can't just stand by and watch them die. If we escape, many people in this tribe will die." He had personally experienced the severity of the Black Death. If it weren't for his extraordinary evolutionary ability that made his physical condition far exceed that of ordinary people, he would have likely died too. Even so, he had suffered enough to lose hope and ultimately chose to end it all. I had the plague before. Can we extract antibodies from me? Zhao Qian suddenly suggested. No. Lu Yun immediately shook her head, explaining, we have received many vaccinations since birth, and our bodies may carry many pathogens. These pathogens have no effect on us. But for the people of this world, they are deadly, equivalent to super pathogens. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian realized and nodded. Even ordinary pathogens from his time were much more potent than those in ancient times, let alone in this more primitive world. If the pathogens in his body accidentally entered the bodies of these tribespeople, even those that could cause a cold would be unbearable for them. Actually, Lu Yun rubbed her chin, her brow furrowed as she thought there might not be a complete lack of solutions. Chapter 88 Preparation Before Manufacturing Penicillin. Wang Qianqian quickly asked, Xiaoyan, have you thought of a way? What method? Zhao Qian also turned his gaze to Lu Yun. Now, the only one who could think of a solution was Lu Yun. Lu Yun said, what we lack is antibiotics. As long as we can extract antibiotics, we can save these people. Zhao Qian frowned and asked, can you extract antibiotics? Lu Yun shook her head. I don't know the details of how to extract them, but I do know the method. I've read books on this subject before. You really have a wide range of knowledge, Zhao Qian admired, then quickly asked, what kind of antibiotic can you extract? Lu Yun replied, penicillin, the first antibiotic discovered by humanity. Zhao Qian said, although penicillin is about to be phased out on Earth, this world has never had antibiotics, so it might be useful. The absence of antibiotics means that bacteria have no drug resistance, so penicillin would be completely sufficient. However, this high-level process was not something he could help with. He could only rely on Lu Yun. Lu Yun said, since you agree, then let us extract penicillin. Zhao Qian asked, how do we do it? Lu Yun replied, let's first find Arya. Inside the stone house, Arya was kneeling on the ground, meditating, with Yanshan standing beside him like a guard. Cough, cough. Arya suddenly coughed a few times and came out of his meditation. Arya, are you feeling any better? Although Yanshan was fierce towards Lu Yun, he acted like a child in front of Arya. A bit better. Arya's complexion had indeed improved a little, and he stood up with Yanshan's assistance, asking, has that person woken up? He has already woken up. Yanshan knew that the person Arya referred to was Zhao Qian. That's good. Arya picked up his wooden staff, and his expression showed that he was still very tired. Yanshan hesitated and said, Arya, your body is already in poor condition. You can't help others like you did today. You don't even have a disciple yet. Being Arya's disciple is not something just anyone can do. One must have the qualifications to become Arya's successor. Unfortunately, their tribe had not had any qualified members in recent years, not even among the slaves, which made their tribe seem less powerful. Because once Arya dies and no new Arya emerges, they will be unable to awaken new Tanluo. Over time, their tribe will perish. Many tribes in this land have been destroyed after losing their Arya. Sigh. Arya sighed deeply, fully aware of his physical condition. Yet helplessly said, I can't just stand by. As the tribe's Arya, I cannot watch my people die from illness. Yanshan said, but that woman might not be able to cure this disease either. Do we have any other options? Aya counted, leaving Yanshan speechless. You are the tribe chief. You can't be too hot-tempered. Think things through more often. Yes, Aya. Just then, there was a knock on the stone house door, and Lu Yun's voice came through. Lord Arya, could you come out for a moment? I need your help. You. Yanshan instinctively wanted to scold, but noticing Arya's gaze, he suppressed his anger and remained silent. Please wait a moment. Arya stood up, leaned on his wooden staff, and walked outside. As soon as he stepped outside the stone house, they saw Zhao Qian, Wang Qianqian, and Lu Yun waiting at the door. It seems you are fine now. Arya smiled at Zhao Qian, his smile resembling that of a kind elder. Thank you, Lord Arya. My friend is fine now. Zhao Qian couldn't understand, so Lu Yun answered for him. Arya asked, what do you need my help with? Lu Yun said, to completely cure your tribesmen. Relying solely on medicine is not enough. We also need to find a way to isolate the patients infected with the plague from the healthy ones. Otherwise, those who are not sick could also get infected. To treat the Black Death, We cannot rely only on antibiotics, especially when antibiotics are far from sufficient. Therefore, the first thing we need to do is to isolate the patients from the healthy individuals to prevent new tribe members from becoming infected. Otherwise, even if penicillin is produced, there won't be enough for so many patients at once. Okay, I will arrange for someone to assist you. Arya thought for a moment and said, just assign you to me. He will understand what I mean, Lu Yun said. That little guy is fine. Arya's face showed a warm smile, as if he were his child. In fact, for Arya, all the tribesmen were his children. Lu Yun continued, the quantity of medicine I brought this time is also insufficient, so I still need corn and rice. Suddenly interrupted Lu Yun, asking, where corn and rice? Lu Yun frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. There are two types of plants that can be eaten. Saying this, she described the appearance of corn and rice as detailed as possible. She was really worried that the tribe did not have these two things. Otherwise, there would be no materials to produce penicillin. What you call rice, we refer to as gu chow here, Arya said. Although it can be eaten, the shell is too tough, and peeling each one is too time-consuming. Our tribe hardly eats it. Peeling each one? Lu Yun was suddenly taken aback and then laughed, thinking that rice is not peeled one by one. As for corn, Arya glanced at Yin Shan, and Yin Shan took over the conversation, saying, we call corn a bang here. It is indeed good food, but our tribe does not have it. It's a specialty of the Fuyu tribe. Lu Yun frowned and asked, is there no way to obtain it? Yin Shan said, it's not impossible. We can buy it from their tribe. But the problem is that the Fuyu tribe is a bit far from us. Arya spoke up, we can go to the trading fair of the beast tribe. Trading fair? Lu Yun was startled and a bit confused. Arya explained, it's a place where you can freely barter or buy things. All the tribes in this area will go there, and we will go too. Lu Yun asked, when will the next trading fair be? Aya replied, the next one should be in 3 days. Then we will go to the trading fair in 3 days, Lu Yun said, and then curiously asked, the specialty of the Fuyu tribe is corn. What is the specialty of your tribe? We are called the Salt Marsh tribe, so our tribe produces a lot of salt. After Arya finished speaking, he frowned and said, however, a new tribe has recently appeared in this area, and they can also produce salt. So the number of tribes trading with us has decreased. Is their salt cheaper than yours? Lu Yun asked. Not really. Mainly, their quality is a bit better. Arya said, can you show me your salt? Lu Yun thought for a moment and asked. Hearing Lu Yun's request, Yin Shan immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, you treat the illness. Why are you looking at her salt? Lu Yun confidently replied, if the issue is the quality of your salt, I have a way to improve its quality to surpass theirs. Chapter 89, you call this thing salt. The reason Yin Shan was unwilling to let Lu Yun see the salt of their tribe was mainly because it was a means of survival for them. If others discovered it, they would likely lose a source of livelihood. However, when Yin Shan heard that Lu Yun had a way to improve the quality of their tribe's salt, he immediately sent someone to get the salt. Ever since another salt-producing tribe appeared in the area, their tribe's salt had been outperformed. If it didn't find a way to improve the quality of their salt, they wouldn't have any tribes buying it in the future. Before long, the salt was brought over. Is this salt? Seeing the salt, Lu Yun frowned. The salt she had imagined was still coarse salt, the kind that had been slightly cleaned of impurities but not processed. However, the salt she had now was even worse than coarse salt. It was clearly a whole block of rock salt, with only the surface dirt cleaned off. And some stones embedded in the rock salt had not been removed. She felt that the salt of the Salt tribe was sourced directly from a salt mine. Yin Shan was somewhat dissatisfied, asking, what else could it be if not salt? You'll soon learn what real salt is. Lu Yun didn't argue with Yin Shan because she knew that the gap in their understanding was too large, and arguing wouldn't yield any results. The best way to prove her point was to let facts speak for themselves. What are you going to do? Yin Shan asked. I'm going to make salt. Lu Yun replied, and then ignored Yin Shan, walking over to Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian didn't understand the tribal language at all, so they couldn't comprehend the conversation, much like doing English listening exercises back in school. Xiaoyan, what were you just talking about? Wang Qianqian asked. Lu Yun didn't hide anything from the two and detailed her conversation with Arya and Yin Shan. After hearing this, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian looked at the rock salt in Lu Yun's hand and asked, are you saying we need to make salt now? Exactly. Lu Yun nodded. That's easy. Wang Qianqian said casually, we can extract salt from seawater, so this salt lump will be even easier. Salt lump? This is rock salt, okay? Zhao Qian thought to himself, then looked at Lu Yun and said, you didn't ask the salt tribe for help, but came to us. Which means you don't want to make salt publicly, right? Lu Yun was somewhat surprised that Zhao Qian saw through her intentions and nodded. That's right. I don't plan to make salt publicly. Why? Wang Qianqian asked, puzzled. This is such a good opportunity to show off. Let the Yinshan see what real edible salt is. Zhao Qian seemed to understand Lu Yun's reasoning and said, the method of making salt isn't difficult. As long as they refine it once, the salt tribe will basically learn it. If we let them learn it, we lose a bargaining chip. Wang Qianqian, however, said, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyan isn't as scheming as you think. But when she finished speaking and looked at Lu Yun for confirmation, she saw Lu Yun smiling awkwardly. Xiaoyan, you don't really think that way, do you? Lu Yun nodded slightly. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief and asked, when did you become so smart? Able to guess Xiaoyan's thoughts? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and retorted, what if it's possible that you're just too foolish? In fact, he didn't think Lu Yun's thoughts were that hard to guess. As long as they separated themselves from the Salt tribe, it was easy to understand. It was like two major countries on Earth. If one had advanced technology, it would certainly impose a technology blockade on the other. Sometimes they might even join forces with other countries to enforce the blockade, as advanced technology represents monopoly and wealth. And they were not a whole with the Salt tribe. At most, they had a good relationship with you, so it was natural that they couldn't teach them the salt-making technique. I'm not foolish. I'm just not as scheming as you, Wang Qianqian said angrily. Fools always think like that. I'll fight you, Wang Qianqian said, ready to take on Zhao Qian. Qianqian, stop it. We have important things to do. Lu Yun stopped Wang Qianqian and continued, while we make salt, we also need to set up a quarantine area to isolate those infected with the Black Death as quickly as possible to prevent it from spreading to others. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, how about this? You and Wang Qianqian make salt, and I'll take care of isolating the patients. After all, I've already been infected with the Black Death, so I don't have to worry for now. Even after recovering from the Black Death, the antibodies in the body are only temporary, unlike smallpox, which offers lifelong immunity. Among the three of them, only Zhao Qian had been infected with the Black Death, so he was the safest to isolate the patients. Okay, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun nodded in agreement. In fact, even if they were to isolate the patients, they were internally resistant. They simply couldn't stand the sight of the patients with rotting bodies. Next, they each took action. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun found a secluded cave, gathered the materials needed for salt making, and began the process. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian sent you to find Yinshan. As the tribe chief, Yinshan's status was second only to Arya, and he was essential for isolating the Salt tribe. In fact, Yinshan wasn't as difficult to get along with as Lu Yun had said. As soon as he heard it concerned the safety of his people, he immediately agreed to Zhao Qian's plan and called all the tribe members out of the cave. Of course, this included the slaves. Once everyone was gathered, Zhao Qian discovered that the situation with the Salt tribe's infection of the Black Death was far worse than he had imagined. The 72 people mentioned earlier were actually serious cases, and over 100 others had already shown symptoms of the Black Death. If he counted those in the incubation period, at least half of the Salt tribe's population was infected. This didn't even account for the slaves. The number of slaves in the Salt tribe was greater than that of the tribe members. They had no independent housing and were all kept together in a large cave. Somewhat like livestock, it was easy to imagine how quickly the Black Death could spread under such circumstances, with over 200 serious cases and even more showing symptoms. The chief says to ignore the sick slaves, let them die, just as Zhao Qian was troubled by the many sick slaves. You conveyed Yin Shan's message to him. Zhao Qian wasn't surprised. With so many patients in the Salt tribe, even the ordinary tribespeople couldn't take care of them, let alone the slaves. In any era, slaves had no rights. They weren't even regarded as people. Their lives and deaths were of no concern to him. But he needed to tell him that in order to prevent the slaves from spreading the Black Death, all the slaves must be killed. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear to abandon the sick slaves. He decided to retreat and advance, reasoning that Yinshan wouldn't want to kill all the slaves, as they were also wealth to a tribe. Sure enough, when Yinshan heard that all the slaves were to be killed, He immediately agreed to Zhao Qian's proposal and decided to isolate the 6 slaves instead. As for those who had no symptoms, Zhao Qian instructed them to maintain a certain distance and report immediately if they showed any symptoms, while also entering the quarantine area. After completing the isolation, it was evening. Just as Zhao Qian was about to eat something, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun came to find Arya with the refined salt. Chapter 90. Not again in front of the stone house. Arya and Yin Shan looked at the white, granular objects in their hands. Their faces filled with disbelief as they turned to Lu Yun and asked, "Is this salt really that white?" In fact, the salt produced by their tribe also comes in different grades. The lowest quality salt isn't even cleaned of surface dirt and is mixed with many impurities, typically sold to very poor small tribes. The best salt, on the other hand, looks as if it has a layer of dust on it, consisting of small crystals. Of course, the quality of salt is never judged by color or the presence of impurities, but primarily by taste. Poor quality salt has a strong bitter aftertaste alongside its saltiness. The better the quality, the milder the bitterness and the purer the saltiness. However, even the best salt from their tribe couldn't compare to the salt in front of them. Yin Shan then extended 2 fingers, pinched a small amount of salt, and tasted it. Salty. Yin Shan's tiger-like eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Arya, it's salty and has almost no bitterness at all. This salt is even better than our best salt." Hearing this, Arya eagerly dipped a finger into the salt and tasted it, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. "Yes, this is salt." Arya excitedly struck the ground with his wooden staff. Seeing Arya and Yin Shan's excitement, Wang Qianqian, despite not understanding their tribal language, could tell from their expressions that they were shocked. It's rare to see them so amazed over a little salt. Wang Qianqian remarked with a tone of superiority, "To you, this salt may seem insignificant, but to them, it has exceeded their understanding." Zhao Qian sighed. "The gap in civilization is too vast. Something that is utterly ordinary on Earth could be a treasure in this world." Treasure. Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up as she said, "Does that mean if I use my knowledge to recreate things from Earth in this world, I could easily become wealthy?" Theoretically, yes, but you can't." Zhao Qian hesitated before responding. Wang Qianqian was displeased. "Why can't I?" Zhao Qian grinned. "What knowledge does a middle school student like you have? You can't recreate things from Earth. At least a high school student like me could." "Bah!" Wang Qianqian spat at Zhao Qian. Meanwhile, Arya and Yin Shan had calmed down from their excitement and looked at Lu Yun with more seriousness. Lu Yun asked, "If this salt is of such quality, can it surpass the salt from the new tribe?" Yin Shan nodded emphatically. "Not just surpass, it would completely crush it. Once this salt is taken to the trade fair, it will definitely be fought over by all the tribes." "That's good. In 3 days, we will take this salt to the trade fair of the Beast tribe," Lu Yun said, then turned to Yin Shan and asked, "Have you found the grain straw I wanted?" "We found it, but there isn't much," Yin Shan replied, signaling for a Tan Luo to bring over the grain straw they had found. There were indeed only a few hundred stalks, but it was enough to produce the penicillium mold. In fact, if they could find oranges, they could also produce penicillium. But finding oranges was much harder than finding grain straw. "This is enough. Tomorrow, let us put this grain straw out in the sun to dry for 3 days." Lu Yun said, 3 days of drying? That won't help my tribesmen recover." Yin Shan frowned and asked, "Treating requires medicine, but I don't have enough medicine on me, so I can only make it," Lu Yun explained. "Making medicine takes a long time, doesn't it?" "Yes." Lu Yun nodded without denying it. Drying the grain straw would take 3 days, and then they would have to wait for the paste to grow green mold, which could take 2 to 3 days if they were lucky, or about a week if not. The green mold that grows is actually the penicillium, which can be used to extract penicillin. However, the issue is that there are very few of these penicillium molds, and they need to be cultivated with corn juice to produce more. All these processes take time, so even if everything goes smoothly, it would take at least 10 days to extract the first batch of penicillin. That won't work. Some of my tribesmen are already severely ill and can't wait that long. Yin Shan shook his head. "If they can't wait, there's nothing I can do. This is the fastest speed possible." Lu Yun also wanted to save people, but she had no other options. "You promised Arya that if he saved your friend, you would save my tribesmen," Yin Shan said loudly. "Am I not saving your tribesmen right now?" Lu Yun retorted. I want them all to live. That's impossible. Say it again. Yin Shan stepped forward, the beast totem on his chest flickering as he emitted an astonishing aura, threatening in a low voice. Seeing this, Zhao Qian quickly moved to shield Lu Yun, looking at Yin Shan without fear, despite not knowing what was happening. At this moment, the aura emanating from Yin Shan was even more terrifying than that of a pure blood beast. Zhao Qian knew he was not a match. But as a man, he couldn't back down now. If you kill us, your salt marsh tribe will perish from the Black Death. Think it through, Lu Yun said, her eyes shining as she saw Zhao Qian protecting her, then shouted at Yin Shan. Yin Shan, enough. Arya finally spoke up, stopping Yin Shan, looking apologetic, sorry. Yin Shan was too impulsive. Was it Yin Shan being too impulsive, or did Lord Arya want to see if I was hiding something? Lu Yun did not accept Arya's apology, knowing that without Arya's permission, Yin Shan wouldn't have acted this way. Lord Arya, since I promised to save your tribesmen, I will do my utmost, so please don't test me. I understand. It won't happen again, Arya admitted frankly, offering no excuses. Lu Yun turned her gaze to Yin Shan and asked, how long can you use that ability that emits high temperature? Why do you ask this? Yin Shan replied with displeasure. I suddenly thought of a way to significantly shorten the time needed to make the medicine and wanted to give it a try. Lu Yun said, a little less than half a day. Yin Shan answered immediately. He wouldn't hesitate when it came to the safety of his tribesmen. That's enough, Lu Yun said, then pondered for a moment before proposing a new request to Yin Shan. Hearing this, although Yin Shan didn't understand, he still ordered his tribesmen to prepare according to her requirements. More than 10 minutes later, 2 trees as thick as barrels were brought back by the Tamluo of the tribe and placed in front of Lu Yun. Sister Yun, what are you planning to do with these 2 trees? Zhao Qian asked, confused as he looked at the large trees. In order to make the paste, the grain straw must be dried. Normally, it takes 3 days to dry it, but if we dry it, a few hours will be enough, Lu Yun explained. You mean to make a dryer? Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he understood immediately. Chapter 91. You have the qualities to become Elio, of course. Zhao Qian understood that the dryer Lu Yun wanted to create was not the kind that exists on Earth. It simply utilized the working principle of a dryer. The principle of a dryer is quite simple. It heats the air, which then blows over the rice to accelerate the evaporation of moisture within the rice. The ability of Yin Shan to emit high temperatures perfectly solved the challenge of heating the air. Therefore, this newly created dryer could temporarily be called a human dryer. Before long, the human dryer was completed. Its structure was extremely simple, consisting of 4 wooden boards forming a rectangular bucket-shaped pipe. After placing the rice inside, Yin Shan stood at one end of the pipe and released high-temperature heat into it. However, controlling the temperature was very important. If the temperature was too low, it wouldn't achieve the desired drying effect. If it was too high, the rice would lose its viability and could no longer be used as seeds for planting. That's right. Lu Yun not only planned to cultivate penicillium, but also intended to select some rice seeds to plant large areas of rice. A few hours later, it's done. Lu Yun felt it was about time and asked Yin Shan to stop. Phew! Yin Shan had been releasing heat for several hours, which was quite a burden on his body, so when Lu Yun called for a halt, he let out a deep breath. Then, a clan member brought over some primal beast meat, and in front of Zhao Qian and the others, Yin Shan devoured dozens of pounds of it. What was incomprehensible was that after eating so much primal beast meat, his stomach didn't even seem to expand, as if the meat was instantly converted into energy upon entering his stomach. How amazing! Wang Qianqian watched this scene with a look of envy. She also wanted that ability to eat without gaining weight. This really aligns with the principle of conservation of energy. Otherwise, I would suspect he isn't human. Lu Yun casually remarked while checking the drying situation of the rice. Energy. Conservation. Wang Qianqian was left speechless, thinking to herself that she was talking about not gaining weight while Lu Yun was discussing energy conservation. Their topic was quite off. In fact, when Lu Yun saw Yin Shan continuously emitting such heat, she had been pondering the law of conservation of energy. If the weight of the food Yin Shan ate was the same as that of an ordinary person, it would be impossible to release that much heat. It was like eating a grain of rice and emitting the heat of a bowl of rice. Too incredible. Now, although he had eaten quite a bit, it actually aligned with the conservation of energy. Plus, with the powerful energy contained in primal beast meat. Eating dozens of pounds in one go could completely replenish the heat just consumed. Is it ready? After finishing his meal, Yinshan approached Lu Yun and asked. It's ready. Lu Yun brought the selected rice grains to Yinshan and said, now we just need to cook these in a porridge. What are we waiting for? Yinshan said as he snatched the rice away, eagerly calling over a clan member. Wait. Lu Yun stopped Yinshan and asked, do you know how much water to use for cooking this rice? Do you know what consistency we are aiming for? I don't know. Yinshan shook his head. Then why are you in such a hurry? Lu Yun took the rice back and said, if something goes wrong, it will delay our time. Hearing this, Yinshan's expression tightened, and he obediently stood by watching. Then, Yinshan saw Lu Yun hand the rice to Zhao Qian. I want thick porridge. You're the best at this, so you do it. Lu Yun wasn't very good at cooking, so she entrusted the task of making porridge to Zhao Qian. No problem. Zhao Qian was taken aback, but smiled as she accepted the rice. In no time, a large bowl of porridge was cooked, emitting a unique rice aroma that made Zhao Qian and the others, who hadn't eaten rice in a long time, unable to resist swallowing. In fact, it wasn't just the three of them. Yinshan couldn't help but swallow as well, thinking that this strange food in front of him must be delicious. Unfortunately, there was only one bowl of porridge, and whether it was enough was still a question. It couldn't be shared with anyone. Afterward, Lu Yun found several stone bowls, pouring some porridge into each and selecting hot and humid caves to place the stone bowls in. To prevent any accidents, these stone bowls were placed in different caves, and Yinshan arranged for a special Tan Luo to keep watch, not allowing anyone to get close. After finishing all this, it was already late at night, and Lu Yun, being an ordinary person, showed signs of fatigue. Yinshan will have results in 3 days, so don't be too anxious. Lu Yun yawned and said to Yinshan, who was following closely behind. The most important thing next is the giant beast tribe trade fair in 3 days. We must trade for enough large sticks. Although allowing the porridge to mold could produce penicillium, to let the penicillium continue to grow, a corn medium would be needed to provide nutrients. Otherwise, if the quantity of penicillium was insufficient, it wouldn't be able to extract enough penicillin. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll have people vigorously mine salt stones to exchange for enough large sticks. Yinshan hesitated before continuing. However, high-quality salt stones are scarce, and we won't be able to gather too much in 3 days. There's no need to complicate things. Any quality of salt stones can be turned into white salt by me. You can just gather salt stones and hand them over to me, Lu Yun said. Even low-quality salt can be turned into white salt? Yinshan asked in surprise. Yes, Lu Yun nodded. Hearing this, Yinshan showed an envious expression, wanting to ask Lu Yun how to produce white salt, but felt embarrassed to speak up. After all, he understood that the method of turning salt white must be very important. Lu Yun also wouldn't mention it voluntarily. She returned to the cave arranged for them by the Salt Marsh tribe with Zhao Qian and took a little food before going to rest. However, Zhao Qian, perhaps due to having been unconscious for over 10 days, found it difficult to fall asleep. At that moment, Zhao Qian sensed something outside the cave that was attracting him. It was a strange feeling, like a person who had been hungry for a long time smelling food, making him unable to resist getting up and walking out of the resting cave. Following the feeling, he quickly saw Elia kneeling on the ground in the moonlight, hands clasped together as if praying. This attraction he felt was emanating from Elia. Light, this is the light that awakened me when I was unconscious. Zhao Qian carefully sensed it, and the warm and comfortable feeling spread throughout his body, instantly reminding him of the source of this feeling. However, considering Elia's status in the tribe, he thought it best not to disturb her and planned to return to the cave to rest. But just as he turned around, a voice echoed in his mind. Guest, since you can't sleep, why not come over and chat for a while? Who is it? Zhao Qian looked around vigilantly, eventually locking his gaze on Elia. Is it you? Exactly. Elia slowly stood up, looking at Zhao Qian with a tone of surprise. I didn't expect you to have the qualities to become Elia. Chapter 92, I am a genius. Zhao Qian was shocked when he heard Elia's words and asked, I have the qualifications to become Elia? After he woke up, Lu Yun had informed him of all the information she had gathered about this world, with a particular focus on the tribe of Elia. Although the tribe was managed by a chief, Elia was the most important figure in the entire tribe. A tribe can exist without a chief, but it absolutely cannot exist without area. In fact, area even has the power to appoint chief. The importance of area is largely related to area's abilities. Currently, Lu Yin had learned that area could help ordinary people awaken and become Tan Luo, meaning that as long as area exists, the tribe's Tan Luo will be replenished. Additionally, areas seem to possess unique abilities. The area of the Yin Zhe tribe has the ability to heal. Whether it's sickness or injury, area can heal quickly. Besides that, area also has abilities such as cursing, beast taming, prophecy, and summoning, among others. Take the giant beast tribe, for example. They are called the giant beast tribe because their area has the ability to tame beasts and has captured a giant yuan beast. However, becoming an area is very difficult. The medium-sized Yinzhe tribe has not seen a second person with the qualifications to become area in decades. Therefore, when Zhao Qian heard that he had the qualifications to become area, he was so shocked. That's right. Area's voice echoed in his mind again. Zhao Qian, in disbelief, said, "How could I possibly have the qualifications to become area?" Area hesitated and said, "Actually, I'm a bit puzzled too, because when I awakened you, I checked your body and you did not have the qualifications to become area, but after you woke up, you did. Could it be because of my super ability?" Hearing Area's words, Zhao Qian thought of a possibility and whispered, "Could it be that my super ability is not super enhancement? Enhancement means that one already has it and can continuously strengthen it. But he initially did not have the qualifications to become area, so his super ability was clearly not as simple as super enhancement. Sit. Sit down." Zhao Qian hesitated slightly, then sat beside Area and curiously asked, "Lord Area, you don't understand my language, and I don't understand yours. How can we communicate?" Area smiled and remained silent, lightly tapping the ground with a wooden staff in his hand. Zhao Qian noticed that the surrounding environment began to change. First, he saw the moonlight change. The originally silver-white moonlight seemed to transform into thin, light yellow threads the thickness of hair hanging down from the sky. Secondly, there was a change in Area himself. Zhao Qian discovered that Area seemed to have transformed into a giant container filled with a vast yellow energy, similar in color to the moonlight, but deeper. "Have you noticed that what you see has changed?" Area's voice sounded. "Yes, everything has changed." Zhao Qian nodded vigorously, suddenly realizing that there was also a thread connected to him that linked him to Area. "Could it be that my ability to understand your language is related to this thread?" Area nodded and said, "This is the communication method between Area. It doesn't require words, just directly conveys the meaning to the other party." "That's amazing." Zhao Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Such scenes are often seen in sci-fi movies, where some advanced alien civilizations communicate directly through brain waves, making language barriers irrelevant. Area's ability seems to have a similar effect. "I heard that girl say your tribe has been destroyed. Is that right?" Aya Zundi Uskit. Yes." Zhao Qian didn't want to lie to Area, but for the safety of the three of them, he eventually nodded. He couldn't possibly tell Area that they were not from this world, but had come from another world. "Since your tribe is gone, have you considered joining the Yinzhe tribe?" Area looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Lord Area, you want us to join your tribe?" Zhao Qian was surprised. He had heard Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun say that tribes are very resistant to those of unknown origin. If it weren't for the guarantee from Yong and Yu, along with a pure-blood Yuan beast core, the three of them probably wouldn't have been able to enter the Yinzhe tribe. "Yes." Area nodded solemnly and continued, "If you are willing to join the Yinzhe tribe, I will take you as my disciple. After I die, you will be the next Area of the tribe." "That's quite a leap." Zhao Qian was taken aback and said with a smile, this was not an exaggeration. Becoming the Area of the tribe was indeed a huge leap, even if one was a slave. However, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Qian understood why Area would invite him to join the Yinzhe tribe. Because the Yinzhe tribe had not found anyone with the qualifications to become Area, and the current Area was already quite old. If he were to die, the Yinzhe tribe would lose its Area. Once a tribe loses its Area, it would be equivalent to being unable to produce new Tan Luo, and it wouldn't be long before the tribe would weaken. "I can join the Yinzhe tribe." Zhao Qian had been looking for a tribe to rely on. As this world was too dangerous, it was hard to survive without the protection of a tribe. He did not want to experience such dangerous situations again. The Yinze tribe had left a good impression on him. Both Arya and the chief valued the lives of ordinary tribesmen, as did Yong and Yu, the father and son. If he were truly to join a tribe, the Yinze tribe would be his first choice. However, I have one condition, Zhao Qian said. You want me to take in those two girls? Arya seemed to see through Zhao Qian's thoughts, wearing a smile like that of an elder. Yes, the three of us are together. If you wanted to join the Yinze tribe, that's fine, but they must stay too, Zhao Qian said firmly. He couldn't just ignore Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. They might not have been united when they first arrived in this world, but after going through so much, they had become a team. I agree, Arya said. You're agreeing that easily? Zhao Qian was a bit surprised, as he was worried that Arya wouldn't agree. After all, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun could be considered burdens, especially Wang Qianqian, who was useless except for eating. Having her join the tribe would be like adding another mouth to feed. However, Arya said, your two friends are not ordinary people, especially the girl who can only eat. Zhao Qian was taken aback and asked, what's wrong with her? Since she came to the tribe, she has befriended the Yuan beasts in the tribe. Arya said with surprise in his tone. If I hadn't checked her and found that she did not have the qualifications to become Arya, I would truly suspect she was a beast-taming Arya. She can really tame beasts, but it's different from Arya's beast-taming. Zhao Qian smiled and did not reveal Wang Qianqian's secret, then turned to ask, Lord Arya, I want to ask, after becoming your disciple, can I still become a Tanluo? Call me teacher from now on. Arya instructed Zhao Qian to change his address, and continued, becoming Arya can lead to becoming Tanluo, but it requires long periods of meditation. If you become Tanluo again, it will affect your practice. No problem, I am a genius. Zhao Qian grinned, clearly unwilling to give up on becoming a Tanluo. Chapter 93. Supporting the clan, Arya smiled at Zhao Qian's confidence and chose not to comment, as he himself was quite conflicted. When he first examined Zhao Qian's body, he had said that Zhao Qian was very suitable to become a Tanluo, and he might even become the strongest Tanluo in the tribe's history. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of talented Arya disciples in the tribe, he would have really wanted Zhao Qian to become a Tanluo. Therefore, when Zhao Qian chose to be a Tanluo, he did not voice any opposition. Teacher, can I become a Tanluo right now? Zhao Qian asked with an awkward smile upon seeing Arya's lack of opposition. Yes, you can, but I don't recommend it, Arya replied. Why? Zhao Qian frowned in confusion. Having one more Tanluo in the tribe is a good thing. Why would you refuse, teacher? Arya did not answer Zhao Qian's question directly, but instead asked, do you know how to become a powerful Tanluo? Zhao Qian nodded and said, it seems to be related to the beast core used during awakening. Arya neither denied nor confirmed this, saying, the power of a Tanluo is related to 3 aspects. 3 aspects? That's quite a lot. Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised, as he had always thought it was solely related to the beast core. Arya explained, first, it is related to the beast core. The stronger the beast core used during awakening, the faster the growth rate and the higher the potential. Second, it is related to the physical condition of the awakener. The higher the physical quality before awakening, the stronger the power after awakening. Tanluos of the same realm can have very different strengths. Third, it is related to the area responsible for the awakening. The stronger the area, the stronger the awakened Tanluo. After listening to Arya's words, Zhao Qian immediately felt grateful to have met such a good teacher. Otherwise, awakening to become a Tanluo right now would have harmed him. After all, at this stage, his superpower was still continuously enhancing his physical quality, and he had not yet reached his limit. Moreover, the Yinze tribe did not have sufficiently good beast cores for him to awaken. Using poor quality beast cores would affect his future potential. As for the third point, it was evident that Arya was too old, and if he helped him awaken, it would also affect him. Thus, he asked, teacher, what should I do? Arya smiled and said, as for the beast core, at least you need a barbarian beast core, and you should choose a beast pattern that suits you. If you really can't find a suitable beast pattern, you can consider a pure blood beast core, but the beast pattern must definitely suit you. A barbarian beast is stronger than a pure blood beast, and a barbarian beast core is obtained by hunting barbarian beasts. However, the strength of barbarian beasts is quite formidable, and even a mid-level tribe like Yinze can only hunt weaker barbarian beasts at most. Ea continuit. if you have a suitable beast core and your physical quality has reached its limit. The Yinza tribe will pay the price to hire a powerful area to help you awaken. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Qian expressed his gratitude and hesitantly asked, Teacher, could you explain in detail what an area is? Area is a transliterated term and has not been translated into a specific profession on Earth. It is not that Lu Yun did not want to, but the tribe's people were reluctant to discuss matters related to area. So Lu Yun did not have enough information to find a corresponding profession for area. It's like explaining what a hamburger is to a person from ancient times. Since hamburgers do not exist in their lives, they cannot understand what a hamburger is. However, if a corresponding item is found, such as a rujiamo, a type of Chinese sandwich, even if the translation is slightly off, an ancient person could still grasp the meaning. Although he was currently communicating directly with area, he had already accepted the term area during this period, so he did not translate it into a corresponding profession on Earth. Area can utilize the power of nature, responsible for ancestor worship and communicating with deities. Aya explain it. After listening to the explanation, Zhao Qian felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that shaman? The existence of shamans is very ancient. They appear frequently in Zhou dynasty literature, primarily responsible for blessing, divination, sacrifices, and healing, and are believed to possess the ability to communicate with the heavens and the earth. In terms of ancestor worship and communicating with deities, Arya and shamans are similar. Of course, there are also differences. For instance, shamans do not use the power of nature, but rather borrow power from spirits and deities. The difference between the two is like that between a hamburger and a rujiamo. They have similarities, but also differences. A shaman? Arya was taken aback. Zhao Qian drew the character for shaman in the dirt and said, the shaman, with a horizontal line above representing the heavens, a horizontal line below representing the earth, and a vertical line in the middle representing communication between heaven and earth, along with two figures on the sides representing all living beings. Therefore, one who supports all living beings is a shaman. One who supports all living beings is a shaman. Arya looked at the character for shaman on the ground and calmly said, Shamans are greater than Arya. Arya only cares about his own tribe. Zhao Qian could sense that Arya had a certain degree of admiration for shamans, but he did not aspire to be one, and even found the actions of shamans somewhat incomprehensible. It was as if he was puzzled as to why one would support all living beings. What does the life and death of outsiders have to do with him? Teacher, don't you think Arya is quite similar to shamans? Zhao Qian asked. Similar? Arya countered, thinking for a moment before saying perhaps a little bit. All right. Zhao Qian shrugged, realizing where he had gone wrong. It was like comparing rujiamo and hamburgers. Although they are somewhat similar, very few people would consider them the same type of food. At this moment, Arya asked, Do you need to announce to the entire tribe tomorrow that you will be joining the tribe as an Arya disciple? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, I suggest not announcing it. Arya asked why. Zhao Qian replied, Firstly, the tribe is currently suffering from the Black Death, and it's inconvenient to gather everyone together. Secondly, many people may die soon, so it's not the right time for an announcement. Then we'll follow your suggestion and not announce it for now. Arya paused and asked, Aren't we about to produce the medicine soon? Will many people still die? Zhao Qian said heavily, We came too late. Many clansmen are already critically ill, and the quantity of medicine we brought is limited, unable to sustain for 3 days. Although he had discussed with Lu Yun about diluting the existing antibiotics to sustain more lives, unfortunately, there were too many people infected with the Black Death. Even if they didn't treat the slaves, their antibiotics would not be enough. So many people would inevitably die. Let's do our best, Arya said, trembling as he stood up with the help of his wooden staff. This old bone, will try my best. If I can save one more, it's worth it. Zhao Qian looked at the hunched, aged Arya and worriedly said, Teacher, I heard from Yinshan that after you treat me, you won't be able to treat anyone else for a while. It's not as serious as Yinshan said. If I absorb a few more beast cores, I can still manage to treat, Arya said with a calm smile, although I can't support all living beings like a shaman, for the sake of the tribe's clansmen. I can still support a piece of sky with this old body of mine. Zhao Qian looked at the aged Arya and suddenly felt that his new teacher was very real. Unlike some people or countries, who are satisfied with their moral righteousness, but are actually extremely hypocritical, hiding a dirty reality beneath a glamorous exterior. Chapter 94. White sugar. The next 3 days were long. During this time, the symptoms of the plague patients in the Salt Marsh Tribe quarantine zone worsened. Many people who were fine the day before began to show signs of black necrosis on their bodies the next day, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. As for the severely ill plague patients, if it weren't for the antibiotics provided by Zhao Qian, there would likely have been widespread deaths by now. Of course, only the tribe members could receive antibiotics. The slaves were not included. Consequently, many infected slaves died. Watching the bodies of slaves being carried away for cremation made Zhao Qian and his companions uncomfortable. In their homeland, although they couldn't achieve strict equality, such situations would never occur. However, Zhao Qian and Lu Yin did not feel guilty, as they both understood that they had done their best. Only Wang Qianqian was very saddened. She realized how cheap human life was in this world. Fortunately, the quarantine had been effective. Apart from a very few people who were in the incubation period, there were virtually no new infections, and the plague was under control. 3 days later, not long after dawn, many tribe members gathered, and under Yin Shan's command, they loaded bags of salt onto a beast resembling a yaks. They were headed to the giant beast tribe to participate in a trade fair. Shan, be careful on the road and keep an eye on the goods. This concerns how many big sticks we can exchange, especially take good care of the area disciples. As the chief, Yin Shan did not attend the trade fair. He entrusted the leadership to a powerful warrior named Tan Luo. The chief was at ease. Shan looked at Zhao Qian beside him and nodded seriously. Yin Shan patted Shan on the shoulder and then walked over to Zhao Qian, pulling out a bone token and handing it over. This is for you from Arya. For your protection. Since that day when he had spoken with Arya, Zhao Qian could barely understand the tribal language. So he understood Yin Shan's words. Zhao Qian took the bone token and could feel the energy contained within it. He looked towards the stone house and asked, "Where's the teacher?" Yin Shan replied, "Yes, tired from carving. Resting." Zhao Qian was very touched and said, "Please thank the teacher for me." "Certainly." Yin Shan patted Zhao Qian on the shoulder and went to make arrangements with the others. At this moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun approached cautiously, taking out a palm-sized leather pouch and handing it to Zhao Qian. Curiously, Zhao Qian asked what's inside. Wang Qianqian said mysteriously, "It's white sugar." White sugar. Zhao Qian's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Although it was easy to find sweet flavors on Earth, it was very difficult to find something sweet in this world. The only source of sweetness was honey, but the bees here were generally large and their stings were highly toxic, making honey collection akin to seeking death. As for white sugar, one must understand that this world couldn't even refine salt, let alone white sugar. Keep your voice down. Wang Qianqian saw that others were attracted by Zhao Qian's voice and quickly pinched him, whispering, "We secretly refined this white sugar. Don't let anyone else find out." Zhao Qian asked, "Where did you find the sugar cane?" Lu Yin replied, "We didn't use sugar cane. We used a sweet plant. We tried it out and unexpectedly managed to refine white sugar." Wang Qianqian added, "I discovered this plant. No, it was Little Bear Winnie who found it. It really likes to eat this plant." Little Bear Winnie was the name Wang Qianqian had given to a 4-meter-long, several-ton brown bear, which loved sweet food. It was likely that Wang Qianqian learned about this plant while communicating with Little Bear Winnie and then told Lu Yun. As a top student, she easily refined white sugar. "Qianqian, I'm so touched. I can't believe you thought of me first when you found this good stuff." Zhao Qian looked at the white sugar in his hand, feeling very moved, and felt guilty for often clashing with Wang Qianqian before. "What are you thinking about?" Wang Qianqian glanced at the self-absorbed Zhao Qian and said, "This white sugar isn't a gift for you. Don't even think about stealing it. I'll send army ants to monitor you." Zhao Qian asked in confusion, "If it's not a gift, then why are you giving it to me?" Wang Qianqian replied, "We can't go to the trade fair, so we want you to help us exchange for some good items." The reason Arya didn't let Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun attend the trade fair wasn't to use their safety to prevent Zhao Qian from escaping, but mainly because he was worried about dangers on the road. The area they were in now was different from the cave area where they used to live. Around the cave, there were mostly ordinary wild beasts, with the strongest being the ancient giant ape and the titan python in the swamps. However, in the area where the Salt Marsh tribe lived, hybrid beasts were everywhere, and purebred beasts could also be seen frequently, along with dangerous plants. Therefore, area advised against Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun going to the trade fair. If Zhao Qian hadn't insisted on going, area wouldn't have allowed him to go either. I see. Zhao Qian was somewhat disappointed and asked, "What do you want?" Wang Qianqian hurriedly said, "I heard that the rare flowers and fruits in this world can make skin whiter and prevent aging. Please help us exchange for some." Sisters, given our current situation, you're not thinking about increasing your strength, but focusing on appearances? This was like playing a game and only choosing beautiful equipment instead of powerful attribute gear. But after a moment's thought, Zhao Qian said, "All right, you can trust me with the white sugar. Don't even think about cheating me. I'll arrange army ants to monitor you." However, the more Zhao Qian said this, the less Wang Qianqian believed him. "This is what I and Lu Yun worked hard to refine. There's only this much. If you dare to steal, I'll fight you." Understood. Zhao Qian was somewhat displeased. He felt that Wang Qianqian looked down on him. White sugar was a treasure to the people of this world, but it held no attraction for him. He wouldn't even eat it if offered. Of course, he could only guarantee that he wouldn't steal it. And he couldn't ensure that he wouldn't pocket a little when exchanging items. After all, he always felt that using such precious white sugar to exchange for beautiful rare flowers and fruits was too extravagant. Let us set off. At this moment, Yin Shan had finished making arrangements, and the leader, Shan, shouted loudly. As the yaks began to move, Zhao Qian left the Salt Marsh tribe with the team, stepping into this new world for the first time. Chapter 95. The Terrifying Prairie on the Vast Gobi Desert. More than 10 members of the Salt Marsh tribe followed behind a yak's primordial beast, heading towards the direction of the giant beast tribe. Due to the unsafe journey, apart from Zhao Qian, all the others were powerful Tanlu. Zhao Qian thought his physical fitness was already strong, but after walking alongside these Tanlu, he realized he couldn't compare at all. In terms of speed and endurance, these Tanlu completely overwhelmed him. Additionally, in the scorching heat of the Gobi Desert, after trying to keep up for 3 hours, he simply couldn't continue, panting at the back of the group, feeling like he was about to burn up. "Stop, rest." The team leader, Shan, had been observing Zhao Qian, and as soon as Zhao Qian reached his limit, he ordered the team to stop and rest. Of course, this was entirely to accommodate Zhao Qian. For the Tanlu, 3 hours of continuous travel was no problem at all. Even the weakest Tanlu would just feel a bit tired and would need a rest. "Drink some water." Shan took a water pouch from his waist and walked over to Zhao Qian, handing it to him. Zhao Qian, already parched, didn't hesitate and gulped it down. As the cool water flowed down his burning throat and into his body, he felt a sense of rebirth. "Thank you." Zhao Qian wiped his mouth and returned the water pouch, feeling a bit embarrassed as he asked, "Am I very embarrassing?" "No." Shan shook his head sternly and said, "You, ordinary person, are quite impressive. First-tier Tanlu." Zhao Qian was a bit surprised by this and asked, "Are you saying that I now possess the strength of first-tier Tanlu?" Tanlu also had levels, with the weakest being first-tier and the strongest being ninth-tier. Yu's father, Yong, was a second-tier Tanlu, and Shan in front of him was a third-tier Tanlu. Yin Shan was the strongest Tanlu in the Salt Marsh tribe and the only fourth-tier Tanlu. In the area where the Salt Marsh tribe lived, the strongest Tanlu seemed to be only 5th tier, while the 9th tier Tanlu belonged to the realm of legends. Although first tier Tanlu were the weakest, for an ordinary person to reach the level of a first tier Tanlu without awakening was already quite impressive. Shan nodded, "The weakest first tier Tanlu. Can't you be a bit more tactful when you speak?" Zhao Qian complained inwardly, changing the subject and pointing to the nearby prairie. "Why don't we walk across the prairie? It should be faster and cooler." The Salt Marsh tribe was located on the edge of the Gobi Desert, right next to the endless prairie. However, their team chose not to walk through the prairie but rather along the edge of the desert and prairie, which puzzled Zhao Qian. After all, compared to the terrain of the Gobi Desert, the terrain of the prairie was clearly much better. "The prairie is dangerous." Shan's expression was serious, and just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance. "Look over there." Zhao Qian followed Shan's finger and saw a camel a few hundred meters away. Perhaps due to hunger, the camel had walked from the desert into the prairie, lowering its head to eat the plants on the ground. "Is there a problem?" Zhao Qian focused intently on the area around the camel, trying to identify the so-called danger. After observing for a while, he found no threats. Just then, Zhao Qian frowned because he noticed the grass around the camel was being flattened, as if some creature was moving through the grass. Suddenly, a long black creature sprang out from the grass and lunged directly at the camel. Zhao Qian took a closer look and gasped, for this black, elongated creature was an enormous centipede. This centipede was over a meter long and 5 or 6 centimeters wide. Its black shell glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Its pairs of legs dug into the camel's flesh, firmly anchoring itself to the camel. Simultaneously, its pincers bit down hard on the camel's body. However, that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that the camel, which was being attacked by the centipede, seemed completely oblivious to the attack, continuing to lower its head and eat grass. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, numerous black centipedes jumped up from the grass and fixed themselves onto the camel. In just a short time, the camel's flesh was gnawed away, revealing its stark white bones. And many centipedes even burrowed into the camel's body to feast. Eventually, the camel lay helplessly on the ground, seemingly unaware of how it had died. What is going on? Why doesn't the camel run away? Zhao Qian swallowed hard and looked at Shan. Poison. It's lost feeling. Shan explained. Are you saying these centipedes contain potent venom that can paralyze the camel? Zhao Qian asked. Yes. What a powerful anesthetic effect, and it works instantly. This is incredible. Zhao Qian suddenly understood that the toxin produced by these centipedes must belong to a strong anesthetic, because only an anesthetic could leave the camel completely unaware while being devoured by numerous black centipedes. Don't worry, they won't leave the prairie, won't come in. It's safe. Shan noticed Zhao Qian's tense expression and comforted him with a smile. There are other bugs. Don't go into the grass. Understood. Zhao Qian nodded seriously. In fact, he wouldn't need Shan's reminder. After witnessing the horror of these centipedes, he would never enter the prairie. Moreover, from Shan's tone, it was clear that there were other terrifying insects in the prairie besides centipedes, indicating other threats. Let us go, continue on our way. Seeing that Zhao Qian had rested enough, Shan stood up and said, The outdoors is dangerous. We need to reach the giant beast tribe before dark. The group continued on their journey. Along the way, Zhao Qian finally witnessed the dangers of this world. It is no exaggeration to say that without Shan, an experienced Tanlu, leading the way, Zhao Qian felt he couldn't survive in this world for more than 10 hours. He personally witnessed a hybrid primordial beast, stronger than a titan python, being dragged into the desert by an unknown creature while it was walking in the desert. There was no resistance, no cries of agony. That powerful hybrid primordial beast seemed to vanish without a trace, completely disappearing. Fortunately, Shan had rich experience in leading teams, and since they had likely traveled this route more than once, the Salt Marsh Tribe's team encountered no dangers. They walked intermittently and finally reached their destination that night, the Giant Beast Tribe. Chapter 96. The blood of the barbarian beast, the Giant Beast Tribe, is also located in the Gobi Desert, but unlike the Salt Marsh Tribe. The Giant Beast Tribe is situated in an oasis within the desert. This oasis covers a large area, much larger than that of the Salt Marsh Tribe. At the center of the oasis, there's a large lake surrounded by trees, forming a small forest. If one were to be in it, it would be hard to realize they were in the desert. The living environment of the Giant Beast Tribe is far better than that of the Salt Marsh Tribe. Zhao Qian couldn't help but sigh. The location of the Salt Marsh Tribe was primarily for safety considerations, without any regard for comfort. However, the Giant Beast Tribe's location considered both safety and comfort. Most importantly, the center of the Giant Beast Tribe has a lake, so there is no need to worry about water. In contrast, the water source for the Salt Marsh Tribe is a well dug by a giant pangolin, which might suffice for daily use, but during drought seasons, the well often runs dry. Didn't the teacher say that the Giant Beast Tribe has a huge beast? Why haven't I seen it? Zhao Qian asked as he walked to the side of the mountain. In the lake. The mountain pointed to the lake at the center of the oasis and said, the lake was created by the giant beast. Through his conversation with the mountain, Zhao Qian learned that the Giant Beast Tribe was not even as strong as the Salt Marsh Tribe before, until one day, a powerful primordial beast was successfully tamed by area of the Giant Beast Tribe. This primordial beast dug out a lake for the Giant Beast Tribe and helped them fend off dangers and and hunt primordial beasts. Thus, after more than 10 years, the giant beast tribe became the most powerful tribe in the area. The primordial beast actually has the ability to change the environment. Zhao Qian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after hearing the mountainess words. He originally thought the lake was naturally formed, but he didn't expect it to be dug out by the primordial beast. It's clear that the giant pangolin of the salt marsh tribe only dug a well. This shows how powerful the primordial beast of the giant beast tribe is. As the team got closer, Zhao Qian saw what was referred to as the trading fair, which was actually just a small area designated by the giant beast tribe at the edge of the oasis. Moreover, it seemed that the giant beast tribe did not allow other tribes to enter areas outside the trading zone, as he saw many people from different tribes sleeping within the trading area. Which tribe are you from? Just as Zhao Qian was observing, the team reached the entrance of the trading area and was stopped by 3 Tanlu. From the beast totem patterns on the chests of the 3 Tanlu, it was easy to see that the leading Tanlu was at the 2nd level, while the other 2 were only at the 1st level, significantly weaker than their team. However, their attitude was very arrogant, making Zhao Qian feel like they were relying on their power. We are from the Salt Marsh tribe. The mountain stepped forward and replied. To trade here, you need to pay a mixed blood primordial beast core as a fee. The leading Tanlu did not show them any respect just because they were from the Salt Marsh tribe and coldly stated the rules. 1 mixed blood primordial beast core is really expensive. Zhao Qian counted the tribes in the trading area, and there were at least dozens, equivalent to dozens of mixed blood primordial beast cores, which meant they would need to hunt many titan giant pythons. The mountain had already prepared the primordial beast cores and took one out to hand to the Tanlu. You can go in. After taking the mixed blood primordial beast core, the Tanlu no longer blocked the Salt Marsh tribe and let them into the trading area. Inside the trading area, many stalls were set up, but since they arrived relatively late, many prime spots had already been taken by other tribes. The Salt Marsh tribe had to exert a lot of effort to find a stall. After unloading the goods from the yak primordial beast, the mountain took out some jerky to share with everyone, saying, "Let us rest early. The trading fair will start tomorrow. Many of us are sick, so we must exchange for the big sticks no matter what." If it weren't for the need to exchange for big sticks from the Fuyu tribe, the Salt Marsh tribe wouldn't have planned to participate in this trading fair, as so many people in the tribe were sick and had no mood for it. And now, even though they came, they did not intend to wait until the trading fair was over, as long as they could exchange for enough big sticks. They would return to the tribe immediately. Hearing this, everyone quickly finished the jerky in their hands, found a spot, and lay down to sleep. Soon, loud snoring filled the air. On ordinary days, Zhao Qian would have trouble sleeping with the snoring, but today he was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The next day, while Zhao Qian was still in a deep sleep, he was awakened by the noisy sounds from the trading fair. Opening his eyes, he found that many tribes had already begun selling their goods. The members of the Salt Marsh tribe were also busy placing the salt they had refined on animal skins and starting to sell it. After observing for a while, Zhao Qian noticed that the trading methods in this world could be divided into 2 types. One was barter, where both parties agreed and directly exchanged their goods, and the other was direct purchase. Of course, there was no currency in this world, so everything was bought using primordial beast cores. However, the value of primordial beast cores was very high. Even a mixed blood primordial beast core could buy many things. Mountain, you sell slowly. I'll go take a look. Zhao Qian thought about the white sugar that Wang Qianqian had given him, and he quickly wanted to process it and exchange it for some items he needed. Be careful. Shout if there's danger. The mountain thought for a moment, but did not stop Zhao Qian, just giving him a reminder. With the mountain's permission, Zhao Qian immediately went to the stalls of other tribes, looking at the goods on display and occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Although the humans in this world have a low level of civilization, it cannot be denied that they have many strange and wonderful items. For example, at one stall, there were black beetles for sale. These black beetles were ordinary creatures but had a special ability. When their abdomen was squeezed hard, their large mandibles would open wide and then suddenly snap shut, producing a spark like flint striking, which could be used to start fire. At another stall, there were bizarre-looking plants. These plants gave him the first impression that they resembled the plants in Plants vs. Zombies, with huge-headed man-eating flowers, sunflowers that could shoot bullets, and willow trees that would attack anyone who approached. Of course, Zhao Qian only looked at these items and did not purchase them. Firstly, these things were not very useful to him, and he didn't need them. Secondly, he only had one bag of white sugar refined by Wang Qianqian and Luyan, and he felt he wouldn't be able to exchange for too many items. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a stall, and he hurriedly walked over. He fixed his gaze on a container the size of a water pouch and asked, "What kind of primordial beast blood is in here?" The tribal person guarding the stall, seeing a customer, hurriedly explained, "This is the blood of a barbarian primordial beast. Our tribe just hunted it." Zhao Qian asked, "Are you selling primordial beast cores?" The tribal person shook his head and said, "Sorry, we don't sell primordial beast cores. We only sell the blood of primordial beasts." Hearing this, Zhao Qian felt a bit disappointed, but he understood that it was normal. A barbarian-level primordial beast core could awaken a powerful Tanlu for the tribe. So most of the time, tribes would not sell barbarian primordial beast cores. How much is the primordial beast blood? Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, but decided to buy the blood of the barbarian primordial beast. This one water pouch of blood could significantly enhance his physical attributes. The tribal person thought for a moment and replied, 3 mixed blood primordial beast cores. Chapter 97. Beast Egg 3 mixed blood beast cores? That's way too expensive. Zhao Qian was taken aback when he heard the price quoted by the tribesman, feeling as if he was being robbed. Undeniably, the blood of the barbarian beasts is precious, but there was only a water pouch's worth of blood here, which likely only accounted for a fraction of the total blood volume of the barbarian beast, far less valuable than 3 mixed blood beast cores. After all, 3 mixed blood beast cores could buy the blood of 3 pure blood beasts in its entirety. It is indeed a bit pricey, but this is the blood of a barbarian beast, and I am the only one selling it in the entire trading area. The tribesman also felt the price was a bit high, but considering that the blood of barbarian beasts is rare and hard to come by, he gritted his teeth and stood firm on this price. "You didn't lie to me. You're the only one in the trading area selling barbarian beast blood." Zhao Qian had wandered around the trading area for quite a while and had seen several tribes selling beast blood, but they were all mixed blood or pure blood, with none being barbarian. The fundamental reason is that barbarian beasts are too rare, and their strength is also too formidable. Ordinary small tribes simply do not have the capability to hunt barbarian beasts. At the very least, only medium-sized tribes like the Salt Marsh tribe could possibly hunt them. Many members of medium-sized tribes would use the blood of beasts to cultivate the next generation. So few tribes would be willing to sell it. Therefore, this water pouch of barbarian beast blood might not be seen again for months. But it's just too expensive. Forget it. In the end, Zhao Qian chose to give up. After all, he could still enhance his physical quality by drinking the blood of pure blood beasts. However, just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous egg next to the water pouch containing the barbarian beast blood. This egg was considerably larger than an ostrich egg, and the shell was not pure white, but had faint red patterns on the surface, resembling beast patterns. The only unfortunate thing was that the vitality of this egg was as fragile as a candle flame in a storm, ready to extinguish at any moment. "Excuse me, is this a beast egg?" Zhao Qian squatted down again and picked up the beast egg. "Yes." The tribesman nodded and said, "This is the egg of the barbarian beast that was hunted. Our tribe took advantage of its weakened state after reproduction. We initially thought there was only one egg, but when we opened its belly, we found there was another egg, and this is the one from its belly. However, perhaps because this egg was not produced normally, its vitality is very weak, and Elia believes it cannot survive, so we decided to sell it." Zhao Qian hesitated and asked, "What is the price of this egg?" The tribesman thought for a moment and said, 2 wild boars or something of equivalent value. Although the common currency between tribes is the beast core, even the lowest level mixed blood beast core is quite valuable. Therefore, when the value of an item is lower than that of a mixed blood beast core, the barter system is reinstated. Zhao Qian haggled, saying, "This is a dead egg. It's almost useless. 2 wild boars are too expensive." The tribesman pointed to the patterns on the beast egg, saying, "You can't say that. This egg is almost ready to condense into a beast pattern," indicating that the beast born from it would at least be of pure blood level. Although it cannot hatch a beast, is still quite valuable and can be used to feed beasts, enhancing their strength. Zhao Qian thought similarly. He intended to buy this beast egg to feed to Wang Qianqian's ant queen. During his coma, the elite soldier ants bred by the ant queen had already reached the adult stage, not only larger than ordinary soldier ants, but also incredibly powerful. The most impressive thing was that these elite soldier ants all had wings, which meant they compensated for their speed deficiencies, significantly improving their mobility. He thought, if the ant queen is just a mixed-blood beast, and the soldier ants she breeds are already this powerful, how much stronger would they be if the ant queen continued to evolve and breed? At that point, relying solely on the soldier ants, they could easily hunt beasts. Evolving beasts isn't as easy as you say. If this dead egg had any use, your tribe would keep it for yourselves. Zhao Qian hesitated and continued. How about this? I'll offer a jar of salt for this dead egg. You're from the new salt tribe? The tribesman raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhao Qian wanted to use salt to buy the beast egg. The new salt tribe is the newly emerged tribe that can produce salt, and many tribes seek them out to buy salt due to its superior quality compared to the salt marsh tribe. Zhao Qian smiled and said, No, I'm from the salt marsh tribe. Upon hearing this, the tribesman showed a look of disdain and said, if it's salt from the salt marsh tribe, 1 jar 1 tea do. It has to be at least 1.5 jars. Zhao Qian frowned and asked why. The tribesman replied, of course, because your salt quality is too poor. Zhao Qian was somewhat speechless and thought for a moment before asking, if our tribe's salt quality is good, would you ask for less? The tribesman didn't believe it and said, your tribe's salt can be better than that of the new salt tribe? Just wait. Zhao Qian was genuinely a bit angry. He jogged back to the salt marsh tribe's stall, took a jar of salt, and returned to this stall, saying, this is the salt from our salt marsh tribe. Take a look at the quality. The tribesman disdainfully took the jar, but when he saw the color of the salt, he softly exclaimed, is this salt? Just taste it, and you'll know. The tribesman was not polite, pinching a bit of salt and putting it in his mouth. After tasting it, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing an incredulous expression. It's salty, it really is salt, and there is almost no bitter taste. After finishing his evaluation, the tribesman asked, when did the salt from your salt marsh tribe become this good? That's none of your business. Zhao Qian didn't want to waste words and directly asked, is the salt from our salt marsh tribe better than that of the new salt tribe? It's much better than theirs, the tribesman answered honestly. So, do I not need to use a jar of salt to exchange for your dead egg? Zhao Qian asked again. That should be fine. The tribesman could see that Zhao Qian was a bit angry and awkwardly smiled as he replied. This dead egg is mine now. Zhao Qian held the beast egg in his hand and continued. I'm giving you a jar of salt. So there is still some left over. I'd like to choose one more thing from your stall. Is that okay? The tribesman quickly said. It can't be something too valuable. Don't worry, Zhao Qian said as he looked at the other items on the stall, but many things he didn't recognize. So he could only ask, do you have anything that can whiten or make the skin more hydrated? Yes. The tribesman pointed to a jar of bright fruit, saying, this kind of fruit is called sweet-scented fruit. Eating it can improve skin quality. Zhao Qian raised his eyebrows and excitedly asked, is it expensive? Not expensive. The tribesman shook his head and explained, although this fruit also belongs to rare flowers and fruits, it cannot enhance strength. It can only improve skin quality and is only used to fill the stomach in our tribe. If you want it, the leftover salt can be exchanged for this jar. Hearing this, Zhao Qian grinned. Chapter 98, A Lucky Find. The fragrant fruits in front of him would definitely be sought after by women if they were on Earth. But this is not Earth. It is a perilous other world. In this world, strength is the most important thing. So these exotic fruits that can only whiten the skin and cannot enhance one's power are not very valuable. The extra salt he had could easily be exchanged for a jar of fragrant fruits. He didn't need that many. Just give me 2. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, took out 2 fruits from the jar, thinking that if he took too many, Wang Qianqian might think they weren't worth much. The key to a so-called treasure is that it must be rare. However, the tribesman was a straightforward person. Seeing Zhao Qian only take 2 fruits, he immediately stuffed a whole jar of fragrant fruits over, saying that their tribe would not take advantage of others. And if it was a jar, then it was a jar. Well, all right. Zhao Qian looked at the tribesman as serious expression and felt that if he didn't accept all the fragrant fruits, the other party might beat him up so he could only nod in agreement. After leaving the stall of the rock tribe, Zhao Qian continued to stroll around the trading area. However, the trading area was not very large, and by noon, he had basically finished browsing. Feeling a bit tired after the stroll, he found a stall selling honey and sat down, ordering a bowl to taste. He had to admit that the honey in this world tasted quite good, with no additives, completely from nature, and still carrying the scent of flowers and grass. Moreover, such a large bowl of honey was very cheap, costing just a bit of jerky. Just as Zhao Qian was tasting the honey, another customer came and sat at his table. This customer was wearing a white linen robe, with white hair and beard, but his appearance did not show signs of aging. He always wore a smile, giving off an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, it was easy to tell from the bone staff in the old man's hand that he was not an ordinary person. He should be an alien. Soon, the old man's honey arrived. After taking a bite, he exclaimed, "It's truly delicious. This sweet honey is hard to find elsewhere." Zhao Qian, hearing the old man's words, smiled and said, "Lord Alien, I admit this honey tastes good, but if we're talking about sweetness, this honey is just average, right?" He did not mean to belittle the honey. It was just that the sweetness really was average. Besides, the quality of honey is never judged by sweetness but by its color, aroma, and viscosity. If sweetness were the standard with Earth's technology, it could enhance sweetness to the point of bitterness. Oh, the old man showed a curious expression and asked, "Have you ever eaten something sweeter than honey?" Of course. Zhao Qian was about to brag a bit when he suddenly realized something and looked at the old man. "Do you really like sweet things?" The old man nodded with a smile. "My greatest hobby is eating sweet things, so I come here every year." Hearing this, Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and said, "I have something sweeter here. Do you want to try it?" The old man stopped drinking honey and said eagerly, "Hurry up and take it out for me to try." Zhao Qian didn't waste any time and took out the white sugar from his pocket, pinching some into the old man's hand. The old man looked at the white sugar in his hand, stunned, and asked, "What is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Zhao Qian smiled and said, "This is called white sugar." "White sugar," the old man repeated, curiously asking, "Why have I never seen this before?" Zhao Qian naturally wouldn't tell the old man that white sugar was refined. He explained with a smile, "The world is vast and full of wonders. There are many things you haven't seen." "That's true." The old man thought for a moment and felt that Zhao Qian's words were quite reasonable. So he stopped hesitating and shoved all the white sugar into his mouth. Immediately, the old man's eyes widened as if he were immersed in sweetness. And it took him a while to speak. "So sweet, much sweeter than honey. I've never eaten something this sweet." The old man looked at the remaining white sugar and lamented, "It's a pity. It's just too little. It's gone as soon as it's in my mouth." This old man is really shameless. I've already let him taste a bit, and he is still thinking about wanting more. Zhao Qian pretended not to understand, wrapped up the remaining white sugar, and put it back in his pocket. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had worked hard to refine this little bit of white sugar. He couldn't just give it all away. Seeing Zhao Qian put the white sugar away, the old man immediately became anxious and said, "Little brother, let's negotiate. How about you sell me this pack of white sugar?" Zhao Qian asked, "Selling it to you is not impossible, but what price can you offer?" "I won't sell it cheap." The old man thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you a beast core." "Forget about the beast core." Before the old man could finish, Zhao Qian interrupted him directly, although he could see that the old man was an alien. The beast core he could offer was at most a mixed blood or pure blood level. As for higher level beast cores, they were reserved for his own tribe. He would never part with them. Moreover, the old man's intention was not to let him use low-level beast cores. So even a pure blood beast core would not be very useful to him. "You don't want a beast core?" The old man was a bit surprised and asked, "Then what do you want? Do you have blood from higher level beast? If not, beast meat would work too." Zhao Qian wanted these things to quickly enhance his strength in a short time. "No, it was inconvenient to bring too many things on the way here. So I only have beast cores," the old man replied. "Then I'm sorry." Zhao Qian shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. "I gave you the opportunity. Who told you to be useless and not have beast blood or beast meat?" Upon hearing this, the old man became more anxious. His greatest hobby in life was eating sweet things, and the white sugar he had just tasted was definitely the sweetest thing he had ever eaten in his life. He had to get it no matter what. At that moment, the old man looked at the nearly lifeless beast egg and asked, "Little brother, what do you think about this? I'll give you a beast core and help you restore the life of this beast egg if you sell me that pack of white sugar." Zhao Qian was taken aback, looking at the old man and saying, "This beast egg is practically a dead egg. You can still restore its vitality?" The old man smiled and said, "Of course. I am a beast tamer alien, and I have unique methods." "All right." Zhao Qian nodded without hesitation. The mother of this beast egg was a barbarian-type beast, which was far more powerful than all the beasts in the Salt Marsh tribe. Moreover, this beast egg had beast patterns, meaning that as long as it reached maturity, it would at least be a pure blood beast. Calculating this way, he was getting a beast that could potentially reach barbarian level, along with a beast core. This was incredibly cost-effective. Am I really getting a lucky find? Chapter 99. The gluttonous old man, the old man, saw Zhao Qian agree to his proposal, immediately raising the bone staff in his hand slightly, with green energy beginning to gather at the top of the staff. Of course, only Zhao Qian, who possessed the qualifications of area, could see the green energy. Others could not see it at all. The green energy coalesced into a ball the size of a fist, which the old man grasped in his hand, slowly merging it into the beast egg. As the green energy completed its fusion with the beast egg, the nearly lifeless beast egg gradually began to regain vitality. Even the beast patterns on the shell, which had become indistinct, became extremely clear at this moment. From this scene, Zhao Qian concluded that the old man before him was a powerful area. All right. Once the vitality of the beast egg was fully restored, the old man retracted the bone staff, showing no signs of fatigue on his face. Following that, the old man took out a fist-sized lump of meat and placed it in front of Zhao Qian. "What is this?" Zhao Qian looked puzzled at the old man's action. "This is the beast core," the old man explained with a smile. "The beast core is the core of the beast. Once separated from a beast, the energy within the beast core will dissipate at an extremely slow rate. It must be wrapped in the flesh of the beast to reduce the energy dissipation from the beast core." Although Zhao Qian understood, he still squeezed the lump of meat tightly, feeling that there was indeed a beast core inside. Thus, he put the lump of meat away and, under the old man's eager gaze, took out the white sugar and handed it to the old man. The old man eagerly opened the bag, pinched some white sugar, and stuffed it into his mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. If Zhao Qian didn't know what white sugar tasted like, he might have thought the old man was on drugs. "Lord Area, our transaction is complete. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now." Zhao Qian noticed the time was about right and stood up to leave. "Go ahead." The old man's attention was entirely on the white sugar, waving his hand casually. However, just as Zhao Qian was about to walk away, the old man suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute. Is there something wrong?" Zhao Qian stopped in his tracks. "If you have more good stuff like this in the future, save some for me. I can exchange it for things you need," the old man said. "As long as it's something sweet, is that okay?" Zhao Qian asked. "Exactly. What coincidence. I actually have something sweet, but..." Zhao Qian seemed to intentionally pause midway, wearing a troubled expression. Seeing this, the old man became anxious and asked, "But what? You should just say it." Zhao Qian then said, "Actually, it's nothing much, just that I still need some ingredients. If I have those ingredients, I can make desserts that are sweet, soft, and smooth." The old man asked, "The dessert you're talking about, is it more delicious than white sugar?" "Of course." Zhao Qian confidently nodded. "This white sugar in my hands doesn't even count as delicious. The dessert I make is 1,000 times better than white sugar." Although this sounded like bragging, Zhao Qian was speaking the truth. After all, white sugar was considered a good thing in this world, but on Earth, it wasn't even classified as a dessert. Even if he wasn't a chef, he could still use his cooking experience to make delicious desserts. The old man swallowed his saliva and said, "What ingredients do you need? I'll help you find them, and you can make the dessert for me to eat." Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "I need beast blood. The higher the level, the better. And also beast meat, preferably from pig-like beasts, the fatty and lean parts. And I also need milk." Next, Zhao Qian didn't hold back at all, listing over a dozen items in one breath. Of course, only a few of them were genuinely meant for making food. Most of the materials were what Zhao Qian personally wanted. Having finally encountered someone he could take advantage of, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Upon hearing that so many items were needed, the old man wore a skeptical expression and asked, Does the dessert you mentioned really require so many materials? Zhao Qian remained unfazed, smiling as he replied. These materials aren't just for making desserts. Some are for delicious food, but they are sweet. I'll believe you for now, but you'd better not deceive me, or I will be very angry. The old man temporarily trusted Zhao Qian and then asked, when do you need these materials? Zhao Qian pondered for a moment and said, 60 days from now, go to the Salt Marsh tribe to find me. In this world, there is only the concept of days and years, but not weeks or months, so he could only say 60 days instead of 2 months. Zhao Qian's answer also had his own purpose. He wanted to use these 2 months to further strengthen his physical quality, and at that time, have the old man help him awaken as a Tan Luo. Although he didn't know what level of area the old man was, it was clear from the fact that he could bring the beast egg back to life, that he was a powerful Tan Luo. Such an opportunity was rare, so he naturally wanted to seize it. Even if he couldn't awaken as a Tan Luo with the highest standards, he would strive for the highest possible standards. The old man silently noted Zhao Qian's words. All right, I'll come find you in 60 days. By the way, what is your name? Zhao Qian replied, my name is Zhao Qian. The old man was taken aback upon hearing this name, puzzled. Why would you have such a strange name? Never mind. It doesn't matter, I'm leaving. After making a remark about Zhao Qian's name, the old man waved his hand and left gracefully. Zhao Qian looked at the departing old man, feeling speechless, thinking to himself that his name was quite normal. It was the names in this world that were strange, simply naming things based on what they saw without any consideration. After finishing his complaints, Zhao Qian noticed that the trading event was almost over and returned to the Salt Marsh Tribe's booth. However, as soon as he returned to the booth, he saw the tribe members squatting in front of the stall, wearing worried expressions. Zhao Qian, fearing that something had gone wrong, hurried over and asked, what's wrong with you all? One of the Tan Luo answered, it's been quite a while, and not a single tribe has come to buy our salt. Zhao Qian furrowed his brows, incredulous. Our salt is of better quality than the new salt tribe S. Why has any tribe come to buy our salt? The Tan Luo replied helplessly. At first, there were tribes wanting to buy our salt, but the new salt tribe spread the word that there was a problem with our salt, claiming that salt cannot be white, so no tribe has come. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian was instantly speechless. This was akin to someone who had been smoking fake cigarettes for a long time, suddenly thinking that genuine cigarettes were fake. The tribes were just like that. They had always consumed blocky rock salt, so upon seeing pure white, granular salt, they instinctively thought there was a problem with it. Unfair competition. Huh? Fine. Then don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, already formulating a countermeasure in his mind. Chapter 100. First, a commercial break. Zhao Qian, do you have a solution? The troubled Shan quickly turned to look at Zhao Qian upon hearing his words. He was one of the few people in the Salt Marsh tribe who knew that Zhao Qian was a disciple of Arya, so he trusted Zhao Qian internally. Zhao Qian nodded and said, that's right, I already have a solution. The usually composed Shan became excited at this moment and asked, what solution? Zhao Qian smiled mysteriously, without answering Shan's question, but instead asked, you guys haven't eaten yet, have you? Atan Lu replied irritably, with so much salt, we haven't sold a single bit. Where's the appetite to eat? Zhao Qian said, man is iron, rice is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you feel anxious. Let's eat first. Iron? Steel? Shan didn't understand what Zhao Qian meant and speculated that Zhao Qian might be hungry, so he opened his backpack to take out some jerky. When not eating jerky, Zhao Qian stopped Shan from taking out the jerky and looked at Atan Lu, arranging, you go buy some fresh meat. No need to buy beast meat. Ordinary meat will do. After that, he looked at another Tan Lu and said, you go find some charcoal and also look for some branches. I have use for them. However, after Zhao Qian finished his arrangements, the two Tan Lu looked at each other and didn't move. Seeing this, Zhao Qian frowned, thought for a moment, and understood the situation. Although he was already a disciple of Arya, this matter was still a secret in the Salt Marsh tribe, and not many knew about it. Therefore, in the eyes of these Tan Lu, he was still an outsider. They had no reason to follow the orders of an outsider. In the end, it was Shan who spoke up. From now on, Zhao Qian's orders are my orders. You must obey unconditionally. Yes. Upon hearing Shan say this, the two Tan Lu immediately took action. Zhao Qian also didn't idle. He walked back into the trading area, went to various tribal stalls, and bought some items. Before long, when he returned to the Salt Marsh Tribe stall, fresh meat, charcoal, branches, honey, and various seasonings were all prepared. Zhao Qian, what are you going to do with these? Shan asked, looking at the things Zhao Qian bought, somewhat confused. I'm going to teach you how to grill skewers. Zhao Qian grinned and commanded the Tanlu, everyone get moving. You, start the charcoal fire. It doesn't need to be too big. You, and you come over to help skew the meat. Can you wash your hands first? I just saw you picking your toes. Skewering meat is simple. Just use branches to skewer the meat. The pieces shouldn't be too big, and don't skewer too much meat. Just skewer it like I do. Although the Tanlu were still unclear about what Zhao Qian was going to do, their work efficiency was indeed fast. In no time, they had prepared dozens of skewers of grilled meat. Sizzle. Zhao Qian placed the skewers on the charcoal to heat them, while continuously brushing honey over the meat. In just a short time, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted out. Zhao Qian wasn't bragging. Ever since he crossed into this world, his grilling skills had been constantly honed, and he had now reached the level of a master chef. When the skewers were done, Zhao Qian sprinkled the best seasonings he could find, instantly elevating the aroma of the grilled meat to a higher level. Gulp! Shan swallowed and asked Zhao Qian, "Can we eat now?" The other Tanlu didn't speak, but their eyes were fixed on the grilled skewers. No. Zhao Qian smiled and shook his head, then asked, "Who among you has the ability of wind?" A Tanlu replied, My beast pattern ability is wind." Zhao Qian grinned mischievously and said, "Help me blow the aroma of the grilled meat out. I want all the tribes of the trading fair to smell it." This Tanlu didn't understand Zhao Qian's intention, but still activated his beast pattern and created a very light breeze. The wind carried the aroma of the grilled meat away, and soon everyone at the trading fair could smell it. Wow, it smells so good. What is that aroma? It should be the aroma of grilled meat. Which tribe is that aroma coming from? It seems to be coming from the Salt Marsh Tribe stall. Why does their grilled meat smell so good? When tribespeople grill meat, they usually just sprinkled some salt. How could it compare to Zhao Qian, who used several kinds of seasonings and even brushed honey on the meat? In terms of grilling skills, Zhao Qian completely crushed the tribespeople, so they instinctively gathered in front of the Salt Marsh Tribe stall. Once enough tribespeople had gathered in front of the stall, Zhao Qian grabbed a handful of tribal salt, sprinkled it on the grilled meat, and said, "The biggest secret to the aroma of my grilled meat is our tribe's salt. Our tribe's salt has no bitter taste and can enhance the aroma of grilled meat." Do you all remember? Shan and the tribal Tanlu exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "We don't even cook. What do we need to remember this for?" However, since Zhao Qian asked, they still nodded and responded that they remembered. Eat. Upon hearing the response, Zhao Qian finally distributed the skewers. The tribespeople, having been tempted for so long, were already impatient. They dove in like wolves that hadn't eaten for days, completely ignoring whether the skewers were still hot, and began to eat heartily. Gulp. Now it was the onlooking tribespeople's turn to swallow. Finally, a Tanlu asked, "Are you selling these skewers?" "Not selling." Zhao Qian flatly refused, then handed over a grilled skewer, saying, "If you want to eat, I'll give you one." "Thank you." The Tanlu smiled and reached out to take the skewer. "Oops, I forgot to add salt for you," Zhao Qian said, and in front of everyone, he pinched some salt and sprinkled it on the grilled meat. That Tanlu had already forgotten the rumor about the Salt Marsh Tribe's salt having issues and took a big bite of the grilled meat, revealing a satisfied expression. "Hey, you greedy guy, have you forgotten that the Salt Marsh Tribe's salt has issues?" Just as that Tanlu was enjoying his meal, his partner slapped him hard on the back, reminding him, "What issues?" The Tanlu continued to eat the skewer, pointing at the people from the Salt Marsh Tribe who were eating grilled meat, and said, "If there was an issue with the Salt Marsh Tribe's salt, would they be eating it themselves?" The onlooking tribespeople were momentarily stunned. Yeah, if there was an issue with the Salt Marsh Tribe's salt, the Tanlu from the Salt Marsh Tribe wouldn't be eating it. The Tanlu continued, "To be honest, this white salt not only has no issues, but it also has no bitter taste. Food made with this salt actually tastes better." Listening to the Tanlu's words, Zhao Qian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. It seemed he was teaching the tribespeople how to grill meat, but in fact he was doing a commercial. First, he attracted people with the aroma of grilled meat, and then publicly let the people from the Salt Marsh Tribe eat the white salt. instantly breaking the notion that the salt marsh tribe's salt has issues. He even instilled the idea in the tribespeople that using salt from the salt marsh tribe to grill meat would make the meat more aromatic. After the advertisement, it was time for a live demonstration. Zhao Qian grinned widely. Chapter 101. Promotion. Although Zhao Qian had no experience in live streaming sales, he had seen many such broadcasts online and was familiar with the basic script. Immediately, he raised his hands and said loudly, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me." As soon as he said this, the people in the tribe really fell silent and turned their attention to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian cleared his throat and continued. As we all know, our Yinzai tribe has always sold salt to various tribes. Our mission is to provide the best salt to everyone, so that all tribes can consume safe salt. Therefore, after continuous improvements by our Yinzai tribe, we have finally produced white salt. This salt has the advantage of almost no bitter taste, making the food it is used in much more delicious. Today is the first time our Yinzai tribe is selling this salt. To give back to the support from various tribes, anyone who purchases today will enjoy discounts. As he spoke, Zhao Qian looked at the mountain and asked, "What was the price of our salt before?" The mountain, still not fully understanding Zhao Qian's words, replied in confusion, "1 jar of salt costs 2 wild boars, or 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 5 jars of salt." Wow, that's so expensive. Zhao Qian was taken aback by the price of the salt. However, considering that this large area only had the Yinzai tribe able to obtain salt, effectively monopolizing the entire industry, a higher price was understandable. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said loudly, "Everyone, listen carefully, I will only say the price once. For today's purchases, 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 8 jars of salt, which is an extra 3 jars on top of the 5. You heard me right? 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 8 jars of salt. Buying it is making a profit, but it's only valid for today." As soon as he said this, the onlooking tribespeople widened their eyes and began to speak up. "Is this for real? So cheap, 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 8 jars of salt. Didn't he just say this is to give back to us old customers, and it's only for today? I want to buy 1. No, I want to buy 3 mixed blood beast cores worth of salt, a total. Wait a second. Brother, can I borrow your finger to calculate? That's 24 jars. You're buying too much." "Not all. This white salt is of such high quality, and it's cheaper than the salt from the new salt tribe. If we miss today, we won't get another chance." "That's right. I'll buy 3 mixed blood beast cores." "No, I want to buy 5 mixed blood beast cores." Previously, these tribespeople were worried about the salt's quality, but now that concern was resolved, and Zhao Qian proved to them that the Yinzai tribe's white salt was of higher quality and cheaper. Naturally, they were unwilling to miss out, each buying more than the last, fearing they would miss the discount. In just a short while, more than half of the salt brought was sold, earning dozens of mixed blood beast cores. If nothing unexpected happened, the salt brought this time would soon be sold out. The previously worried members of the Yinzai tribe now had smiles on their faces, deeply admiring Zhao Qian. Just a few simple words made their salt sell better than before the new salt tribe appeared, which was truly incredible. The only regret was that the price was too low. Don't be fooled. How could there be white salt in this world? The salt from the Yinzai tribe must have a problem. Just then, a discordant voice came through like a bucket of cold water, causing all the tribespeople rushing to buy to stop. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw 3 tribespeople pushing through the crowd, slowly walking to the Yinzai tribe's stall. Zhao Qian had seen these 3 people when he was browsing the trading fair. They were all from the new salt tribe. "Qian, on what basis do you say our Yinzai tribe's salt has a problem?" The mountain, seeing the new salt tribe's people slandering his tribe's salt, immediately asked coldly. "Just because salt cannot be white." The person called Qian held up a piece of rock salt above his head and said, "This piece of salt is the purest and highest quality salt collected by our new salt tribe, but you can see for yourself, is it white?" Other tribespeople looked over and saw a piece of blue rock salt, shaking their heads. Qian continued, "If even such high quality salt isn't white, it proves that salt cannot be white. Your Yinzai tribe's white salt must have a problem." The mountain was not good with words, and coupled with his lack of knowledge about white salt, he momentarily didn't know how to refute this. Seeing this, Zhao Qian had no choice but to step forward and said loudly, "Everyone, I have already proven to you that our Yinzai tribe's salt has no problem. Many people have tasted it, and I believe you all know in your hearts. As he said this, he paused to observe the expressions of the onlookers, noticing that many were nodding slightly. Clearly, even though the new salt tribe stood up to question the white salt, many still believed in him. So he continued, I have a question for the new salt tribe. Since when did the quality of salt depend on its color? For as long as I can remember. Hasn't the quality of salt always been judged by its taste? This statement awakened many who were still worried about the white salt. That's right. The quality of salt is judged by its bitter taste. The less bitter the taste, the higher the quality of the salt. The salt we initially consumed was not blue but pink, and later it was the blue salt brought by the new salt tribe. If we follow this logic, then blue salt is also fake. So the white salt is fine. We almost got fooled by the new salt tribe. Qian's face turned ugly upon hearing others' comments. But he could not deny that his argument had no persuasive power, and no tribe believed him. However, Qian did not leave in shame because he knew this matter could not end like this. Otherwise, there would be no tribe buying salt from him in the future. Kid, you're just an ordinary person, yet you dare to disrespect Tan Luo. Even if you're not from the new salt tribe, I still have the right to kill you. Angrily, Qian realized that Zhao Qian was not Tan Luo and immediately planned to use the rules set by the giant beast tribe to take action against Zhao Qian first. As long as he killed Zhao Qian, the mountain would definitely not be able to argue with him. At that time, he would have plenty of ways to make others believe that the white salt had a problem. Qian, are you seeking death? The mountain stood in front of Zhao Qian, looking angrily at Qian. Did I do something wrong? Qian replied calmly, this is the rules set by the giant beast tribe. Ordinary tribespeople defying Tan Luo can be executed by Tan Luo, regardless of whether the person is from their own tribe. If you don't let me kill him, I will call the people from the giant beast tribe to make a ruling. Chapter 102. Kneel and apologize. When Shan heard Qian's words, his expression changed slightly, because the beast tribe had indeed established this bizarre rule. This was something that happened many years ago. At that time, the beast tribe was not the strongest tribe in the area. There were two stronger tribes above it. Both of these powerful tribes wanted to become the strongest in the region, leading to frequent minor conflicts. Until one day, a common clansman from one of the powerful tribes confronted a Tanro from the other powerful tribe. This seemingly ordinary incident became the catalyst for a war between the two top tribes, resulting in severe casualties on both sides. It was normal for tribes to go to war, but just after the war ended and the two top tribes had not yet recovered, a terrifying beast tide appeared. In the past, when a beast tide occurred, the response was for all Tanros of the tribes to unite. However, the two strongest tribes had suffered too many casualties in the war, and without them as the main force, the other tribes could not withstand the beast tide, leading to over 60% of the humans in the area being killed and nearly annihilating both top tribes. After the beast tide, the beast tribe became the strongest tribe and enacted this rule. Although no tribe usually took this rule seriously, if someone brought it up publicly, the beast tribe would still have to enforce it, or they would lose face. What is going on? At this moment, two Tanros from the beast tribe, responsible for maintaining order at the trade fair, walked over and loudly shouted at the crowd. Fighting was prohibited in the trade area to prevent the strong from bullying the weak. This was not because the beast tribe was particularly righteous. They were mainly concerned that weaker tribes would be bullied and would not come to the trade fair, making it impossible to hold the event and thus losing a method to earn primal beast cores. Returning to Lord Qianqian's words, this commoner has confronted me. Qian did not give the Salt tribe a chance to speak, pointing at Zhao Qian and saying, according to the rules established by the beast tribe, if a commoner confronts a Tanro, the Tanro has the right to execute them. The Tanro from the beast tribe, referred to as Lord Qianqian, looked at Zhao Qian and asked, did you confront him? Zhao Qian shook his head and said, we were just discussing how to identify the quality of salt. How did it turn into confronting him? If you don't believe me, you can ask others. Qianqian turned to the onlookers. These people were already dissatisfied with Qian's behavior. So when they spoke, they leaned towards Zhao Qian. Yes, we were only discussing the quality of salt. It was just a normal discussion, at most. The words were a bit heated, but there was certainly no confrontation with the Tanro. Zhao Qian immediately said, my lord, you also heard it. I did not confront him. Qianqian, with a cold face, looked at Qian and asked coldly, Do you have anything else to say? Oh, this. Qian gritted his teeth, realizing that he could do nothing about Zhao Qian today, and awkwardly smiled. Lord Qianjing, I might have been too sensitive just now, causing a misunderstanding. I will leave immediately. Saying this, Qian was about to take his clansmen and leave. My lord, are you just going to let him leave like this? Zhao Qian frowned. It was the other party who caused trouble at the Salt Tribe's booth, even wronging him. And now they were leaving without so much as an apology, acting so arrogantly. What do you want? Qianjing was only there to maintain order. He did not want to take sides. So seeing Zhao Qian not letting it go, he immediately became displeased. At that moment, Qian also turned around, sneering at Zhao Qian. You are just a commoner. What if I wronged you? Do you really think I should apologize to you? Zhao Qian calmly nodded. Yes, I want you to apologize. Ha! Qian was first taken aback by this, then burst into loud laughter. Looking down on Zhao Qian. Are people from the Salt Tribe all this childish? A commoner actually wanted Tanro to apologize. To tell you the truth, unless you are more noble than me, you will never get an apology from me in your lifetime. And someone like you, a waste, would never be more noble than me. Zhao Qian asked, What if I am more noble than you? Qian casually replied, I will kneel down before you in public. Good. Then kneel. Zhao Qian said to Qian, neither servile nor overbearing. He was not someone who liked to cause trouble, but he was also not someone who feared it. Since others had bullied him to his doorstep, he could not remain indifferent. Life and death were indifferent. If he was not convinced, he would fight. All along, whether it was the giant wild boar, the titan python, or even the rat tide, he'd dare to charge in. How could he be afraid of just 3 Tanros? Watch your words. You are insulting a Tanro, and I can kill you at any time. Qian retracted his smile, narrowing his eyes in a threatening manner. Since you keep saying I confronted you and insulted you, then I will show you what it means to confront you and insult you. As Zhao Qian said this, in front of the shocked gazes of everyone, he walked up to Qian and raised his hand to slap him. Normally, Qian could have dodged, but he chose not to and instead wanted to use this opportunity to find an excuse to kill Zhao Qian. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Zhao Qian struck Qian hard across the face. Qian not only did not get angry, but instead smiled, looking at Qianjing and asking, My lord, you saw him insult me with your own eyes, right? Do I have the right to kill him now? Qianjing nodded. According to the rules, you have the right to kill him. Upon hearing this, Qian immediately drew his weapon and walked towards Zhao Qian with a face full of killing